Yeah, vengeance in the trenches with my mindset on a mission. Ain't ready for what I'ma hit with. I'ma go get it, I'ma get this. And I told them I'ma end this, get a witness. You want the fire and I got that. Ain't nobody here gonna stop that. Got more than a 12-gauge kickback. I'm about to get that, no one gonna top that. I've been putting that work in. If you want the crown, you gotta earn it. Don't assume that silence means weakness. There's a monster that's lurking under the surface. They about to know. To doubt me, that's a tragedy. You end up just counting the casualties. Victory is my anatomy. Go ahead, battle me. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. I gotta do what I gotta do. No one or nothing can stop me. And if you don't think that I can, just watch me. Move. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. All of that talking stops now. There's no need for discussion. Once you see what I'm about, all of that talking stops now. Let's do this for real. Let's go. Right now. Battle me. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. I gotta do what I gotta do. No one or nothing can stop me. And if you don't think that I can, just watch me. Move. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. We gon' run it. We gon' run it. Yeah. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on the show. Ain't nobody better, yeah, I got the glow. Pull up on the scene, do my thing and go. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on the show. Ain't nobody better, yeah, I got the glow. Pull up on the scene, do my thing and go. City on blaze when I'm in the mix. Everybody tryna stop me, but I'm too legit. Showing up with a brand new bag of tricks. I'm at the top, yeah, I know me, I don't never slip. New grip on life, I live it right. Getting everything I said in my sight, I shine bright. Nobody understand what it took for me to lead. I woke up feeling like I reached a new speed. Clock ticking, I strive with no limits. Making waves without a blemish on my image. The people listen when I speak another sentence. I'm on go while you trying to replenish. We gon' run it. We gon' run it. Yeah. Push it to the limit with my heart is up. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on the show. Ain't nobody better, yeah, I got the glow. Pull up on the scene, do my thing and go. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on the show. Ain't nobody better, yeah, I got the glow. Pull up on the scene, do my thing and go. We gon' run the road. I'm in control. Where you wanna go? Push it to the limit with my heart is up. We gon' run the road. I'm in control. Push it to the limit with my heart is up. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on the show. Ain't nobody better, yeah, I got the glow. Pull up on the scene, do my thing and go. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on the show. Ain't nobody better, yeah, I got the glow. Pull up on the scene, do my thing and go.
In my darkest hour, I can feel the power. Won't be devoured, never been a coward. They stone sour, I'm gunpowder. If I say it louder, can you hear me now? I got the power. Counting down the hours till the whole world knows this is what it's like to be powerful. Never gonna settle, I'm on another level. I'm powerful, I'ma let them know I got the gold, I'm in control. I break the mold, I show the world just how powerful I can be. Had to pay my debts, was a losing bet, and I knew what I could do, but had to prove I wasn't finished yet. Was an uphill climb, saw it in my mind, recite the lines every time. I got the power, counting down the hours till the whole world knows this is what it's like to be powerful. Never gonna settle, I'm on another level. I'm powerful, I'ma let them know I got the gold, I'm in control. I break the mold, I show the world just how powerful I can be. Powerful. Had to fall so I could fly. Had to fail so I could rise. Had to break to feel alive. I'm alive, I'm alive, I'm alive. Powerful. Powerful.
reflection of all my hard work. Them hours in the gym, I'm about to go berserk. Count it down, clock is on tick. Tick, 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 let's get it in. Ow! I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me.
He's a beast, he's a monster, he's a force with the man. I scanned the room, forming up the plan. Fire in my eyes, got him stuck quicksand. I don't play to lose, I just play to win. It's that hard work, effort that I'm putting in. I don't play to lose, I just play to win. Sound like broken records against me, let them records spin. Yeah, I gotta get it 100%, nobody gon' harder than me. Do it on purpose, I got the people depending on me. Mama mentality, got my game face on. Every time I step up on this court, you know that we won this time.
I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me.
Yeah, you're looking for something amazing. That's why I put in the work. That's why I grind on the daily. I'm running wild and I know that no one can tame me. Hall of Fame on my mind, they cannot contain me. I know that I can't stop now. There ain't no way I'm giving up. Won't back down. I've come too far and I know I'm gonna act out until I'm standing on the top. They hear me now. They hear me now. Let them know. Nothing can hold me back. Hold me back. You can try, but you can't hold me back. Nothing can hold me back. Hold me back. You can try, but you can't hold me back. Nothing can hold me back. I'll give it all I got to succeed. Ain't no way of stopping what I'm destined to be. I'm here for greatness, I was made for more. I got my focus sure, heart is ready, mind is right. Take flight, watch me soar. I won't stop now, there ain't no way I'll ever quit. My life loud, they try to hold me back, but I won't lie down. This is something they can't deny. The truth's out, I got that fire now. Let them know. Nothing can hold me back. Hold me back. Try, but you can't hold me back. Nothing can hold me back. Hold me back. You can try, but you can't hold me back. Nothing can hold me back. Nothing can hold me back. Hold me back. Hold me back. Yeah. You can try, but you can't hold me back. Hey, hey. Nothing can hold me back. Hold me back. Hey, hey. You can try, but you can't hold me back. Hey, hey. Nothing can hold me back. Hold me back.
Man, this might be something lethal. Like a beast that can't be tamed. This the kind of rage you can't contain. Yeah, this might be something lethal. You can really see the flames. Feeling like it's borderline insane.
Man, this might be something lethal. Something lethal. Yeah, this might be something lethal. Something lethal.
Feel it coming. The pressure start thumping, ain't no running. It might cause a rave, all my people start jumping. You can feel the blood, shit, it get your blood pumping. Okay, you better take a seat. Don't step inside the kitchen if you cannot take the heat. It's looking like a feast, guaranteed to flame the streets. It's the jungle outside, tell me who can tame the beast. Something lethal, like a beast that can't be tamed. This the kind of rage you can't contain. Yeah, this might be something lethal. You can really feel the flames, feeling like it's borderline insane.
Man, this might be something lethal. Something lethal. Yeah, this might be something lethal. Something lethal.
Welcome to the valley, it'll eat you alive. It'll hit you out of nowhere like a thief in the night. Ain't no way you can hide, it came seeking a fight. Push the pedal to the metal, better keep up the stride. Keep up the pace, this is a rage, we gon' light up this place. Please make some space, or move out the way. Come in with pressure, get smacked in the face. Something lethal, like a beast that can't be tamed. This the kind of rage you can't contain. Yeah, this might be something lethal. You can really feel the flames, feeling like it's borderline insane.
Man, this might be something lethal. Something lethal. Yeah, 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 this might be something lethal.
Welcome to the main event. 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 Let's go. Through the fire in the rain, I was born to rise above. Kept on pushing through the pain till I made it out the mud. Now the dam's about to break, so get ready for the flood. Can you feel the rush? The beast is waking up. Welcome to the main event. We spent the whole night waiting for the best of the best. Welcome to the main event. You got the whole world watching. Will you rise to the test? Let's go. Welcome to the main event. 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 Let's go. Motivation. to the main event, let's go. I can feel the earth shake, chaos around me. So many enemies, they all surround me. They out for blood and revenge, rising with killer intent. The fury ahead is immense, but I will not bend. Look in my eyes, no you won't see fear. Nothing but fire and it's not even fair. They all against me, but I'm still here. So go ahead and let them know I'm more than prepared. An army's not enough to silence me. Go ahead and bring the galaxy. Nothing you do can rattle me. Go ahead, battle me. Get out my way. Get out my way. Move. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. I gotta do what I gotta do. No one or nothing can stop me. And if you don't think that I can, just watch me. Move. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. Yeah, vengeance in the trenches with my mindset on a mission. Ain't ready for what I'ma hit with. I'ma go get it, I'ma get this. And I told them I'ma end this, get a witness. You want the fire and I got that. Ain't nobody here gonna stop that. Got more than a 12-gauge kickback. I'm about to get that, no one gonna top that. I've been putting that work in. If you want the crown, you gotta earn it. Don't assume that silence means weakness. There's a monster that's lurking under the surface. They about to know. To doubt me, that's a tragedy. You end up just counting the casualties. Victory is my anatomy. Go ahead, battle me. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. I gotta do what I gotta do. No one or nothing can stop me. And if you don't think that I can, just watch me. Move. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. All of that talking stops now. There's no need for discussion. Once you see what I'm about, all of that talking stops now. Let's do this for real. Let's go. Right now. Battle me. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. I gotta do what I gotta do. No one or nothing can stop me. And if you don't think that I can, just watch me. Move. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move.
We gon' run it. We gon' run it. Yeah. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on the show. Ain't nobody better, yeah, I got the glow. Pull up on the scene, do my thing and go. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on the show. Ain't nobody better, yeah, I got the glow. Pull up on the scene, do my thing and go. City on blaze when I'm in the mix. Everybody tryna stop me, but I'm too legit. Showing up with a brand new bag of tricks. I'm at the top, yeah, I know me, I'll never slip. New grip on life, I live it right. Getting everything I said in my sight, I shine bright. Nobody understand what it took for me to lead. I woke up feeling like I reached a new speed. Clock ticking, I strive with no limits. Making waves without a blemish on my image. The people listen when I speak another sentence. I'm on go while you're trying to replenish. We gon' run it. We gon' run it. Yeah. Push it to the limit with my heart and soul. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on the show. run the road. I'm in control. Where you wanna go? Push it to the limit with my heart and soul. We gon' run the road. I'm in control. Push it to the limit with my heart and soul. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on the show. Ain't nobody better, yeah, I got the glow. Pull up on the scene, do my thing and go. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on the show. Ain't nobody better, yeah, I got the glow. Pull up on the scene, do my thing and go.
An update is required.
Financial system updating.
System updated.
We will dance to get.
The future of money is here. Feels good.
Hunter in the dark. Master of night shots. Oppo Find XX series. Powerful camera, powerful AI.
Alright guys, I just landed in China. Let's go.
Play the local way, pay your way.
Have you ever seen the Great Wall at night?
Play the local way, pay your way.
watch me do it again.
What a car. Living the dream, huh?
Sweet dreams are made of this. Who am I
Okay. I get it now.
Sweet dreams are made of this.
Get summer ready at Verizon. All new and existing customers get iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. Yep, iPhone 16 Pro on us. Only with Verizon.
Was a losing bet, and I knew what I could do, but had to prove I wasn't finished yet. Was an uphill climb, saw it in my mind. Recite the lines every time. I got the power. Counting down the hours till the whole world knows this is what it's like to be powerful. Never gonna settle. I'm on another level. I'm powerful. I'ma let 'em know. I got the gold. I'm in control. I break the mold. I show the world just how powerful I can be. So I could fly, had to fail, so I could rise, had to break, to feel alive. I'm alive, I'm alive, I'm alive.
work hard, work hard. I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. You better D-up, or you get smoked.
Something is coming. It's building, rising from within. It fuels the determination to battle against impossible odds. The fire within.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around. I'ma look at you from the top, howling like a hound.
It's not gonna happen, but in the back, huge! He's just too strong!
It awakens here.
Massive kill coming in!
It awakens now.
It was just cinema!
Welcome to MSI.
Welcome everyone to MSI 2025 live from Vancouver, Canada. It is the very last day of the first stage of the bracket stage, and today we have two best of fives for you, not one. We see BLG here. They are going to take on one of the, I don't want to say last hope because G2 is still here, but a big hope for Europe in Movistar Koi. And of course, the long-awaited Faker Day is also here. We have CFO versus T1 later. But we're going to start off with Movistar Koi with Elyoya you see here. But maybe most importantly today, Jojo Pune. Hello.
Oh, he's back!
He's back! I'm
Canada!
shocked. Joined by Raz and Kobe. Definitely so. Are you jealous that we got him?
A little bit. We're going to stop him at the border. He's not leaving again. So I was actually really proud to send him off. You know, our North American export, and he's done so well for himself. It's actually worked out for both of us. So you know what?
Yeah.
Okay, I can take that. I can take that.
Nice. Okay, I like it. Let's take a look at the bracket because why did I say it's kind of an important one for Europe? Because this is a very difficult matchup, BLG versus MKOI, but we do want one team to stay in the upper bracket if possible. But of course, if you missed it yesterday, the 4th of July, Raz, what will we have?
North America versus Europe, baby. It's back again and a perfect date. I cannot wait for that.
It's crazy. I don't even know how that happened. The script is too good.
It really is. The script writers are working overtime.
They are. Let's see what they do today, though. And yeah, it's Movistar Koi on the international stage.
Oh, wait a minute.
What?
I feel like, is the curse back? I feel like I've seen this team before.
Okay,
Hey!
listen.
Whoa.
I know you remember the Mad Lions era, but this is different, okay? This is a new team. They are Movistar Koi now. Remember the name. This is how it's supposed to be said.
New paint job, understood.
Yes, and what I think is really important here is that in this new era, we have Elyoya at the helm. Elyoya, who, I mean, we tried to discussed yesterday, like how we see Elyoya, it's how you see Inspired. That is who Elyoya is
oh my
for
God.
us. It's absolutely insane, you know, from spring champion to rookie of the split, going to every single international tournament. He's a boss, and he took the responsibility in this roster to say, this can be something that I work on as a captain. I'm gonna be a leader. I'm gonna make it happen. And hey, they won spring.
And I love how proactive he is. You know, he's not scared of like skipping camps to go for ganks, doing the level 3s. So really excited to see him on stage here. Yeah, especially with how he and Alvaro have just performed incredibly well. I still remember in my mind, Game 2 versus G2, Alvaro like having an insane rel ulti. I feel like he has been really good for the team. Same with, of course, the captain of that squad.
I always say, if you see him locking Nico or Rakan, they're in for trouble, baby.
Nice.
That's at least what I'm hoping today. But they're up versus BLG, who we already saw in the play-ins. And Kobe, it was 6-0 for them.
Yes, BLG absolutely dominated the play-ins. They were a step above every single other team there. there, including G2.
Why are you looking at me for that?
They demolished.
Making a point. Making a point.
But look at some of the stats that they racked up. You know, first blood percentage, Drake control, Herald control, the blessings there. That is the feat upgrade, so the boot upgrade every single game, as well as Otacon. Yes, so, BLG definitely favorites.
Oh yeah, I know. I saw that match versus G2 as well. I'm gonna need some copium because they might not be the first seed out of the LPL, but
it looked like they were playing with their food.
You know me, I love underdogs, and there are angles because BLG did show some mistakes even in the games that they were winning versus GAM particularly. I thought GAM did a very good job, especially early game. They got into a lot of good positions. Levi, very proactive jungler. Maybe, you know, Elyoya also can do that. But let's pull up this clip here because this one doesn't even have to do with some of the early game, you know, ganks and stuff that they did. This is just something that sometimes we see from BLG where GAM have actually grouped up, and they're going to make a strong play to the bottom side of the map. You see Tristana here too, so they're sending a full 5 because BLG just had reset their Ezreal as well as their Annie out to the other 2 lanes. So BLG have the option, hey, you know, we could just push and keep going for the other 2 lanes, but instead they say, we're going to try and fight this. So we actually run this clip here, and sometimes they do take fights they don't necessarily have to. GAM here are set up to tank the tower with the Scion. Very good dive for them. So instead of BLG just keeping Annie up on the top side and kind of playing to the other side of the map, they teleport in. The delay of the teleport, then Ezreal's also super late to this. And sometimes, even when, you know, BLG were up 3 dragons and they were in a pretty good position, they will take some fights that they don't have to. So you can push the issue. You can attack those side lanes. You can try it.
I'm listening to.
You can huff that hopium.
I'm huffing it. We need it. We need it.
Give me a hit.
Okay.
Thinking.
You're Spider-Man.
I wash my hands. Don't you worry about it. So, but one of the most important and I think coolest matchups we're gonna have today is, of course, that Canada native Jojo Pyun versus Knight in the mid lane.
Today's featured matchup, presented by Mercedes-Benz. It's Jojo Pyun versus Knight. Last year's finalists are looking back in form as Knight and BLG dominated the play-in stage, taking apart both GAM and G2 in a perfect 6-0 run. Now Knight needs to bring down another European team to advance to round 2, but he won't be facing another EU mid. Jojo Pyun, the LEC's first ever NA import, has led MKOI to the #1 seed. Not only did he take down G2 Esports in a final, he's done something even harder, uniting the fans of both regions. The Canadian mid laner finds himself with a difficult first step, a showdown with one of the best mid laners in the world on home soil. Will Jojo Pyun help MKOI overcome their international demons? Or will Knight start marching towards his 3rd straight MSI final?
That's why this matchup I'm looking forward to the most, because both these guys are so damn good. Knight's like solo kills per game is off the chart, and he even kind of continued that in play-ins, being able to get a solo kill on Caps as well.
Yeah, and one of the things—
Why do you keep dropping these facts?
I have to.
One of the things I want to point out on this graphic is that K+A at 14 for Knight, the 2.7, is the highest among all mid laners coming to this tournament. You have to be very careful if you're fighting early skirmishes around Knight. I might even, you know, warn MKOI, like, maybe I'd go gank the side lanes instead, you know, go after Elkanon, or go gank Bin like Levi did, because it can be dangerous.
It can, but I feel like in the first game, maybe they're like, we're up to the challenge, we gotta try. And I want to talk about Jojo Pyun a little bit, because you have the experience of him in NA, and I think it took a little while for him to find his form again. And it is no wonder you step into a team where you have all Spanish speakers. Of course, they're speaking English with him, but you're trying to adjust to everything, a new city, and he's my most improved player in Europe for coming into the spring split out of winter, and I'm really curious to see how he can show that on the international stage.
Watching from North America, it has been really fun to see the growth of Jojo over there, because in NA, he was always mechanically gifted, he was always a playmaker, and so seeing the synergy kind of build with MKOI and really blossoming in spring and taking over playoffs has been super fun to watch. I mean, even in some of the games that they're losing, he's looking for the angles, he's finding some plays.
Did you see his builds also?
Yeah. And I just want to see that, like, because he had that, like, really strong in lane. He was always an incredible laner. Then when the winter split hit in LEC, I was like, please bring it back. It's a little cold now. now, but he's bringing it back. He's a lot harder coming into the spring split.
Yeah, you see it. He just really accustomed to the team, and they're working together. They have also Melset at the helm, who is a fantastic coach for them, hoping to figure out the drafts today. But for Jojo, it really is all eyes on him today, and I'd love to hear from him ahead of the match today in the Verizon Game Day interview.
Jojo, thank you for joining me ahead of today's series. How do you feel today? You've been getting ready for this, playing against BLG. What's the mood like?
Yeah, I mean, I think everyone's pretty confident. Scrims have been going pretty well, but we can't get too overexcited, and we can't do what every Western team is doing, where we win one game and then we get too excited and we drop the rest. So we just have to keep on the momentum going and not get too excited if we win, and yeah, just not disrespect them, but at the same time, don't take them so serious like they're too good or something, you know?
We had enough game one Andy so far, so yeah, hopefully not you guys today. Playing at home, obviously, I feel like it's going to be extra exciting for you. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, I mean, it feels amazing to be here. It's been the first international in Canada since, I don't know how long. 2017, a long time, so I don't even remember what I was doing in 2017, but I'm very glad to be here. I don't know if we're going to get the home buff. I think I'm going to get the home buff, but I hope my team will get the home buff. I mean, they're a European team, but they have me, so I guess that's how it works, right? So I for sure think we're going to get much more confidence and just excitement from playing here, so I'm very excited to be here.
You were telling me that you've played in front of your family before. Obviously, international event hits different. Do you have a message for them as they're going to be in the audience today?
Yeah, just don't embarrass me too much if you guys do the interviews, and I mean, I hope you enjoy to watch me play. So.
Jojo, thank you so much. Best of luck today.
Thank you.
Amazing. Where's
Don't
the
listen to
family
that,
cam?
man. Embarrass him. Don't listen to him.
I love watching all these interviews with Jojo. He's smiling so much. He's clearly enjoying his time over there so much. And I remember even when they first announced that he was going over, he was pulling up Duolingo on his streams every single time and, you know, practicing Spanish and really getting into it.
Yo hablo español. But yeah, he's awesome. We're really happy to have him, and we're looking forward to how he can do here in his hometown. But I do think we need like more of an edge, you know? It's not been going too well for Europe and NA. Is there anything that I can look forward to?
Ooh, I think the champion pool has to be a point. The top lane champion pool. We're going straight to the top. We're going straight to the top.
All right, so this is Bin.
Okay.
This is Cher.
All right, but we're missing something. We're missing something.
Hang on.
But
we have
Merwin's
a few
got some
champions
spice,
here.
right?
Oh, hang on.
Hit me with some Merwin spice. What do you...
Oh, you missed.
What do you get? What do you throw?
We're missing. We're slapping with the Aurora. We got the cannon, all right? Why not? We got the Nico in there. If you have a few more, throw them in there.
We dropped
The
Braga.
pump.
We dropped the karma.
Not the karma. Oh, we have an important one. GX might need to have known this one. We got the Vex, so we'll throw the Vex in there as well.
This one might be.
Oh, Nidalee, I kind of like that.
Yeah.
That Nico, by the way, could be an AD Nico. I like the AP Nico a little better.
Okay, so actually my favorite one isn't even on here because it was last year, all the way back in winter. The Fiddlesticks top that he used versus Giant X, because I want to see some like Fiddlesticks Nocturne compositions, you know, getting that fear synergy, getting the extra move speed, turning out the lights, some really, really spicy stuff. I hope that we get to see the most fun.
We're supposed to do this. I don't know where the big one is. It's okay. We get the picture. So let's see if that gives us an edge or not. And also, let's see how the fans have voted at Mastercard GG on X. What? Okay.
Let's go!
Okay, allegedly, they are calling the match for Movistar Core.
That's what I'm talking about.
With 61.1% of the votes. What are they huffing? I want some.
It's the truth. That's what they're huffing. It's just fact.
That's crazy. The fans' track record is 80% correct. So you can vote every day.
Wow, we can't argue with those stats.
I'm a fan of it. You know what?
I really love Canadian fans. Have I said that before?
No, but you know what? You're an honorary Canadian today. You're straight from Saskatchewan, and I appreciate it. I came into this one thinking that it was going to be like BLG taking this one 3-2. You guys have inspired me. I'm changing that one straight to MKOI.
Really?
We flopped before the games even began.
He self-reported a flop. He didn't even have to say that.
Yeah, I did it.
He could have just said his prediction the whole time was going to be BLG. Well, Raz is flopping. I am not going to flop. I am going to keep mine as a 3-1 for BLG. I hope. Well, I'm kind of considering like that one game is going to be the first game, and it's going to go.
No!
That's not going to happen. We
like
talked
all
to them
the other ones.
We talked
but
to them in the
JoJo
changing
was
room.
aware of that. He's aware of the first game trap.
There you go.
Yeah, MKOI 3-2. Why not? Listen,
Why not?
if you don't believe, why are you even here,
That's
right?
what I'm talking about.
And we really need that win. Let's see. We can believe in our boys. We always have to. So let's see how they do. I'm super excited. There is something in the air about this probably, or hopefully being close, hopefully being a 5-gamer, because we've been left wanting a little bit after those game ones.
Yeah, even just looking through what you had to show us, Professor Kobe, just like the kind of the holes in BLG's armor. There were a few points that I had noted too, like there were a few solo kills happened from Kiaya. Kiaya's incredibly solid. So I just want to see if BLG's coming in strong, if they learned any lessons coming into today. But they haven't seen what the MKOI boys have cooking.
And what Mirwin can do. What a fun matchup. I hope we get some trash talk back and forth as well. BLG, of course, already warmed up, already used to the stage here in Vancouver.
And that's the thing. G2 didn't even win the first game, and they still lost the series. So, like, how do you overcome?
How do you overcome
this curse?
With the power of Canada for Jojo Pyun. It's time for MKOI versus BLG.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around. I'ma look at you from the top, howling like a hammer. Let me take it off, push it up to another height. This is what I do. I'm a dog, not afraid to fight in the dark and light.
Vancouver, please welcome today's teams to the stage. The champions of the LEC, Movistar Koi! And the world's 2024 finalists, the LPL's Billy Gaming! Welcome everyone to another day of MSI 2025. I am Azael, happy to be joined here by Vedius for what I think is going to be a really fun series.
I hope so. I know that it's starting a little earlier in Europe, so I know my EU brothers and sisters will be eager and excited to see this matchup. And of course, we've heard some skepticism around BLG. We've seen some of the weaknesses, but the reality is, Azael, they just dominated in the play-in stage.
Oh yeah, they were looking really, really good in play-ins. They won all 6 games. They got feats in all 6 games. They barely lost any dragons. They were getting every first tower except for 1. Yes, this team is looking really, really strong. That being said, there were some holes, I will say, in the gameplay. They did drop some early game advantages. They almost lost that 1 game to G2. We saw some really kind of openings, I think, in the GAM series especially, where we saw the GAM bot lane be able to get 2v2 kills, create advantages. But then BLG shows up and they smack you in a team fight and it feels like the game ends. So we have to see, is MKOI going to be able to bring a higher level? If they create those advantages, will they be able to match BLG in the team fights? Will they be able to have better objective setups to really hammer home any advantages they get and turn those into wins?
And here's the thing, spring has been the split of surprises for MKOI. They're a team that largely domestically sat outside the top 3. There were question marks around would they really be able to contest the title.
They added a Canadian mid laner.
That they did. I mean, in spring they really did come together. In playoffs, they really demonstrated how good their preparation was. And that for me is the thing that I am most looking forward to. We've got a lot of footage of BLG. We've seen nothing of MKOI coming into this tournament, so that is a big advantage that they're going to have coming into this best of 5, and I'm looking forward to what they've prepared for us today as we jump into our Champion Select presented by Omen and HyperX.
Yeah, it should be a really exciting one. I think a lot of people eyes on Elyoya for if he can create a big advantage over Beishuan. Beishuan obviously, is a strong jungler, but Elyoya has been incredible for them in the LEC. He was the finals MVP. This guy has been playing at that really, really high level for such a long time. And people are counting on him to really be able to step up at the international level to prove his worth at this stage. I also have to say, you know, I was so impressed by the development of Supa and how good he was looking in playoffs. Him and Alvaro were, I think, really, really impressive.
Certainly were. We'll see how they are set up in game one as Annie going to be taken away from Knight. The Talia respect is going to come through from BLG. It is one of JoJo's go-to preferences in the mid lane. When we think of JoJo domestically, the Talia and Ahri have often been his two big champions. That means that things like Vi, Xin Zhao should be junglers that we're looking at in this game one to set up for Elyoya and JoJo to have that innate synergy. Engage supports for Alvaro, things like the Rel, the Leona, the Rakan. We'll see how high they are. And the Vi, as we were just talking about, going to be taken away. I wonder if that does lead towards a Xin Zhao priority or maybe even an Ahri early pick to take it away from Knight now that the Annie has been taken off the board.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see, you know, with the Vi off the table, you know, are you willing to just blind the Ahri into someone like Knight? You know, obviously Annie is gone, one of those answers that can be pretty difficult to play into, but instead it is going to be the Yone. This is obviously a big pick for JoJo, especially his time in NA. He is always known as a melee mid laner, you know, a guy who really is a specialist on the Sylas, the Akali. The Yone really can excel on those champions, and this is a champion that has been consistently banned out through all of MSI.
Ooh, I think Koi also want the Gwen. It's one of Mewin's personal favorites. He didn't have the best performances on it in playoffs, but throughout his career, it's been something that he's always lent towards. I wonder if Koi are now thinking about a Sejuani Gwen topside, something that synergizes well. It is obviously very short range, but it's very powerful in terms of the early skirmishes. As BLG have gone for the Rumble on the top side, I think Bin, it seems that lots of pundits have mixed opinions on Bin's Rumble, but at the very least so far at this tournament, he's been stellar on the champion. His Rumble, his use of the Rumble ultimates have been very impactful. Ooh, but the Galio responds instead, so they're not going to go for the Gwen even though it was left open. Instead, they want to have that Galio counter pick.
Yep, Galio, standard answer here for the Rumble. I do also really like it as a pairing with the Yone because the Yone can fly in with the ultimate, and then Galio comes in over the top, really allows you to put pressure onto that back line here. A lot of power picks here for MKoi in the first game, being able to get the Galio answer, being able to get that Varus, the most highly prized AD carry in the patch these days. It is going to be the Aurora answer, though, from Knight, and we'll see how he looks on it because, gotta say, Shanks was scary yesterday.
I think BLG have gotten themselves a very comfortable top side. It's a very nice transition from the early into the mid game. They spike incredibly hard in the mid game. They can also go for a bit more of a scaling bot lane if they want to have some late game insurance, but also this is a type of composition that gives them a lot of proactivity in the early game. This is a team that loves to try and force those early dives on side lanes. They love to try and skirmish you early, and this is also just a great matchup for the Aurora in the mid lane. So I think BLG have started off strong. They're going to remove the Xin Zhao away from the pool. I think they should also consider something like the Maokai or the Sejuani. We consider them kind of EU classics, the kind of safe defaults that just provide a lot of teamfight value, and also both that can synergize very well with the Yone as well.
See, Xin taken off the table. Jin as an answering ban here.
MF is probably going to follow as well.
Yep, it is an LPL classic. Definitely something that they do play really, really well. It is one of the most played for Elk in the LPL. Ezreal, of course, I think the champion that he is most well known for, but can be considered to be a fairly difficult matchup into the Varus. You are going to be getting pushed in, so instead it is going to be that Ezreal ban. So they are really just trying to take away comfort here from Elk.
Of course, the AD carry meta right now is very open. It feels like you have so many options available to you. They may look to try and grab an early Rel if they want a little bit more engaged to also deny that away from Koi. Of course, the bot lane pool is still very open, but we discussed the MF just provides you with a lot of team fight value, very solid laning into the Varus as well. And while it can still fall short in the matchup, depending on what support you decide to go for, it just, again, it kind of synergizes nicely with this very powerful mid-game spike that BLG's composition is going for.
Absolutely, and once you get your Bloodthirster, you get that one item, you know, we don't obviously know if Supa is going to play poke or if he is going to play on hit, but you can shrug off any poke that is going to be coming through from that Varus once you're on your Bloodthirster. And Aurora sets up really, really well, you know, being able to go in, you know, throw down the ulti, and being able to actually set that up with the bullet time. You have the Pantheon ult, you have the Rumble ult. The only thing they really need to pair it all together is something like that Rel, and I think that's why we see kind of the pre-counter pick of the Alistar. You know, MKoi saying, we know where you are looking to go, and we are going to try to answer that in advance. I don't think we would get a Nico here. It would really help out for the 2v2. So if they really want to put priority on that 2v2, I think it makes sense. But they are fairly AP heavy, and they don't have really much of a front line. So something like a more traditional hard engage support makes sense to me, and Rakan definitely fits the bill.
A lot more mobility on the engage coming through from the Rakan, being able to lock down both the Yone and potentially Varus on the back line, who in this composition I wouldn't be surprised to see him play the poke, but then I think about the amount of damage that they have. Galio's, yeah, exactly. If you do go for the poke, I don't think you're going to be very reliant on Jojo. If they do go for the poke build, it's likely that we'll get the AP Maokai as well, just to add to the damage portfolio from the side of MKOI. But I will say that this is a very EU draft that they've gone for. The Maokai priority paired alongside the Yone. This is something we saw a huge amount domestically. The Varus also just a very strong laner. But I feel like BLG responded well. They've gotten good matchups kind of across the board. And I do feel like that, again, we talked a lot about this mid-game spike.
That's a banger poke.
I want to see BLG be proactive in the early game. Set up through those early dives, try and leverage the fact that you're going to have push in the early game, and look to try and fight and skirmish against a Koi who probably want to scale a little bit more.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we could see Galio also go a more aggressive build. You know, if they want to go poke, you can go Riftmaker and things like that to really add in the damage. Because BLG, you know, yes, they have a lot of damage, but they are not that tanky either. So you don't need to have incredibly high DPS on the MKOI side. It's not like there's a sign or something that you're having to punch through. About as tanky as it gets really is the Pantheon. So it's not going to be, I think, too much of an issue there. Have to see how MKOI is going to come out in this game number one. Both G2 and FlyQuest were able to come out hot in their series, take down that first game, and then it was the gentleman's sweep. 3 straight games going the other way. So we'll see if it is going to be a repeat or if MKOI can really step up and bring us into this new era of the LEC. Show us that it is no longer the time for G2. It is the time for MKOI to take center stage.
Honestly, I'm just really excited to see Jojo playing on the international stage representing EU, but also just the fact that he's here in his home country. It's a really big opportunity, and right now he's working with Elyoya to get a bit of information in the early game. Deep ward has been placed by BLG on the bot side of the map, but so far nothing too chaotic. Information gathering is the main priority here for MKOI and BLG.
It is going to be Halo Blade, so it won't be common, but should be lethality. But talk me through it, Vetty, MKOI.
I mean, at the beginning of this year, we saw the introduction of Jojo. While their winter split wasn't the strongest performance, coming into spring, they were really competing at the top of the table. And then coming into playoffs as the 3rd seed, they had a very impressive run. They took down winter champions KC in an intense 5-game series. And even though they did lose in the first round to G2, they made it back through the lower bracket, defeating Koi again, and then ultimately defeating G2 in the finals. The one thing that they were ultimately praised for was their very good preparation and just the fact that a lot of the individuals stood out. You talked about how Super developed a lot, but we really saw the impact of the Alvaro-Elyoya synergy that I think really brought them into the 1st seed here coming into this tournament.
Absolutely, and it has been core to a lot of their success. The fact that this jungle support duo has been so impactful. You know, when I watched the LEC playoffs, Elyoya was able to create such meaningful advantages, you know, keeping up in farm, still putting on pressure, being very efficient with his play and with his ganks, and when he is able to group up with Alvaro, it's really impressive to see. So we'll see if they can get out to a good early start here. Knight, of course, will have the push, range versus melee, that is no surprise, but Jojo is going to be playing Fleet, Second Wind, as well as D-Shield, so he's just trying to avoid as much damage as possible, but he is already taking a hurting here early on from Knight.
Knight is playing the lane incredibly well. It's a really tough matchup, as you are highlighting, but Jojo not doing too bad of a job. Beishuan has cleared his full top side, and now he's looking for some information in the bot side jungle.
Yeah, Beishuan will be spotted moving in here. Elyoya does have his smite and is going to have to use it. He will lose the one little chicken, but then Will just heading down towards the Krugs. You can see On, though, with the push that they had in bot lane, is going to be here and helping Beishuan. They want to put the pressure on. They have the push in bot, they have the push in mid, they're going to flash forward. Great reaction there, though, from Alvaro. Able to trade his flash out, not take much damage off the back of that. Now Supa is coming over here. They spot out Elf, but the Krug is already stolen. We'll see how many little ones Elyoya can get. Looks like just the one, so BLG definitely effective on the invade, utilizing the early power that they drafted for and getting in the face of this Maokai.
Just love the use of the early power. This is exactly what we wanted to see from BLG. The fact that they had the push in bot, they have full control over mid, and it means that the rest of Koi can't really do much to help their jungler out. Elyoya will lose out a little bit, but thanks to the sapling, he was able to get quite a few of the small Krugs. It's likely that he's going to get double scuttled though, so in terms of early experience, we expect Beishuan to have that early advantage. As Jojo, he's really starting to feel the hurt now as more levels are secured by Knight. Elyoya though, he's fishing.
Elyoya is going to look here. Knight will try to escape. We'll see if Elyoya wants to commit the flash. Is going to have to actually get that out from Knight. So Knight definitely getting nervous there about a potential engage. Felt like if he got locked down, he would have gone down, but this is great. The relief of pressure there for Jojo means he will be able to push this in, and Elyoya will make sure that it does crash. Jojo will get a good base off here, and despite the fact that he was low on health, he was getting pushed in, it doesn't matter because he kept his farm up. He's getting the base off, no problem here. And now Elyoya has to be a bit careful. Beishuan, no flash available, but of course, doesn't want to overextend.
A much-needed assist comes through from Elyoya. He will secure that topside crab. So even though Beishuan does have a bit of a camp lead for now, the swap will come through from Koi. So they're getting out of the rough matchup on the bot side of the map. They're going to be looking to put a bit of pressure onto Bin.
Yeah, we'll see if they're going to be able to do that. Jojo buying some early MR here. Elyoya going up towards that top side. Bin does have the flash. We'll see if he even uses it. Feels like he's kind of accepting his fate here a little bit. Alpha going to go in. The combo will come through. He's rooted up. Bin still holding on. Going to be stunned up and knocked down. Supa claims first blood on the top side.
It's an easy first blood picked up by Koi. As you highlighted, Bin, it felt like that there was an opportunity for him to flash, but I felt the positioning of Alvaro meant that he was going to flash in response. Jojo in a bit of danger, will take a chunk of damage. But again, the deficit that he's in, he's kind of held for now. About 5 CS, about a wave is what he's lost overall, which at the end of the day, considering the matchup, totally is, yeah, as you rightly said, completely fine. Elk needs to be careful. The wave is in a very unfortunate spot, but On is on his way to help secure this wave for Elk, and now he should be completely fine. So BLG not wanting to put Bin under any more pressure. They will return back to the standard lane matchups.
Yeah, and you can see Elk already with that early Vamp Scepter here, going to be shrugging off a lot of the poke that they're looking for. Knight is just going to let the ulti go here as in comes Beishuan. Jojo trying to get back to the tower. Will be able to avoid the rest of that damage coming through from Beishuan. Just a Comet Spirit to the back, but Jojo trades his ult, does get out. Merwin, nice trade here onto Bin. Bin overheats, but can't get much done off the back of that.
Well, we've been watching the action. Beishuan was stealing away camps. He did steal away the respawn of the Raptors from Elyoya, so he's building up a bit of an advantage over Elyoya in terms of experience. He's also going to grab the bot crab, and I think he convert this into the dragon as well. They know that Elyoya has to path back towards the top side of the map, and so there's not going to really be any contest here. So, as we expected, BLG with that early game control, even though they conceded first blood, they still hold a lot of map control and advantages with the pressure that they have in the 2v2 and in the mid lane matchup.
Yeah, it's just been all about these pushing lanes here, making sure that they are securing the push. You can see the weirding connecting there onto Jojo, down quite low. We'll have to go back to base. You know, Bin even used the equalizer on the wave to make sure the bot was pushed in so he could rotate over towards that dragon, help out Beishuan. Making no doubt about it, are going to be able to grab that early dragon here, but the gold, of course, is dead even. MKoi still sitting in a good spot as Elyoya is going to head up towards that top side. Try to see if he can find an opportunity to put on some more pressure.
I also misspoke earlier. I thought that Beishuan had secured the bot crab, but it actually only just respawned now. In any case, dragon secured. Grubs is going to be spawning in about 40 seconds. The bot lanes are already on the top side of the map. It's going to be a bit awkward for Elyoya because those bot side camps are going to be respawning soon. But he needs to be on the top side of the map ready to contest this objective. An early base is going to come through from Supa to make sure that they can spend what they can ahead of the fight that's going to be coming soon. Jojo with the Zerka's Greaves. I will say that for Koi, I don't know if they want to fight early. It might be better for them to concede. Obviously, giving away all of the grubs is not ideal, but with this composition, I don't think that it spikes super hard this early, in contrast to what BLG have. Like Pantheon, even without any items, it's a very tough opponent to skirmish against. The Aurora with the amount of burst that she has available. It's a scary fight that Koi have to be cautious about how they approach.
Absolutely. BLG take a plate down topside, but no one was in range to actually get it, so it looked like that gold was just kind of thrown out into the ether. Jojo is still under a little bit of pressure here, but because it is double AP soul laners, things like Wits End, things like Maw become extremely effective here. He is just sitting on the null magic mantle for now, but I think Jojo is going to become a problem in the side lane for BLG later on, as long as he does not fall behind. But they're going to look for a play here. Jojo, great buffer out on the Q3, as that was Beishuan's flash in for the stun, but Jojo is ready and equal to the task.
Something we'll often see BLG do is try and fight you ahead of the objective to burn that HP
Here
down.
comes the Pantheon ult. They're going to be looking for Supa. He is getting surrounded by all sides. Supa out of position, does flash back, trying to get through Knight, but Knight will not allow it to happen. Grabs the first kill of the fight. Jojo trying to join up. Elyoya is going to have to run for it, though, as On goes in. Going to be Bramble smashed back. Elyoya slowed up, knocked down. It's a double kill there for Knight, as Elyoya tries to flash out, but cannot get away from the mid laner.
This is the risk that we were talking about at this point in the game. BLG's champions just love to skirmish, and the fact that Knight picks up both kills is massive for BLG. Knight really being set up for success now. He was already winning out on the 1v1, and now that matchup is going to get much, much harder. The good news for Koi is they at the very least do deny one grub, but that Feats of Warfare is still going to be secured by BLG. So we look back, the initial engage, the flash that was used in the mid lane, it means that with the Pantheon ultimate, they can turn their attention towards the river, and they just turn their attention onto Supa. He very quickly flashes. Unfortunately, he's still being collapsed from both sides, so even though he flashes into the arms of Knight, making it an easy pickup. Elyoya does still have the flash, but he feels like if he flashes early, he's not going to get away to safety, but then Elk flashes in to secure that extra bit of damage needed. Nice indeed.
Yeah, unfortunate setup there for MKoi. You know, they get over, they want to try to force on these grubs, but Supa just got surrounded immediately, you know, wasn't really able to be helped out. And this is the tail of the tape for Knight versus Jojo. Knight obviously with a massive amount of experience, you know, both in Tier 1 as well as internationally. Has been incredible for the team for such a long time, and now getting out to that early advantage is going to be a problem.
It certainly is. Knight is a player that you really cannot afford to underestimate. Incredibly talented, still having a very strong split overall. Even if his finals weren't the best performance, Knight is still a standout player. Right now he's holding the helm in the mid lane as Jojo goes 2v1 on the bot side of the map to try and get out of the matchup. This means that Koi can put a little bit more pressure onto the Aurora, who's sitting on the double Haunting Guys build that we've been seeing a lot more. Elyoya hovering around the bot side of the map. I wonder if there's an opportunity for a play here.
Oh, this could be problems here for Mirwin. We're going to see Bin overheat, drop the equalizer, but Mirwin actually just chilling, just completely walks it out. Not phased whatsoever here. Had the Aftershock ready and does have a lot of MR built up. Is Jojo unable to stop the recall there from On? Of course, the passive shielding made it so that you are not actually taking any damage, and if you are shielded, it will not interrupt your recall.
Knight pathing towards the bot side of the map. I wonder if they are going to initiate the swap here. Knight's been doing super well in the 1v1. That Blade of the Ruin King spike is the one that we always keep our eyes on when playing the Yone, just because of how significant it is for the champion. I think it does change the dynamics of the matchup as well, just because he can stay in the extended fight. But we have to turn our attention to the Dragon now, as it started off by BLG, and I think Koi, they're just not in a position to contest right now. The Sundered Sky already being completed by Beishuan. It would be a very dangerous fight for them to take.
Yeah, absolutely agree. But BLG just keeping the pressure on here. They take 2 out of 3 grubs. They grab 2 early dragons here. And they're not going to give MKoi a lot of time to sit back. This is something they did so well in the play-ins. Also stacking dragons early often, and now they are going to be potentially looking for a play here in towards Supa. Supa has no flash, and it looks like he has no way out. Beishuan waiting and stabs him in the back to grab another kill. It's Feat of Warfare for BLG.
Good use of the Pantheon ultimate to find another pick in the mid lane. Well executed by BLG as they get themselves another kill. It looks like Jojo might be the target. Knight getting some good chip damage down.
Alvaro is here. I don't think they're going to try to go for the dive with the Alistar around. Jojo will be able to clear out this wave, but BLG continuing to push the pace. Beishuan now moving in here, getting in the face of Elyoya. And Elyoya will be able to defend with the help of his Galio moving down here. But again, it's just back and forth. BLG constantly moving in, staying in the face of MKoi, not allowing them to get comfortable.
I love how Beishuan is playing this.
Oh, flash forward there from Alvaro, going to be able to knock him back. Flash out though from Knight. Will get into safety, takes another tower shot on the exit. But they couldn't quite lair the CC. The ultimate came in from the Yone just a split second too late after that beautiful engage from Alvaro. But it is a trade of ultis, it's a trade of flashes, so still a nice aggressive play from MKoi, and now they're going to look here for Elk. Elk trying to kite back, flash forward there from Elyoya, does cleanse out on the Twisted Advance, and is able to flash out to safety. He's going to have to dodge as he can't! Supa still had the stacks, gets him with the piercing arrow. Big kill there for MKoi.
Throws the thumbs up, and Koi starting to get active on the map. They find a good play on the bot side. They'll find the flash in mid and they'll secure themselves a kill. The gold gap still heavily in favor of BLG, largely sitting on that mid-jungle duo. But the more opportunities Koi find, the more opportunities they have to stall this game out, and that's what they're looking for, time. They know in the team fights later into the game, they will have ways to turn this game around. They just have to weather the storm. Herald going to be spawning in a minute's time. But as we look back at this play, Elk, he just steps up a little too far. He thinks he's safe. You look at the vision coverage on the minimap and he feels very safe. But a nice commitment from Elyoya. Commits the flash W first to get the cleanse out early so that the root from the ulti still has value. And then Super finds the snipe onto Elk. There's not much that he can do to sidestep that. Bit of frustration from the side of the coaching staff of BLG.
That was me yesterday.
But they still hold on to the lead for now.
They do. Elk still had those blight stacks from the Varus, so of course the piercing arrow going to do a ton of damage if it did connect. And Super happy to collect his second kill here of the game. The gold lead, I don't think that much of a concern. To me, you know, the real concern is going to be the dragon stacking, because there's not going to be a lot of time here for MKoi to scale up, to sit back. It is 2 minutes until that third dragon, and I'm not sure you want to give BLG the opportunity to just have a free soul point here, because that is going to be looming over you for the rest of the game.
I'm looking at the items of Jojo, and he is very close to that completed Blade of the Ruined King. With the Herald being spawned and the Prio that BLG still have, they've been utilizing it all game. We've been talking extensively about it. Their bot lane plus their mid laner pushing in these waves, giving Beishuan so much control to do whatever he wants in the jungle. I think this is a very risky fight for Koi, especially given they can't really get control on the top side. But they're going to look for it anyway. Mew and Ambin have the TP.
We'll see. BLG looks like they have this in a really good position. I think if MKoi go in, it will just be to die. So MKoi do decide to just back it up. I mean, Jojo's locked under his tower, doesn't even have his first item. I think it would have been an ill-advised fight. I really think we need to see MKoi, though, get to the dragon early, be the ones there first, get saplings in the brushes, make them walk through this AP Maokai and his poke, as well as the Varus poke. That is the way you get that recipe for success here for MKoi. If they are the ones having to face check into a BLG that's already set up, I think it's going to be so hard.
Jojo was able to complete his Blade of the Ruined King ahead of the dragon spawning in 45 seconds. It's a really nice item for him to pick up. Of course, the Liandry's and the Horning guys being finished for Knight puts him in a very powerful position as well. And we've just reached that point in the game where it's that one item spike that we were talking about. And you're right, the dragon is an important one, because if Koi concede this, then it will be sole point and they won't have a choice but to fight that one. So if they can find a fight here where the gap isn't too significant, it will ease their pressure moving forward in the game. But BLG, they're ready to fight. They're looking for one.
They absolutely are, and they haven't allowed MKoi to get any wards in over by that dragon. They just have one over the wall, but their approach is going to be difficult as a result. And Supa takes a little bit of poke here. Only 5 seconds now until that dragon does spawn, so Supa's not going to have an opportunity to go back to base. You can see Elk was just happy to trade constantly with that completed Bloodthirster. He wants any fight you will give him because he's going to heal it right back up, and they will drop the Herald to your mid to make sure that MKoi has to respond to their pressure here.
Good control comes through from BLG. The ulti.
He's going to look here. Merwin on the side, and it is going to be Beishuan in a lot of trouble. He is locked down, and he might be knocked down. Try to take one with him. Not going to be able to do it. It's a shutdown there for Supa, as On and Elk will retreat. Great pick on the BLG jungler here. Knight, though, on the side, threatening with the weirding, does get about half of Alvaro's HP off, as Jojo Pian already over on the dragon. Bin is just going to push topside. It looks like BLG aren't sure if they want to fight but their 3 members are coming, and now they're going to commit the teleport in here from Bin. He's level 12, he has the equalizer, but they are going to be late, so they can only really look for the fight, if anything. The Galio could be a target, but it is trying to back it up here. Bin overheating, Elk putting some damage in. Bin is actually going to flash out. BLG out of sorts over by this dragon. This was not a good setup whatsoever, but they are going to go back in. They're looking for Alvaro. Do force out the ultimate. Knight getting some poke down. Great equalizer across multiple members here as On is looking for the engage. He finds it now onto Elyoya, but MKoi are looking to turn around. The bullet time coming through across multiple members. Supa gets a kill and goes on a killing spree. Knight trying to finish him off on the side. He has to wait for the cooldowns, looking for it. The weirding, the 2-bolt hex is going to grab him the kill, and now Beishuan flashing forward into the MKoi base. They're diving the inhibitor towers here at only 18 minutes into the game. They keep them interested. They wait for the Pantheon. He respawns. They get the kills and the tier 2 tower.
I'm amazed that BLG made that fight work. This was a 4v5. It felt like that they just watched the dragon go down. But you nailed it in that they kept Koi interested. You can see that Koi wanted a base, but they kind of kept trading back and forth, and so they stayed a little too long on the map. That meant that the poke that was coming through from BLG was sticking. They were chipping away at the HP bars of Koi until they committed a little bit too hard, and then the turnaround engage comes through. A nice ulti from Elk, followed up by the damage from Knight and the Pantheon ultimate to close things out. BLG converted that play into a massive gold advantage.
I mean, Knight getting the resets here, just hopping forward, knew the exact limits of his champion there, able to kill off Supa through the barrier. Finishes him just barely. Beishuan arrives, flashes in, they get another kill. That mid-jungle advantage massive now here for BLG as they are nearly 5,000 gold ahead. Only good news for MKOI, at least they did get the Dragon, at least they were able to stave off Soul Point. But they're going to need some individual outplays here if they're going to try to get anything done. Jojo connecting on pretty much everything, but Knight really just not bothered by it whatsoever. Stays around and takes down that tier 1 top.
Those 2 early kills have just done wonders for Knight in terms of his position in this game. He's continued to keep the pressure in the mid lane. He's played the fights very patiently and very well. And again, we go back to that Dragon. My concern for BLG is sometimes they just commit to these fights that just don't really make sense. We saw it in the LPL playoffs, and I thought that we were seeing it again here, trying to force a 4v5 when there's no objective on the map. This doesn't make sense, but they played it patiently, they bought enough time, and now they have such a significant lead. It's just red at the bottom of your screen with the gold advantages aplenty. Another Haunting Guys picked up for Knight, stacking up that extra damage. The Artican becoming the point of focus for BLG now. As Koi, they're going to be looking for a fight. The scaling is starting to come through, but again, a lot of responsibility falls onto Supa and Jojo. And it feels like that it's very difficult for Supa to play out these fights, given this Pantheon is just sending it at every opportunity.
I mean, it is really, really tough. Pantheon now on 2 fully completed items, as has been. You can see that Knight is on triple mask here. The IE is done for Elk. Everyone on BLG is ready to fight, and that's why they're threatening this Otacon. They're saying, you don't get to sit back. No, you're going to have to come fight us now. While Jojo's just sitting on components. While your Galio doesn't have his second item. You know, the only person with that second item is going to be Supa, obviously with that cheaper build here on the Varus, and him having picked up 4 kills. But a lot of pressure on him to try to be able to find something. MKOI, though, doing a good job just maintaining some control here of vision in the area so they can check in and make sure they have eyes on if BLG is starting this up. And now they will get the news that they are. Jojo Pion over in the middle lane is going to be cutting down. The teleport coming in now from Knight. He is looking to force this MKOI in the area. The TP coming in from Jojo. And we can see Elyoya going to go for it. Is he going to be able to steal it? It's a flip, and it's going to be taken there by Beishuan. The re-engage comes in from Alvaro, and Jojo goes into the back line, but is Elf going to be able to grab the first kill? Finn overheats, and in comes the Galio ultimate over the top as Beishuan trying to reach the back line. Knight on the side here with On, getting pretty low on HP, but the bullet time comes out there from Elk. He's going to grab 1 kill, and he's going to grab a second. Now it's a triple kill there for Elk. He's looking for more. It's a quadra, and he's going to be chasing after Supa. He wants that penta, and we'll see if he can actually catch up to Supa. Does have the strut for the move speed, but Supa will be able to get out to safety. BLG, though, coming up clutch in that fight. Beishuan secures the Atacon, and it's a quadra as well for Elk.
BLG with the controlled aggression. They do such a good job of forcing Koi into these fights that they're just not in a position to take. The wallet difference is too big. We see the Maokai ultimate come through. The Equalizer does a lot of damage initially, stopping Koi from really getting a good follow-up. Then it looks like the engage is good, but look at the positioning of Elf. Very safe on the back line. Knight does a huge amount of damage as well. Throws out the ultimate to get onto the back line, onto Jojo, playing around with Supa, who's now in an awkward spot, and then Elk holds onto the ultimate until just the right amount of time. Connects onto 3, absolutely melts the MKOI members, and he secures himself the quadra.
Very close to the penta as well, and now BLG right back out on the map. They're going to be able to move to Soul Point here. 8,000, the gold lead nearly. Look at Elk in that last team fight. Doubling everyone pretty much here. Over 6,000 damage poured out in that one fight.
BLG have demonstrated so well why, when you give this much control in the early game, how difficult it can be to play against. Beishuan played with zero hesitation. He was constantly playing in Elyoya's jungle. He was stealing a lot of his camps. He was building up good advantages. And BLG have played the fights very well, constantly forcing Koi into these unfavorable situations where they can't really get the fight that they're looking for. You look at how strong Knight is compared to Jojo, and even though Jojo landed a nice ultimate before, it just wasn't significant enough. Koi definitely find themselves on the back foot, and they're going to need a crazy outplay to turn this game around.
I mean, it's just the crazy thing is how fast they are actually pushing the pace of the game. I mean, it's not even like JoJo has no farm, right? He's not that far below 10 CS per minute. He's not chain feeding or anything. It's just that Knight has grabbed a bunch of kills. They're constantly forcing at objectives. They're knocking down towers. They're accumulating gold from all sources so fast that MKOI has not been able to keep up so far in this game number 1. And On now looking for an angle, trying to see if he can find a flank here. Is going to go back in onto the Alistar and will commit the ultimate here. Alvaro trying to get out of there, but he's going to be slowed down. Flashes back in, tries to turn the fight around, but it's going to be Bin knocked down first. Galio looking now. Knight on the side here. Could look for a re-engage. On clearly hunting for one. Elk is on the side. It does have the bullet time ready. For now, though, it is 1-for-0 here for MKOI.
Catch BLG off guard. BLG trying to gain control over the top side, getting ready to set up for the Baron. But Koi punishing. Ooh, JoJo, he's fishing. Takes so much damage.
Yeah, the weirding and the twofold hex from Knight alone is accurate.
The spacing from Knight is very clean. So Koi, they alleviate some of the pressure. They get some vision control back on their top side. And a pick definitely slows BLG down, but I imagine BLG is still going to try and force this Baron the moment that it becomes an option for them. We've already seen them do it so many times this game. They know they have the item advantage. I mean, you can see that Muramana isn't even fully stacked for Super. That's how far behind they are. They've really been struggling to keep up with the pace of the game. And now the TP comes through.
They're just going to start it.
And without any hesitation, yeah, BLG will force the issue once more.
Yep, they're going to start it right here, right now. Bin just picked up the Seekers. He is ready to go. Alvaro trying to create some space. Remember, he has no ultimate. Neither does the Galio. So those key tools will be missing, but BLG tanking that Baron. It's only 25 minutes into the game. It still hurts quite a lot. They have to be respectful to that. And we'll just back off, allowing MKOI to reclaim some vision in the area and buying some time for JoJo head down towards that bot lane, potentially go for one of these outers and maybe claim their first tower, maybe claim a bounty.
Oh, you're right. Koi actually haven't gotten a tower yet in this game. They really haven't just gained any control in this game at all. So BLG, they kind of have choices now. They can continue to pressure on the Baron if they want to, or they can just wait for the Dragon. No reason to overextend. Like 3 items finished on Elk. We can see that Beishwan with a 3-level lead over his jungle opponent. 2 levels now, and 10 stacks on the Magi's. I mean, Knight, he loves his Magi's.
He loves his Magi's. This guy has never seen a bad Magi's game.
He is a very confident player, and he has every right to be, especially given a scoreline of 3-0 and 7, but involved in 10 of the team's 11 kills.
I will say it's definitely a concern as well, because Galio obviously had to build some early MR, wants to go into the Riftmaker to be able to have a little bit of extra damage here, but LDR is done for Elk. The only armor on the entire team is the cloth armor in the Ninja Tabbies. That's it. So this MF, if Elk is able to get a good bullet time, it is going to be curtains here for MKOI. They have got to be really on point about being in position to either avoid it or interrupt it immediately when it does go off there. As JoJo going to be the target now. We'll have to trade ultis here with Beishwan. Gets himself out to safety. Beishwan, no flash to follow. JoJo just trying to get his farm in. Does have that second item with the completed shield bow. But it is going to be difficult here. Definitely wants to get in towards the 3rd, 4th item. Try to catch up, try to get a little bit more on even keel here with BLG. But BLG, only 50 seconds until a potential soul, and they're just not willing to sit back. They never want to give MKOI any time.
And the timing of this is fantastic as well, because you'll notice the base comes through from both Knight and Elk at exactly the same time. The Pantheon ultimate was just used, but it's likely going to be unavailable for the Dragon fight, but that's okay, because the waves had already been pushed in. They come back out onto the map. Knight now grouping up with his team, just kind of abandoning the top side. But JoJo, he's too afraid to play that deep on the top side of the map. So BLG continue to have full control. They know they have a huge experience advantage. Now they're setting up for the Dragon. TP going to come through. It's going to be spotted out. Knight's going to try and punish this.
Oh, doesn't have the timing right there with the weirding and the twofold hex. Thankfully for JoJo, because that would have been his teleport, and that would have been potentially 30, 40, 50% of his HP. Could have been very difficult fight that they would have been looking at. Bin, though, level 16 now, has Equalizer ready here, and is going to be terrifying if he can find an angle to get it. Elk not quite level 16. Equalizer goes in, and On is looking for the engage. Great interrupt on the bullet time though from Alvaro, but Mirren's down already here. He's going to be trying to run away as it's actually Elyoya who did fall. Beishuan going for it is going to be able to get the second kill. It's BLG running over the fight as Supa has to flash out to safety. Elk trying to survive but not going to be able to do it as Jojo Pian knocks him down. Knight and Bin on the other side are winning the fight, but Beishuan and On trying to survive here against Alvaro and Jojo Pian. It's really up to Jojo now to try to make something happen. On running for it, Alvaro has no way out, and Bin and Knight are rejoining with the team here. BLG winning another fight, knocking MKoi back, and are going to be able to claim the soul as a result.
BLG is just so fast with how quickly they engage. You'll notice that the moment Koi was in that choke point was the opportunity that they needed to force the issue. Bin looking for a collapse onto Jojo. Knight here as well.
Knight. Jojo's in trouble, trying to dodge out as much damage as he possibly can, but the Seekers is there, and that's all Bin needs. Jojo gets cooked up as BLG take the kill, take the soul, and take everything in this game.
We're going to look back at the MasterCard priceless moment of what was the soul fight in favor of BLG. So again, Koi, they get position in the river, but then they kind of get funneled into this choke point, and Bin doesn't hesitate. He just drops the Rumble Ultimate down. On is right there to follow up. Alvaro, good target selection, trying to keep Elk preoccupied, but Knight is just hitting whatever target he can, and he is dishing out serious damage. He goes onto the back line, he gets his ulti off, he turns his attention onto Supa, forcing him to flash away. Knight then chases the issue, and even though Elk goes down, the fight is already so BLG favored. Very well executed fight from BLG.
You can see the frustration there on Elyoya's face, as he knows this game going to be almost impossible to come back in now. BLG have controlled the pace the entire game long. And they even have an incredible advantage just from the pedals. The adaptive force is equivalent to 443 gold advantage per player from pedals, so another 2,200 gold worth of stats on top of the soul, on top of the 11.5k gold lead here as well. So really, you're looking at, you know, above a 16,000 gold lead as far as the stats are concerned here for BLG. Nearly impossible for MKoi to come back. We'll see if they can find some heroics, some sort of a pick before the fight starts. Might be the only way they could try to even up the game here a little bit.
I mean, I will say that this level of aggression is something that Koi is likely not used to on the domestic level. In Europe, you don't get punished like this. With these type of pushing waves, the amount of aggression that we're seeing in the jungle, the way that BLG just seamlessly move from objective to objective and just constantly force Koi into these fights, that speed of play is not something that you see a lot domestically, and something that BLG is very well known for. And they've done a fantastic job here in game one of this series. They've set their sights now on the tier 3 turrets of Koi's base, but it feels like a foregone conclusion. And Alvaro find an engage.
Alvaro looking. It's going to be Jojo Pian, though, who is getting sent packing there. Poked down incredibly low. The shield bow did proc as well. Knight working on this mid lane inhibitor tower as Galio trying desperately to clear out the wave. Not going to be able to do it. They're going to drop the equalizer here. Supa is in trouble. Beishuan flying into the back line already. Alvaro trying to turn around. Supa's going to be targeted, and Supa's trying to stand. He's trying to fight. He does get a kill here, and now BLG potentially in some trouble. Knight, great stasis. The taunt not going to be able to connect as a result. Alvaro, though, interrupts the hop. Beishuan going back in. Galio coming through. The bullet time, buying space for the team to get out. They are able to escape. Knight stays alive, as does Beishuan. Close fight there from MKoi. Really well done, all things considered, but still, BLG continue the push here. Elk is healthy, has so much lifesteal. Elyoya is out of mana at this point. Knight is pushing in for that mid lane inhibit. BLG going to keep the pressure rolling. Bin overheats as Jojo gets a good chunk down onto him. Knight looking. Galio now back from base here, looking to get involved in the action, but BLG too low. Will decide to make the call to just back off. MKoi actually against the odds, keeping both of their inhibitors alive.
I think Koi did a good job of utilizing the tower to make the fight harder for BLG. BLG naturally, I mean, with the gold lead that they have, should feel confident at trying to force this dive, but I think they went a little too deep and their execution wasn't quite there. This gave Koi a very small window to turn the fight around, and it ends up just being a 1-for-1, but when you're at this kind of deficit, you'll take any advantage that you can get. They've been able to stall for now, but those towers are gone. The inhibitors are exposed to BLG. They're on the hunt.
Elyoya going to be spotted out. Will have to flash out of there as in came the quickness and the grand entrance from On. Going to be able to get that summoner very quickly. Jojo does have his Infinity Edge completed now, so he's going to be putting out some real hurt in these team fights. Unfortunately for him, both Bin and Knight have completed their Zonias. So the Seekers was broken, but they have that upgraded item through. On, going to take a big chunk of damage there from Supa, Jojo, and Elyoya, down to about half HP. With the rest of BLG still in the area, trying to get these waves pushing in their favor and maintaining vision control here. Even if BLG can't close out during these next couple minutes, they will have their eyes on this Elder, and that is going to be so tough for MKOI to get out and contest.
Exactly. It's an easy solution in that BLG can say, okay, fine. It's a little dangerous for us to just walk into your base. Why don't we instead just force you out of your base?
Is Hunting going to go between worlds, does connect on the two-fold hex. He just takes him down. It's a solo in the face of Merwin. Can't do anything to help him out. He knows if he sticks around to fight, BLG are going to be able to come in and just finish off the game. Jojo Pyun was still pushing top lane here, so BLG now will get him back into the base, knock down these inhibitors that MKOI was able to defend. And they're likely just going to reset and try to prepare for this Elder Dragon, but Elk is completely unbothered. They're just staying around. They don't even have the waves until just now. This minion wave going to be coming in through bot lane. It is not a super minion wave. It is not baroned up, so it could be wave cleared by MKOI. That is going to be the goal here. As Alvaro takes a lot of poke there on the side, is going to have to go back to the fountain and try to heal up. They're trying to buy time here for Elyoya. 10 seconds until he responds. Equalizer going to get dropped onto Jojo Pyun. Locket comes out from Alvaro, is able to avoid most of that damage. And they will finally now back off. They just don't have the minions to actually close the game. Maokai respawns, and MKOI will live to fight another day.
They will. I mean, I felt like Knight had just said, okay, this game's gone on long enough. I'll take matters into my own hands. Beautiful solo kill from him. 25 stacks on the Mejai's. He's full built. The Zhonya's is now finished. Knight is extremely difficult to take out of this game. 6-0 and 10, a flawless scoreline. And Koi, they're doing their best to be in a position to challenge this Elder, but with 2 inhibitors down, BLG can just buy their time. They can wait for that bot wave to start knocking on the doors.
Oh, they're going to look to engage, and it's going to be Elk. Elk is caught out. Can they knock him down? The CC is there, and they get the kill onto him. They're going to grab a second as well. MKOI roar to life here as Knight gets a big chunk down onto Jojo Pyun. Can they force the hand of BLG? They need to get the Elder, and they need to get the Elder right now. They can't allow BLG to have time for the respawns. BLG, though, do have both their solo laners available, and they have their jungler. They look like they want to fight. The Equalizer is going to be used, and in comes the Pantheon ulti. Knight is looking, and Knight is hunting for Jojo. Jojo stays alive on the side. He's life stealing off the Elder Dragon. It's going to be Merwin trying to create some space here as Supa flashes back, but Ben takes him down anyway. The solos from BLG and the jungler in a 3v5, too far ahead. They don't care about the numbers. They've got the quality, and they are TPing in to look to put the finishing touches onto a beautiful game one. Ben and Knight, eyes on the Nexus now. It's all up to Jojo Pyun. Can he make a miracle happen here at home? The Zhonya's going to be popped here. Jojo chunked incredibly low as Ben comes out of that stasis and looks like he's going to be able to finish him off with the Electro Harpoon. BLG make no doubt about it. They put on the full court press all game long. Relentless aggression nets them the win in game number 1.
A moment of hope for MKOI as they find a pick onto Elk in the mid lane. But the team fighting comes through still from the 3 remaining members. Impressive stuff from BLG as they did nothing but put the pressure onto MKOI here in game 1.
Incredible stuff from BLG. The fans may have predicted MKOI to win, but BLG sends a clear message. This is our rift. Analysts, take us through game 1.
Well, Billy said we haven't lost the game yet. We are not going to start today. Wow, unbelievable. I think they had control from start to finish. I think we're going to go through a couple of fights where we think that MKOI perhaps could have approached it a little differently.
Yeah,
but
it's a painful one.
What you expect from a second LPL seed against any European or any team, I gotta say, right? But MKOI really could get nothing done.
Yeah, it started very early, Shocks. They went for their invade, chasing Elyoya. Knight constantly had the pressure in mid lane, and that pressure in mid lane determines a lot, because let's bring up the first clip here that is very good. This is the grub fight, and so we actually have MKOI going in to start up the grubs, but the key is this BLG comp is built to flank, and look at the mid pressure here from Knight. So Knight has an easy way into flank from this side with Beishuan. Also, they have Elk with the Misfortune ultimate that we saw become incredibly big, and now we will roll out this clip. This is the first play where they've actually moved Varus, the low mobility carry with no dashes, into the center of River, where it is just the most juicy spot for BLG to be able to flank. And there you see Knight comes in first, and this is the first moment where Knight actually gets 2 early kills on the Aurora and will be very powerful.
I mean, I saw the game yesterday. Shanks absolutely put on a clinic as Aurora, and Knight was taking these 2 kills here and did the same thing. He was a menace, but not just him, the entire team. Do you feel like MKOI should have kind of been aware of the fact that they were in a pincer position with an immobile ADC in that moment?
Yeah, so they were clearly thinking, okay, we have Alistar and Maokai, like maybe we can be able to appeal for this Varus, but the 2-pronged attack, you know, the Misfortune from the top side as well as the mid lane prio just means it's so hard, because Jojo didn't have mid lane prio for the entire time basically, except for the one moment where Maokai ganked for him and they got Knight's Flash.
Yeah, and with the composition BLG has, there's literally no room for mistakes there, because like at that point, you're right, Shox, like if you're Varus in that situation, everything can reach you. The Aurora can reach you, the Pantheon can reach you, the Rumble ulti, all of that can happen. And so that snowballed into another point in which the game, so of course, thank you to the reliable Cisco network. BLG made every second count here because it started with a mistake, and I wanted to be able to bring up this dragon fight. Because at this point, Alvaro is trying to get out, they realize they can get him. Honestly, Jojo thinks he can like try and cover him, but then they look for him, he has to ulti out. Also, the Rumble ulti just covers him too. So after all of this, they buy enough time for Knight to walk on in, okay, just circle in on him.
Cinema.
So he can then start to get the resets here. He gets Elyoya, he gets the reset on that one, he zooms in and focuses on Supa. That one makes it easier, of course, because he now gets the reset to W back in. And all of this was because they realized Elyoya had already used their ulti. Sure, Baytron is dead, but if they can squeeze just a little bit more, they get a flash here, the little left flash there, now MKOI is committing to a fight, they get their situation. That's what BLG is best at.
Yeah, and they were so aware at all times, because they were hanging around there knowing that MKOI might make one step too many to just slam the door.
Exactly, and a lot of it was, you know, the economy of your ultimate cooldowns in a lot of these fights. Elk especially really held his Misfortune ultimate until MKOI had used all their mobility and CC to chase forward. So BLG just did a very good job of kind of drawing them in a lot of situations. Yes. And then he would open up with these huge damage Misfortune ultimates and the Rumble ultimate, making it hard for them to run away, and Knight's Aurora ultimate kind of trapping them in there.
Just jumping from here to there. Listen, I'm sad about my goat Elyoya. Like, he didn't really have a chance to impact this game at all, which is, I mean, a bit of the team fault versus the other point, but at least, you know, we can't have the game 1 win curse.
That curse is gone. Shox, the curse is gone. We were talking to them in the makeup room, and they're like, hey, maybe that's the strategy. That's what Jojo's saying. So that game 1 is gone.
I hate to break it to you, but I think BLG has a different formula because, yeah, G2 also, they didn't win the first game versus BLG, so maybe this is
It was closer
Yeah,
at the very least. Okay, but we're going to shake this off. I think there's a lot of homework for Movistar KOI. If we look at the objective control, for instance, BLG also had that, right? I think they got everything in this game that they may have ever wanted, and that makes the game particularly easier to play, specifically with that dragon stacking.
100%. Like, this is just what BLG has been doing so well throughout the tournament. The control around objectives is something you have to be able to fight against. And I think, like, the draft that we saw here, the priority on the Varus, setting it bot lane, and being able to find push in lanes, that was their focus. But then after the first poor fight that happened topside, it literally did just start bleeding, and they couldn't take any of the objectives. And I thought what MKOI did was good in saying, okay, we don't feel strong enough to fight for second Drake. That's fine. We felt strong enough to fight for third.
No, right? Yeah. They were like, okay, we won't fight for first dragon and second. And
okay.
Grubs didn't really
Can't
work.
do that
So
yeah.
Herald, nah. Atakan, nah.
I think it's credit to BLG.
Absolutely.
Yeah, for keeping on taking all these fights, and they just kept building their lead and kept getting richer and richer and richer. So then the threat of these flanks became immeasurable.
Yeah, I think they also got a little shell-shocked after that first Grub fight, because we saw for a while there, they weren't completely confident taking those skirmishes. But I talked about Elyoya, but Jojo is also someone that we have to see rise up to this occasion. Knight is one of the best mid laners in the entire world, but he has to find a way to stay in that lane so he is able to help his team more.
Yeah, I mean, and it definitely is a bit of a rough matchup early on, but Knight played it so incredibly well, really big chunks of damage. And Elyoya come through, actually, you remember back to the very beginning of the game, he was able to relieve some pressure, get the flash, and get the push out, and then actually get a successful gank top lane.
True, we got one.
That was, I guess that was like kind of, you know, one of the bright spots, one of the peaks.
Hey, and if I'm looking towards the next game for JoJo, I think throughout his career he's been a strong Azir player. If he's able to get that, that would solve the question about like having push in general, which is something strong. And it gives them a ability to scale. I know this has been a great team in terms of being able to get early control domestically, but they're also really good at being able to play the map, and that allows for Mirwin to play something that plays towards side lanes. So that's what I would want.
Yeah,
that's my pathway in game 2.
1,000 gold difference at 14 is pretty big in a single
You don't
lane.
have to rub it in. I moved past that one.
MKOI picked the blue side, so we'll see if they cook up something different for us. No red side counter pick yet from Mirwin. That's sad. Maybe we'll get to it later, but we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, hopefully MKOI and Jojopyun can rise up against VLG.
What a car. Living the dream, huh?
Sweet dreams are made of this. Who am I
Okay. I get it now.
Sweet dreams are made of this.
Watch me win, then watch me do it again. It's borderline insane. Man, this might be something lethal. Yeah, this might be something lethal. Feel it coming. The pressure start thumping, ain't no running. It might cause a rave, all my people start jumping. You can feel the rush, it'll get your blood pumping. Okay, you better take a seat. Don't step inside the kitchen if you cannot take the heat. It's looking like a feast, guaranteed to flame the streets. It's a jungle outside, tell me who can tame a beast. Something lethal, like a beast that can't be tamed. This the kind of rage you can't contain. Yeah, this might be something lethal. You can really feel the flames, feeling like it's borderline insane. Man, this might be something lethal. Yeah, this might be something lethal.
Welcome to the valley, it'll eat you alive. It'll hit you out of nowhere like a thief in the night. Ain't no way you can hide, it came seeking a fight. Push the pedal to the metal, better keep up the stride. Keep up the pace, this is a race, we gon' light up this place. Please make some space, or move out the way. Come in with pressure, get smash in the face.
Something lethal, like a beast that can't be tamed. This the kind of rage you can't contain. Yeah, this might be something lethal. You can really feel the flames, feeling like it's borderline insane. Man, this might be something lethal. Yeah, 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 this might be something lethal.
rise above. Kept on pushing through the pain till I made it out the mud. Now the dam's about to break, so get ready for the flood. Can you feel the rush? The beast is waking up. Welcome to the main event. We spent the whole night waiting for the best.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around in the dark and light.
Coming in now from Knight. He is looking to force this MKOI in the area. The TP coming in from Joja. And we can see Elyoya going to go for it. Is he going to be able to steal it? It's a flip, and it's going to be taken there by Beishuan. The re-engage comes in from Alvaro, and Jojo goes into the back line, but it's Elf going to be able to grab the first kill. Bin overheats, and in comes the Galio ultimate over the top as Beishuan trying to reach the back line. Knight on the side here with On, getting pretty low on HP. The bullet time comes out there from Elk. He's going to grab one kill, and he's going to grab a second. Now it's a triple kill there for Elk. He's looking for more. It's a quadra. BLG coming up clutch in that fight. Welcome back to MSI 2025. We are heading into game number 2 here between MKOI and BLG, who came out swinging in game number 1.
Yes, they did. That was a level of aggression that I think took MKOI by surprise. We saw Beishuan invading level 3. He was utilizing that prio that he had in both mid and bot right from the get-go, and then their team fighting was just ruthless. They did not slow down. When the objective was up, they started it. Hell, Baron spawned, they started it, right? They were using every objective to force a fight, and it felt like that Koi was doing everything they could to just keep their head above water, because it was the ship was sinking rapidly, and there was very little that they could do to plug the holes.
Yeah, I mean, it was very difficult. They're plugging them as fast as they could, but Knight is putting more in left, right, and center. I mean, even from the word go, they had these pushing lanes. You know, they had mid and bot pushing. They forced the issue with an invade very early from Beishuan, getting in the face of Elyoya, making it very difficult for him to just kind of naturally path and scale like he would like to do. They never really allowed MKOI to get into their comfort zone here. And we'll see if MKOI can get something going here in game number 2. As we kick it off, similar bans coming out so far. The first 2 for BLG are the exact same, and we'll see if it is going to remain the same across the board.
Same for Koi as well. The Poppy, the Annie going to be taken away. I wonder if Zin is what they're going to be thinking about as an early prio. Put Elyoya on something that gives him a bit more agency in the early skirmishing department. Ari going to be the ban, trying to limit Knight's options in the mid lane. They really want to try and target that pool. The problem is they are, as a result, also targeting Jojo's pool. So we'll see what direction he chooses to go for. With Azir still available, that could be the first pick for Koi if they want to go for a little bit more range in team fighting. Looks like that's going to be the direction. So Jojo going to be picking his next most played champion. We are going down the list. BLG, though, they're going to get picked a little when it comes to the Gwen. Now, this is something that for Bin, you generally want to ban away. Okay, the man is a monster on this pick. And the fact that Koi have just handed it over for him, they're going to have a good matchup. Milwin on the Jax. Not something that we usually see from him. Usually he's got something a little bit more unique when playing into champions like the Gwen.
Yeah, just one play on it so far, this split.
Definitely not much of a Milwin champion. We'll see if he does decide to lock it in, as Koi seem to be heading more towards the team fight style once again.
Absolutely. Azir plus the Wukong, incredibly strong as far as the team fight goes. Alvaro, I thought was stellar on the Alistar in the last game. Unfortunately, it was in a loss, but really was looking on point in that game number 1. To me, he was the standout member of MKOI in that first game and is going to be on another Engage champ here. This time it will be the Rel. The Engage is explosive here for MKOI. I mean, Knight Syndra, to me, this is such a throwback. This was the champion that really made me initially learn most about Knight. Was absolutely stellar on it for so many years. Instead, it is going to be the Victor, so he will lock in the Victor here. Is going to be going towards one of those control mages. People do generally like this matchup into the Azir. You can kind of just poke and prod with the E, try to outrange the Azir, and just kind of farm and scale alongside it.
Early on, you can lose out on some prio. The Azir has slightly faster wave clear because of the long cooldowns, but you're completely right. Once you get that upgraded E, those waves just evaporate by the Victor wave clear.
And it's going to be interesting to see if MKOI can put pressure on that mid lane, because generally speaking, in this matchup, once Azir gets 6, you want to have your jungler support come, go in with the ultimate, force out the flash from the Victor, and then rinse and repeat for a kill. That's the kind of play you are looking for. So we'll see if MKOI can find a way to put on that aggression. And they clearly are not so worried about the Jax, more concerned about some of these other niche picks. That Mirwin is so well known for. The Kennen even going to draw a ban here. So very atypical. BLG clearly doing some homework and trying to pay that respect to Mirwin with a targeted ban.
They're aware that Mirwin plays stuff. What stuff? We don't know. Truthfully, we really don't. That man has a very deep solo queue history, and you never really know what he's got prepared for a Gwen. But against Bin's Gwen, you've got to be ready. So we'll see if he goes for something unique or if he instead goes for more of a team play. They could just go for something tanky, look to try an early lane swap, put pressure on Bin that way. With the Senna being taken away, they're going to remove Super's ability to scale. Ezreal could be something that they think about. With the Braum taken away, I do wonder if that's the direction that they do head towards. It is Super's most played from Spring.
Let's see what BLG want to go. It is going to be Leona that they are considering here. Of course, you can also just wait, lock in your AD, and then look to see what the full bot lane picture is going to be, but definitely want to have the answering pick, it looks like here. So for now, considering the Leona would make sense. There are really kind of like 5 of those priority engaged supports. 2 of them were played in the first game, 2 of them were played in the second game. Nautilus kind of the last one now up and available. And they're going to leave that counter pick really here for Elk. Try to make sure that they do have that winning 2v2. They already saw the support that Alvaro was going to be playing, so On had his pick of the litter. Now Supa is going to have to complete that bot lane, and we will find out what the answer in the top lane is going to be here for Mirwin. I mean, Jax honestly, is a pretty good matchup into the Gwen. It doesn't necessarily mean he's going to be looking towards playing it, but I do think it can make some sense. Kai'Sa definitely does feel like it fits within the composition. Rel, Wukong flying into the back line. And alongside that, I do think Jax would work, but instead it's going to be a Kali
It's
here.
a Kali top.
It's a Kali top, very spicy. I wonder if he's going to do the Ignite TP and really go for it. People do like this matchup quite a lot. Often you can stay within the Shroud against the Gwen, be able to get in the face, hit your Shuriken flip, really go aggressive, in this 1v1. And it's going to be an exciting one for Mirwin here.
It's a strong bot lane matchup though for BLG. Corki, Leona. Kind of a very old school matchup, but one in the modern day works very effectively. Powerful level 6 especially, gives you push in the early matchup as well, because Kai'Sa really can't contest the Corki's trade patterns, which means the BLG are once again going to leverage and look to play through that bot side of the map. This Xin Zhao, we'll see how well he works with the bot lane once more. The good news for Koi is that I expect Knight to be less on the roaming style this game, looking to continue to trade in a little bit more of a scaling matchup. That top side is the volatile area of the map, and I wonder if the junglers will pay much attention towards it, because you're right, there's that fine line for Akali where if her E actually puts her outside of the Shroud, the E actually will miss. But you're completely right that usually the Akali plays within that Shroud can be a very good matchup. And we've seen Akalis get solo kills multiple times in this matchup, especially if they do choose to, as you were saying, run that Ignite TP. It does leave you very vulnerable. You have to be extremely careful in the matchup. But yeah, we said that Mirwin has these special picks, and I love that he's playing with confidence against Bin. On the international stage, you have to believe that you're the best, and I love the confidence that we see from Mirwin as he's going to look to have a little bit more impact here in Game 2 than he could on his Galio from Game 1.
Yeah, I mean, I absolutely agree, and even if, the Ignite is more risky than just playing Flash DP or something like that, if you think it is good for the matchup, I want to see him lock it in, because you do not want to play to just scale alongside a Gwen. Gwen is going to get way more out of that. You need to be able to put the pressure on. You need to be able to put him in a difficult position. Also going to be interested to see, what build Supa goes. I know a lot of people aren't the biggest fan of the full AD Kai'Sa, but they are quite heavy in the AP. Agreed. So I think that they probably will be looking towards that. But it's something we're going to have to find out. And you talked about Leona Corki, obviously can be quite difficult for the Kai'Sa early on. You get stunned up, Frost Bomb is going to hit, and that thing hurts. The all-ins can also be really powerful. If you get that stun and cleanses down, you just flash, you Valk on their head, you put that damage down. Corki can look for these really aggressive all-ins. But remember, while you are watching the action unfold, keep an eye out for all exclusive drops just for tuning into MSI. All you need to do is be logged in and watching on lolesports.com for a chance to score some of this in-game loot.
Who doesn't love loot? So get logged in, get watching as we get ready for Game 2. MKOI changing up the draft. They have a little bit more agency this time around. Jojo should be able to get early push, which means that Beishuan isn't going to have the same luxury of just being able to permit invade. In terms of the early control, though, looking relatively safe.
Ignite TP, so he's going for it. And it is going to be Ignite TP on the other side as well, and Bin is going to go Resolve. Not a big shock. BLG, though, obviously in Game 1 looked incredibly good, and they kind of continued forward all the dominance that they were showing in the play-ins. They got first blood in every game but one. They got the upgraded boots, the feats of strength in every single game. They got Otacon every single game, Herald every but one game. It's like they were just absolutely stomping through play-ins, and now they are 7 straight wins.
And yeah, and it's funny because when we watched them play, we definitely recognized some weaknesses, but the conversation we had coming into this matchup was, even if you see these weaknesses, you have to be good enough to punish them. And it felt like that in Game 1, you mentioned Alvaro. I think he found some great opportunities to punish the positioning that we saw from L. The fact that BLG is often always willing to fight around these neutrals, I feel like it just played into their hand, though. They drafted really well to the style that they like to play. And we'll see how things shift up, because when you run a Victor, a Gwen, you do want to scale a little bit more. So we'll see how the action plays out
here. First for MKoi. BLG were trying to fight for it. MKoi do not actually decide to commit to this. Now BLG are able to get level 2 themselves. But the potion had to be used there by Elk, and one was taken off on as well. So MKoi doing a good job fighting back, as Mirwin here going to be pushed in early on by Bin. Again, playing that grasp, you can just look for these Q trades and proc it with that. It is quite nice. His On's going to go in. They're going aggressive here on a Supa. The cleanse came out quite late, and the Ignite is up there. They will not flash in to follow, but they get all of the potions down here, as well as the cleanse. And Supa's just going to have to go back to base, or he's going to get flashed on and killed.
This is the matchup that we were talking about. Leona, Corki, tried and true. It has so much power very early on into the matchup, just because of the trading pattern that Corki can provide. And Alvaro on the Rel doesn't quite have the same setup when paired up alongside that Kai'Sa. You don't really have a huge amount of threat, so a lot of experience going to be lost to Supa. He's now a full level down. He's going to be able to catch some experience back, but a really very nice trade from BLG's bot lane.
Yeah, great job. Alvaro, of course, trying to hold that wave as much as he can, but did lose about 5 out of 6 of the minions on that previous wave. So Supa obviously going to be down in farm, and his experience, as he did point out, will be able to close that gap as he does farm up this wave, though. But Elk is definitely going to be in a much better spot here. Is going to have the better base and goes back, buys a tier here early on, as well as the glowing moat.
We'll also say the top matchup going very Bin favored here in the early game. Owen looking for some trades where he can, but right now it's just going the way of Bin, getting good push. Has a massive CS lead for now. A lot of farm being lost by Mirwin underneath the tower as well.
Yeah, it felt like Bin is just playing the wave. You know, Mirwin is trying to look for these trades, but Bin is just constantly hitting the wave, constantly getting the shove, and that makes it really difficult for Mirwin to be able to find those angles to look for those positive trades when the wave is always stacking in his opponent's favor.
Yeah, okay. They're going to go for a swap. Sending the Akali into the bot lane is a little bit of a surprise, just because my expectation was they want to keep this matchup for as long as possible, the Akali into the Gwen, because it is a counter pick into the Gwen. But I guess they're going to try and get Supa and Alvaro out of this bot lane matchup where they are struggling in a little bit. And Bin is just looking for trades.
I mean, he's a 2-level advantage on both of them right now, but has he overstayed his welcome here? Bin could be in some trouble. Skip and slash used to try to get back to safety, as they're going to flash forward and they're going to commit to this. Bin is trying to turn around, but he's not going to have the damage. Way overestimating his strength there. Alvaro and Supa punish, and again, it's first blood.
I mean, he used everything to try and fight them, and you're right that he had a 2-level lead over them, but you don't have flash, Bin. He tried to use the Ignite so that maybe he could trade 1-for-1 against Supa, but Supa, after being punished so heavily on the bot side of the map, walks away with first blood.
He's got to be really happy about that. And Elkanon have got to be a little bit frustrated there with Bin. The advantage that they were able to gain is now kind of gone. Jojo here incredibly low, but Knight is very low on mana as well. On now moving over, will be spotted here by Alyoya and Alvaro in the area also. Both teams looking to cover for their mid laners.
They're actually going to keep Supa on the top side of the map. Of course, he is falling far behind in terms of CS and experience, but in terms of gold, thanks to that kill, he's not doing too badly. Bin going to have to be very respectful. He will spot out Alvaro. Junglers so far not really getting involved much in the action, and for Elyoya, I will say this is great news. On the Wukong, you just want to get that level 6 as quickly as you can, repeatedly go for these full clears, and you hope that the lanes aren't too volatile. Mirwin is suffering a little bit in this 1 versus 2. He doesn't really have many playmaking options, and he's also ran out of pots that he can utilize in the lane for now.
Yeah, mostly just playing for experience at this point. You know, he knows he can't afford to take damage because with wave slowly coming towards you, you need to make sure you have enough health to actually catch the wave when it finally does come to you. Bin, though, getting zoned off, still not level 6, as Alvaro's going to take a swing here. Does land the Shattering Strike. Supa getting aggressive. Bin, if he was 6, might be able to turn this around, but this is difficult. He's going to go for it anyway. Supa could be in some trouble. Remember, he has no flash. Does level up to 5, though. Great peel coming through from Alvaro. The stun is going to land with the Shattering Strike, as Bin is trying to play for 6. He really wants to get it. He still needs one more minion. Now does get it, but it doesn't matter because Elyoya has arrived, and Elyoya going to be able to grab this kill. You have to think eventually. Bin, again, overextending. Didn't quite have the experience to get 6, otherwise he might have been able to make the play work.
It's really interesting because you're completely right that Ben thought that if I can just get this level up, it'll be completely fine, because then I can turn around this play. You could see how much damage he was doing to Supa. In a 2 versus 1, he almost just straight up killed him, but he just didn't quite have the damage. Jojo gets the flash out.
And now he's going to flash and follow. Jojo bides his time, and now they're going to be able to grab a kill in mid lane. Beautiful play from the Canadian mid laner. Knight didn't hold his nerve there, flashed early, did not reactively flash to the ult, and that just allowed Jojo to flash later with the ultimate to follow.
So we take stock of the game state, and Jojo now has a lead. Elyoya now also has a lead. Supa has been able to close the gap that was built between him and Elk, with Alvaro sitting on a 400 gold lead of his own. Koi off to a good start here as they're being super proactive on the map, and quite frankly just punishing the mistakes of BLG.
Yep, looking good thus far. The solo laners here from BLG definitely not looking infallible in this second game, and Mirwin going to take in that shuriken flip here.
He's now at a point where I think he just has kill pressure on Bin. With the Ignite especially, Bin has to be very careful with the level difference.
Really does, and wanted to talk a little bit about Alvaro as well as Elyoya. These guys have been so core to the success. You know, they play so well together. We saw them link up on that top side as well as around mid lane. And generally where they go, good things happen for MKOI.
Certainly does. The best version of MKOI is when these two are working together and they're being unlocked on the map, and we're hopefully going to get to see it now. Level 5 still for Alvaro.
And no ultimate for Elyoya or Jojo here, so it could be a difficult approach. BLG just trying to focus on finishing off the final grub. Should be able to do it. Beishwan has no smite, Elyoya does, but just no real angle for him to approach, so all 3 grubs will be claimed there by BLG.
So BLG continuing to demonstrate their proficiency of playing around these early objectives. Really good job by them. Elk forced the W away.
Alvaro, nice crash down there, just buffering out on the Zenith Blade. We saw Mirwin was scrapping again with Bin on this bot side. Both of them do have ult and ignites ready, so definitely could be a spicy fight if it does break out. And Jojo, now having gotten that first kill, is definitely playing with a lot more confidence. You can see him posturing aggressively here, looking to get that Q auto poke down onto Knight, wants to keep him pushed in, and is going to be able to grab a plate here very likely. Elyoya spotted.
Yeah.
Mirwin is going to look. Shuriken flip does connect. Bin going to have to try to get out of there, but he has no flash. Remember, he's playing Ignite TP, no way out. Mirwin and Elyoya going to be able to group up and grab a kill.
Honestly, I don't even know if Elyoya was needed. That looked like that was going to be a solo kill to me, and getting some gold to Mirwin pretty much, yeah. But Elyoya getting involved in the action on the map. 1-0-2 scoreline for now. 1.3k the overall gold lead. Of course, it's not really being converted into many objectives. That is where BLG still hold on to the advantage. The fact that they've gotten the first dragon, they've been able to secure all 3 grubs. This next dragon is going to be important because Koi, with the leads that they're starting to build, should hit those item spikes earlier. And the fact that Knight is going for the Rod of Ages build means that this Victor is going to be very slow to scale. And I want to see Koi play in a similar way to BLG, where they should be spiking faster, so they should be looking to try and fight earlier.
Absolutely are. On going to run into Alvaro here. We'll just be fighting for that pink ward. Shattering Strike not going to connect, but On eventually I think will push Alvaro back. Beishwan going to be spotted though, and you can see both top laners now headed up towards that top side. Bin though has TP advantage, which is going to be critical here in a minute 20 when this next dragon does spawn, unless we see Jojo or someone move up there to match who can actually get down for this dragon. It could be a bit problematic for MKOI.
thinks he's got position, zoning super away. The wave being denied. And this is the biggest thing between the two AD carries, that experience difference. It all comes back to that level 2 trade that happened. Ever since then, Super's been playing catch-up, and to his credit, he's caught up in terms of gold. But that level difference is still very relevant. A full level between the two AD carries. Super will have ways to claw that back later on into the game, but for now, Elk is really the strong point for BLG that they should look to try and play around if they do want to contest these neutral objectives moving forward.
Maybe he's the only one up in gold right now, and it is a very slight gold lead for Elk. And Super will be able to collect this wave and close the gap to maybe like 100, 150 gold, so not really an issue whatsoever. Question is, does MKOI want to fight at this dragon, or will they just give it up and allow BLG to continue their dragon stacking that they have been doing all tournament long?
I'm looking at the items now, and Mirwin, he doesn't have his item complete, but a Trini Force complete for Elyoya, a very expensive jungle item. Having that ready for the second dragon, really nice spike. Of course, the Sundered Sky coming in from the other side is still a good pickup for Beishuan. The two mid laners, though, Nash's 2 versus the Rod of Ages. You could understand why BLG might be a little bit hesitant to try and
they're going to flash in. They're going right for it. They're looking for Elyoya, and he's going to be knocked back. He's trying to target Elk. The TPs are coming in. Mirwin looking for Elk. He's going to be able to try to knock him down to the side, but he couldn't quite get him. In goes Supa. Supa gets one. Supa's going to be looking for another, but Mirwin is rotting down to that Victor ultimate. He's going to fall eventually. Alvaro trying to get out. Does land the Shattering Strike, but it's not going to be enough as Supa does get a kill in the background onto Elk, but he's incredibly low, and he is running for the hills. Even with the gold lead, it's BLG as Knight flashes in, getting another kill, and it's going to be them taking the dragon. Just as you were saying, you're not sure if they want to fight. They're saying, yes, we do.
BLG are just so fast. They don't give you a moment to think. Elyoya, he's just sitting in the river. Flash engage from On. The collapse from BLG is quick. The response from Elk is good as the follow-up engage doesn't come through. Super is very far away. The Azir has to TP in, but at this point, when the rest of Koi arrive, the fight is already over. BLG, great decisiveness, great execution, and they're fighting again.
Beishuan now looking for Jojo, but has he bit off more than he can chew? Alvaro, with Shattering Strike, will be there to peel for his mid laner. BLG can't get another kill, but are continuing to try to push the pace here to keep that pressure up.
I feel like Koi continue to just get caught unaware of how confidently BLG is ready to contest them on the neutral objectives. The Victor gained so much off the back of that last fight, picking up, I believe it was 2 kills, just really starting to be funneled those passive stacks. Alvaro, a bit of danger here. This should be fine as now we wait for the next neutral objective. The Herald's going to be the one that both these teams will be setting their sights on. Of course, the feats of strength are going to be determined by that first town.
Absolutely is. Alvaro and On just scrapping over vision non-stop here. Beishuan moving down. Jojo is quite low. Has the ultimate in 3 seconds, so it's almost up here. Alvaro there to cover. Looks like BLG will not elect to try to go for a dive here. And of course, yes, Knight did get a kill, was a big winner in that last fight, but as with Supa, picked up a double, didn't use either of his summoners to do it either, so that is very, very nice because he forced the flash out of Elk and the flash off of Knight to be able to take him down, so he got both of the key summoners there from the big carries for BLG, kept his alive, so if they could force another fight, it's a big summoner advantage right now for MKOI.
BLG, they're playing the map very well, though. I love how they play through their pressure again. They realize that Koi want to get resets through, and so they funnel more members down to the bot side of the map, which means that Knight has free access to this tower. He's very well protected, and he secures that objective, and that gold gap that existed between the two mid laners is now completely dissipated. They also secure the feats as they secure the first tower of the game. And Koi, they don't really have much that they can cross-map. They do have pretty good positioning on the Herald at the very least. They were able to drop some wards down in this topside river. But BLG, they're going to be ready to respond. The base has come to... Actually, did Knight base? He actually may have just walked from bot lane up towards top. And now they're ready to contest the river.
Got those upgraded shoes. Going to use them. Walks all the way up here. And they are, as you say, ready to fight as they seem to be each and every time an objective is spawning. BLG's team fighting has just been so on point. Teams have been able to get advantages, but they have not been able to out-team fight them thus far in the event. We'll see if MKOI can do that here, as they are going to be the first ones to start up this Herald. Bin is up on that top side. He can't go back to base. He doesn't have his first item. On looking with the Hex Flash. Cannot find an angle to go in on Mirwin. Now Bin approaching from the top, but the objective is already gone. So BLG will elect to just back it off and try to get a little bit of chip damage down on this tier 1.
Okay, BLG very much just spectators in this play. Bin will respect Koi.
But will he respect them enough? Looks like they're going to go for it. In goes the Cyclone as JoJo's in on top of him. Bin, no flash. I don't know if he's getting out of this one. Flash to follow from Elyoya. And JoJo picks up the kill. They are really punishing this Ignite choice from Bin.
They certainly are. And Mirwin, he's not going to lose much on the other side. Beishuan doing what he can, though, stealing all of these bot side cams to deny gold away from Elyoya. But Elyoya's been involved in 6 of the team's 7 kills. The only ones he couldn't be a part of was the 2 that Super was able to pick up in the last fight. JoJo now setting his sights on this top tower. Elkanon quick to respond, though. It's very difficult for Koi to really convert this into any meaningful objective secure on looking for the collapse.
JoJo knows that he was there. He saw the ward come over, but did he overstay his welcome? Has the ultimate if he needs it to try to disengage. Great sidestep, is going to be able to avoid that stun, just gets hit by the slow, and as a result, doesn't have to trade out his ulti.
JoJo still has the ulti, and with Elyoya hovering in the shadows, there's always the possibility of that engage, so BLG don't overextend. For now, MKoi hold on to the gold lead, but the map very much favors that of BLG. No towers are yet to fall, but meanwhile, the structural damage on the side of Koi, that mid tower is getting very low.
Cloud Soul.
Yeah, the next dragon is going to be an interesting one.
Yeah, I mean, Cloud Soul is just so powerful, especially for a lot of the different champions in this game. You know, I think in particular champions like the Wukong as well as the Gwen. I mean, Gwen with Cloud Soul is just a terror in the side lanes. It is so difficult to actually be able to escape that ultimate with the slowdown plus the speed up. But MKoi here in the mid lane, good timing with the Herald. We'll be able to drop this down. 15 seconds now until that 3rd dragon will spawn. They're trying to take full control of this area. Push in mid. They will be able to get this tower with the crash. And should be able to be the first to move in towards the next dragon. Alvaro's just going to keep going in. It's going to get smoked down, though, by Beishuan. So Alvaro gets popped out as Bin was back in base here now. You can see he's coming out to join. Knight going to be TPing up towards that top side. The Riftmaker has been completed there for Bin.
Looking at this one ward sitting on the Raptors for a potential TP flank from the Gwen. He's being tracked right now, but it looks like, yeah, BLG's just not in a position. I love what Beishuan's doing, by the way. You'll notice him on the complete other side of the map, just rummaging through Elyoya's jungle and saying, is there anything I can steal? I can't contest this dragon, and that's fine, but I'm going to get whatever camps I can. And if I can't get a camp, I'll set tower.
Exactly, to get some wards down as well, you know, drop that pink as Elk is going to push Supa back here. Alvaro in the area, though, there to cover. As Beishuan and Knight move in, they are going to be able to claim that top lane tier 1. Meanwhile, MKoi, mid-jungle, trying to do the same here on the other side. Going to be able to put more gold in the coffers of JoJo, who is up to a 1,100 gold lead right now. Mirwin going to be able to defend the tier 2 as there's no sort of push incoming there. BLG, though, will grab some respawning camps on the exit.
So, Koi have had a much better early game. The question is going to be how well can they execute on the fights? Because you're right. BLG, so far their MSI has just been utter domination in the 5 versus 5. We saw them lose that one fight against G2 where they kind of pushed down mid and got collapsed on. But aside from that, they've just been a force to be reckoned with.
Bin again in the side lane, could be in trouble here. Pops the Shroud, but the Cyclone comes in. They are chasing him down. They're going to knock him down once again. It's the 5th death for Bin.
Maybe they don't need to team fight. They just keep getting picks. I love the way in which Elyoya is playing the map right now. And it's as rightly as you said, there's no flash on this Gwen at any point in the game. So the moment you overstep ever so slightly with the combined CC of the slows that come down from the Rylai's, the ultimate from Azir if they need it, and the double knockup that they have available from the Wukong, it's an easy pick in favor of Koi.
Bin has just been kept down so effectively here. There's always that ticking time bomb of Gwen, though he is going to be continuing to scale. We'll see how Mirwin can perform in these team fights, as he is obviously out to a nice little advantage, up a level and a half, plus the gold advantage there. But JoJo is going to be the biggest problem here for BLG. The question is, can they get in onto him? Can they actually knock him down? You know, especially with Bin being that far behind, will they have the pressure to actually get into that backline and knock down JoJo, who has gone for a relatively tanky build? He has quite a bit of the extra HP built up. BLG, though, again, they're just right to the objective. They're starting up Otacon here only 20 seconds after it spawns. Alvaro is going to be able to spot this. How quickly can MKOI respond? Because BLG are just committing to it. In comes the teleport here from Bin. Mirwin TPing in as well. Jojo there on the side trying to get some poke down as Alvaro is going to go in looking for the engage, but there's not really any follow-up. But we are going to see the first kill going the way of Supa. Bin on the side trying to do what he can here against Jojo, but MKOI are pushing them back. Peishuan trying to stay in the area to see if he can get a smite steal. They're going to get it down incredibly low. It's down to 1500. It's down to the smite, and it's down to Elyoya as he has the Cyclone. He's going in with Supa into the back line. Mirwin goes as well. BLG trying to run for it here. Supa on the side looking for more. Peishuan pushing him back though. Bin now in the pit, going to be caught with Elyoya, and Jojo falls again for the 6th time this game. It's Peishuan versus Supa. Supa though winning out as Peishuan going to get pushed back. Elk is running for it, but it's another kill going the way of Jojo. Supa trying to stay alive here. Peishuan slowly catching up. Can he hit him with the wind? Becomes lightning? No, he cannot. Supa getting flashed on here by Knight. Knight is looking and he will collect the shutdown. Plus 636, but it's a much bigger win for MKOI as they grab the Otacon and they win out in the fight.
A chaotic fight that was, I mean, it can only be described as everyone was dashing everywhere. We saw movement over walls, we saw dodging of CCs. On had a really nice ultimate to deny the follow-up coming through from Koi. And I want you to keep track of this engage coming through from the river onto Supa and Mirwin. The engage from Alvaro is good, but the follow-up is a little bit limited. Peishuan also knocks back Elyoya. The execution of the fight from BLG is really good to separate Alvaro from the rest of his team. But the problem is the re-engage from BLG. They just don't have the tools. They've now used everything at their disposal, and that's when MKOI look for the re-engage. Elyoya with a nice ulti. Both, again, the mobility, the dashing from one side of Elk to the other of Mirwin, and then it becomes this chase down. Elyoya is able to get this pickup onto Bin. Elk ends up dropping as well, but on the other side of the map, they end up getting that pick onto Supa, and Knight was the one that got up so many. I think he got 3 in total in that fight. So this Victor, even though he's at a massive deficit, has slowly been getting a lot of kills and gold, especially thanks to that last fight.
Absolutely. I mean, that initial engage from Alvaro would have been that much more deadly if Elyoya had the Cyclone, but it was just still on cooldown at the beginning of the fight.
Spot.
It was only had about 10-15 seconds left, which I think is maybe partially why BLG forced their hand. You know, they tried to look for this fight with the cooldown down, but it was that re-engage from Elyoya as that ultimate came back up. They look for it. On is always ready to scrap here. He is back to the river. Bin is in the area as well as MKOI trying to maintain some control here. This Dragon going to be up in 14 seconds. Mirwin is behind them. Will be spotted though by Bin, but Bin is down 2 levels. I don't think he's going to be able to win out in this 1v1. MKOI in the area will be able to push Mirwin back as Alvaro threatening with the Hex Flash. Going to get spotted out by Knight. Knight and Elk here are going to have a hell of a time walking through this tight corridor to try to get involved. Alvaro and Elyoya trying to be able to put that pressure on them. Peishuan escorting his team in, trying to create space. Bin now going to be marking Alvaro. You can see Mirwin on the side, but it's going to be a stun connecting in onto On as they're looking for the engage. Jojo goes away here, trying to survive. Elyoya though into the back line as Supa's going to knock down On. Supa is going to get killed off though by Knight. It's back and forth kills on the side as Bin is fighting Elyoya and is going to be able to win out. It's going to be another kill as well for BLG as Peishuan and Knight combo up to knock down another. It is a 3-kill fight here for BLG. They are not going to stay on the Dragon though as Jojo just TP's back at full HP. BLG will back off. No one grabs the Dragon, but BLG win the fight.
On finds an amazing ultimate onto Jojo that puts him at the precipice of death right at the start of the fight. Keep your eyes on and his ability to engage. He finds Jojo in the river, trying to get a lot of damage down. The stun connects. Jojo has the flash, but he chooses not to use it. He gets forced out of the fight immediately. He has to use the ulti, and the combo looks good on the back line, but the problem is the moment that Jojo's gone, they run out of so much of their damage, which means that the fight becomes very BLG favored. They end up getting a 3 for 2, but the re-arrival of Jojo means that BLG can't stick around.
Jojo, though, barely even ahead anymore. Knight, though, could be in some trouble. Has no flash. Is going to get chased down here. Alvaro looking good sidestep, but it doesn't even matter. Supa comes in and picks up the kill, and that is a big one. Should gain MKOI another Dragon here. Even up the Dragon score, taking their second of the game.
Small oversteps from BLG are effectively being punished by Koi. Knight dropping means a lot of their damage falls to the wayside. And the Dragon is secured. Now equalized. Koi in game 2 have come alive, and they are fighting back.
You can see Jojo now has that Bloodletter's Curse done, trying to shred some of this MR for the team, but it's going to be Supa that's the target as On goes in, does force out the cleanse. Beishuan grouping up once again. BLG are just always 3 or 4 strong, it feels like, fighting in the river. Both of these games, clearly they came in with a plan. We're going to contest Vision non-stop. We're going to put the pressure on. And in game 2, MKOI have been much more equipped to deal with it. They have been fighting back. Alvaro has been there every time on his stepping forward here, trying to get that control. As MKOI know, they cannot allow BLG to play the game at their pace. They need to match it. They need to control the game just as much.
And I'm just super happy for Jojo. Of course, it's been a while since he's returned to the international stage. He talked domestically about how he took it for granted, his first opportunity, because he just expected to make it back over and over again. And he was denied so many opportunities. But so far in this series, he's been playing well. And in this game, a lot of the weight is sitting on his shoulders. A 6-0-3 Azir, 3 items completed. It is important that he stays alive in the fight because he is so much of the team's damage.
It really is. And I mean, you can understand why he took it for granted, because he came into the league on EG and immediately won and went, to MSI and then went to Worlds. And it was kind of just that feeling of, well, it's the norm, right? It's the expectation. But hadn't been able to make it back for quite some time. And now here, the first ever International League event in Canada, getting to play at home, being in a position to carry this game against BLG, to be the first team to actually take a game off of them here at MSI, as they have won 7 straight. But of course, it is far from over. BLG have fought back from deficit so many times, and their team fighting is just so damn tough to deal with. You can see Knight now incredibly tanky, as On is going to get interrupted there on the recall. Jojo is here, On's going to have to flash out. Alvaro trades the flash back, but Supa goes in with the killer instinct and gets another one.
Could be a Baron, but it's a risky start. There's a lot of poke on the side of BLG with both the Victor and the Corki. I think they should just be happy with the pick. With Supa losing his ulti, it's a scary fight to start. But they're thinking about it.
Elyoya going to face check Elyoya, and Elyoya going to try to knock down the Corki. The Corki's in a lot of trouble. Flashes away from Mirwin. Mirwin looking to try to get back in. Beishuan trying to peel for his AD carry, but he cannot. Mirwin grabs the kill, and Knight on the other side is going to fall as well. Jojopyun goes godlike in Canada, and MKOI have their eyes set on the Baron.
MKOI finds so many picks. Elyoya sitting in that brush. I mean, I wasn't expecting it, and BLG definitely wasn't. Elk gets caught out. That cascades into another pick, and KOI get themselves the Baron here in game 2.
A 5,000 gold lead now here for MKOI. They are really starting to pull away. They've claimed the last 2 dragons. They've won some fights here, have been crushing Bin in the side lanes, and now really looking to try to seal the deal here on this first win.
Elyoya just snuck his way in. Elk wasn't expecting this at all. And the amount of damage that Elyoya was able to find. Oh, we're back
to live, but Supa's going to be in trouble here. Beishuan trying to finish him off, but can't quite do it. Alvaro there to peel just barely. Mirwin, though, coming in from behind, and now BLG may have overextended. We can see Beishuan trying to finish off Supa. He can't do it under the tower. Supa makes it happen, but the teleport's coming in now from Knight is on the other side. It's going to be Bin fighting with Elk against Elyoya and Jojo, and they do push them back. The teleport arrives there from Knight, but no more kills do happen. Wukong fancies his chances here. That's a jungler up 2 levels on the top laner for BLG.
Bit of a desperate attempt from BLG. Beishuan stealing away the Raptors, runs into Supa, knows that he has the ability to kill him, but he just doesn't quite have the resources needed. And then a TP comes through from Knight as well. BLG scattered towards the end of this game, and KOI looking to punish as much as they can. They set their sights on the tier 2 in the bot lane. The pings come down onto mid as well. KOI putting the pressure on.
Absolutely are looking for some of these tier 2 towers. And while Knight is strong, he did go for a very tanky build. He has the Zhonya's, the Cosmic Drive, as well as the Roa. So he is miles away from Void Staff as well as Death Cap. These kind of late game items that you really think of, allowing you to try to take over a fight. And MKOI now nearly 9,000 gold ahead. You can see the Red Bull Baron power play plus 5,200 gold with still a lot of time left to pick up more.
The dragon spawns in 20 seconds. It, of course, not the soul, but it will put either side on soul point. KOI bounce back effectively from game 1. They're looking to equalize this series up. They're keeping the waves pushed, making it that much harder. But again, I draw your attention to the minimap, and you'll notice they do have these wards as possible TP options. Engage.
Alvaro, though, going for the engage. He's going to preempt it, and they're looking for Knight. He goes into stasis. They're trying to peel for him, but Knight is in a lot of trouble. Jojo goes in, and Beishuan goes down. In goes Zubin in the back line, and it's Knight down. It's Elk sure to follow. It's MKOI crushing the fight, crushing the game. looking to put their eyes on the Nexus now. MKOI going forward. It's just been alive here, and he is not going to be able to stop MKOI. It looks like we're going to have a tied series here as they lost game 1, but they roar back to life in game number 2. MKOI looking poised on the international stage. We are all tied up.
KOI bounce back beautifully. They play the fights well, they find some very valuable picks, and Jojo comes up huge. A great performance from the home crowd hero.
Incredible stuff from Jojo. Really big bounce back game there from MKOI. They've got to be so happy about that after a dominant game 1 from BLG.
100%.
Some teams would have crumbled, but MKOI matched their pace. They have been looking incredible. We'll see if we can go the distance this time. Analysts, what do you think? Is it going to be 5?
I think lose game 1 to give him false hope and then smack him in game 2.
We did it! Let's go! We're profiting!
Oh, okay,
That North American mid laner we gave you was looking pretty good.
I'm gonna be honest, they were like 10K ahead at the end, and I was shaking in my boots.
The entire time, my right shoulder's not feeling too good with how long you're holding it. Those fights were really close, though.
Jojo was huge.
But this game was just pick after pick after pick. MKOI, they just sent it, and they started on Bin.
Okay, let's look at this, because Bin was having a horror of a game, right?
Yes, he was. I mean, he took TP and Ignite for the matchup. They clocked that in there just like you were hitting me. Continue to hit me because they were hitting him. This was great because already Bin was actually just taking a 1v2 with the wave so far out. That was just a mistake on his end. But they clued that he was going to keep fighting for those angles. And then here comes Elyoya, and he was on the map constantly.
We talked a lot about Elyoya and Alvaro linking up before this. It's something we absolutely did not see in game 1, Raz, but this is what it can look like, and I know you love his rel.
I really do. And so, like, I just enjoy being able to see Elyoya, like, be able to impact the map alongside Alvaro, and they were able to do this game. I got to see 2 picks that I really wanted to see from this team. Yes, the rel, but also Jojo's Azir, and that's, I feel like, my favorite composition for the squad.
I mean, it was a great comp, and it was great play right there. They kept on going for picks, and it wasn't just Bin. We showed a lot of Bin there, but they also were able to pick off Knight. They picked off Elf. They picked off On. They kept up the pace of this game, and they're playing with confidence.
Yeah, they absolutely are.
Like, even like looking towards Mirwin, he was like finding great angles, like pushing out inside, looking through mid, because they recognized that BLG was going to try and like fight for vision or look for Baron, like try and see.
We have Akali on this board?
Yeah! Throw it in there.
Where's that Akali?
Wait, where's Akali?
We need to make the Akali right now.
Don't do that.
We need to make the Akali right now.
Bring it back, because we can take some off that they've already played.
That's
so,
true.
let's take a look. Rumble, off.
Galio's gone too.
Okay.
Gone.
Off.
Nice. Sadly, your bot lane took your berries from William.
He can't play it top. That's Aurora's off, luckily. So, I mean, we still have a couple of interesting Mirin picks, I gotta say.
True, that's fair, that's fair. The Maokai's off too, so none of that there for Bin.
No,
but, like,
but as I say, I was shaking my boots a little bit because BLG is a top tier team, and we were talking about it so much that they will use everything as a prompt to fight you.
Yes.
Oh, you want to come clear this ward that we just put here for no reason? Auto will engage on you.
Like, even with the lead that they had, MKOI, like that dragon fight, I'm like, please, On, you have to stop at some point, because he pushes for the engage immediately, gets a pick before like MKOI even gets to rally around, and that was an MKOI lead that they had at that point. I'm like, oh, so we do all this good work at the beginning of the game, and then it's just BLG team fight win. And but they didn't look like that for the rest of the game.
No, it's true, and BLG got some good engages as well. What did you think? I mean, retrospect is everything, but the fact that KOI held the trigger a little bit, right? They didn't want to. They didn't want to fight at every point. They just had to. Sorry, there's someone in my ear, but there's because we're getting a really cool interview in just a little bit. No problem, Lore.
A little bit of comms in the back.
Just to regroup, the fact that for MKOI, they could have taken more skirmishes, they could have taken more fights, but they kept singling out one person. I thought it was going to come and bite them, that they kept putting Bin down and that he still would scale, but he didn't.
Yeah, and even though we were having that like Bin death reel, it continued on later on in the game because Bin will try and get as much as he can to come back into the game. So if he's pushing past River, that's one thing he'll try and do. And Elyoya is like, no, we're not letting that happen. And he's repeatedly trying to punish that pick. Bin is going to remember that for the next few games.
Yes, and we do have the interview. So we're going to head over to Laura now, who has a very special guest in the audience.
Absolutely, Shocks. I have Skane with me, content creator and co-streamer for MKOI. First impressions on game.
Well, we just won. It feels amazing to win Cycle BLG. I think they're a really good and really strong team, and it's feeling great.
You were backstage, listening to the comms and everything. Tell me more about this. How are they feeling?
I mean, the team is really confident. Even in like the first game being like take A behind, they were confident they are winning. And in the second game, everything was really controlled, really good, and the team really thinks that they can win and they can make it. So it's feeling like that on the backstage.
I see a lot of predictions behind us. I see 3-0, 3-1, 3-2. Which one is it going to be?
I mean, I hope it's 3-1, maybe 3-2, but I think we're gonna win. Let's see.
Let's keep the confidence. Gracias por la entrevista. Shocks, over to you.
Thank you to you both. Thank you so much.
I like the confidence.
Yeah. I mean, Skane's been involved with it from the very, very beginning, and it is really an MKOI family. But we need to talk about how the mid lane matchup is evolving. It was also our featured matchup. And is this what you come to expect from JoJo?
And for me, yes. I mean, going up against Knight, just talking about how great Knight is individually, I thought it was going to be a little tough, especially with the matchup being as it was. But I think JoJo had the lead, kept the lead, which I was really happy with. That was the one question I had in my mind.
Yeah, I mean, he's been super good. He kept his farm up. He was really good in a lot of these skirmishes. It was just, I did get worried in that one dragon fight where he got hit with the Leona ultimate at the very beginning and almost got taken down and he got forced out.
Yeah.
But that was really like the only moment of weakness that he showed in the entire one. It's really cool that we get to bring this graphic back because it's such a bounce back from game number 1 was so Knight-sided, and in game number 2, JoJo was huge.
Or even the Otacon fight where it felt like Bin blocked him from being able to access the backline. Moments like these happen, it's fine, but then being able to regroup and come in stronger for the next fight is something to look at.
Absolutely. I think Supa also had a great game.
Yes, he did.
Was pivotal in some of that positioning, but now we're all squared up. And of course, you're still playing versus BLG, but I think MKOI have activated their trap card, or BLG have activated MKOI's trap card because they're going to be on blue, meaning we get the Mirwin show, maybe?
He lost a lot of his picks, but he has way more in the tank.
What are we going to see? So how do you recoup for Bin? Like, he's mauling after that.
Yeah, I think he's going to have an easy time wiping that from his memory, you know, focus in on more 1v1s. Because it did start out, you were talking about Supa, and I think that was good, giving him credit, because him and Alvaro, really, really good job. I felt like they started the momentum in this, you know, as soon as they got their top kill on him, then they got the, you know, play on Knight in mid lane, and it really was kind of the start of the confidence. So I hope that we do get to see more El Yoya being very proactive on that Wukong. Maybe continuing to attack Bin, you know, but they also could go for the bot
Melted
side.
and Zep, they're cooking, and we
Yes,
trust
they
them.
are.
Let's see if we get all 5 games today. I certainly hope so, but one of the teams is going to make it to match point first. Will it be BLG or will it be Movistar KOI?
All right, guys, I just landed in China. Let's go.
Play the local way, pay your way.
Have you ever seen the Great Wall at night?
Play the local way, pay your way.
Get summer ready at Verizon. All new and existing customers get iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. Yep, iPhone 16 Pro on us. Only with Verizon.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around in the dark and light.
He's going to preempt it, and they're looking for Knight. He goes in the stasis. They're trying to peel for him, but Knight is in a lot of trouble. Jojo goes in, and Base One goes down. In goes Zubin in the back line, and it's Knight down. It's Elksher to follow. It's MKOI crushing the fight, crushing the game, looking to put their eyes on the Nexus now. MKOI going forward. It's just been alive here, and he is not going to be able to stop MKOI. It looks like we're going to have a tied series here, as they lost game one, but they roar back to life in game number 2. MKOI looking poised on the international stage. We are all tied up. Welcome back to MSI 2025 as we are heading on to game number 3 here between BLG and MKOI. The script has been flipped a little bit here as the other Western teams won game 1, then lost the next 3. Now,
it's looking like a team is going to lose game 1 and then get swept the next 3, right?
So you just want the pattern to continue here.
I would love the pattern to continue. We'll see if it does as we jump into our next draft. This time, BLG will get their hands on the blue side. Now, I will say that Koi's approach of removing both the Annie and the Ahri, limiting Knight's pool as much as they can, seems to be a pretty effective strategy. His Victor by no means was bad, but the level of impact on game 1 compared to game 2, you could really feel it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I do think that MKOI really did a good job of kind of like ratcheting up the pace at which they were playing it, right? They really did accelerate how they were playing. When you look at game 1, it was MKOI trying to sit back and trying to scale and trying to just kind of avoid fights. And BLG were saying, no, like we are going to force you to fight us. We are going to come and take everything from you if you do not. And it felt like MKOI could not match that pace. Game 2, we come in here. Alvaro is everywhere contesting on, and constantly we saw Elyoya as well as Jojo picking off Ben in the side lanes, putting pressure on him. It was them that were really dictating the pace of the game and looking very, very good while doing it.
Trundle.
Talia is up and had been banned out, every time. Talia and Vi both up and available because BLG had been on red side. Exactly. They're trying to force that ban. And so you're going to have to pick which do you not want to play against. And I think, with the Talia getting banned out, it could easily be a Vi first pick here for BLG if they want to go that route.
Ooh, I wonder if Koi will actually just take the Ahri away, but then I think BLG can respond with the Syndra.
Yeah.
So I think that it could be a bit of a risk. I'm curious as to how Koi will respond, because when we talk about Jojo's pool, like Ahri is one of his favorite picks. It's something that he played a huge amount throughout spring. And Elyoya has a lot of junglers that can enable it, but you've got to remember Xin, Wukong, Panth, and Vi now all out of the table. And Knight has the pick of the litter with both his Sylas and potentially a Syndra that he could lean towards to give him a good matchup.
Absolutely. I mean, they ban out the Trundle, which can be a difficult matchup. It is going to be Knight, Sylas here getting locked in. I do like the Ezreal for Supa. When you see Vi, Dive is going to be drafted alongside it. It's also a good takeaway there from Elk. And Bin is just going to slam down a Sion top lane here and dare Mirwin to try to do something about it. And now we have to see, do they want to match top lane here, or are they going to go for a different angle and try to match what we see in the jungle already?
I have to imagine that they're going to go towards the jungle match. They're not. That
now jungle could really get pinched.
Yeah. I mean, Elyoya, what I'll say about Koi is I think so many of these players do have a very deep pool. We've seen Elyoya play all sorts of things in the jungle.
Nefiri Ahri, I think, can be absolutely
could also
fine.
Be completely fine. Yeah, we've also seen things like Poppy is still available, for example. It's a very good matchup, especially with both a Sylas and a Vi on the other side. But I'm surprised that they wouldn't want to prioritize that. Instead, they wanted to make sure that they can get a pretty good matchup on the top side of the map going into the Sion.
Also really interested to see how high priority goes on Nautilus. That is the last of the kind of like hard engaged melee support champions that is up and available. The big 4 have already been played through these first 2 games. Nico, another one that you were talking about as far as being a good engaged tool here. But clearly, thus far, BLG more concerned about poke pairings with the Ezreal, which are obviously very common.
That's true. That's a very good point. Actually, kind of what direction do you even go when paired alongside an Ezreal now?
I mean, you could still go towards Nico, I think. I do think Nautilus still works. I think you can go a lot of different routes. I also think that, if BLG is showing a lot of dive as they are, then things like Renata really do skyrocket in value. The question is, are you going to be able to find hard engage from your jungle pick? Or do you need to get it from your support? Because right now, there is no hard engage. There's just, Jojo ulting forward and trying to charm someone. And that is not going to be super reliable. So I wouldn't be shocked to just see something like the Nautilus, unless they have kind of a pocket jungle pick that they think is going to do enough as far as the engage is concerned.
Well, we're just waiting to see what they decide to lock in. The timer is running out. And it is going to be the Nautilus.
They just need engage. I mean, I think it's not what they want for maybe their 2v2 or their matchup, but they're thinking compositionally, how are we going to play this game out?
I do really think they wanted the Braum, and I think it was a great ban coming through from BLG. Oh, and the Caitlyn, is it Caitlyn Lux?
Could be Caitlyn Nico, or,
Renata, also very good.
I think Caitlyn Nico makes a lot of sense. Renata, to me, it's like, they have enough poke that, so it is going to be the more aggressive option. Not taking the Nico, it is going to be Kate Elise here. You hit a cocoon, the trap follows it up. There's an incredible amount of burst. The amount of upfront damage that comes, from that headshot, from that Caitlyn, is going to get people low for the Elise to potentially finish you off.
Also, don't be surprised to see BLG swap early. Even though this can be a hyper-oppressive matchup, they're completely fine moving the Caitlyn and Elise into an Aatrox lane and having their Sion play the 1 versus 2 into an Ezreal.
The Fury makes a lot of sense to me. It is one of the comfortable picks here for Aoya. Obviously, had not played Lee Sin yet. This split wasn't really expecting it. So it is going to be Neferi. They are going towards comfort there. They have the engage secured here with the Nautilus. The question is, how will this bot lane go? I think a lot of BLG's success is going to be riding on how Elk and On perform in this 2v2. It's just hard to get value on the Elise later on in the game if you don't create good early advantages. I mean, Nautilus is going to show up, is going to press R on someone, is going to get something done. Whereas Elise, it is very difficult, to try to fish through Nautilus and the Aatrox 4 cocoons. If you're behind, you have to really create that advantage. So we'll see if they're going to be able to do it.
What we've seen BLG be effective at is their bot lane 2 versus 2. I think that Elkanon in the straight up laning phase have gotten the better of Super and Alvaro. Where I think Alvaro has stood out is, you highlighted it after game 1, the engages that he was making on that Alistar, even when he was getting caught out, were super impressive. In game 2, he found some great well engages as well, working very nicely with his team to collapse and find picks. And now in game 3, I think it's going to be that support battle once more. They have been non-stop contesting vision. They have been doing a great job for their teams in terms of controlling the map, and they're a key piece of what sets up the team fights for their teams.
Absolutely are. Also have to talk about Knight on this Sylas. It is one of his most played all time. 52 games on it, nearly a 79% win rate on the champion. Now, he does have good win rates on a lot of champions, but that doesn't make it any less terrifying, I will say.
But I will say that, when we think of Knight as a player, Sylas is Victor, I don't associate with Knight. Sylas, I definitely do.
Syndra, Ahri, Sylas, these kind of champions, I really do think about him playing. And you can see they wanted to get aggressive here. Knight moves down, and now they're going to try to look for a bit of a wraparound as Supa maybe forced to actually start Arcane Shift, and is going to be forced to do that on, try to get some more damage down, and they force out the flash. The Absconded Duck came through from Knight, and does get that down. So this is tough now for Supa. He's going to be starting E level 1 with no flash, and that means also, guess what, Alvaro, it's no longer your jungle. You have got to get out of there as well. Aoya moving over to try to contest here, but as the minions spawn, Alvaro loses basically all of his health. So now this bot side is truly BLG's, and we'll see what they can try to do with that control. On the other side, Beishuan getting a ward over on Raptors. Alvaro just going to have to go back to base. Will arrive a little bit late, might miss a bit of experience, and this is a pretty scary situation here for Supa and the MKOI bot lane.
I completely love this aggression from BLG. The way in which they just stormed into the enemy jungle with absolutely zero hesitation, knowing that Koi wouldn't be in a position to contest them, and now they've set up this bot lane 2v2 perfectly, with no way for Supa to last hit the minions, with On just denying him that experience. Koi find themselves on the back foot right from the level 1.
And remember, Supa is not playing Cleanse. He is playing the barrier instead, and On has been fantastic so far in this tournament. Get a little bit of chunk down. He was stellar with his engages and plans.
He certainly was. He has been, excuse my pun, on point with those engages, and throughout play-ins, we saw him find so many really amazing plays. And already here in this game, he's off to an incredible start.
Oh, they're actually looking for the dive here already. And I think they might be able to get it. First blood in the 2v2, a straight up dive onto the Nautilus.
Beautiful, just beautiful play from the BLG bot lane. Like, Alvaro didn't get a chance to move. 100-0, they secure an advantage.
Oh, Knight going back in here, hits the Abscond Abduct, and the charm goes wide there from JoJo. Nice sidestep by Knight. Makes it so it's a bit more of an even trade, but that was really confident, to say the least. I mean, On goes for a cocoon flash under the enemy tower here at level 2.
Absolutely crazy.
Makes it work. They know their limits.
That was extremely well played, and now On, he's not going to slow down. This is what you need to do on the Elise. Be active on the map. As the cocoon
repels in, but he hit the cocoon, and JoJo forced to flash out of there. Even with the charm coming through, it's so hard to get that out before he can actually get that cocoon down. Really great play from On already, making such a difference.
And the timing on the swap is fantastic as well, because they're going to arrive on the top side of the map. The wave is bouncing back towards them. Bin can just TP back to bot lane, and he can go and catch that wave. And again, you'll notice the wave state. This is why it's super awkward for Mirwin, because now he's just going to get zoned away from this farm. Elkanon can create a freeze, and this matchup that's supposed to be favorable for the Aatrox is just going to be very difficult.
Yep, it's favorable against the Sion, not against 1v2 here against this bot lane. And Sion, notoriously one of, if not the best at playing weak side, so he's going to go down towards that bot lane and be incredibly difficult to punish here. Mirwin just trying to stay in experience range. And
yep, it's perfectly done by BLG. This early game has gone exactly the way that they wanted to. You have to swap back. You need to get the bot lane 2 versus 2 back into this matchup. The TP is available for Mirwin. I don't know if he'll committed on the bot side of the map. Alvaro looking for a play in mid.
Does have his flash available, no ignite up.
Oh, I guess the level 3, that's what he was fishing for.
He's going to be able to get that level 3 now. And the call was purchased by Elk as he got it off of that early first blood here. So he is going to be scaling, and he's going to be a problem on this Caitlyn. If MKoi can't do anything to slow him down. Yoya and Alvaro moving up towards this top side, though, will get eyes here onto Beishwan. They spot him, and Beishwan's going to be behind his bot lane, making sure that there's no angle for a dive.
Wave state still very good for Elkanon. Jungler now making their presence known.
Beishwan here is going to look. Remember, no flash available on Soup, but can they find the angle? Q flash, of course he hits it. The Ignite is there as well. The Cocoon, though, blocked by Alvaro. Beautifully done by the Nautilus, but can he get away now? He's in trouble. Flashes out to safety. Elyoya arrived, trying to take down Beishwan. Beishwan in a lot of trouble, but Elk pushing back the MKoi jungler. Well handled, though, by Supa and Alvaro to get out alive.
Good patience from Alvaro and Supa. Supa has to invest the barrier very early, but Alvaro, he body blocks the Cocoon to make sure that his AD carry can get away to safety. I thought that Elyoya actually had a kill angle there onto Beishwan, but he decides not to overextend and instead chooses to retreat. Good damage comes through from JoJo in the mid lane matchup. No TP available on Knight. JoJo going to try and interrupt the back? No, going to allow it to come through. We'll be able to get a push off and a quick back to base. A lot of farm is going to be lost here by Knight. So at the very least for Koi, the mid lane matchup is going well. But meanwhile on the weak side, Bin, he has a nice farm advantage. In the 2 versus 2, Elkanon have a huge lead. Everything going the way of BLG here in this early game.
This is JoJo's second split here, in the LEC. He's the first import to EU from NA. Definitely, really leveled up in that second split. In NA was famous for his laning phase, and I think that started to really shine through in the second split and in playoffs. And we can see here again, making the most of this range versus melee matchup. He'll collect the CS, and he'll be back again about 2 full waves overnight.
Decided to go for the early Oblivion Orb to try and help mitigate some of that healing that will come through on the Sylas as more damage is being experienced by the MKoi bottom lane. I mean, we go back to the draft. You talked about how Elise is a champion that falls off much later into the game, and it's true. In the team fight, she can lock down a single target. Locking down that target becomes very difficult, but On is doing everything that he's supposed to in this early game. Very active on the map. He's finding early kills for his team, and now they're threatening a dive. Remember, Elise, fantastic for diving. Back when she was a jungler, that was her biggest strength in the tower dive meta, just because of her ability to reset that tower aggro.
And Beishwan came up there, and he hit 6 by soaking some of that experience. So now has that additional power of the level 6 ultimate unlocked here. And they have their own Ahri Vi with the stolen Ahri ult here on Knight. So definitely going to have to be careful there around the mid lane, and Elyoya knows it. He is hovering here, trying to soak some experience and see if he can get his own level 6. Is Knight going to go aggressive? Will get charmed. And nice sidestep there from Jojo, but the stolen ulti is going to be used. Elyoya, though, here to try to push Knight back, and Knight will have to retreat back to the tower. They don't get the ultimate off of Jojo, so still will have that critical playmaking tool.
Bit of an experience advantage for Knight, even though he finds himself so far behind in terms of farm. This matchup definitely not going the way that Mirwin wants. Of course, it's still relatively early on in the matchup. Sion is a beefy guy. It should get better as the game continues. But that is quite the CS discrepancy that's being built in the 1v1.
Yeah, and one of the key things is that Mirwin hasn't gotten back to base again because Bin got the push and then he ulted back to lane. So you can see the buy obviously much better there for Bin. You know, does have 1,200 plus combat stats, you know, gold worth of combat stats after that D-shield, where it's just the longsword on the other side. So, you know, expected that Mirwin would be getting bullied from that spot, but good job by Bin to get priority, to get push, and to be able to get that advantageous buy that is taking away a lot of the point of power here from MKOI, and BLG are immediately over to these grubs. It looks like MKOI are moving down, but I'm not sure if they're actually going to fully commit to a contest. First grub is already gone, and I think they're just going to have to give it up.
I like what Elyoya is doing though. Look, he's shadowing the lane. I wonder if he's going to try for a lane gank if he can sneak in behind. Still the fog of war. Doesn't want to get spotted out by any minions.
Yeah, it is always a bit risky here because Elyoya is in the area, but Beichuan is here as well. On in the lawn, trouble repels in and just gets blown up. Teleport coming in as well from Jojo. They want to continue the chase. In goes Elyoya, getting Elk low. Ooh. Elk should be able to back off and survive. A great play there, though, from MKOI. Their jungler was waiting. Bin, though, on the bot side, looking here for more. Mirwin will have to base. And finally, we'll be able to get another buy.
So they move the Ahri into top lane. I wonder if Jojo just wanted to be ready for the play, but having him on the top side of the map to catch this wave, get himself a play, I think is a completely fine play. Look at how much of an advantage he has built independently over Knight.
Huge.
The TP response is going to come through from Knight, going to be able to sidestep the charm there, but now they can get their AD carry into the mid lane in that shorter lane. It's much safer for Super and Alvaro, but it also opens Alvaro up to start roaming. Now, of course, the truth is that the same is true for On, who's already out on the map, getting some deep vision down onto MKOI's bot side of the map. Mirwin needs to be careful here. He should be aware that he's on the weak side.
Yeah, On hit the vision plant. Even though it didn't go towards him, they likely noticed it. And we'll see if they can put that pressure on. Alvaro moving down here, wants to be in the area to cover, and Mirwin is being respectful, seeing the BLG bot lane duo down here. Nice little trap connects, though, onto Mirwin, and he will lose some of his health as a result. The plates being farmed away by this BLG duo. But the advantage, honestly, all things considered, not that big. It is just 300 gold for Elk over Supa. And when you consider how the level 1 went, losing your flash, starting E, your support gets dove at level 1, they're very close here.
Again, though, BLG, it's the same has been true in every single game now. First Dragon, first Grubs. MKOI not been in the best positions to really contest these objectives. It's not the end of the world. They'll still have ways to fight back later on into the game. But I quite like what BLG have done by sending Bin into this mid lane matchup. Again, Sion, very effective on the weak side, playing in the 2 versus 1, whereas Mirwin is getting bullied quite a lot. Still a ways away from his first item. But,
Alvaro going to flash forward here. Does connect the hook onto On, but no one's even near you.
That was an ambitious flash.
That was, I mean, just asserting some dominance.
I guess he was aware that Elyoya had his ulti available.
Knight looking here onto Jojo. Jojo has popped the flash and interrupted the Iskana duck with his charm. He wants to go for more. Tries to get some healing back. Knight backing it out. Jojo waiting for his cooldowns. But Bin is missing from mid lane, and he knows it. He has got to be careful. Realizing that Knight could have backup, Jojo decides not to go for more.
Great awareness from Jojo. He's been playing exceptionally well in the 1v1, but now he's exposed to a dive.
The whole squad is here. Q flash, ulti to follow. He's going to get knocked up and knocked down. Knight even grabs it with the explosion off the Q. Nice play from BLG, rotating up and helping out Knight. And just like that, gold lane completely gone for Jojo.
It's that classic of, bro, why don't you play safe? You know, my man is sitting underneath his tower. He has his flash available. He even gets it off, but it's still not enough to get him away to safety. A good collapse comes through from BLG. They found a really nice window where Elyoya couldn't be in a position to respond. And now that lead that Jojo had built, it disappears.
Yeah, and that is so frustrating to be in that situation. You're slowly building this incremental advantage over 10 minutes of laning, and then one good play from BLG, and it is just gone. Bin definitely going to be a bit of a problem here. This guy is getting incredibly tanky. And Beishuan now level 9 on the Vi, has had the Sundered guy here for a bit, but Knight is going to be able to finish that Rocket Belt. And BLG are starting to hit all of their one-item power spikes, looking like they are in a really good spot, as Bin is just going to be ulting back out to mid lane to cover, while BLG attack this bot lane tower, looking for first turret of the game here. Try to move that much closer to Feats.
Just really nice lane assignments from BLG overall. They're going to secure the first tower of the game. They can catch the mid wave. Bin TPs to top to catch that wave as well. Koi just have no response on the map. Yeah, this early game is just sheer domination. They're playing around this Caitlyn very well, and what felt like a small lead before is now quickly ballooning into a big one. 1.9k the gold lead, and Elk even had the audacity to watch that wave die in front of that tower, just to deny that extra bit of farm. That is a 1.2k individual gold lead for Elk over Super.
It's like a minute ago it was 300.
Yep.
It is crazy. They're playing the map very, very well. Credit to Bin, was mid lane, roams top, makes a dive happen, ults back mid, covers there from Supa, TP's top, covers the push from Mirwin. He is everywhere right now and really playing his role well. MKoi did the right thing. They wanted to try to go for plates elsewhere. They're saying, okay, you're gonna commit 3-4 bot. We're just gonna push the other 2 lanes and we're gonna farm plates there. But Bin single-handedly defended the push in multiple lanes.
And now look at Knight. He has a level up over Jojo. He also he's ahead in gold as well. What was a matchup that Jojo was simply dominating. With the Rocket Belt completed, and this is the downside of going for the early Oblivion Orb, it does delay that first item spike as well. That 800 gold investment does slow you down. So Knight in a great position, and with the Herald spawning in a minute's time, the Dragon in a minute and a half, BLG, they're in a much better position when it comes to being ready for a fight.
And we'll see if they are going to be able to push that advantage even further. You already know they're going to be showing up to Herald. They do it every single time, it feels like. Elkanon moving in, trying to get some more information. More than double the gold there, just about double, I should say, the gold for BLG as far as the plates are concerned. And they have really gotten that payoff that they wanted from the Caitlyn as well as the Elise. They've been aggressive. They've been attacking towers. The bot lane turret already gone. Mid lane tower now down to about half. And the Caitlyn uses these grubs so incredibly well.
Looking at the minimap right now, you see once again on pairing up with Beishuan. Going to clear out those raptors and start getting some vision control. Jojo, nice trades.
Again, but Knight is just getting aggressive. Elyoya is in the area, but they're not sure where Beishuan is, and they don't want to force the issue. Jojo definitely took the bad end of that trade, so Knight is going to be happy with the advantage that he gets. Elkanon continuing to play for Prio here in mid, while Bin is up there on top side, fighting with Mirwin.
Let's have the Sun and Sky completed. Should make the trades a little bit better for him. On. Will connect the cocoon, but obviously,
nice repel there to avoid the hook coming through from Alvaro. Both objectives are now spawned, so there is a potential to try to cross-map, look for trades here. If MKoi don't want to take the fight, Supa getting a nice little chunk down onto On. As you can see, Bin already moving down over towards that Herald. Beishuan moving up in the area. If Mirwin is not careful, he could get jumped on, but Alvaro and Elyoya are aware of it and are moving in to clear out vision once again.
I think the scariest thing for Koi is the fact that Knight has way more control over the side lane, and it's such a good TP flank.
Oh, the cocoon flash comes through, and there's the Q flash as well from Alvaro. Alvaro is going to be going down in a hurry, tries to turn it around, but can't find much of anything. BLG pull the trigger, make the play happen. Elyoya's got to get out of there, is going to be trying to be knocked up by Bin, but will be able to go immune and jump over the wall, get back to safety, but just like that, commit some flashes, commit the TP, win the fight before it really even starts.
But we were just talking about how the scariest part about this was that Knight has way more control on the side lane now. Like, he had such a deep push on the bot side of the map, meant that he had way more time to make this play happen, and he wasn't really necessary to make the kill happen, but that fight could have ended so much worse for Koi. They're lucky that it was only a single kill. BLG secure the feats of warfare once again. They're going to secure the mid lane tower. And now the TP response.
Now, Jojo going to be trying to look. MKoi, can they find a great sidestep there from Beishuan, but he's going to be locked up. He's going to be charmed up as well, as Elk is going to be eating that Nautilus ultimate. Beishuan trying to turn around, but he's going to get shut down there by Elyoya. Great play from MKoi. Battling back, getting a pick here. but it's still BLG pushing the map. Look at Knight, not going to respond to the play. He has no TP, so he's just going to push out bot side. And the question is, can BLG still look to contest at these objectives? MKOI doesn't have the confidence to start up the Dragon.
Yeah, I mean, the HP is low, the ultis are unavailable. It's a risky play to make, and they need to catch that bot wave because Knight is a full level over Jojo, and he's continuing to grow that lead. Knight is hovering. I don't think he has any real kill threat, but I think he can be cheeky. Steal it. Oh, the Gromp going to give away his position.
He's going to be spotted there. Steals away the Neferi ultimates, and he's going to have that ability to dive into the backline now.
I will say that because Koi staying on the map, they actually haven't reset after finding that pick in mid, means it's now basically impossible for them to contest this Dragon. They need to go back to base, spend some of the gold that they picked up, and it's going to be another advantage gain for BLG. Just sheer domination from BLG so far in this early game. 2 towers in their favor, every objective secured, the kills and the leads, and the small advantage that Jojo had disappeared off a single play that happened on the top side of the map, and now it's Knight who runs the side lane.
Yeah, exactly. It's very difficult. Jojo finally now has his first item. The Malignance is done there, as he does level up to 12, but still Knight most of the way to 13. And is going to be working in towards that second item. Potentially that Riftmaker coming through here, as Knight just constantly fishing in these side lanes, looking to see if anyone will overextend, if there's an angle for a pick, trying to put that pressure on. And sometimes the fact that he's just stepping out of vision like this is making it so hard for MKOI, because if you don't know where he is, you can't actually step up, you can't farm these waves. You always have to pay respect to the fact that Knight could be in the area.
He's going to choose to reset for now. I wonder if he's actually got another upgrade available to him. Okay, he's going to get the Fiendish Codex. Nice little pickup there. Bit more CDR available. But ultimately, the game will slow down now. There's no real objective to play for. BLG will likely set their sights on the top tower. They'll use the Caitlyn mid lane, get that push, and then they can start rotating into the top side jungle. Alvaro's doing a good job of clearing out what Vision On is trying to put down, but BLG, their objective is clear, and they're looking for a pick right now.
Yeah, they want Mirwin. Elyoya is in the area. We'll see if they can try to turn it around. On looking here for the Cocoon. He's going to be able to follow it up beautifully, layering to CC. BLG knocking down MKOI's top laner.
I mean, that's just a misplay from Mirwin. That the objective feels obvious on the map of what BLG is looking to play for. That top tower is the only objective they really can play for. And so he, in his attempt to clear out the wave, he gets picked off. BLG find themselves another pick. Continue to grow the leads.
MKOI looking though, trying to get some vision back on this top side, but again, it's going to be Bin unanswered in the bot lane. This has been the story. BLG just playing the map in this game, constantly pushing out, forcing the response here from MKOI. And building these incremental advantages slowly but surely here throughout these last 20 minutes of the game. They have the first 2 dragons. It is going to be Infernal Soul that is up and available, and they have quite a high burst, high damage composition already. That would make it very difficult for MKOI. Supa trying to look for some poke, but it was warded out, and Knight fishing with the Absconded Duck, taking a pretty nice trade here onto Jojo. Who's going to really get pushed back. Knight is looking for the solo kill, and he just straight up finds it. Dives under the tower, knocks down Jojo. He is not afraid whatsoever. The laning phase is over.
Knight in the side lane looks monstrous. Elyoya getting bullied out of the jungle. A tower is locked down as well. And now MKOI have a serious problem on their hands. Knight is so strong with Elk right by his side. Some serious gold advantages. The Riftmaker going to be secured. And I mean, Jojo just can't trade back at this point. In the extended fight, he steals away the Ahri ultimate. He chases him down. He connects the stun underneath the tower, and the tower just can't do enough damage. That reaction is appropriate.
Oh, yeah. It's like, you could do that?
Oh, wow.
Yep, see, there you go. I mean, Jojo's just realizing that's the position he is now in. Knight just went so aggressive, and Jojo didn't want to just use the ult really early to try to retreat. And by the time he popped it, Knight was just in on top of him with the stolen ultimate, kept that pressure going. Jojo in the area, but down 2 levels now. Elyoya is here, as is Supa. They may try to overload a side lane, see if they can find a play. They're going to spot out the Otacon on Invitational in the area here, but again, Bin not being answered right now in the bot lane. As BLG just continue the full court press, constantly pushing up all of these lanes, forcing MKOI to respond to them.
MKOI just can't get near the towers right now.
Nice
repel, but can they pile in? Not going to be able to find it.
That was a quick repel from On. He doesn't linger around too long in the air, so he can still get away to safety. Mirwin feeling a little bit more confident in the matchup now. Trading nicely, forcing Bin back. But while we've been, you know, keeping our eyes on Knight, we did mention it earlier, Elk, still a thing. Level 13 on the Caitlyn, a lot of range available to him. But I'm just like, I'm trying to think of how Koi really win from this position, because Jojo, it just feels like this Ahri is so weak compared to Knight. Level 15 on the Sylas, he's the highest level in the game. And I feel like that he feels unkillable, to be honest. I just feel like that Koi just don't have enough damage to deal with the Sylas. He has so much HP. He also has the healing that'll come through from his W.
On positioning very aggressively here. He's just fighting back and forth, and yeah, it is going to be really tough to knock down Knight. Another dragon has spawned though. BLG going to be moving to Soul Point as MKoi want nothing to do with it. They're going to see if they can just continue to farm, find some advantages elsewhere. Jojo just stays up towards that top side. But you can see already BLG pinging on towards Otacon. So they're going to try to take this dragon and then go up. And they just will never give MKoi time. It has been a theme in this series, both in Game 1 and now in Game 3. As soon as BLG get any sort of an edge, they're going to show to every single objective, force you to fight, or just get further and further behind.
Koi are quickly running out of options, it feels like. Super has done a good job of bouncing back into the game, but obviously the difference in gold is largely just due to all the towers and plates that were secured by Elk earlier into the game. Otacon, while an objective that is available, we've seen BLG use it as a means to force fights. Right now, though, they don't seem super enthusiastic about forcing anything in the immediate future. They're starting to shepherd
go. Look for the fight. He's just charging on in, but everyone is there from MKoi, and he's getting incredibly low already. The shield comes back up. You will be able to walk it out as Knight arrives in the teleport. Mirwin is behind them, but he has been spotted. Mirwin looking, can't find him with the chain. On in trouble. Death Charge going to be coming out and will connect. MKoi does have the support of BLG incredibly low, and Bin took quite a bit of damage there too, but Bin can base and teleport back. BLG staying in the area as MKoi now have their eyes on the Otacon. They are thinking twice though. They're not sure, do they want to commit to it? And now BLG saying, well, guess what? You have to commit to it now. We are not going to allow it to reset. On over the wall, he would be spotted. He is incredibly low. Base one taking some damage. Nice charm on the side, does connect in onto Bin, but it's Knight again, going aggressive. It's Knight looking for more. It's Knight on a rampage, knocks down Alvaro, and it's BLG fully controlling the area, pushing MKoi out, securing the Otacon.
Great patience from BLG. Knight, he's fishing for more. He's going to use the last tick of the Ahri ulti to try and close the gap. Elyoyo is going to be forced out of his jungle once more. Super is lying in wait. Is there really a play here? I don't think so. BLG choosing to disengage Knight. He's just doing what he can to be obnoxious. Going to stick around for an extra wave as well. He'll tick over to level 16. We look back at this play, and this is the second half of the fight. Look at the HP of Jojo, look at the HP of Alvaro. The positioning just isn't ideal. There's not really a good way to start the fight. The flash over from On, it creates this pressure on one side, meaning that those three Koi members then can't support Alvaro, making it super easy for Knight to just pick up that kill onto the Nautilus and force the rest of Koi to retreat. BLG with nothing but domination here. Here in Game 3, they're at Soul Point. The Baron is alive. Otacon secured. Hook!
Oh, big hook there from Alvaro. Do they have the follow? If they do, the charm is there, as is the shutdown. Will MKoi just go to the Baron, try to flip it right here, right now? They're quite behind, and I think that's going to be the call.
How does Alvaro keep finding these engages? A beautiful hook connects onto a really important member of BLG, but Knight is still alive. The hook?
Not going to be able to connect. Knight does have to flash out there. He is level 16. Remember, BLG pulled off a 3v5 last game. Can they do it in the 4v5? Bin moving in, trying to create space. Mirwin on the side threatening. He's onto base one. Base one getting chunked down as Knight steals the Nautilus ultimate. Bin now tanking a lot of damage here. He's going to have to try to ult out to safety. The DPS pretty low here from BLG as MKoi do keep the Baron leash. Alvaro down fairly low. Mirwin being a real thorn in the side here of BLG, as they're just going to make the call to give it up. MKoi navigate the situation beautifully off of the pick from Alvaro.
Unbelievable. Alvaro is saving the game for MKoi. We've praised this player a lot in this series. It feels like that it's been a battle of the supports for so much, and a much needed pick happens. The ward gets cleared out. Elk, he feels safe here, and why shouldn't he? The Hex Flash comes over.
The timing is perfect. The Q comes out, rooting himself. Means that Alvaro is able to connect the Q. The follow-up charm from Jojo. And now, MKOI have found a lifeline. They're not in the driver's seat, but at the very least, it's closed that gap. It's put them a little bit more tight. Yes, they are. They're catching up.
Exactly. They are accelerating. We'll see if they can keep that pace going. Knight definitely still going to be a big problem, but that pick on Elk meant that BLG really did not have a lot of consistent damage going into that fight. It was very difficult for them to try to navigate without the Caitlyn. In here, of course, still is that brick wall, and you still have the looming threat in 40 seconds of this Soul. The question is, can MKOI with the Baron buff stop them from getting it?
Mirwin has been very quiet in this game, but in that last fight, he was just keeping On and Beishuan completely out of the Baron pit. And I think that his damage can't afford to be underestimated. A level 16 on
Go looking, does connect on the charm. Supa shifts forward. Rocket Belt used to dodge the hook from Alvaro.
I feel like that this Aatrox is going to become a problem. He's TPing in. The ult from Ezreal is good. The poke damage is good.
And Mirwin going to get spotted here by Beishuan. Beishuan liking his odds in this fight, does get a nice little bit of chunk. But On now, he's at the point of the game where it is very difficult as the Elites to really find those team fights. And look at that Q flash over the wall. He finds Supa, and Supa's going to get knocked down by Knight. And now Knight is running over this fight. He's looking for Elyoya. He wants more. Knight and Beishuan, they team up and knock down the AD carry of MKOI. That just might be what they needed here. They're going to get Soul off the back of it as well. As Knight goes hunting, can't find more, but what a beautiful engage from BLG.
Knight just takes the hope from Koi and crushes it. A fantastic engage comes through from the Silas. And the Soul is secured. And the MasterCard price this moment, we're going to get to see the engage that comes through from Knight in the mid lane. He's going to steal away Jojo's ulti. And he's going to find the right target. Supa is the place to go. Oh, Beishuan sets it up. Knight with the quick follow-up. The hook comes through to try and keep him alive, but there's little that they can do to protect their AD carry.
Just when MKOI thought they had a way into the game, they get a pick, they get the Baron. You can see the frustration there on the face of the coaching staff.
Nice. Nice. Nice.
Nice indeed.
They're chilling.
Yeah, I mean, credit to Beishuan. I didn't see that in the initial play, but you're right.
Beautiful Q flash.
Really, really nice engage. And you can just see, like, there was no response from Koi. They were just shut out immediately.
Yep, and you can see the damage that this mid-jungle duo put out here from BLG. They now have the Soul. The Infernal Soul going to make things that much more difficult for MKOI. Nice Rocket Belt forward, does knock off the Verdant Barrier there from Jojo. They are looking at Elyoya, trying to put some pressure on him. Knight now level 17. Massively up in experience over most of the members there of MKOI, though Mirwin is quite strong, is level 17 himself. But BLG just so confident in their positioning in this game now, they're just going to invade, stay in the face of MKOI. This is what they love to do, constantly force you into these difficult spots, and Ben is becoming harder and harder to deal with. You can see the Soul Furnace HP, over 1,300 now, passive health that he has gained from that.
BLG have a very solid front to back. They're setting their sights on this tier 2. And with the Caitlyn, they should be able to make quick work of the objective. They keep Ben in the mid lane that they have done throughout this game, moving him off onto a side lane, not even using him as a front line, but just as an extra point of pressure on the map. The TP is going to go and catch the mid wave from Jojo, but significant damage is already done to the structure.
Yeah, I mean, Jojo was down in that bot lane trying to see if he could trade for a tier 1 tower. They haven't even knocked down a single tier 1 yet.
Anything in this game.
No, but
Jojo
the
Baron, I guess,
didn't have time to actually be able to knock it down. He had to defend his tier 2. Finally, it does fall to the minions, so they are going to be able to at least get 1 tower. We'll see if they can do something else. Good poke, though, on to On. As Supa going to take that ultimate from Caitlyn right to the face. Down about half HP. Has no lifesteal in the build just yet. And it is making it really difficult as Elk, at every opportunity, is just throwing out that ace in the hole straight at Supa.
Well, the good news for Koi is that their base still in a healthy spot. The bad news is that every single fight seems to be going the way of BLG. With the Soul secured as well, it's just so much additional damage. The Elder could be a potential win condition for Koi. And
Back
the
again.
Magi, of course.
Magi's the clock.
I mean, of course, it's Knight. The man loves to read, and He fills those pages with quite a few stories. The Baron spawning in 30 seconds. Ooh, forced the flash from Alvaro, and he kind of has to. The trap was laid. The damage was about to be dealt. And the pressure just continues. Top wave pushed in, mid wave pushed in. More vision in the enemy jungle. Denial, denial, denial. That is the game plan for BLG. Give them nothing, but take from them everything. And you can see our observers highlighting it for us now how little Koi see on the map.
Oh, but they may have an angle here. Flash forward, does connect in onto On in trouble, charmed up, knocked down. Now they need more. They're trying to hunt for Elk, but he is retreating back to the tower. In comes Knight. BLG, they're looking. Depth chart thrown out there onto Knight. As you see, Beige One in the back line. He's trying to take out Suba. Suba's got a kite for his life. He's got to run. Beige One's in trouble now as Jojo lands the charm. It's a shutdown over onto the BLG jungler. But the BLG soul laners and Elk are still alive, and they're going aggressive. Abscond, abduct, the charm turning around, trying to take down Knight. Knight goes scold, and he sees incredibly low. Suba with the perfect timing, gets a kill back. It is bloody fight in the mid lane there. 3 for 3 at the end of the day. But Bin and Elk stand strong and push back the MKOI members.
This whole play starts with Alvaro finding another massive hook. But the end is going to be Elk breaking into the base, securing their first inhibitor of the game, and Super can do nothing about it. The immovable wall that is Bin will act as a shield. No one is going to be up. There's no crazy TP plays. He's still going to get hit by the ace and all. The Baron is alive. BLG, are they really going to overstay for the bot tower as well? I think this is a little bit greedy. They need to get back to base, need to get the resets off if they want to be in a position to contest the Baron.
Still feeling confident about their ability to do so. Bin pushes in the wave there. Gotta say, Alvaro has been heroic for MKOI.
Certainly has been.
By far the standout player for the team in this series, I think. And Jojo obviously have an incredible Azir game, but Alvaro, even in the losses, has really been the one to give hope, to try to find these angles. But BLG have been stalwart. Even when someone is getting picked off, they're looking for the re-engages. They're confident in their ability to find angles to make the fights work. Knight and Bin have just been that brick wall, it feels like, and now BLG are going to be starting up the Baron. It's immediately spotted there. And Supa trying to help push Bin back. Mirwin with him as MKOI trying to get some control here. Knight, though, level 18, has the stolen Ahri ult, and this Baron is just gone. MKOI cannot find a way in. It's an easy Baron there, and now Bin looking for the engage. Alvaro in a lot of trouble, has no flash. He's caught out, and On flashes in, hits the cocoon onto Supa. Can they find the follow-up? Knight looking to dive into the back line. He's in onto Supa. Supa's in a world of trouble. Gets out to safety, though. Great kiting out from MKOI. Supa, though, going to be hit by the ultimate from Caitlyn. Elk talks him down as Mirwin gets one back. Mirwin, though, trying to run away here. He is in a difficult position because Elk is still up and alive. MKOI fighting back as best as they possibly can, but Elder is on the map, and it's BLG with the extra member. It's BLG who are heading straight down there, and it's MKOI making the choice to just give up that Elder. They're going to TP Jojo to top lane and just go for the bounties.
The fights just continue to go the way of BLG. Bin is the one to initiate things, and he does it once again without any hesitation. Once the Baron is secured, BLG waste no time in trying to force a fight against Koi. They've done a good job of making these fights so difficult for Super to play. Jojo, it feels like that he just tickles the members of BLG. He can land some good charms, but the damage just isn't coming through. Meanwhile, Knight on the front line is just eviscerating anyone that stands in his way. He stepped a little too far, and Mirwin was able to get a nice shutdown. But now, with the Elder, BLG are looking to close out Game 3.
And we'll see if they're going to be able to do it. BLG have all the pieces to the puzzle, and they're going to look for Alvaro here. Great buffered hook to the wall, does keep him alive for now. Knight lost all the stacks in that Magi, so did have to sell it, but picks up the Shadow Flame. Good bit of poke there onto Elk, who does not have any lifesteal really in the build. So is going to still stick for quite a while. But you can see Supa, ace in the hole hits him, and he is right back to base pretty much. Has to try to sit back, heal back up with this Vamp Scepter. It's going to be up to the wave clear here, but it's not great from MKOI. And BLG, you already know they're going to be posturing aggressively here, trying to get in the face of MKOI. MKOI are just trying to buy some time as Jojo almost just gets one shot there. Down incredibly low, almost got executed by the Elder here as BLG now eyes on the Nexus towers here. First one getting incredibly low. Jojo back out from base. Mirwin fighting on the side against On. Bin creating space here for Elk. All BLG need to do is keep Elk alive and keep that man firing, and he is going to get the rest of the job done. The first Nexus tower has already fallen. BLG pushing in. Great. Zonia's there from On. Is going to be able to immune it. And look at that! Elk just one-shots Jojo, and that should do it. Mirwin going forward, trying to make something happen, but he's going to fall as well. It's BLG crushing the hopes here of MKOI. They look for the heroics in the base, but Elk will not allow it. This man 7-1-4 on the Caitlyn. It's the bot duo from BLG yelling bot dip.
A headshot to round things out as Elk snipes Jojo and brings BLG to match point. We're seeing that when BLG get a foothold in the game, it feels like that they just don't let go. And while there was some hero moments from Alvaro, it just was not enough to slow down the onslaught from BLG.
Absolutely, BLG staying incredibly confident there. And remember, Twitch subscriptions are back for MSI. Subscribers enjoy benefits like enjoying MSI ad-free, custom chat emotes, badges, and more. Riot allocates a portion of the proceeds to the global revenue pool, directly supporting the leagues and teams in the LoL Esports ecosystem. Subscribe now to unlock the Not Like This way in-game emote. And BLG bring MKOI to match point. Will we see the LEC come back? What do you think, Desk?
Well, my prediction is 3-2 MKOI, so I definitely believe they're gonna come back. Delusion feeds me.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
We'll see. But for Billy Gaming, this is really the bounce back that they wanted. They hadn't dropped a single game this tournament so far, so they were left examining themselves, and they had an absolute slam dunk.
And they came back. Shocks, it started straight from level 1.
Yeah.
It started in draft.
A little bit.
They started in draft where they drafted Caitlyn plus On's Elise. On is a very good Elise, and he showed it in this game. But they start out with the invade. They bring Knight Silas with them, and this is actually even after they already got Ezreal's flash, where we're starting this replay. But they got the Ezreal, and then they push out Alvaro as well. And because this damage is a little bit later into the game, then he's going to have to go for the recall, go all the way back to the fountain, and then walk through. So they have a really easy push.
Oh, wow.
And On, just beautiful. Cocoon Flash under the tower here is able to pull off the tower dive, and then they rotate over. This also ended up making it really difficult for the other side of the map here. Mirwin, you can see, oh no, this wave is pushing away from me. They can freeze it here, and so they start to get these advantages and really build on them.
Yeah, even in between this, the fact that Elise was making the trek from bot lane through mid lane, got the flash on Ari, goes towards this top lane play, they're just constantly in your face, and it felt like this game was already kind of grim at that point.
It's true. It was a great start, and you had the advantages on the correct people at all times. You mentioned On there, and I just gotta say, it is so fun to watch these two supports on the Rift right now. And I know Alvaro will be a little bit frustrated that he couldn't make more happen, but he made the difference also.
Exactly. He had some really good hooks. You know,
yeah.
I started to believe in some comeback possibilities with some of those picks.
I did as well. I just wanted to call out how it's been a joy to watch, but unfortunately not a joy to play for MKOI. And I feel like what we've seen now in Game 1 and Game 3, Raz, if you give Knight a little bit of an advantage, he is going to take that all the way to the bank.
100%, because even in the early laning phase, it was some difficulties, but he was able to work alongside the Vi ulti. I actually was very surprised that that was a kill, but then he ends up also getting a solo kill later on too. I just felt like Knight and the combination of Vatron worked super well. That was a question in our mind coming into this event. They answered this one pretty quickly.
Yeah, that one play where MKOI are pushing up with their Baron and Basewan's able to get the flash play to start it out. Yeah. Oh man, that one was beautiful.
And this replay here, Jojo Pion uses his charm really early on a minion, and so Silas is just like, all right, like rubbing his hands, I can continue forward in this fight.
And then from draft, they were looking at it and they're like, okay, you have the early pick Vi. Oh no, now we're in a situation where some of Knight's main champions, both Ari and Silas, pair with it, and they're like, okay, I guess we'll take the Ahri away so you can't pair your Ahri with the Vi. But then the Sylas pick into it is always so good because you scale so nicely and you get really tanky as well when we saw him take over.
Yeah, and I mean, this game he did so much with the Ahri ulti that he was stealing, but this was a play, we just talked about Alvaro and the playmaking that he had.
It breaks my heart after this, though.
Hex flashes over the wall, find a pick on Elk, then they play the Baron situation out so well. MKoi was bringing this game
They were back, baby.
They were.
And then they weren't.
Even looking at Mirwin just like pushing away Beitron, he really didn't have an entryway into the fight. And so at some point, he was charging the Vi Q saying, maybe this is an opportunity. No, we're backing away. We're giving them this Baron.
This is all great. This is fantastic.
Moments later.
1 minute
Did that age
later.
well? No. They want too much, I think.
Yeah, this was a sad one because Mirwin gets pushed away. So like, then Beitron gets control of the Raptor Pit area. They use that as a front to take this fight onto, that's right, Supa. He Q flashes through, gets Supa, then you get to see the Sylas ulted stealing Knight just rain terror in this fight. So even though I was like, in my mind, I was like, MKoi, you have a great situation, you have Baron push, just go for Dragon. No, they push him off and then BLG takes the Soul.
And they're on match point first, and I think we need to talk a little bit about this BLG roster, right? Because BLG as an organization, runners up twice at the international tournaments. That MSI fell to Gen G, and of course famously in the World Finals to T1. But this is a team you always expect to be at the top of League of Legends when they are there. And the fact that you said that Beitron is really gelling with this core team very well is good news for BLG.
Exactly. BLG were late bloomers in this split. They were making the change, coming in from Wei into Beitron. The playoffs, they really kicked it into full gear. They got into the finals. Sure, they lost, but they're learning and they're learning quickly.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure on Beitron coming in from Thunder Talk. He has big shoes to fill there. And honestly, BLG here, we do have a lot of faith in them. So you're gonna have to start praying for
yourself. Speak for yourself. I want a Silver Scrapes at the very least. I just think we've been talking a lot about these things in these fights. You need presence of mind constantly. And yes. I do feel that in a couple of those skirmishes where MKoi had the upper hand, you see, oh, you get a great teleport, but your angle is off for the fight. By then, your ADC is already dead because you've been cocooned and Sion is running interference. I just think these fights are very difficult to play.
That's where we had hope, by the way.
Ahead.
Right at this point was where we had hope. The whole Baron situation.
Yeah.
We saw BLG lose so much gold, and then they got it right back.
So MKoi chooses to go to the blue side for this next one, where they are up against match point. What are some of the choices we want to see them make, seeing that there are so many threats on BLG?
I think some early proactive stuff, especially for El Yoya. I mean, their best game that we did see from MKoi, they were very active in making picks on side lanes and stuff like that. Very active in creating their own advantages.
Yeah, a lot of the great engaged picks that can work really well for Alvaro is off the table. I'm thinking toward, like, maybe the Braum can come into play.
Nico?
Nico's good. Where's the Nico pick? That would be a really good option. You know what? Get in there. Get into the booth. Get her in there.
No, but we got to believe in them that they can rally in terms of our LEC champions. They've been in this before. They played 5 games in the playoffs as well. They can do it, but doing it on this stage versus a BLG that looks poised to take that match, that is the difficulty.
That's the question.
We'll see how it plays out after the break. If MKoi can bring us 2 Silver Scrapes, or if BLG finish the job.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around. This is what I do. I'm a dog, not afraid to fight in the dark and light.
What a car. Living the dream, huh?
Sweet dreams are made of this. Who am I
Okay. I get it now.
Sweet dreams are made of this.
An update is required. Financial system updating. System updated.
We will dance together.
The future of money is here. Feels good.
Master of 9 shots. Oppo Find X8 series. Powerful camera, powerful AI.
An army's not enough to silence me. Go ahead and bring the galaxy. Nothing you do could rattle me. Go ahead, battle me. Get out my way. Get out my way. Move. Get out my way. On my way. Get out my way. Move. I gotta do what I gotta do. No one or nothing can stop me. And if you don't think that I can, just watch. Move. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. Yeah, vengeance in the trenches with my mindset on a mission. Ain't ready for what I'ma hit with. I'ma go get it, I'ma get this. And I told them I'ma end this, get a witness. You want the fire and I got that. Ain't nobody here gonna stop that. Got more than a 12-gauge kickback. I'm about to get that, no one gonna top that. I've been putting that work in. If you want the crown, you gotta earn it. Don't assume that silence means weakness. There's a monster that's lurking under the surface. They about to know. To doubt me, that's a tragedy. You end up just counting the casualties. Victory is my anatomy. Go ahead, battle me. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. I gotta do what I gotta do. No one or nothing can stop me. And if you don't think that I can, just watch. Move. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. All of that talking stops now. There's no need for discussion. Once you see what I'm about, all of that talking stops now. Let's do this for real. Let's go. Right now. Battle me. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around. This is what I do. I'm a dog, not afraid to fight in the dark and light.
The game where it is very difficult as the Elites to really find those team fights. And look at that Q flash over the wall. He finds Supa, and Supa's gonna get knocked down by Knight, and now Knight is running over this fight. He's looking for Elyoya. He wants more. Knight and Beishwan, they team up and knock down the AD carry of MKOI. Welcome back to MSI 2025. Maybe Los Ratones is what the LEC needs. We'll see. MKOI looking pretty strong so far. It's been back and forth, but I gotta say, BLG, when they get ahead, this team pushes the advantages so incredibly well. It feels suffocating. Any sort of edge they get, they are all over you. They're in your jungle. They're forcing every objective. They are punishing every mistake that you make. And I feel like MKOI is struggling to keep up when they get a little bit behind.
I mean, even with the inconsistencies that we saw from BLG in spring, the one thing that you can't refute is that when they have a lead, they know what to do with it. And the individual talent that exists on this roster is exceptionally high. It always has been. And again, while there have been question marks around their consistency, the reality is that when you give these players the ability to make plays, they will goddamn make some plays. And that is what they continue to do. And I think Knight was the perfect example of that in that game. On is just... he's amazing. He's such an impressive support. He continues to find these incredible plays. And I love that Alvaro is going toe-to-toe with him. He was a player that rose the ranks in his very first split. He's been recognized as one of the best supports in Europe. And right now, having a battle like this against BLG, like you said it in the last game, he was the one providing those hero moments for Koi and giving the fans hope for MKOI.
And to me, one of the big differences coming into this, was Beishuan, I think, at times did kind of struggle in the LPL and had some really bad games where he was kind of put in difficult positions. I have been so impressed with how he has actually played here at MSI. I do think he has been very on point. Thinking back to that last game, he's finding the Q flashes he needs to. He is creating space for his carries. He is putting pressure on the MKOI carries. Even that engage from the Raptor pit, after Alvaro finds this great pick, they get the Baron, it's immediate, the engage. Q flash finds it, Knight follows up, they kill Supa, and just like that, any momentum that MKOI had was gone. And I think that Beishuan definitely deserves credit for how well he is playing against perhaps the best, if not one of the best junglers in Europe.
Well, we'll see how things pan out here in Game 4. In Fearless, the drafts really do get tested this late into the series. Trundle ban from BLG. The Kalista first pick from Supa, definitely looking like a Renata bot lane. I wonder if BLG will look to try and take it away.
Are you a fan of the Kalista? Because so far, Kalista winless at the tournament, and has been getting punished pretty heavily by these range bot lanes. Like, again, if you just go Nico plus any sort of range bot lane, or like even like an Ashe or something along those lines, I do feel like Kalista really struggles in that 2v2, and it can be very tough to get value. How confident are you in the pick?
Well, I'm not at all. I think the two champs that Europe really shouldn't be playing is Twisted Fate and Kalista. But hey, Supa has to have confidence in himself, and his coach believes in him to bring out the Kalista. The Sejuani response into the Skarner isn't really much of a surprise, and there's the Renata to pair alongside it. So, like, if this does go to a Game 5, we're getting very deep into the pools for sure, but I think BLG have gone for a very safe approach. Reminder that Knight is a very good Nico player as well. There's always the possibility of them flexing it into the mid lane. Our assumption is that it is going into the bot lane alongside this Ashe, which is just a very strong bot lane 2 versus 2, but that flexibility is something that BLG still have in their back pocket.
Absolutely. I mean, Ashe is the one that I called out because I think this matchup is so impossible for both Renata and Kalista. Both of these champions struggle into poke, right? They're really good at dealing with hard engage. You have the Kalista ultimate to be able to, have your Renata block and engage, and you pull him in, and he knocks someone up, and he throws over the hostile takeover. But Ashe doesn't really care. You're just going to be getting hit by volley after volley. You're outranged. You're going to be slowed down by the Ashe, which sets up for Tangle Barbs very easily for Nico, as well as all of the little poke and harass that Nico can throw out. So I think it's going to be an incredibly difficult position here for Supa and Alvaro. Plus, it means that Alvaro is not on a hard engage champ. He has, in their losing games, been the one to bring that spark of hope, the one to be able to actually find these engages. So we'll see how they're going to be able to navigate this, as I really like what BLG has put out in these first 3 picks.
Okay, so they're going to take the Yorick away from Bin, one of his most played from Spring, and honestly one of the most impressive Yoricks in the world. So Koi definitely showing that respect towards that top laner. We'll also see, it feels like BLG is really trying to pinch that pool even more. They're really testing Jojo, because while some pressure has been put onto Knight's pool, like the same can be said for Jojo. Again, when we think about him as a player, Ahri, Talia, Yone, Azir are usually the champions that we've seen him have a lot of success on. In the finals and against KC, he brought out the Kassadin out of nowhere.
Yep.
Whether that's a
in
good,
playoffs and stuff
the
too.
Cassio as well. So it's not that he doesn't have these picks, but we'll see what he's got prepared for us.
I think is going to be the answer. With the Cassio ban to me, I think that JoJo wants Rise. I was going to say Renekton up and available. Obviously, extreme comfort here for Bin. So if he's going to be blind picking, that would not surprise me whatsoever. I do think we are likely to get a Rise here from JoJo, and then the question is, is that Cassio ban, is the fact that some of these other picks are already out going to be enough to protect it?
I like the Cassante takeaway, just because I think that with the Renekton lock-in, that's exactly where Mewin would have gone. It was something he brought out in the finals, and he had a monster play performance on it against Broken Blade. So that denial is pretty good. I'm curious as to what Mewin has prepared into it, if he's got something spicy, or if instead he wants to play it safe with something a little bit more generic. Why though, they need to lock in their mid laner and their top laner. And Bessa is another one that I feel like so far at MSI hasn't really been as strong. She was kind of a staple.
Really hard to have successful games, I think.
Yeah, coming into MSI, obviously she was a staple throughout every meta throughout the world, but here at MSI, she just hasn't quite been as effective. Still, something that we've seen come through from Mewin before. We'll see how things pan out. So far, their composition is very skirmish heavy, a lot of team fight options, and now with the Rise locked in and a strong ability to play through the side lanes.
But if BLG lock in the Syndra, I think it's a really good matchup into the Rise. You have a huge range advantage. With both Syndra and the Ashe, you have a lot of poke. And I like the response here from BLG. You're giving Knight another one of his comfort picks. And we saw it in the previous game. When you give this man agency, when you give this man comfort, he really does thrive.
He absolutely does. Second most played all time, 54 games on it, nearly a 78% win rate. This guy is insane on the Syndra. It is, to me, was the initial iconic pick for Knight. Obviously, the Ahri then became so famous later on, but this was a pick that he was incredibly famous for in the LPL, dominating solo queue on, finding incredible angles. I will say, I like the matchup for Syndra, but that being said, if Jojo can survive the early game, you do hit a point where you're on Merc Dreads, you're on Archangels, you're on Roa. Yeah. All of a sudden, Syndra can't one-shot you anymore, and then it can become very, very difficult. So, Jojo is going to have that potential advantage. There's not really anyone on the other side that wants to side lane against a Rise, so that is a potential advantage too. So we'll see if they're going to be able to find an edge there, but Knight has been incredible, I think, throughout this entire series.
Certainly has. Now, a Western team has never taken 2 games off of BLG before. 1 is the most. So Koi have the opportunity to make history today, but if history is doomed to repeat itself, then BLG is looking to close the series right here, right now.
That's a throwback, the LCS Pigeon from back in the day, one of our finals. Landed on the stage. I think it was actually here in Vancouver. I wouldn't be surprised if it was our 2017 spring finals. I believe it was that year, where the Pigeon landed on the stage and was just chilling there the whole event long. And people started having pigeon signs and were cheering for the Pigeon and stuff. It was definitely a memorable moment. As BLG out on the map here again, you've got to respect what they can do at level 1. This team really will punish you, as Alvaro will get eyes on BLG moving in.
Sweeper coming through from Elk to clear out any wards and get some deep vision of their own. They won't actually spot that. Oh, no, they will.
Koi, though, they are kind of collapsing.
Can they collapse? Nguyen this time is hovering around, ready for a fight. Oh, he's going to spot them out.
They're staying. So this is going to be a full scrap here. Mirwin is in the area. They do spot him. Bin is going to be going back to base, and the question is, does Bin cancel that stay around, or will he complete it? He completes the base, and he's going to be heading straight out towards top. You can see Mirwin is heading a very safe path around. Doesn't want to run into Bin in the bush and lose any HP or anything like that. And at the end of the day, BLG gets some vision down, but will not continue to try to contest at level 1.
Jojo still playing with confidence, emoting on the stage. So both junglers going to be starting on the top side of the map. I feel like the story of this series has been Elk and On get push in the bot lane 2 versus 2. And I think they're going to look to try and do it again. On's positioning in the lane to already try and chip away at the HP bar. It's very difficult for Alvaro to really trade back this early on. Does have the handshake, of course. With the range advantage that you have on top of the Ashe, it's just very much a BLG favored bot lane 2v2.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see Jojo here trying to sidestep the Q, can't quite do it. Was able to knock off the first of the first strike procs. This time, Knight able to cash in, make a little bit of gold there for himself, and he is clearly with this rune just going to be playing to farm. Going to be looking to poke, doesn't want to get into any sort of committed fight from Jojo. Jojo's going to be playing the wave, and Knight is going to be trying to harass him and make it difficult for him to actually crash those waves. Because Rise does have very, very strong wave clear, but is pretty heavily mana-gated early on. You do need to be able to just push in the waves and look for constant bases to get those early mana items, the tier, the catalyst, and really start to scale into the game.
Okay, so early on we can see that Bin has the push in the top lane 1v1. Meanwhile on the bot side of the map, Elk and On also have that push. Nguyen, I imagine, also just looking to play very safe because they didn't really get much information. That ward on the Raptors that you can see placed relatively, a few moments ago.
Yoya is behind them, though. We'll see if they're going to be able to find any sort of an angle. Using the Nico Scout to try to find it, but they couldn't do it. Alvaro flashing forward here, looking for Elk. Elk in a lot of trouble now. Has no flash, does still have the cleanse remaining. Is going to be stunned up and has to use it, but Beishuan is now here. And Beishuan's going to be looking for an angle. Yoya forced to flash out to safety as well, as it is going to be 3 summoners for 3 at the end of the day. Both of them off of Alvaro there, and the flash off of Elyoya, but they did get both of the summoners off of Elk and the heal from On.
I like the creative pathing from Elyoya, circumventing the vision in order to try and find a collapse onto this high-pressure lane.
This one's going to look again. Alvaro, no flash available. He could be in a lot of trouble, going to get pulled back. And do they have the damage to finish him off? It looks like they probably will. The bailout going to do nothing as M. Koi's bot lane going to be knocked down. It's Elk claiming first blood.
I mean, there was no reason for Beishwan to leave. The overextension comes through from Alvaro, and they quickly convert it into a kill. First blood secured, and what was supposed to be a play that alleviated the pressure from the MKOI bot lane instead increased it. As BLG secure their first advantage of the game.
Absolutely do. Jojo, having TP'd back to lane here, has the tier in the boots, knows that BLG could be moving up from that bot side, so is going to play respectfully with that in mind. And Beishwan heading back into his jungle, starting to cycle these small camps. Did go Raptors, Krubs, Red, so he's going to have those camps up and available here and just keeping that power farming going, trying to make his way quickly towards level 6.
Nice trade there from Knight to get a bit of extra gold from the first strike. The swap coming through, as we've seen pretty consistently throughout these series from both these bot laners. TP being committed now from Mirwin. But overall, very slow early game, aside from that little scrap on the bot side of the map. I mean, BLG playing towards their bot side pretty consistently throughout this series. Bin and Mirwin have largely just been left on an island. Alvaro is going to be denied the opportunity to secure that control ward. I like that Jojo is hovering in the fog, doesn't have the level 6 yet, of course. But once he does, the threat of a potential side lane collapse becomes very real.
I do think Mirwin's going to have quite a difficult job in this game when you're thinking about how he's going to play out team fights and the amount of CC that's over on the other side. You're having to deal with Tangle Barbs, with Pop Blossom, with Ash Arrow, with Skarner Peel, all of these tools that you're trying to fly in there and find access onto the backline. So they're really going to have to be on point with those engages when they go for them. Because really, it's pretty much Syndra Ash or bust for Mirwin. He's got to get back there and be able to find them. 2v2 going all right, you have to say, for Soup, all things considered. Does have the early Vamp Scepter, so definitely prioritizing the lifesteal here to try to withstand some of the poke that is going to be put on. But Elk out to the early tier 2 boots is going to make things that much more difficult. He's just posturing aggressively constantly here with On. They're always looking just for the poke and prod. You don't even have to hit your E. You just constantly Q poke them over and over as the Nico, and it's pretty much unavoidable. Like, it's such a big Q that you are always going to get at least one tick of it, proc your Scorch, proc your Comet, and slowly whittle them down.
I mean, as you're rightly saying, Super not in the worst position, all things considered. Elyoya wasn't spotted out on any vision, and he's looking for another play. No summoners available on Elk.
Yeah, and Elk is kind of the anti-timing here. Jojo is on the roam as well. They're going to look for it. Realm Warp is on cooldown, but Jojo's in the area, and On has nowhere to go. Going to be knocked down as he tries to flash out to safety. Jojo flashes in, hits him with the Rune Prison, grabs the kill.
Nice roam from Jojo. He did have to commit the summoner, so Knight is looking, has the stun available. Beishwan's hovering in the area as well.
They are looking. Jojo, no flash. Beishwan, not level 6 though, doesn't have any ulti to follow this up.
Procs the phase rush, which means that Jojo is able to gain the movement speed necessary to get away to safety. Level 5 still on Elyoya, doesn't have his ulti available, but they're looking to contest the Scuttle Crab. On back out on the map, and Koi have made the smart decision to concede this objective.
Going to be able to grab the Scuttle, but no one's starting up the Dragon just yet, so it hasn't been an absolute rush towards it for BLG this game, as they have been really consistently loving to play towards those early Dragons, start that threat of Soul as fast as they possibly can here, but haven't started it up just yet. And we are going to have the Grubs here spawning in 30 seconds, so there is potential to have a trade of the Grubs. Of course, they were desynced in a patch a while ago when they took away the double Grub spawn, but given that there was no early action towards that Dragon, there is the opportunity to just kind of try to play the map for trading.
I imagine Jojo's going to want to get those Merc trades relatively soon. The stuns coming through from Knight have been consistent. It's going to take a bit of a tower shot to interrupt the base from Jojo. This TP is going to be available in a few seconds. Now Elyoya hitting level 6. Level 6 for Super as well. Elk. These ultimates are becoming available, and there it is.
Here, looking for Knight. Flashes away, though, from the Glacial Prison.
Grubs being started, though. I like the idea here from Koi, get the pick on mid. Maybe they can then convert that pressure into a Grubs contest, but Elyoya is saying, no, okay, it doesn't convert into much. Instead, I'm going to turn my attention towards the Dragon. Would be their first Dragon of the series.
We'll see. I mean, it's going to take a while to actually knock down if it is just Elyoya doing it. BLG may want to try to challenge here, but Mirwin coming over and is going to help him finish this off, so it should be MKOI's Dragon here. They will be able to effectively get that trade, force out the flash. Going to be pretty happy about how things go with that, all things considered, especially because when you have that split push advantage on someone like the Rise, being able to take away some of the early Dragons means that they can't pressure you to group for a fight with a really early Soul. You know, first Dragon's being taken at like 8.5 minutes and it went to your team, so Soul is so far off into the game.
Very much agree. Meanwhile, when we look at the current state of things, the LG have been able to build a 1.2k gold lead just from their laners. Elk has built a massive advantage in the isolated 2 versus 2. Bin also building a bit of a lead of his own as he's secured a plate on the bot side of the map. Nothing too significant, of course, but a lead is a lead. And Knight keeping that gold close thanks to the extra bit of gold he's getting from the first strike, and also just with some good farm coming through from him. Overall, BLG off to a strong start, and as we've seen before, once they have a foothold in the game, it becomes very difficult to knock them off that control that they have. You really have to be super proactive. You have to knock them off balance and find a way to wrestle control away from them.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think range is going to be the struggle here for MKOI. You know, there's a lot of short-range characters here over on their side. You know, even the Rise and the Kalista, both relatively short range. You are going to always be putting yourself in danger of getting hit by a Skarner ult, an Ashel, a Scatter the Weak, a Pop Blossom, you know, any sort of big CC or engage that could come through. As Beishuan looking here for Jojo. Great sidestep with the phase rush, but the Ash Arrow is going to connect here. Alvaro in a lot of trouble. They're just going to give him up, but On goes in and it interrupts the Realm Warp from Jojo. Looks like he's going to be okay. Elyoya trying to turn this around onto Knight. Knight in a lot of trouble, has no flash from earlier, and they're going to be able to knock him down. Jojo gets a kill back as MKOI go 1 for 1 in the mid lane.
A nice ulti from Elyoya to lock down Knight. Means that they can trade back because the arrow from the bot lane from Elk connects onto Alvaro. He wasn't able to do anything in the skirmish. And in the 3 versus 3, it looked very BLG favored. We'll see the engage comes through from Beishuan. The arrow's going to connect onto Alvaro. And then On from the flank as well. Chains the CC, and then he gets a nice ultimate, scaring. Oh, another fight.
We're back to live, and now it's Elk that's potentially in a lot of trouble here. Supa going to go incredibly aggressive. The hostile takeover comes through. It's cleansed, and it doesn't even matter. On's going to follow as well. It's a double for Supa. The MKOI bot lane roar to life.
They know that the ulti from On was just used in mid lane, so why hesitate? They had nothing that they could use to fight back. Force the engage as quickly as you can, and just like that, Koi come alive here in game 4.
Really nicely done. I mean, the range advantage is on the side of Elk and On, but if you can close that gap, get in on that Ashe, on Nico.
Just fling your support.
There you go. That's the engage tool. Throw him on in there.
It really caught Elk off guard. They were saying, you know what, just go. Yeah, exactly. They have an ult available. He has the flash. He doesn't use it. The cleanse comes through, closes the gap, gets the execution, and then On, well, he does what he can. He comes close to actually getting the kill back, but Supa has more than enough damage, and of course has the bailout there as that extra bit of security.
Really good punish there from MKOI. They knew the cooldowns were missing with no ults. Elk and On didn't really have much of an opportunity to fight back. They did hold on to their flashes though, and Alvaro of course spent his flash as well as the ulti now, and all going to get fired down towards bot lane. Ooh. Jojo has to flash it. Beishuan looking though, will be hit by the Rune Prison. Locked up and not allowed to follow through. Bin now going unstoppable. He's going to go all out. He's looking for Mirwin. Can he find him? Gigabin wants the solo. Will he be able to make it happen here? Mirwin looking confident, forces the flash there out of Bin. Well handled there by the MKOI top lane.
Good patience from Mirwin, waiting for the shield to disappear. I really think Mirwin had a kill angle there, and it seems that Mirwin felt the same way. Bin is going to be forced back to base. Oh, that was a flash, right?
Oh, they're going to try to potentially dive Jojo here. Remember, he has no flash, but he clears out the wave too fast, so not going to be an opportunity. And Bin just wanted to force because he had just finished his first item, right? He has the Iceborne. So he comes back and he says, I'm going to force an all-in. Eclipse is not yet done, but Mirwin playing it well, able to hold his nerve, doesn't even have to use the flash, so gets the advantage, even though Bin was up items.
Okay, Dragon spawning soon. Elyoya steals away the red. Oh, actually, will he succeed in this steal?
We'll find out. Beishuan's coming in. He wants to contest it. It's going to be a smite fight. And Elyoya just walks out of there. Beishuan going to be able to grab it. Doesn't want to overextend and get collapsed on. Jojo again back towards the side lane, does have the Roa now, so that is going to be ticking up, has the Merc Treads, has the tier. So he is scaling, and he's going to be quite tanky, and he has to continue just vacuuming up farm in the side lanes, being that point of pressure, because BLG really doesn't want to be answering him inside. They want to be grouping up, they want to be engaging fights and looking for picks. So the more Jojo can draw pressure to those side lanes, I think the better it's going to be for MKOI.
Very much agree. See if they can do that. Ultimately, though, KOI have achieved their first objective, which is avoiding BLG getting a huge early game advantage, which in Game 1 and Game 3 is how they snowball to victory. Here in Game 4, the gold is practically dead even. The items are pretty fair across the landscape, and as we get closer to this dragon, it's going to ultimately come down to execution. BLG have some very talented individuals, and they found some great fights, but KOI have been able to go toe-to-toe with them as long as they can find the right angle of attack. The objective is started off.
BLG are killing this incredibly fast. MKOI not going to have anything to say about it. It goes down in a hurry, and now there are pings over onto Jojo. They know he's in the side brush, and this time just barely doesn't connect with that Ash arrow. They had that deep ward, so they saw him walk into that forward brush, and they decided to go for it.
Part of me thinks it's the same one that he flashed earlier. He's going to have to give up this tower. This Beishwan very deep here.
Good sidestep again. Nice utilization of the phase rush there. Procs it, gets the move speed, and he's got the fancy feet to avoid it.
Good cross map, though, from Elioya. Recognizing that the jungler's gone far too deep on the bot side of the map, he's going to set his sights on this Herald. Of course, those bot camps once again going to be taken. Beishwan very good at just stealing away camps.
Sitting back. This tower is low. This could be risky.
No ulti available on Beishwan, though.
Jojo is clearing out the wave here. He's going to try to realm warp to safety. Beishwan flash forward, stuns him into the wall. He's going to try to go back to the tower to finish it off. He can't quite do it. So Beishwan getting very low. Jojo low here as well, but no one in the area from MKOI to help him out. They're going to be able to donate the kill here over to Knight, I think. Is going to be able to grab it. They do finally take down Jojo.
Herald going to be used in the mid lane to open up this objective. It was a bit of an ambitious TP. TP in response as the bot tower falls. KOI losing some control over the map as that mid tower stays alive. Knight going to get to push in an extra wave in the bot lane as well. Mirwin doing what he can on the top side of the map, but that tower is still very healthy. Nice punish comes through from BLG. They get themselves a 1k gold lead once again.
And you can see just like that, again, Knight out to a significant gold advantage here. About 650 in his favor. Even with the early kills there for Jojo. Feels like that work can so easily get wiped away, just like last game. Had the incredible laning phase. Then, does get punished on that one dive from BLG, but Mirwin trying to get something back on this top side. Should be able to finish off this tower, but might be overstaying his welcome a little bit if he did do so. Ash arrow comes out, not going to connect, and Mirwin intelligently does back off and still had tag on the tower, so I think he's still probably got the local gold there.
He's decided to stick around. The clone being used to get some vision. Pings come down onto Super. Oh, right. The range just short. Super very cautious, and this is something that BLG are always doing when there's no waves to play on. They're trying to be proactive on the map. They are inherently a very proactive team, sometimes to their detriment, but so far in this series against KOI, it's worked in their favor. 17 minutes in, the goal difference is only about 500s. A lot of that sitting on the mid jungle for BLG. These neutral objectives still a ways away, so the priority right now is just continuing to farm and working towards those second items.
That's been like the closest game that we've had so far, because game 1, BLG kind of stomped, game 2, MKOI kind of stomped, and BLG, obviously there were some moments where MKOI I think brought it back a little bit in that third game, but still BLG felt like they were mostly in control. After the early laning phase advantages that Jojo was able to get, he's vibing.
He is vibing. Having a great time listening to the beats of the Rift.
Brother is chilling.
He is having a great time. He's enjoying this series just like we are. He's listening to the sounds of nature, the sounds of Rift. And soon the sounds of violence as KOI and BLG posture in the mid lane. Unbelievable. They moved him. Difference.
He's still alive. He just teleported.
He's good. Yeah, he's good. He's good.
Okay, thank God. Crisis averted.
Look at Jojo on the bot lane. He's very aware of how precarious his position is. It's a good ward to spot out Beishwan, but he can't really approach that bot wave.
Yeah. I mean, it's been tough for JoJo. BLG have been really doing a good job of keeping deep vision, putting pressure on him. JoJo has not really been able to cross the river whatsoever. So as much as he wants to be putting that pressure onto towers, being that split push threat, he has not really been in a position to do so because they haven't ever had deep vision. When you look at the minimap, there's really nothing past the river, right? Like there's nothing here besides these couple of wards from MKOI, some of these kind of defensive wards down here, but that is really about it. And without those deep wards, it's really tough for JoJo to actually be pressuring these towers. Anytime he steps too far forward, he could just be getting jumped on by the Skarner.
Certainly is, and he's already experienced that once before. But again, Koi couldn't ask for a better position, especially when we think about how the series has gone so far. They're a team that have confidence in themselves and their ability to play the fights, but Beishuan looking to take some of that confidence away.
Mirwin potentially in some trouble here. He is very far up. He's trying to buy time for Elyoya, who is coming down, and in comes the teleport as well from multiple members. Knight and JoJo both going to arrive to the fight. Elyoya is now here. The Enchanted Crystallero doesn't quite connect. JoJo trying to turn this around on the Beishuan, but he finds the two-man in the tail, and Knight is here as well. Bin's going to go all out, and he's taking JoJo on a trip that he does not want to be on. Nice roam more back to safety, though, on the other side, but Elk is here. Ez is on flashes in, knocks him up, and BLG knock him down. A couple kills going their way, but at the very least, MKOI did get back one with a kill on the Beishuan.
The collapse was just faster for BLG. The arrival of the Nico was the game changer needed. Koi, you saw how they felt confident in that play. They were the ones chasing after BLG with knowing that their bot lane was arriving. The TP comes through quick, but that rotation that already comes through from the bot side of the map means that the arrival of the bot lane turns the fight in their favor. A nice ulti comes through from Beishuan to connect onto 2. All of the damage is thrown onto JoJo to try and shut him out of the fight. He's then taken out of the fight, turning it into a 2v2 that starts to be won by the Koi top jungle duo. But then Elk and On arrive, they get a nice combo off, and they get themselves 2 kills. If Super and Alvaro had been a few seconds earlier, it could have been a big fight for Koi, but it ends up going the way of BLG.
BLG back to live and right onto this dragon. Elyoya trying to see if there's an angle. He's trying to be in range of that smite here. Will he be able to steal it away? Can't quite get it. Was a flip, but it is taken there by Beishuan. Alvaro eating a little bit of poke from Elk and Knight, but BLG have the objective and they're going to be happy to back off.
Koi has positioning on the mid wave though. That tower is getting very low. The fact that they'll be able to clear this out means that they should be able to secure this objective. I want them to send more members here, but Renata's going to go back to base, so no, they don't actually have the power anymore. The threat of the Syndra means that they're too hesitant to approach the tower. And it's an objective secured for BLG. Again, holding control of the game for now.
Mirwin going to be answering Bin up on that top side, who did not teleport down for the play. JoJo does at least push in the wave, but cannot threaten that tier 1 bot. Isn't safe to be able to walk up and get any damage down on it. Just doesn't have the vision to really do so. Otacon has been such a big draw for BLG. Like every game it feels like it spawns, they go there, they force a fight, they force an objective. This time though, the game is quite close, so BLG not looking as confident to just straight up start the Otacon raid on spawn.
Beishuan though, going to be able to tank a lot of the damage up if he wants to. That is On hovering on the bot river. He's going to chip away at the Otacon to try and force Super and Alvaro to take the long way around. Elyoya.
Oh, they're going to go for JoJo. Enchanted Crystallero right to the base. There's the flash forward. There's the Impale. The CC is all getting layered. JoJo is tanky, but he's not tanky enough. And that might just be what they need to try to go for more. Now they're looking here for Elyoya. Subin's in great position, though, as the hostile takeover comes through. Beishuan is left to the Wolves. They get a kill. It costs them a lot, though, and MKOI answer right back.
I mean, I was really worried for Koi there because BLG, they have been throwing out arrow after arrow, and JoJo just oversteps in the mid lane. The quick collapse once again from BLG. They are just so fast at punishing, but now the jungler's gone. The fact that he overstayed his welcome, the fact that he got punished means that the smite is available for Koi. They have the Kalista as well. Bin wants to fight. Keep your eyes on Mirwin on the flank.
Yeah, Mirwin on the flank here, trying to threaten Knight as well as Elk here, as this is getting lower and lower and lower. BLG just gonna have to give it up. They're gonna try to turn around on a Mirwin. Great engage here from On. The Scatter Week there to follow. Do they have the damage to actually knock him down? He's gonna go in. Elk is in trouble. Glenn's flash out to safety. Elyoya in onto Bin, but he could be the one in trouble now. In comes the McHale's, but he just gets control, all deleted by Knight. Alvaro now in trouble, is gonna have to get pulled in there by the Fate's Call. Kalista keeps her support safe, At the end of the day, MKoi do walk away with the Otacon. Jojo here has to be a little bit careful. Elk trying to space him, but Jojo putting down so much damage onto him. Jojo now running for the hills here. Beishuan coming in. The teleport's going to be coming back from Knight. The Impale does not connect. His On is there looking for the Tangle Barbs. They can't close the gap to Jojo. He gets out, but it does cost the cleanse now on Supa as he arrives and tanks some damage from Knight.
It must be so stressful playing against BLG because anything you try to do, they fight you for it.
I want this minion. Well, I'll fight you.
Yeah.
I want this jungle camp. Well, I'll fight you.
I mean, we look back at this play and BLG wisely recognized we can't contest this, so let's just collapse onto Mirwin. And it's a good engage. The chain CC looks good. They thought that they've got the pick, but he throws out the ultimate to get away to safety. And at this point, they want to disengage, but Elyoya thinks that the play is to keep the fight going. They've used too many resources. He ends up falling, and so Koi is forced to retreat. So it ends up being a kill in exchange for the Otacon. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, the arrow gets used onto Jojo in the mid wave. He looks like he's in a very scary position, but he is just barely able to get away with his life. The gold, again, we find is even, and the fights continue to be the same. 6-7, the kill score.
You can see in that last fight, though, Knight has the upgraded ulti, I do believe, there with the splinters. You know, it looked like he had the execute up and ready as Elyoya just got popped. You know, and that is your tank, so definitely a frightening situation here. You can see, nice little advantage for Supa, and he is getting into the point of the game where you can go towards Terminus, you can go towards Jackshow, Wits End, and things like this to try to stay safe. Jojo is very far up there, does not have the Realm Warp available, but feels he sees enough members that he is going to be safe, and we know at least
the thing
that
you've got to be careful of. Keeping my eyes on the mini-map. I learned from many years ago to look at the arrow. So
they're looking like they were about to start that.
Yeah, that's a scary Baron angle. And the BLG say the same. They throw out the Hawk Shot to get a bit of information. Bin and Mirwin continue to just skirmish on the bot side of the map as a contest over the vision continues. Jojo returns. He now has the Seeker's arm guards. My goodness, this game feels incredibly tense. BLG at match point. MKoi looking to do what no Western team has done before, take a second game off BLG in a series. The Dragon started off. It looks like BLG's not in a position to contest.
Nope, they're just going to give it. And MKoi also going to be able to finally take down this tier 1 bot as Mirwin as well as Jojo do team up to knock that one down. So the slightest of gold leads now here is secured by MKoi. 200 in their favor, now 100. It's basically dead even. The gold does not matter whatsoever. As it's super, never mind. As Knight is going to be able to actually take down this tier 1.
He is getting scary. Knight on this Syndra, working towards the Void Staff next to help melt through the front line. Elyoya starting to build up those resistances, but he's really the only tanky member. As Knight gets closer and closer to level 16, a level behind Jojo thanks to the Rod of Ages.
There's the Terminus, though, from Supa, so he's going to have that armor pen as well as the additional tankiness, stacking up that armor and MR as you do go for it. And I'm going to be interested to see where he goes from here. You know, does he feel like he needs a QSS on top of the cleanse? Is he feeling like he's okay with the Mikhails plus the cleanse and he could just go in towards Jackshow or BT? There's a lot of options here. There is a tremendous amount of magic damage as well, you know, when you're looking over at both the Syndra and the Nico. So Wits End, I think, has merit. I think there's really a lot of reasonable choices here for Supa.
Magic resistance now coming through from Elyoya. Much needed for sure. God, you just feel the tension continuing to mount. 2 dragons to 2. The Baron is alive. The towers have largely fallen, with the mid still standing strong for Koi. Who's going to be the one to make the play? Well, I got tricked there by the Nico on. Just chipping away, seeing what he can. The contest over the mid wave. I'm keeping my eyes on the minimap again. Jojo pushing on the top lane. Koi have to respect the numbers advantage that BLG have for now. Bin hiding in the fog of war. Mirwin pushes in that bot wave, wants to go back to base, spend some gold as quickly as he can.
We're starting to see those side lane advantages show themselves a little bit more here, though, for MKoi. As we saw BLG trying to group mid, and then both Knight and Bin have to go to the side lanes to answer what Mirwin and Jojo were doing with those minion waves. And it is going to get tougher and tougher to potentially take down Jojo in that side lane now that he does have the Seeker's Arm Guard. He's been on that for a while, and if you can use that to immune something like the Syndra ultimate, it is so key. Because it is a very easy spell to react to. Things like the Impale can be immuned as well. We'll see if he can continue putting on that pressure, because this time it's him that's up that full level in just a little bit. His Knight is close to 16, but Jojo has already crested 17, of course, with the Rod of the Ages, and has the large rod on top. So closing in now on his third item for the Zonias, as Knight has had his third done for quite some time.
The Crypt Bloom, along with the large rod, now secured.
Death Cap.
I feel like we're getting closer and closer to that game-deciding fight. I feel like on paper, BLG have the advantage in the front to back. But as you rightly said, Koi, their ability to find picks, the Rise ultimate, you can collapse very effectively on an unsuspecting target.
And while BLG do have some really good engage tools, if you overcommit there, well, hostile takeover can be a game changer.
It's true.
It can completely turn around. You know, be able to have a bailout come down. And if you overcommit onto one target and that bailout comes through, hostile takeover hits everyone, you get the reset, the game can change just like that.
I can feel it's like on a knife's edge right now. It can easily swing either way. Knight fishing the arrow.
Be able to connect on the arrow. Elyoya in some trouble. Does jump out of safety. Alvaro, though, might not be so lucky here. Gets pulled back by Supin, and in comes the teleport. Mirwin is going to arrive. Alvaro incredibly low, but Jojo flashes forward, and he catches the AD carry. Bin trying to peel for him, as Mirwin's diving into the backline. Mirwin trying to make it happen. He's going to get the kills. He's healing up an incredible amount. Babestruan gets knocked down as well. It's MKoi taking over the fight. It's a triple for Supa, as BLG can't stop him. It's Knight and On still around here, but no one falls for MKoi, and they have their eyes on the Baron.
MKoi make it happen. They win the team fight. Mirwin trying to keep them away from the Baron. He's going for this. He gets another. He's searching for the last one. He's gonna take out Knight. A double kill for Mirwin as Koi secure the ace. They get themselves the Baron. Koi with a fantastic team fight have set up for us going to game 5, a beautiful Baron. It was such a tense moment, such a close back and forth. My goodness, I thought that when they threw Alvaro in, it was just gonna be disaster.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like Alvaro had been caught out, that it could be problematic, but MKoi commit fully to the fight. Mirwin got so much work done, and the initial play here, you know, when they go for that flash forward onto Elk, really kind of turn things around.
Yeah, so we see Alvaro, he knows he's safe because he has Super's ultimate to bring him to safety. A huge ulti from him, but Elyoya connects his ult onto the clone. Now Elk is the one that's in a difficult spot. As Mirwin arrives, they get so much damage down onto Elk and execute him initially. And as you rightly identified, Mirwin just feels unkillable on the front line. In the middle of 3, he was unstoppable.
He procs the grasp, he's healing up from that, and he autos, you know, one member after another with Sundered Sky, and he just got a ridiculous amount of healing. He just crushed them, and Jojo helping to set that up, you know, finding Elk. Mirwin gets in there, and then Mirwin really got the work done. Both Supa and Mirwin now out to about a 2.5k gold lead. There's the Jack Show done now for Supa. Good luck one-shotting him now. It's going to be incredibly difficult here for BLG to be able to just delete that Kalista.
Mirwin. He's got to be cautious of the...
Oh, they're looking. Mirwin caught. He's going to be hit by the scatter. Do they commit everything here? They don't need to use more, but it does cost them quite a bit. Multiple ultimates, and Jojo is going to be up on this top side. Teleport coming in here from Bin to answer, but Jojo's still going to feel confident about his positioning. Does have that tower pretty low. Bin not going to be able to win this 1v1, you have to think at this point.
Nice TP response comes through from BLG to keep that Tier 3 tower top lane alive. The stuns from Knight are terrifying. Super at the very cusp of taking a lot of damage. The Syndra ultimate already about to come back up. BLG have slowed the pressure down. Only 50 seconds left of the Baron. MKoi would love to get more. Looks like for now they're not going to be able to without Mirwin. They just don't quite have the numbers. So Jojo playing safe. He's not actually insta-pushing that top wave. He's waiting for another wave to connect on the bot side of the map. MKoi trying to play with all the waves that they have right now.
Yeah, and you can see the Baron power play, just about 500 additional gold earned after the initial kill of that Baron. But of course, still a massive gold swing, especially when you're considering the 5-for-0 right before that was huge for MKoi. This one definitely had been the closest game by far. And it's MKoi that come up big when they need it most. They are on Soul Point. They've extended themselves out to a 4,000 gold lead. QSS now in for Supa. You have the Mikhails, you have the Locket there for Alvaro to try to protect him. You have 3 ways to cleanse CC now between Supa and Alvaro. It is going to be so impossible to lock down this Kalista.
And I will say, it's just
So cool to see Super in the position that he's in. Of course, when he made that deft comment last year, of course he was memed, he was made fun of a lot, but it comes from a place of confidence where he wants to believe, and he has to believe that he can compete with the best in the world. And he gives so much credits to his coach and the confidence that he helped him believe in. And the fact that he can come here today and play like he is playing with that level of confidence, getting that triple kill in that last fight, that's the type of performance that fans have come to expect from Super. And the fact that he's delivering here in Game 4, looking to bring MKOI to Game 5, is great to see. We'll see if they can close things out. BLG is no easy opponent. The gold is still heavily in BLG's favor, KOI's favor, but later and later into the game we go, that gold matters less and less, especially as these 4th items are being completed.
Yeah, death cap done now for Knight. That is a big one over for him, and Elk going to be working in towards that Infinity Edge. Those are the 2 major items that they are looking for their carries to really ramp up the damage, as Elyoya way too tanky for On to mess around with. It's really just up to being able to find Elk and Knight. Can you find those carries and be able to knock them down, or will the potential counter-engage there from BLG stifle the aggression that MKOI are going to be looking for? The Baron, of course, has expired. It's going to be up again in about 1 minute and 30 seconds, and they have a potential Soul here at 2 minutes. Mountain Soul would do a lot of work to be able to answer the kind of composition that BLG have, where most of their damage really is burst and is up front, besides just the Ashe.
Oh, so we return to a point of tension once more. BLG, of course, now find themselves on the back foot, but not down and out by any means. The arrow from Elk, always an option for finding a pick.
Bloodthirster for Mirwin.
Yep.
He is cooking.
He wants to live.
Yeah.
And I feel like he has the tools to do it.
I mean, I think it makes a lot of sense when you think about the kind of composition that BLG have. Again, they have so much upfront damage, but if you can survive that and then be able to actually get into that back line, we saw how much healing he did last time. And it
also just having that
frightening.
extra shield going into the fight definitely just makes you that much harder to kill.
Definitely can't be poked down either. MKOI now trying to turn things around as Knight will just pull back this red buff. They'll look to burst it down, and we'll see if they can do that. We'll be able to grab it, so nicely played there by BLG, securing the red buff for their team. So we're just waiting for Baron.
KOI have to be careful now. Mirwin wants to push in that bot wave, but he realizes he's very isolated from his team. Of course, has the teleport available. They have good vision control as well, but he realizes, no, it's a little too dangerous, so he's going to keep pushing in that mid wave instead.
IE done now as well, so those big items now have come through here for BLG. The Infinity Edge as well as the Death Cap are completed. Jojo, of course, has yet to start working on his Death Cap, but that will be coming down the pipes if this game does continue on. Mirwin, though, on a good flank here. Could look for that potential angle. They're trying to find him out, but if Elk steps too far to the side, Mirwin may just go for him or Knight.
I like Elk's positioning, though. He's staying very close to his team. He's avoiding that fog of war. Mirwin going to be spotted.
Yeah, will be spotted. The question is, does BLG feel confident to try to start a fight themselves here? They're the ones now being choked out of vision, trying to reclaim some semblance of control here by going through mid lane. Mirwin again on the side. Elyoya threatening on the other side as well. MKOI gonna have this 3-man squad in the mid lane. There is the Mikhail's having to be used onto Jojo as he got caught by that scatter. Bin now being pulled in, has to use the Pathmaker to get back to safety. Getting chunked down a little bit there, but any amount of health could really make the difference in a fight that is feeling like it's going to be this close.
It feels very tense
again. Elyoya is going to go. He does spot Knight. On trying to block him out, though. They are trying to keep him back. Beishwan now taking a little bit of damage. Elyoya decides not to go for it. Didn't want to commit. As Alvaro's getting picked.
Yeah, he's in a lot of danger. He took a lot of damage. Jojo now on the flank. They're trying to get some chip damage. Ooh, another big hit onto Alvaro. Knight doing some huge work in these skirmishes. Oh, they're going to use that to go straight towards the...
But it's going to be a trade for Baron, so they're going to make the call to actually go for this. BLG say, you know what, we got the poke, we're going to take the Baron. You get the soul, but the soul lasts forever, so BLG are going to have to try to get a lot done with this Baron, but or the trade will not be worth it. The question is, can they find the angles to really force the hand here? Try to get in there, try to look for dives, try to close out the game, or at least create a massive advantage with this. Because otherwise, MKOI are going to be so happy with the trade.
Jojo keeping pressure on the bot side of the map, going to steal away what camps he can. We're getting close to the 40-minute mark. And you can tell that BLG, I mean, the gold means very little this late into the game. BLG still have a strong front-to-back teamfight composition. But KOI, they have quite a few creative ways of getting onto the back line. And something that you mentioned, Azael, was Alvaro's ultimate can be the game changer, can be the difference maker, especially when they were clumped up around that Baron area. It hit like 3, even 4 members and just kind of keeps BLG clumped, which then gives Mirwin so many playmaking possibilities and it buys a lot of space for Super. So positioning is going to be crucial. And this late into the game, you just got to remember that everyone does a lot of damage. A single misstep from an AD carry or a mid laner, you're likely just going to get one shot. A flash isn't going to be enough to save you, but a bailout could very well be the difference as well. So there's a lot of small things. It's ultimately going to come down to execution. I was looking at the summoner spells. Elgoya doesn't have his flash available. As far as I can tell, he's the only one without a summoner spell right now, which just goes to show how, well, the next fight is likely going to determine the game.
Very likely. Supa does have full build now, has that Mercurial, has a lot of MR stacked up, plus the Mountain Soul. So it's going to be really hard for Knight to be able to pick him off quickly. Plus dealing with the bailout, the locket, the shield as well. That could be coming through. They're going to look for Mirwin. Mirwin is going to be connected onto it. There's a Pop Blossom from On. But here comes the hostile takeover, instantly cleansed off by Elf. They get the first kill. And now Alvaro could be in some trouble. Going to have to get pulled back by the Fate's Call. Elyoya uses the ulti over on Elf just to buy some time. BLG, just like that, find Mirwin and burst them down, and now they're going to continue the push here. Jojo gets actually stopped on the recall, so On is just going to harass him. BLG are going to try to keep going. They're going to try to threaten the base here as On is just chasing after Jojo, not allowing him to get back, and he is most of their wave clear at this point. BLG going for the throat. Can Jojo get back there to his team? Elyoya getting put incredibly low, gets hit by the scatter. He's taking some damage now from the Ashe as Bin steps forward. The first Nexus tower is already down. Finally, Jojo's back, but is it too little? Is it too late? BLG with their eyes on the Nexus. They're just focusing it down. Knight will finish it off. Elk and Knight make it happen. Knock down the Nexus, take the series, and crush the hopes of Europe. It's going to end 3-1 off the back of a pick, just like that.
Just like that. A single misstep is all it took. A quick collapse onto Mirwin into a game-ending play. They made the Baron work perfectly. With the Baron empowered minions, they ran straight down mid and they just ended it. BLG will take the series 3-1.
Heartbreak for MKOI. Felt like they were in control, that they were in a good spot in that game. On the precipice of potentially forcing a Game 5, but BLG find the opportunity, pick off Mirwin, and then On is just hunting Jojo. He can't get back to the base, and he is their wave clear. So by the time he arrives, the Nexus turrets fall, and it's cooked. They just focus the Nexus, and that's it.
It's such an anticlimactic ending. I was waiting for the final fight to happen, and all it was a single overstep. We didn't even get a final fight. An arrow to Mirwin into immediate death into Siege. Beautifully played by BLG. They round out the series in an efficient way. They make the comeback happen. And now they're going to be waiting to see who their opponent is in the T1 CFO matchup later today.
As much as BLG, people were looking at them thinking, hey, maybe this is an opponent you could take down. Maybe this is an opponent with some holes in their gameplay. How about their start to the tournament? 9-1.
Yep.
They are on a tear and really looking impressive. Knight, I think this guy has just been stellar, but even the members who have been criticized more, like Beishuan, I think Beishuan did have a really good series here. MKOI, of course, fighting valiantly, really close to forcing that Game 5, but aren't able to do it. It's definitely going to be a tough pill to swallow there, as you can see the shock on their faces. You just don't expect the game to end just like that.
Yeah, I mean, I was really surprised. But those death timers, 40 minutes in, BLG did not waste any time. Really impressive stuff from them. And as you rightly said, it's a heartbreaking loss for Koi. The momentum, it felt like that we were going to go to a Game 5. We were going to get a final opportunity, but it was denied. BLG will not give them that window. And BLG is a team that, as you rightly said, a lot of question marks surrounding them, but their bot lane looks incredible right now.
A lot of answers stacking up around those question marks.
when you give Knight a champion with agency, he looks fantastic. I think that Bin didn't have the best series, but I feel like that the rest of the team covered for any mistakes that he might have made, and overall, BLG is looking like a force. And if things go the way we're expecting, then on the one side of the bracket, we got the 2 first seeds, and the other side of the bracket, we're looking at a BLG T1 rematch. So it's going to be an intense MSI, and the one thing I'll say about Koi, they're a force to be reckoned with. They definitely showed some great stuff today, and in the lower bracket, I think they're going to do some very serious damage depending on whoever their opponent is.
Yep, we'll have to see what happens. Of course, tomorrow we are going to have more matches, but before that, we are joining Laura and Wendy, who are standing by with Elk for the Verizon post-game interview.
Opponents, and it feels like they're the team who challenged you the most so far.
首先，恭喜你们获得今天比赛的胜利，但是也要问一下，可能你们对于你们对手的一些看法，因为其实 MSI 这支队伍在 LEC， 大家总是会觉得他们在面对到对手总是有着非常充分的准备，所以说想问一下有什么看法？
我觉得这一次他们也打得非常的好吧，然后从第2局还有第4局，其实我们都打得比较激烈，然后在第4局。就前期我们也就是中期的时候我们也劣势嘛，但是我们后期翻盘就能感觉到他们整体阵容还有他们个人实力都打得非常好吧。
I must say, MSI is a great team and performed so good today, especially for both game 2 and 4. We just made so many aggressive fights, and especially for the last game, we were like kind of in a disadvantage situation. They put us off guard, but after that, we just be able to make a comeback. So I really would like to give a big shout out to MSI as well, because they did so good in all the team fights and also in the macro.
And focusing a bit more on your performance, after the play-in stage, you said that you were warming up, getting used to the stage, and also you had to get better at the laning phase, especially. Do you feel like you improved enough to your standards?
那么记得，其实，在入围赛结束的媒体群访当中，艾尔克选手有提到说，可能入围赛对你们来讲，更多的是一种热身和热手，还有很多地方需要提高和进步，特别是比如说像对线的部分。所以说，你觉得可能回顾自己今天的表现，自己的队伍是否在这一方面可能说有所长进呢？有什么样的看法？
因为在入围赛的时候，其实我觉得我们整个队伍的身体状态。没有那么好吧，然后在比赛上面表现出来的画面其实也没有那么好。然后今天的这几场比赛，我自己觉得我们下路对线是比入围赛的时候发挥的好一点了。然后但是自己就感觉自己也个人失误还有掉点还是比较多吧。然后就希望就自己就好好复盘，然后在下一场比赛的时候能够做得更好，打得更好。
I must say, maybe for the play-ins, we didn't have a very good health condition for the whole team, and we didn't have a very solid gameplays as well. But I think for today's ball lane and laning phase, together with On, we were able to just do it better and better. But still, for myself, I made some mistakes here and there, so I really need to do more reflections and maybe do more feedbacks in order to have an even better performance on stage.
Ramping up here at MSI, and I do hope you are feeling better. You often said that lately, you've been carrying a lot of frustration from making it far, but not quite at the finish line. What has been your drive to surpass this frustration? And what can are you sure that this time around is going to be different?
那其实呢，可能很多时候对于 BLG 的国际大赛之旅，永远感觉好像只差那么一步，但是呢，好像总是离那一步会有一点遥远。所以说，你觉得是什么样能够一直支持着你，然后呢，去度过这样的难关，一直保持着积极的心态去面对比赛？同时呢，你觉得为什么这一次结果会不一样呢？
我觉得所有的职业选手的目标应该都是冠军，然后大家也一直在为这个目标去努力，然后自己也是一样吧。然后我们整个队伍，之前，其实我觉得走到决赛的话，其实没有一个队伍会差的嘛。然后，但是我们在每一个系列赛，其实我们自己的目标。先不说冠军嘛，就是我们就是目标是先进到决赛，然后去在决赛这一路上我们去打得更好，做得更好，然后在决赛的时候就希望能够发挥出更好的，每个人能够表现更好的自己吧，然后去能够赢下来。
I have to say, I believe all the pro players, their ultimate goal is always a champion standing on the final stage. So, and also I think all the teams can qualify to the final. Definitely they're not weak, they're all strong teams. But for us, our goal for now is we are going to try our best to just go to the final stage for this MSI. And we really need to do more progress, do more growth through this whole journey. And hopefully if we got a chance to maybe stand in the final stage for this MSI, we're going to just showcase our best talent, to showcase the most best performance on stage to you guys, and we're going to try our best through this whole long journey.
With all the opponents that you would have to face, I see one team behind you getting ready that maybe you want to take revenge on. T1 might be your next opponent in the next round. How much do you want to take revenge on them?
那其实，在我们采访在进行的过程当中，队伍下一场的队伍们也开始进行准备了，其中就有 Elk 选手现在身后正在准备热身的 T1， 也是你们有可能在下一轮面对到的对手。所以说，能不能和我们分享一下，如果要面对到他们的话，你们想要面对他们复仇的心有多么的强烈呢？对于下一场可能进行的对决有什么样的想法？
我觉得。比赛就是感觉都有可能赢嘛，然后我觉得 T1 获胜概率会更大一点。然后因为我们和 T1 交手其实挺多次了，然后就希望能够，就因为我们在上一次世界赛决赛的时候输给他们嘛，然后这次在 MSI 就希望能够成功复仇，然后去，如果下一场面对他们的话，就是好好去准备，然后去做好我们自己的吧。
Anything can happen here on the stage for the next game, but definitely T1 maybe got a higher potential to get the victory for next best of 5. But if we got a chance to face off against T1, because we kind of the old rivals play against of each other for so many times, and this time if we got the opportunity, we really have a very strong feeling to take the revenge on him, and hopefully we can just show guys a very exciting best of 5s, and we're going to just try our best.
Let's see if we will have this matchup then. Xie, thank you so much for the interview. Wendy, thank you so much for the translation, as always. That's all for us here on this side of the stage. We'll be right back for the second series right after this.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around. This is what I do. I'm a dog, not afraid to fight in the dark and light.
We gon' run it. Yeah. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on a show. Ain't nobody better, yeah, I got the glow. Pull up on the scene, do my thing and go. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on a show. Ain't nobody better, yeah, I got the glow. Pull up on the scene, do my thing and go. City on blaze when I'm in the mix. Everybody tryna stop me, but I'm too legit. Showing up with a brand new bag of tricks. I'm at the top, yeah, I know me, I don't never slip. New grip on life, I live it right. Getting everything I said in my sight, I shine bright. Nobody understand what it took for me to lead. I woke up feeling like I reached a new speed. Clock ticking, I strive with no limits. Making waves without a blemish on my image. The people listen when I speak another sentence. I'm on go while you're trying to replenish. We gon' run it. We gon' run it. Yeah. Push it to the limit with my heart is up. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on a show. Ain't nobody better, yeah, I got the glow. Pull up on the scene, do my thing and go. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on a show. Ain't nobody better, yeah, I got the glow. Pull up on the scene, do my thing and go. We gon' run the road. I'm in control. Where you wanna go? Push it to the limit with my heart is up. We gon' run the road. I'm in control. Push it to the limit with my heart is up. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on a show. Ain't nobody better, yeah, I got the glow. Pull up on the scene, do my thing and go. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on a show. Ain't nobody better, yeah, I got the glow. Pull up on the scene, do my thing and go.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around. I'ma look at you from the top, howling like a hammer. Let me take it off, push it up to another height. This is what I do. I'm a dog, not afraid to fight in the dark and light.
And welcome back for our second series of the day. CFO entering the stage alongside T1 here at MSI in the main stage. Guys, thank you so much. And welcome to the desk.
Oh, welcome you too.
Thank you. New fresh pair for the second series. First thing first, I want to talk about CFO because they are the only team returning from first 10. And if you guys don't remember at home, they won fans' hearts there. Not only because they had a really a really bubbly lineup, but also because they defeated LTA, they defeated LEC, they defeated LPL, although it's TS, so I'm just wondering how much this all counts.
Except for us.
But they made a statement there on the international stage.
Yeah, they did everything. Of course, you're right. They didn't get hit by that first stand curse. Like they were the team that ended up making it, and the strategy behind like either rest or a driver coming in really threw people in for a loop. So it's fun to see them here at MSI.
And I think they have unequivocally been the best LCP team. And it starts for me with Jinja.
Yes, it does.
Our old friend in the jungle. Look at that timeline.
Wow.
He is currently on a 6 title streak spanning from the PCS going into the LCP, and he's absolutely the engine for this team, regardless of who they're starting in the top lane.
Yes, it doesn't matter if he's on Talon or CFO, he brings winning onto the lineup. He's such a dynamic player, like whether he's on his Lee Sin and he's styling on you, or if he's just like playing the smartest Sejuani play, he's been gold.
He's going to be able to set up the pace in the early game, and obviously one of, if not the player we're going to be looking at the most here on this CFO lineup. I want to take a look at the support pool though, because we have 2 very different champions here in the likes of K-Wing and Keria.
Yeah, so the thing I wanted to point out, Kai-Wing, an absolute staple. I remember watching him back in the LMS, actually with Chai, their coach.
Yeah.
However, when he is on engaged supports, he can be one of the best in the world. But also, then you have the best in the world in Keria, who is good on engaged supports, is good on literally anything, and you can kind of see the spread between their 2 pools, right? With the hyper-focused kind of engage coming out of Kai-Wing, and then Keria, who will play anything.
I see a Yasuo in there, by the way.
Has warped the entire support meta. And so this is where I think if we end up getting deep in this series, where T1 really have an advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. That is something you want to take a look at, especially when it comes to Fearless Draft. Seeing T1 at MSI, if you're familiar with the international stage, might not be surprising, but if you've been following the LCK, how did they get there?
Look, Laura, we can take one. As KT fans, we were the ones who took 1 game off of them.
It was the first game, right?
Bracket run.
Yeah.
It was the first game, Russ.
Typical.
You don't need to.
BDD
you don't
can't
need
carry
to
him.
pour on. Okay, I'm gonna hate you. Get him out. Anyway, the big thing I really want people to notice is HLE. If people remember, they were phenomenal at first stand, absolutely raised through that entire event. People were expecting HLE to be here. No, they absolutely collapsed in the face of this T1 team.
Yeah, and like even the Gumo was playing well. All these guess who was getting player of the series for both of those? Doran. Doran was nailing it off of his like side lane play. He was an amazing like Gwen player or a staple. A lot of questions would always come into how he would perform, because obviously the biggest, I guess, news coming into this year was the fact that he came in, Zeus is out. But guess who stomped Zeus, by the way, in the last series? It felt like it was just Doran. And what we're seeing right now is like old Doran play when he was on Gen G during 2023, because the story for him was domestic success, domestic high level of play, and then when he went into international play, it was something completely different, and I feel like that stigma followed him.
And I feel like it could be the reverse this time, right? Because I actually thought he had one of his most rough domestic splits in this split 2. He had a rough split 1, split 2, but then he absolutely showed up in playoffs, was a huge factor in them qualifying for here. And here is actually where, as a KT fan, he's dying to Krugs, and I was like, okay, we got this, right? Laura, you were excited about this, but then he ended up taking over that game on Gwen.
I mean, I'm excited about this. I'm mostly excited about the fact that the biggest opponent for Doran today, it's not going to be the fact that CFO has 2 top laners. It is going to be that tiny box that we see here, a neutral monster
the Lord of Krugs.
in the jungle, a pet Krug that we have here.
He's opening it up.
Open it up. Open it up.
Hey.
Let's reveal him.
Of course, it's his old friend. So just putting that out there. This brother right here, it felt like it was just this moment, him losing to the Krugs, that unlocked him. So I feel like he is going to be so ready for this international play, because even though we talked about the history of him, like, it was the ramp that I am looking at.
Yeah.
The fact that he was able to like carry on his own play into the international play here at MSI, I think he's ready.
Yeah, poised when it mattered, and that brings us to comparing these top laners.
All right, let's take it.
Because we have Rest and Driver. They've done a little swapperoo where in split one, Rest would always start and then they would swap to Driver. This split, it's been Driver starting. They actually share no champions though. Thank you, graphics team, for doing this for me, because I was the one that requested this. But yeah, they don't overlap. So you see kind of Rest with some of these carries in the top. Driver, as we know, the Scion master, right? The Ornn. And then Doran showing up with on stuff like the Camille, the Gwen, Renekton, and Ambessa.
So looking at this Venn diagram here and everything we've talked about, are we looking at top lane as
Absolutely.
in the early game? Yeah?
Yeah, I know that we came into this event like talking about the swapping between like the GAM players. This is where the swapping really matters because CFO made this their bread and butter.
All right, the world champions are back on the international stage here. So it is time to introduce our two new teams here for the second series of MSI.
Second clash of the day, the #1 team from the LCP, CTBC Flying Oysters, and the reigning League of Legends World Champions, T1! And here we are on the caster desk as well for what is hopefully going to be a thrilling series so far. In our first stage of double elimination best of 5, everything has gone somewhat to plan. Each team with lower expectations finding a single game, but can CFO be the team to buck the trend?
And that matchup right there, Junja versus Owner, that's one we're going to be looking at today. Can't wait to see what this match is going to bring. Thus far, the free ones have reigned strong, and we don't do predictions, but that would be where I would be leaning as well. It's not the most exciting, but it is how a lot of these matches have gone, especially going the distance, even though I really thought that last one was going to go to 5. Instead, going to be getting to CFO versus T1 just a little bit earlier.
Definitely are. Silver Scrapes denied T1. Don't think they want to get even close to that, and certainly one of the most aggressive early game teams we have at this tournament. See how CFO can weather that storm. Pressure on both sides. Desk already hit it beautifully. A lot of expectations on Doran. The CFO lineup as well. What will they bring to bear? Junja, lord of domestic performances.
Can't wait to see. And don't forget, if you weren't able to catch the LCP finals, you might be looking, okay, it was a 3-2 against GAM. Let me tell you, there was some GAM magic there, okay? I really do think CFO throughout that series looked a lot better. And it was kind of the T1 magic that brought them here again. Even in their first series that they were going to play against KT, they weren't the favorites. That was a pretty even split.
Yeah.
Against Hanwha Life's extremely heavy underdogs. And none of it ended up mattering because T1, sometimes they just turn on.
And well, I think for CFO, they're used to being favorites domestically. Internationally, it's a bit tough. You go to Canada, you think, hey, both teams are going to be on uneven footing. But for T1, you can hear every time Faker's face appears on camera, the crowd goes wild.
Oh, yeah.
Hometown favorites in every town they play in. Of course, we are now entering picks and bans powered by Omen and HyperX. Varus taken away alongside the Gwen. Now Talia Azir taken away too, limiting Honkyu's champion pool specifically.
And Faker has, contrary to many of his past years, not had the best spring split individually. Did turn it on for playoffs, as he very often does. But if you go back to 24 to 23, he was contesting, at the very least, for, you know, top 2 mid. Obviously, Chovy domestically reigned supreme, but Faker was having very consistent performance. This spring wasn't really about him. Owner in the regular split, and then Doran and Carrier towards the end. That, I think, really turned it on, as the Xayah also gonna get taken away. And the Vi, I feel like kind of a must takeaway. Any pick-based champion, T1 is always going to do exceptional, and also gives Junja the tools to start fights at his own bidding. And he has been the player that, as we, I think, will be talking about for the rest of the day as well, has been the beating heart of this roster.
Definitely has. And you brought up Owner and Carrier for the side of T1, right? In playoffs, really the entire team ramping up, but those are the two that stood out to us. And it's the same story for CFO. We know Junja is the king of this region, right? 6 titles, this man, an absolute monster, playing alongside Kaiwing. When they have those tools to get fights kicked off, there's nothing you can do to stop them. And you see already they've got one of those tools in their hands in the form of the Pantheon. But it does mean giving up Priority mid laner to Faker. So now the Xin and the Annie, really solid setup.
Owner, exceptional Xin player, will lock it in here. And with those bans, T1, I think, also leaning into that, making sure that Faker will have a relatively comfortable matchup, even in case of something like that Victor, as it does come through. The early game, Victor at least has to respect. I think it's not until like 2 free items that you really start getting into trouble with the range disadvantage.
And it's interesting already, we talked about weathering the storm of the early game, right? How do you go up against Carry and Owner? How do you go up against this T1 roster who is so willing to fight you for everything? Sometimes against their own best interests, right? We've seen great moments, we've seen some sloppy moments. And the answer from CFO seems to be, we're going to scale. They are set up for a beautiful front-to-back composition. Yes, Pantheon could do a lot of work in the early game, but when you see Sion, when you see Victor, we're a jinx away from a 2018 team composition.
Does leave me wondering if CFO is going to be able to deal with the mid-game barrage that T1 really throws every team's way. Final series that they fought against Humble Life, the final game was basically over at 10 minutes. A single dive towards top side was all it took. And CFO, as mentioned, even though they, in a lot of the games in their finals against GAM, were able to comfortably get to the point where, especially with draft like this, they should be fine. Sometimes the Baron call's not quite there. Some flippy decision making. And against T1, who are notorious for really grabbing Barons that probably don't belong to them, gonna be a risk. As we do see the Rel taken away, obviously. No supports picked up yet, unless we see some really weird flexes. And I am fairly certain that T1 is going to be looking to counterpick for Carrion. One of the biggest advantages that this player has is, as was highlighted by the desk, is eclectic champion pool.
Seems nearly infinite. The question is not can he play it, the question is has he played it yet, more often than not. But C, is that has gotten them into trouble once or twice, right? Do they want to go full steam ahead on early game?
Yeah.
Go for something like the Elise, or maybe a more conventional option. But clear. Again, no matter where you go, Vancouver loves T1, no surprise. Legendary organization for CFO. Be monumental for them to find a win. It's only game 1. It's a bit of a scaling draft on their side. T1, 1-2 items looking pretty dang powerful.
Is it Jin?
Yeah, what's the blind here? Jin seems solid with the setup that they have, but you need someone who's going to get to that Sion in later stages of the game.
Would be a Guma comp. They're going to instead save a counter pick for Guma. They're going to pick Nico, so by that also making a possible Renata, which I think is one of the few non-engaged supports that Cowens play. A little bit harder to actually pull off.
Sorry, there's a Krug sign. It's a very well-drawn Krug.
The Krug Lord, you know, it's stuck.
Look, you get the good with the bad with Thorn, you know? You get the Krugs.
It's just Thorn.
Well, and we watched that today, right? He died to Krugs and then popped off immediately afterwards. So perhaps it's the source of his power is Ezreal, safe pick, right? You're in the position where you're forced to blind pick. You do get the luxury of counterpick support. But again, one of the downsides of Kai Wing is we haven't seen that depth of his champion pool. So you having counterpick isn't as big of a deal. Probably going to default to more comfortable options. And Braum, again, good in the front to back, but I don't know if I like it. Bard would be a bit bolder.
I'd rather see something like that. I think playing the Braum into the Nico is already rough. I also think you need some semblance of early pressure. Leon also very obviously does that job. As the Kaisa, it makes sense in the draft, but Corki, I think a little bit more aggression in the lane was something that T1 has generally relied on.
The debate here, they flick back and forth between both options. The Kaisa, as we get later in the game, very good at locking down or keeping up with that Ezreal, but the Corki much more powerful early on.
Will make the most sense for T1, and they're going to go towards that. So the CFO draft, if you load into the Rift on 2 items, absolutely slaps. Incredible. And there
is that a game mode? Did I miss
that? Not in this game though, because when you look at the pieces, the front to back later on is absolutely insane. You have a great amount of CC, spread damage profile, a lot of really, really big threats. The problem obviously is when you look at the 2v2, Pantheon Victor compared to something like that Annie and Xin Zhao, contesting early objectives is going to be really hard. And the reason why I go in so hard on it is because T1 absolutely is not going to give you the time to skill. So you're going to have to fight early. There are some pressure points, right? Junja, maybe they get it with Kai Wing, can get it going early, but they will need to because T1 is going to take the fight to them.
Yeah, that early game you brought up, weathering the storm, the story for CFO. We know they can play the map pretty well as we get in the later stages of the game, and they certainly have the tools put together in picks and bans, but a tall task. However, the key ingredient we talked about, Kaiwing, Junja, having those tools is present in this draft. But as we've seen in other games across this tournament, if you don't have prio in your lanes, if you can't free up that Leona to roam, it can fall apart very quickly. So eyes on both sides to see who's going to be in form on the day and what level 1 strategies they might bring to bear.
Whenever there is a sign involved, I'm going to be looking at the level 1 Dracos.
Outside said make some noise, Vancouver, more than happy to oblige. We get ready for game 1, CFO versus T1, the last of our first round matches. Perhaps a date with Destiny for T1 as BLG stand waiting. First, they're going to have to go through CFO. And it's a quiet game 1. Again, in some of these matchups, we're seeing teams who've already gone through plans, got the jitters out, maybe less afraid to go all in the first few seconds of a game, but CFO and T1, first look we're going to have for them.
No latent fates. It looks like maybe a little bit for vision here. So we do have Driver making his way over, but don't really have that much Fred. If there was a Braum involved, maybe as a, yeah, we got to bring it up again. That's insane.
It is insane. This is, there's no one better in the entirety of LCP than Junja. This is a world-class jungler, no doubt in my mind, and normally when you go up against T1, you see Owner on the opposite side, you start to sweat, but I think CFO is still a question as to who will come out on top. You feel a lot better knowing that Junja is the one holding down your early game. He's the man that you have backing you up.
And taking a look at the rune setup, Faker, usually on the Annie, we very often see the Electrocute, going to be the Phase Rush instead. So a little bit more potential of getting out of some sticky situations. Hongq going for Ares, so as we saw already there, trying to just play for as much lane pressure as possible. I think the first couple of levels for Victor are honestly great. Into the Annie, it's really post 6 where you need to be a lot more careful as already, as we were expecting, a lot of fighting here for that early prowl in the bot lane.
Quick Zenith Blade, but doesn't amount to too much. Again, range advantage, the biggest thing here at level 1. Hongq continues to trade with a fast level 2. Faker stuns back and keeping the Phase Rush procced, also just to make the gravity field less of a concern. Hongq, though, playing with a lot of confidence.
Good trades. And you really want to try and do that as much as possible. I think Victor, when it comes to his one spike, doesn't quite hit as hard, especially if it's going to be that Rod of Ages build. Whereas the Annie, particularly if Zinza can make his way over, as a possible bot lane gank.
Junja on the way down. Guma, the stun, the immediate CC on the carrier. They know he's not the one with cleanse. An easy first pickup for the side of CFO.
And the heal from carrier gets invested initially to dodge away from Kaiwing, but as you highlight, Junja haven't even finished his first clear, already making an impact as he's able to, as you highlight, go for the target that doesn't have a way out. Guma, even though he was level 2, if he ends up dinging to free, gets the Valkyrie, that could have been a big problem. Has the cleanse as well, but carrier, no way out of the CC for him. Doran on the Aatrox, as you would expect. It's going to be feeling great here into the Sion up until the first back, and then Sion is going to shrug off a lot until you really get enough ability haste to continuously chew through that ginormous shield that is going to be there for Driver.
Yeah, Soul Furnace, a very, very powerful ability. And
yeah.
I'm curious to see what Driver is able to do with the Scion. There was a fun interview with Chawe where he talked about some inspiration from the boss coming out for Driver. So maybe if he manages to find a lead, we see some proxying, but first he's going to have to find that lead, or at the very least be able to crash that wave.
Yeah, this matchup isn't fun. We'll see. Driver, as long as he can get his creeps, doesn't actually get taken down, he's not going to be too bothered. As Owner on this Zinzao, maybe looking for a player towards the bot side. There are still sums available, so looks like instead just going to go for the base, not wanting to flip too much. And Ezreal, notoriously not the easiest, and nor is Leona to dive.
Opting to back out, but he does drop double wards. So vision on red, vision on the Raptors as well. Will spot out Junja starting that camp. Faker and Hongq just continue to trade. And honestly, very quiet game.
Leisurely start.
Kind of as expected, I would say, in terms of some of the champions that we have.
It's post 6, right? That I think we're really going to see once the first objectives start. There isn't something like the Elise and the Fairy where you're really going to be looking to just dive on one of the first couple of waves.
And credit to Doran, he is not letting Driver charge a single decimating smash. Always staying in range, willing to tank a little bit of extra damage just to cancel the knockup. Keep that wave forward as
here he is again.
He's going to spot Junja. 2 Gumas. Only one of them has cleanse, a difficult puzzle. As owner now ready to make the dive happen topside. Have to respect the zombie passive from Sion, but Driver in a tough spot here. Wind becomes lightning, a quick flash out, extra shielding, and Dorn forced to flash away. Owner should just finish the job, but now the tower's hitting him. He has to flash as well. T1 grab the kill, but maybe not the cleanest execution.
We'll be able to get it. Having to invest the second flash obviously feels rough. Really good timing for Driver on the shield, which was the main thing that kept him alive for a little bit longer. It starts off great. Owner primes his Q, gets the auto. Dorn sets him up with the Q1, but if Dorn had backed, I think that is just a very clean dive, but hadn't actually spent any money yet, so not enough AD to chew for the Sion that quickly. Still though, early lead for T1. Not going to be the end of the world. Sion of all champions obviously will be fine, regardless of him getting put behind a little bit early.
Yeah, still has 170 extra health, so you can see at the bottom of the screen.
Yeah.
And TP's used to reset lane matchups here, so or they swap as now Driver on the bottom side of the map, Dorn going to respond as well.
And that's Bramble. Yeah, Bramble Vest is there. That's kind of what we were talking about earlier. It's an extremely strong item into Aatrox. Very unfun. Can't believe you did that. Building armor.
Look, man, we talked about it. We're waiting for someone to build Serpent's Fang. We love the item. It's probably not this game. I don't think the Sion shield is enough. Oh, the Victor. I'm just saying there's an angle. For now, though, Dorn, you can see playing with a little bit more respect. Of course, the World Ender, super powerful, but the potential for gank setup with Junja, if he is lurking in the darkness with Sion level 6, is lethal.
And what we do have is a good amount of vision being set up here in the jungle of T1. For what I imagine later on will be a heavy contest on that from CFO. Does mean that while Junja goes for that invade, T1 is able to get the first dragon of the game. I don't really think there is too much counterplay. Driver will be making his way over, and oh, Junja has ults. They might want to try and steal.
In, Owner on the way forward, but now manages to take it down. So it's going to cost his life. They get the Drake, but now it's all in from the side of CFO. Perfect gravity field. They're going to grab another one on top of it. Faker taken down, drops the bear. But in the blink of an eye, it goes from passive to insane aggression from the side of CFO.
And T1, usually the one doling out the aggression, but CFO, with a great rotation, catching them off guard. Blowing up Owner, doesn't have his ultimate available. That means that there is no way for him to stall out this play, and you can see, I don't think they were really expecting to go this crazy. Driver goes in, gets the knock up, and not a lot of counterplay available there. And just giving up Owner for Dragon, not that rough, but the fact that Faker ends up dying as well, it's a really big win here early on, because any early kills that you can get for CFO bring you closer to that promised item breakpoint that we talked about earlier, when you're really starting to see the power of this Sion, this Victor, as well as this Ezreal.
Uma taking a decent chunk here, even without a Sheen completed, is now Dorn doing what he can to zone Driver away. Willing to proxy himself if necessary.
The proxer?
I mean, look, fire with fire, as it was. And I think for T1, you highlighted it so well, right? If they get that Drake, if they're closer to soul stacking, it puts them in a comfortable position as we go later into this game, but those few kills is rough.
I like Bramble Vest.
Yeah.
I don't know if you need to.
But more is better, right? That's pretty universal.
When it comes to kills, yes. When it comes to flashes blown, as Honkyu does get his blown there by the timely rival. And even despite some of that control we saw set up earlier, T1, they get one, but CFO not going to let them have more for free.
And you know, I'm going to check to make sure that's not a visual bug. Could you just yap for 30 seconds? Because either I have missed a very elaborate math Reddit thread.
No, I think it was just a mistake.
Okay,
looks like he sold it. Pick up the chain vest.
He didn't think he'd have that much gold early game.
Well, it might also just be, you want to get Bramble against Aatrox, right? Sometimes it's just muscle memory.
Sure.
Will be pivoting away, but something to keep in mind if we do have some very specific breakpoints down the line. Thus far, though, really impressed with the early game that CFO have been able to show. For as good as they were, I think we saw this even in the final game that they played of their playoffs against GAM, where they really mostly relied on just slowing the game down. So seeing them take control early definitely feels good, but there is a lot more skirmishing to be done. And T1 on that one, kind of caught sleeping. We'll see if CFO
also has to be careful. He's just going to jet out of the river there.
It's fine. Faker needs to catch the wave.
Yeah, it'll work out fine as Doggo going to grab a quick flower. Try to get some pressure here in the bottom lane. Earlier we saw on our screen, Driver not quite able to cancel any of those recalls, and the ulti coming out from Doggo wasn't able to do it either. Very close, though, to putting T1 in a difficult position in terms of resets and tempo on the map. Now, however, 1K difference, not the end of the world for the comp that we, generally look at as scaling better. Certainly feels like a strong early boon. Doran, though, holding on to his individual advantage at the very least. And he is a player that we have our eyes on.
Yeah, always going to. As mentioned, Doran has been consistently one of the top laners within the LCK since he joined Gen G. But unfortunately, it has also been met with equal level of troubles when it comes to the international performance. Do want to highlight, with that early kill, Honky, by the way, already starting on that Rod of Ages. I do think where the Victor goes next is going to be a really big factor as to whether he's actually going to be doing damage. We've seen a lot of Victors go for builds that feel like hit a little bit too late as
quick heal out.
The ult.
Pantheon on the way down. Good value, though. The heal for that ulti, for double ultis, does give T1 a window of opportunity to fire back.
I think you're pretty happy with that as T1, because Drake spawns in a minute. That's going to give you possible angle. At the very least, it means that Junja won't be able to join or get backline access quite as easy as, oh boy.
Junja locked up, burst damage ready to go. Aegis assault, but Faker waits it out before throwing down his cooldowns. It might cost him though. Honku, ulti there, but Faker zooming out safety courtesy of the phase rush. Junja still living for an extra moment. Nice flash over the wall, but Oner ready to follow, as is Kaiwing. Going in for the 2v2. Oner a little bit tankier. Carrier ready to follow up. Jungle supports on both sides. Still standing. Q in. It's not quite enough damage, but the E over the wall. The Ray to finish it, which Carrier is real. The flash one is the right choice as Guma's lower and lower. Fights on multiple fronts. T1 losing so many kills.
And CFO, I think not going to be too sad about that. T1 trying to be tricky, but looking a bit sloppy on the re-engage. There felt like they had an exit after they got the summoner out of Junja, but wanted to go for more.
Zoning Faker out, denying the reset. Gonna slow him down that much more. Faker does have TP, but may be forced to use it to return to lane. Doran, in the meantime, though, is the one where this is paying off, getting those extra plates.
As we take another look at this initial play is great, right? Able to do a lot of damage towards Junja, trying to catch him off guard. Makes a lot of sense. But what happens next is Junja gets over the wall. Carrier basically whiff steal because of the flash, and then the immediate response from Kaiwing. Oner doesn't actually connect the W and the damage onto Junja. And then when he goes back in, while that was happening, Honku took Faker effectively out of the fight. Faker's not able to join. Without the Annie, you're missing so much damage. And while all of that was happening, Doran also made his way over with the TP, which was what allowed Driver in the top lane to get a ton of damage on that turret.
And what a reaction. Honestly fair. Junja, well-played fight though, right? Gets Carrier's ulti before flashing over the wall. Really what keeps that so close. As Driver now matched up against Faker, we'll see where they want to send Honku. Side lane versus Zeus or excuse me, Doran. Wow, big faux pas there. Doran, as they keep this going, is going to be tough.
As Doran, sitting on the Thunder Sky right now, has his Merc Treads done as well. On the flip side, we see Driver still fine when it comes to the item finishes. I think that time alone towards the top side, even the Doran got some plates and damage done towards the bottom half of the map's not going to be too set as Doran should be known this is coming. We see the pings come down, but I don't think he can hold there. Junja's in the area, has his ultimate available. I think he uses it.
Sundered Sky trying to clear the wave. It's a bit of a desperate game, but World Ender now coming out. Massive damage, but Doran lives for an extra second. Needs one more Sundered Sky proc. Gets the auto! He's still up! The outplay! Doran lives for far too long. Honku can't get it done. Doran, are you kidding me?
That's vintage Cracklord, baby! As Doran somehow lives through that.
The patience, the gusto to dive forward. The Sundered Sky procs coming through. His Driver's now caught out. Should be no way out of this one, but the Scion is damn tanky.
That's flash.
Flash away. Kaiwing there to cover. But this is a disastrous sequence for CFO, and almost 1,000 gold lead starting to shrink now. As the counterpunch is Faker, pushing for free on the top side, nearly knocking down that tier 1 tower.
And the early game back and forth here. That play, obviously T1 going to be happy with. They got the flash. Faker will be getting the turret here. But do note, Doran did mess up on a good amount of CS, because even with the counter kill that he got, the healing from that kill was still ticking, obviously allowing him to stay alive. Honku was able to then immediately push onto the turret, letting some CS go to waste. As we take another look, so T1 I think was very aware that this was happening. First Doran tries to clear the wave, not actually able to do so. The flash means that there isn't enough damage. And then right there, the heal from Sundered Sky, as well as the fact that right afterwards he gets the heal from that turret aggro. Just Kaiwing, unfortunately, dropping it a little bit too late. There were 4 people there. You can drop it earlier, and he would have died.
But I'm also, what is Sundered Sky with Aatrox healing amp? 606 health. So incredibly powerful. Now Doran knocking down the tower as well, while the rest of the map has been a bit of a bloodbath. He's really just been holding it down on the top side. For T1, almost an 800 individual gold lead, but it's CFO who had the setup around Herald first as we went into that replay and are so far holding on to it pretty well. Triforce spikes on both sides for both AD carries.
Drake's 1-to-1 right now. Junja starting up Herald. T1 clearly do want to contest. Sums available for almost everyone, not for Guma, not for Doggo. All of which are in this fight. Let's see whether Faker can get into the backline. And for Junja, the target selection is going to be bigger for CFO. TP comes in.
This is a hard fight for T1. Fighting into the Victor can be difficult, but luckily they have the Hex Gates to back them up. It's Keria on the backside. CFO have spotted it, but it might not matter. Quick lockup. Faker there as well. They've isolated the Nico. Keria in trouble. Burning, cut down by the ulti of the Victor. CFO, good patience, good discipline. How many teams have been caught out by a flank like that?
2 telegraphed. CFO, see Keria make his way over, like, we can see you. We know this is coming. As Driver.
Going forward. Can't quite drift it.
Thought more was going to happen.
Yeah, as did I.
That's okay. As we probably going to take a look, that means the Herald does go over to CFO. So this early back and forth still ongoing. And as highlighted, I think that does benefit CFO if they're able to play their own game, if they're able to slow it down. Even disregarding the draft, right, where I think that the T1 composition, when we get later to the game, the damage will always be there, but you are going to be extremely reliant on just finding one target and blowing them up. And let's be real, it's going to be Cyan, which very hard. Junja with his E, as
you can see here a bit of a contrast.
Bottom
production
one,
beautifully highlighting Worlds 2013 picker was 17, Honkyu was 6. 2 different generations of League of Legends player, and credit to Honkyu in this first game. He has not faltered, he has not stumbled. You highlighted it, Faker, really good playoffs, not as good of a regular season. And in this Annie matchup, hasn't been able to really do a whole lot yet.
Well, we've also seen that T1 in draft was very clearly trying to get a decent matchup for Fake, get him in on the Annie, which always can have an impact, but Cosmic Drive now done for Honkyu as well, and we're starting to hit the item breakpoints that I was talking about for CFO. Almost the second item on Ezreal as well, the transformation for Doggo. Junja should be getting close, but it's the skirmishing where they need to remain vigilant. We've seen T1 so many times, just a single catch on a player can snowball very, very swiftly, and with Hextech Drake in particular, I don't think either team can afford to give that soul over.
No, they certainly can't. We are pretty far away, as it's only the 3rd Drake of the game up and available. Both teams tied at 1 apiece. Gold lead slightly in favor of T1, but remember, we generally favor the scaling of CFO more, and it was a bit of a misstep around Drake that gave those early kills to CFO, and they've been in a pretty decent spot ever since then. Doran, again, the strong point of this team, now alongside Guma, as the Herald is going to crash, but won't quite finish the tower. CFO just using it to get mid-prio to start this objective, but again, have to be careful. They don't have concrete information on where Doran is, and now it's Keria on the flank. CFO, knock up from Driver.
Like 5 angles.
Faker and Guma ready to go. CFO, where are they going to go? They're going to start here. Instant ulti laid down by Honkyu. Doran off on the side for now, uncontested, but it's Owner who's in trouble. In the meantime, Kaiwing going in, the ball damage coming in from Driver. It's Keria on the back line with the 3-man knock-up. So damn patient, and CFO are getting sent packing, retreating back to their side of the rift, but it might not be enough. Junja on the way out. Driver frontlining, trying to buy space for the rest of the team as T1 take the fight.
And though the response from Doggo on the Annie play was great, that meant no cooldowns were available for when Keria went in. And T1 with a multi-pronged approach actually coming in from a lot of different angles. CFO, we're mostly aware of all of them, but it's so hard to get kind of the front to back that we talk about, right? You want Victor behind the 2 tanks, but you have Doran coming in on one end, Keria coming in from another, and I want you to look at the attempted engage here. Owner gets his ult off, which means they can't kill him, and then right here, Faker goes for a big Annie play, but both Honkyu and Doggo flash, but then Keria is there to ensure that the CC lands, the fight starts, and the moment the kill is found, Doran is just gonna keep going and going and going on this Aatrox. And CFO have to abandon ship. Now pick up Faker.
Faker caught out. Shield of Daybreak. Double TP is now coming in to back up the play. It's going to be an all-out brawl on the top side. Faker living for an extra moment. Driver going to find the knock, but should finish the kill. But Doran is here, as is Oren. Doran. Double Doran. As Owner is here. Carry on the way. Uma stepping up. Owner finds a nice initial bit of damage after the Chaos Storm. They need to back away. Rue going in. Doran caught out. Knock up there. A beautiful bull channel on the decimating smash. And now they need to get the hell out. Owner living for a little bit extra time. Nice knock up onto Doggo. Those he oversteps. It's all eyes on Honkyu. He has to make the difference. But he's caught between 3 members of T1. It looked good for a brief moment, but T1 just outplaying in the fights.
And in the longer skirmish, T1 get the better of CFO. No dare. Despite it. Oh, Carrier.
Carrier. Locking up Junja. Driver trying to clear the wave. Owner on the chase. One becomes lightning. Junja forced to flash out. And this is the thing, it's so scary about T1. So many teams would have just backed off after that play. He felt fine to start the Wolves, but T1 is still going for that little bit extra, as now they're set up to take this tier 1 mid.
And CFO actually like that they call the bluff. A lot of teams in the LCK often start, when you see Faker inside, is this really an overstep, or is the rest of T1 there? And as we can see, the rest of T1 does arrive, but it's a little bit too late, as Faker does take so much damage, and the double TP is available. So the initial blow of the fight, I think, looks great here for CFO. We have, with the ultimate, obviously Honkyu is still full health, but I think they should have just left. Because if they leave at this point, even without a turret, they're fine. Instead, they see an opportunity to go in on top of Doran, but Owner on the Zinza, I want you to look here, splits up the fight, gets the flash knock up onto Doggo, and then with no health bars on his tanks, Honkyu just readily available for the T1 backline to get on top 2.
And it looks so good. But again, the story of the fight is Doggo feels like he's in this position to clean up, or burns these cooldowns to dodge this key ability, and then someone from T1 is always there to punish. Again, T1, if you don't know their story, you probably don't know League of Legends. But a team that, a bit of a different road to MSI, not the favorites. Many people favoring HLE above them, but the truth of this T1 lineup, almost regardless of the players who are playing on it, is that when it matters, they always manage to find that form.
They really do. Third in the regular split. That said, CFO definitely not out of it. Regaining control is a little bit tough in this scenario, though. Obviously, these choke points are very dangerous. This Driver.
On a Driver, a bit of free poke. Carrier off to the side, really determined to take away that engage option. Carrier getting lower and lower. Pop lost a little bit extra shielding, but Doggo manages to finish it. And all eyes have forgotten entirely about the Otacon. They're forced to pull back. Driver traded in the meantime. It's just the 1-for-1 support for a top laner. But now the re-engage. Faker finds his man, and Owner and Guma are there to follow. Doggo now. Doran locked up for a moment. They should be able to finish that one. They need to get the hell out. When becomes lightning, does not connect. T1 can't follow up. And Otacon is still alive, crucially, but Owner wants to push a little bit more. Take this wave out, deny a little bit more in terms of resources overall, demand a response from the side of CFO.
That too is Doran, as he jumps into 2 people, gets blown up before the rest of his team arrives. Not quite ready for the damage that Doggo was going to dish out. But the story of a lot of these skirmishes become, initially doesn't look too bad, but as the fight continues, T1 just out-executes. So Driver going down here, that's not the end of the world. You get the snipe on the carrier, you can just leave it at that. Your poke is really, really good. But I want you to see what happens to CFO instead. They think they smell weakness, and the turn here, that's not a flash, that's just straight up a Tibbers. You can see the passive. They walk into it anyway. As
I had to double check too. Wait, did he just get a bear without flashing? The answer is yes.
We do see the Otacon not taken by T1, so the gold lead is slowly increasing, but CFO, I think if they ironically slow it down in the fights, I think they've been good about contesting the objectives, being where they need to be. But T1 are, I think, in the LCK the best at feigning weakness. Doran in particular, we saw this a lot during the playoffs as well. Like, oh, I have a low health bar. Walking in, walking back. Trying to bait people in is Junja.
I think it's good that you highlighted, although hold that thought just in case a fight does break out.
Dragon.
Remember, even though Doran is a new addition to this lineup as of this year, the 4-man core of this T1 team have played together for so damn long. That level of coordination you really do get to see in the fights where they're so comfortable playing across multiple fronts. Honkyu, though, will break this tower. Doran there to respond and clear the wave. Dragon, the center of attention for both sides. Potential soul point for T1. CFO looking to deny it. Wave pushed in bot side, gonna force a response from Faker. They see him now, gives him a little bit more access to step up.
Doran on a deep flank, but he did get spotted. We see the pings go down. I think I want to try and collapse.
Doran waiting over the wall. Umbral Dash takes him out. But the wave cleared bot side. He's continuing to poke. Doggo with the red buff, pretty crucial. Q continues to walk up. Owner ready to go in. Junja starting the fight all on his lonesome, but here comes Driver. The real Guma caught out. Pop Boss with the try to save the day, but it's too late. CFO winning the fight so far. Q is so damn strong, and he's just taking over the fight. Doggo here as well. T1 thought they had the angle, but Driver and Junja together are doing work.
And the first engage from Junja looks like there's no follow-up. The Zinzao obviously going to be really hard to take down. But Doran already poked, and then Driver comes in. Drives right into the backline of T1 as they get blown up. And now T1's the one you think about when you see these Barons, but it's CFO that's going to be taking the first one in this series.
25-minute Baron rush in game one, going to CFO, unprecedented. The question on our minds as we entered this series was, can they weather the storm of the early game? And so far the answer is yes, and not only that, able to find these fight angles. It's not just T1 who can fish for the creative fight starts or flanks. CFO matching.
So Doran is already out of this fight. Kywin able to slow him down, and then look at this angle right here. Do note Faker isn't here. He actually has to TP in. He was setting up for Otacon. And the rest of the team just caught out without the Annie. There isn't enough damage. A beautifully segmented fight from CFO. Gonna get them the Baron. I imagine gonna get them the Dragon as well, and possibly also Otacon, as now they make their way over into the river. And with this Baron, Rebel Baron power play already at 2.5k gold. I don't know if T1 can contest these objectives.
And this is gonna be a massive gold shift because there's still tier 1s on the top side. There's still double objectives in the bottom lane, and you can see the start of what felt like an inevitable red tide. T1 on this red side just doing so much work, but CFO fighting back, putting themselves in a good position. Doesn't seem like they want to overcommit to the Otacon. The resist shred still terrifying against a champion like the Annie. But Junja is starting it. Doran waiting in the darkness.
Oh, T1. This is the only thing that's a bit precarious. Otacon obviously insanely strong at shredding teams.
Hexgate looking for the flank. Immediate retreat coming in for CFO. Driver forced to ult early, and all of CFO are on the way out. T1
be taking control, but I don't think that they can do Insider, and they know they just want to stall, right? Just
but this is
run
fine.
out this Baron.
Think about CFO being in this position, it makes it easy because T1 don't need to worry about anything else on the map. They don't have a good top wave to play around. No towers are under threat. T1 just keeping them here is taking away all that Baron time.
Kywing on the ward. On the ward!
Kywing wants to go extra tanky, but not tanky enough. Kywing lives for an extra moment. Now the fight's going to kick off. Pantheon comes down from the sky, but he's caught between Faker and Owner, and they make it look effortless. The Aegis Assault can't block an assault from both sides. And in goes Carrier! CFO had all the tools, all the advantages, and in a blink of an eye, they just disappear.
T1, a single moment of weakness. Kywing goes down. And that they probably could have gotten away with, but CFO, to their detriment, want to try and salvage the situation as they run with Baron buff, by the way. Could have backed off, just shoved out the waves and denied the opportunity, but instead they go in so deep as Junja goes in alone. Doggo isn't here yet, Driver isn't here yet. And Hongq trying to help out his teammate already uses his sums, and then Carrier finds the Freeman ultimate, but even if he didn't, at that point I think the fight's already rough, plus the fact that Otacon was right there.
And while we're watching the replay, T1 just took 2 towers and Otacon. That brief glimmer of hope, if we can see the gold graph again. A single blip in the entirety of this game where CFO had that big advantage, and now we're right back to 3K in favor of T1.
Yeah,
there it is!
I was gonna call for
a little tiny blip of blue hope taken away in the blink of an eye. T1, they're just terrifying in those fights.
I was waiting for that. That's at CFO, not losing any of their inhibs. Also not losing the Dragon, so no soul point, but obviously you have that to force from those plans, plus the Already, I think strong team fighting from T1 going to be bolstered by the explosion from the Otacon. And for CFO, the biggest story has been the decision-making in these fights. Right, going a little bit too aggressive, playing ball with T1 just for a little bit too long. And T1, they're always going to throw down, as we see, sometimes to the detriment.
Very true.
But this is what they do.
And you can see in the fights that CFO start on their terms, they look much more comfortable. But in the even fights, where it's about skirmishing, where it's about poking and prodding and trying to find those angles of attack, T1 showing their experience.
The TP.
It's a TP from behind. Junja not quite in a great position, might be caught out here. TP and Gravity Field the response, but flash in from Faker. They want to take the mid lane out of the equation. Hongq goes golden for a brief moment. Driver going to try to peel as best he can, but down goes the Victor as Keria grabs the kill. Resurrection coming in for Owner. All they got was the GA on the other front in the fight, and T1 feeling comfortable on the top side.
Could have been worse for CFO, as Hongq does go down, but a GA plus a couple of summoners. Not the worst trade. It's about the aftermath. I think this initial play not too bad, but if they lose Driver as well.
Lock up again, the Scion falling.
Again!
And the play doesn't end when T1 are on the map. You have to back off. You have to give them that respect because they will always take just a little bit more as yet another tier 2 will fall. And it's a situation where we expected that as we got later into the game, if T1 couldn't run over in the early game, hey, it might be tough for them. But yeah, the way they're executing in these fights is just so much better.
Well, it is also the T1 composition, as long as they can keep coming in as they have been doing from different angles. If you don't get the front to back, then the CFO comp will struggle a lot more. Right? Victor in particular, notorious for, can do insane amounts of damage. But once you get on top of him, particularly with a lot of the more beefy characters on T1, can't shoot for them in time. We'll be getting closer to his death cap. One needlessly large rod done. Also approaching a 4th item on Doggo. Maybe those are the breakpoints. See if I can try to play towards, but I also got to be honest with you, Dracos. I've seen T1 in these type of scrappy games before, and that's how they like it.
Yeah, and I think for Hongq, a player who had that massive lead caught out in the previous fight, he needs to play flawlessly because he's staring down Faker with a book. First game, obviously an honor always to play against the GOAT, but that's tough. You were winning, you did have the lead, and now Faker's chasing as many stacks as he can get.
Ooh, Owner starting the objective.
Solarflare going a little bit wide. It is the fake Faker, however. Keria just going to lose the Celestial opposition. Still, crucially, has the Proto Bell up and available.
All they need to do is just stall for Doran, right? Doran can always TP in case an engage does come through. And now CFO spotted. But I think the opportunity has passed to try and actually look for a play. So that's going to be Soul Point going over as
Ezreal
did get called out. We see Doran hold off on the damage for a little bit.
Third Drake for the side of T1 now. Soul Point, 5k gold lead. 17 more flowers on top of that. The only lead left, or the only lane left with an advantage is mid lane. But it's just so difficult for CFO to come in to find that front to back you talked about. Often it hinges on having better vision setup, better prio, but they've had to concede so many side waves just to be able to fight 5v5.
The T1 consistently retaking control, denying vision. All they need, particularly with these Hextech gates, which we've already seen one of the plays didn't end up working out for Keria. Faker was able to make his exit, but repeatedly, you don't know who's coming over. Can be the Doran on Aatrox, can be Keria, can be fake Keria. It's hard to, or rather Keria faking to someone else. Yep.
Could be fake anybody. You highlighted it well. The thing about it is they've done a good job of tracking one player. Faker, Keria, but both at the same time is so difficult, and if they forget about one, we've seen how quickly a team fight can turn.
Doran now also has the death stance done. Look at that Hongq. He is getting close to the death cap. That's such an immense spike. Victor approaching max level as well. The only gold lead that's still there. But he needs to be able to play the game, right? He needs to actually be able to get multiple spell rotations off. The rest of the team needs to keep him safe. It's easier said than done when T1 keep coming in from 15 million different angles at the same time as Baron is up. Both teams gravitating towards that.
T1 still steady and controlled around this objective, using the Nico clone as much as they can to face check into those brushes, getting mid prio before they lay down their vision. It looks like reset's coming through, so a moment for CFO to try and get something. Ulti in to cancel. Good vision coverage. They just want to delete the support before the fight even starts. Keria running for his life. He's going to burn down. Ignite should just take him out. Prio ain't grabbing that one, but Faker's waiting over the wall. The bear drops, but not on a crucial target. Hongq and Driver not able to get into the fight, but the TP coming in. Doran going to flash to the side. He has to be the difference maker. Immediate ulti out. Doggo for now uncontested as the Timbers blocks as much damage as possible. possible. Doran isolated on the side, but he's got the attention of two, and Owner's looking to take down Doggo.
And Doran might go down, but he did his job, stall. As one of the most dangerous members on CFO didn't get to join the fight. And Carrier goes down, but the positioning that CFO put themselves in didn't do them any favors. The damage from Faker was enough, and now Baron started up here for T1.
Got Carrier. You got Doran, but it doesn't look like it's enough. Kuma, Owner, Faker still standing strong. Quick stun onto Driver. Gravity Field will lock up Faker for a brief moment. Decimating Smash doesn't connect. Objective going to be soloed out by Owner in a quick retreat as they manage to grab the Baron, and now CFO need to get the hell out. Unstoppable is the Scion, but Hongq is going to be in trouble. Has to flash away as the sun flies through the air. Faker layering the skills beautifully. Tibbers laid down, and down goes Hongq.
T1, that might just be it. They're going to be able to get Driver as well. They have the Baron buff.
Carrier respawning. Able to find the CC. Driver zoned off. Recalls in the mid lane from Faker. He can TP right back if he needs to. Ulti down mid to try and clear, but in the blink of an eye, no opportunity to scale, no soul in this game. T1 poised to end it here. A brief glimmer of CFO hope, but that's all we got to see. Otherwise, total control from T1, even despite few fights.
He's just unrelenting, Dracos, it's mean!
He just wants, he's never gonna get the chance to recall. And now Doran's here to finish the job! His ulti's back up! His ulti's back up! Go, Driver! Doran's just gonna keep chasing. I don't think he can finish channeling a recall. He can't! He just wants to go home, and T1 won't let it happen! It's body bag or no back! The gates! He's gonna do it!
Wait, but now he's back on Vision.
But it doesn't matter because the game is ending! Down comes the Pantheon. Junja involved in the fight, trying to isolate off to the side. Doggo still living, but it does not matter. T1 may have faltered, but they will not drop a game. They find the victory in game one.
The back and forth here in this first game between CFO and T1. When the dust settles and the continuous brawling ends, T1 able to just win out a couple of crucial fights. I'm going to be going back to that stall when the Baron was taken. The Baron buff after a great play from CFO, wonderful fight from Driver, from Junja, and from Doggo, right? They took down Doran, but they couldn't use that Baron buff to break the game.
Incredible stuff from T1 to get that back in their favor. Let's head over to the analyst desk to break down game one.
That was much closer than what I expected it to be here. CFO with the great early game, but in the end, it's the world champions who take game one here with Doran having a lot of fun this game, guys.
He had a lot of fun. You're completely right. The enemy team was trying to not let that happen.
Yeah.
There were some moments where they were trying to, pile on him, but he didn't let it happen.
I actually think both top laners were having a lot of fun, right? We got to see Driver on the classic Scion, one of his best picks. And then Doran obviously poised to really take over this game on the Aatrox.
Absolutely, and I think there's one specific play that we can highlight here. Our HyperX Reflex replay where it doesn't matter how many opponents you bring in the bot lane. If it comes to a dive, we know what Aatrox can do, but man, Doran, he was swinging that sword left and right.
4v1, by the way. He commits to taking the CS under turret. He gets so low, but he's like, you know what? I'm going to tether you, Junja. I'm going to get my passive auto, all that regeneration, and you even get the kill on Kaiwing, who is tanking the entire time, and he lives through all of that. He gets the XP, he gets the kill, he lives through it. Doran just was insane in this play.
Watch the regeneration. Like, it's so, Aatrox is so unfair sometimes. Like, look at that. He was low health, and then he was not, and then he gets the kill back.
It's the beauty of this champion. Also the frustration when you play against an Aatrox, of course. It often came down to top lane fights. As it always does when we have this desk, I feel all the series we've been hosting together.
We love top laners here, Raz. Yeah. There was a specific Drake fight around 1830 that I thought was really, really good. Driver sees the angle onto Owner, but they actually end up blowing so much on him. And then just watch Doran and Carrier going in tandem, taking over the entire back half of this fight. Hongq goes down. Faker manages to live and escape off the back side of it. And yeah, this is when I thought, okay, everything is in T1's favor, but then we had so many other back and forth fights in this game.
Yeah, because even before this play, because you're right, Driver like zeroed in on Owner, picked him off, or at least tried to, and then really early on, first Drake, he did the exact same thing. He was just bullying Owner. He tried. He tried to make it happen. But you're right, it just felt like another Driver impact play happened later on in that very game because Junja found an angle, he W'd over the wall, and they were like, oh, wait a minute, no, it feels like CFO has another angle into this game. This is that moment.
Yeah, and they try to get on to Doran here, right?
Luka moment.
Yeah, Doggo and Kaiwing are just taking Doran down while, you know, Driver decides to go in, and then even when Faker ends up coming in, just kind of TPs into his death, sadly. It was really back and forth, honestly, I think, until that catch onto Kaiwing in the bot side jungle. That was really kind of the backbreaker here, but I want to revisit the top laners,
All right,
right?
let's do it.
Because we've got some fun top laners in this. We'll see if CFO are going to end up swapping. I know they have committed to Driver a lot, but right now we see the champion pools of these guys, right? Rest, Doran, and Driver, and we can
cross,
actually,
yeah.
we can even add an Aatrox here,
Nice.
right? Yeah.
Oh, you have the handwriting that I cannot read. So
It
good
actually
luck with
looks
that.
terrible. And then Sion's out of there too, right? So there's still a lot left.
Yeah, she's
And still no shared champion.
Exactly.
Still none. Any expectations for the second game, though? Hopefully, like waiting to see which top laner we're gonna have. But on the side of Doran, when you consider the fact that CFO, with Driver, his best asset was not enough, what do you want to look at here?
Personally, I think this is when you try to put Rest in just so you can like chip at some of the champion pool, because the Jace is something that I've really loved from Rest. The same could be said with his Nidalee, but I mean, just being able to challenge the carry plays. If it's going to be about the top lane, hell, throw the gauntlets out. Let's actually play towards it. The fights have been pretty good for CFO. Junja, I think, was for me a little bit of a star there alongside Driver, so I just want to see a little bit more of that to empower them.
Yeah, and as you see, even the damage coming out of these 280 carries, I thought Guma very quietly had a great game, right? He was able to hit from the backline a lot. Remained pretty untouched thanks to kind of this Aatrox Xin Zhao combination being that beefy frontline for him, in addition to a lot of the flanks that Keria was able to pull off. So yeah, I'm curious. I assume CFO will stay on blue.
Yeah.
And then we'll see if they do want to make a sub, because I feel
no
like
substitution.
No substitution.
Yeah, okay.
We keep it as it is.
I was going to say, talking to people in the LCP, they said they've kind of committed to Driver a lot more, right? So we'll see what they have cooked.
It's Ornn time.
It's Ornn.
It's Ornn time.
Yeah, we got the Sion. Now we're gonna get the Ornn.
We're gonna go through all of them anyway, but we keep our eyes on top lane here. The world champions strike first here in this series and take down CFO. Let's see if CFO can come back in game 2 right after this.
3, 2, 1. Oh.
What a car. Living the dream, huh?
Sweet dreams are made of this. Who am I
Okay. I get it now.
Sweet dreams are made of this.
Yeah, you're looking for something amazing. That's why I put in the work. That's why I grind on the daily. I'm running wild and I know that no one can tame me. Hall of Fame on my mind, they cannot contain me. I know that I can't stop now. There ain't no way I'm giving up. Won't back down. I've come too far and I know I'm gonna act out until I'm standing on the top. They hear me now. They hear me now. Let them know. Nothing can hold me back. Hold me back. You can try, but you can't. Hold me back. Nothing can hold me back. Hold me back. You can try, but you can't. Hold me back. Nothing can hold me back. I'll give it all I got to succeed. Ain't no way of stopping what I'm destined to be. I'm here for greatness. I was made for more. I got my focus sure. Heart is ready, mind is right. Take flight, watch me soar. I won't stop now. There ain't no way I'll ever quit. My life loud. They try to hold me back, but I won't lie down. This is something they can't deny. The truth's out. I got that fire now. Let them know. Nothing can hold me back. Hold me back. Try, but you can't. Hold me back. Nothing can hold me back. Hold me back. You can try, but you can't. Hold me back. Nothing can hold me back.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around in the dark and light.
Kaiwing on the ward, Kaiwing wants to go extra tanky, but not tanky enough. Kaiwing lives for an extra moment. Now the fight's gonna kick off. Pantheon comes down from the sky, but he's caught between Faker and Owner, and they make it look effortless. The Aegis Assault can't block an assault from both sides, and in goes Carrier! CFO had all the tools, all the advantages, and in a blink of an eye, they just disappear! That is a ruthless sign production to show at the end of that clip. Of course, quick update, as you can see on your screen, CFO have subbed in Rest to the top lane, replacing Driver earlier. AD speculated, and in the end, the substitution did come through. So, bit of a shakeup. The first question we always ask as we get closer to a game 2 is what needs to change, and CFO have found an answer at the very least. Rest coming in the carry player of their 2 top laners.
If you watch CFO throughout their midseason, you know, this is something that happens very regularly. This team actually one of the few to successfully pull off a real 6-man roster, really getting full value of both players' respective champion pools, not also always tied to like a player winning or losing. They're just very happy to keep their opponents on guard in the draft. Again, number 1, I think as the desk also highlighted, a lot of great moments for CFO.
Sure, yeah.
But it was the repeated onslaught of, I think, those multi-level engages that really ended up being the biggest difference maker, with Keria, Faker, and Doran always looking for a flank angle.
And I think the most terrifying compositions that T1 can bring to bear are the compositions where almost every single player on the roster has the agency to kick a play off. Because you saw, when the Sion was in a good position, when the Pantheon was there were some good looks. Kaiwing finding a flank, but it felt like anybody on the side of T1 could kick off a play, could turn something around in those clutch moments. And then when they did win a play, they always went for more, and they always managed to find that extra kill that a lot of teams might not have even fished for. So as the Enter Champion selects, need to see what the priority is going to be from CFO. Scaling front to back was what it felt like they brought through in that first game, even if it didn't really ever come to fruition. Perhaps some adaptation now as they return to the blue side, of course, with their choice.
No real surprises there. Going to maintain those, at least the first ban, but I imagine those same bans towards Hongq as well. In that game, the laning phase, I think, still a good performance, but as so often with Victor, even with getting the early items, right, the early Roa kill, he was able to find the actual damage from the Victor just never really materialized, partially because of T1's collapses, but also partially because Victor just really needs a lot of time, especially if you go for the Roa into Cosmic Drive. It just takes a really long time to really get going, as there we see a Zero band away as well.
So it doesn't want to give them that scaling option. Of course, it was Roa into Cosmic Drive, into Zanya's, so Death Cap took quite a bit of time. You can understand.
You don't have your Void Staff, which you also really want.
It's tough, because you want some of those defensive options. You've been getting it on all sides, different players diving in, finding engages. But now the TF band Rumble to follow. Coin and Rumble both off the board again. Okay, Twisted Fate as well. Still a lot of high prio jungles available.
Vi comes to mind as a priority pickup here. The downside of Vi is that obviously does tilt your draft in a specific direction. So there is the opportunity to go. We've seen things like the Skarner be picked into it pretty often.
True.
Wukong, another pick that does well. It does look like that is going to be the B1 here. And then for Owner, I'm going to probably say Wukong for deeper in. Might have been Skarner, but this early on, I think he will be very happy to just be on a carry again.
And we've seen how good the Wukong can be into the Vi, whether it's counter-engaging as she goes in to your backline, or just the use of the clone in the 1v1. T1 have the luxury of double picks here. Oh, the early Kalista alongside the Renata. Not what you would expect, but they know the jungle position isn't contested anymore, so maybe happy to let a few bans go through and much more concerned about securing that powerhouse 2v2. And this is a duo that can get so much work done.
So this is great on 3 levels. Renata into Vi is always going to feel great. You can stall with the bailout, and Vi is not going to have a choice but to go in, so the ultimate will always get value. Then, on top of that, Gumayushi and Keria generally always want to play for as oppressive of a 2v2 as possible. And Nico is out of the pool. Nico is one of the few champions that we have seen had consistently good matchups into Renata. It's quite hard for Renata, and the big benefit of Nico is that you can obviously cook harder and try to really go for something crazy into Renata, but then if that doesn't pan out early, you are kind of out of luck, and Nico has so much value just throughout the entirety of the game that players are happy to pick her up regardless. Now, this is one of the picks that we have seen Kaiwing add to his arsenal. Has picked it up once before, of course. When you see Kaiwing on a non-engaged support, you're always going to be a little worried. I think even that Leona in the previous game, a lot of the key catches did come from him, but the Lucian Nami as a 2v2, obviously a force to be reckoned with.
Can be incredibly powerful, right? And if you get that lead, the range the Coling brings against champions like Kalista, maybe even this Rise, if it's locked in, can do a lot of work, but it's a tall task for Kaiwing, right? Need to see a level up in that performance on this champion, especially against a duo like Gumayushi and Keria, and especially against what looks to be Faker's Rise.
Or will be. Probably mid lane bans here, just continuing the focus on Hongq, trying to secure Faker as good a matchup as possible.
And I think the nice thing about taking Corki in the game 1 as well is that it is Hongq's 3rd most played alongside the Victor and the Azir. So you've effectively also trimmed his champion pool. Where he wants to go next, it's a bit tough. Now the Galio also taken away.
There's also Croglord sign there as well. The Galio obviously has the ability to shake off a lot of what Rise does. Rise also has no choice but to get close to him when the team fights break out, and you can follow the Realm Warp with your ultimate, thereby somewhat mitigating the sideline impact that, especially for a player like Faker, right? We know he doesn't really play for lane, he's just playing for the skirmishes. He's playing for, in this game, most likely, Gumiusha and Keria.
And also the combo with the Vi, right, can be potent. So Galio hits the bench. Second ban now coming through from the side of T1. Will it be this time around?
And I have to see what the ban is to come through. It is Cassiopeia going to get banned away here.
Okay, so don't want to fight fire with fire in terms of the short range kind of scaling mage matchup.
It's a classic counter pick that we have seen.
Also, if anyone can play it, and shout out to Honky, of course, yesterday was his birthday, now 18. I think 18-year-old's the best. It was a Poppy ban, though. Sorry, side note. The ban you cannot see on your screen in between Twisted Fate and Mbessa is a Poppy ban. Apologies for the confusion there, but Poppy has now been taken away, and now need to see what are the options going to be from the side of CFO. We're looking for solo lanes.
Yeah, for T1, it's obviously going to be Wukong. I think that's a no-brainer. Owner loves this pick. Insanely strong. Going to make Doggo's life a lot harder, and it's good into the Vi as well. Obviously able to slip away. I've seen more ults on clones than I care for Dracos.
Yeah, at least the Nico isn't here this time around, right?
Oh, that's even worse. The double up on clones.
It's so infuriating. Watching those games is rough. You really feel for pro players.
We've seen this one before.
Okay.
For Honkyu.
Aurelion Soul, definitely an option. They want a little bit more time to decide what he's going to go for. It is blind pick Cassante. Of all the champions you could blind pick, definitely doesn't feel too bad.
I'm wondering if T1 wants to go towards the possible Camille here on 5. It's again one of those picks where in this case, I guess you're denying it from Honky, who did play it. If I remember correctly, when they were a match down. Aurora is going to be the lock in here, so that does mean a lot more backline threat for all the short-range carries on T1, but Aurora is the type of champion that I think can really easily fall flat if you don't get a good start. As now, Doran, what is it going to be towards the top side of the map here into the Cassante?
You predicted the Camille angle. Jax also a potential option.
But don't like this matchup quite as much into the Cassante specifically. We've seen a lot of Cassante picked into Jax. You are going to give up a lot of lane prio with this. I think the big benefit of the Jax, though, harder to dive, and Owner's going to be playing towards spots at the map. In this game, I think as will Faker, and the Jax is a lot more self-sufficient, and once you get to some item breakpoints, you know, once you get to 2+, you will be able to threaten the Cassante inside.
Yeah, we've seen what Doran can do, especially once he gets a couple of those items in his belt. We saw it with the Aatrox, the tower dive. He was able to survive. Maybe not that much survival utility for the Jax, but pretty close. Expectations, attention down to the bottom side of the map. T1 really laying down the gauntlet in that 1-2. Priority picking their bot lane, not worried about the potential counter pick from the side of CFO. And CFO showing us something a little bit new. We're no stranger to Doggo's Lucian, but Kaiwing on this Nami, we've only seen it once before, this split. So need to see that level up, because this is tough. This is a really easy duo to fumble in the early game and have it all fall apart.
Whoever gets their head early in that matchup is going to be feeling great, right? That's what it boils down to. If you miss a bubble on a hopping Kalista and get to stack the Ren, it can be really rough. But if the Lucian pulls ahead, has his ultimate available to just blow through a good amount of the health bar, not that much you can do.
You know, I didn't believe her, but I believe her now that she broke her keyboard from typing I love T1 too hard. That was a level of enthusiasm that's tough to match. But here we are, game 2, T1, off to a heck of a start. CFO, new top laner, subbed in. I shouldn't say new. Rest, the other top laner, subbed in. Not new, no stranger to this lineup.
What we saw in game number 1 there was that Junja was able to have big impact early, right? Found that very early gank towards the bottom side of the map. I would expect him to look for something similar, as we can see starting on the top side. And the big difference here is that last game, I think the power in early game was a lot more even. But Vi, pre-6, even though she's not as strong as when she gets her ultimate, has still great ganking power. Wukong, it's fine. Yeah, it's just not great as we take another look here. And as mentioned, these two players very consistently swapping. And CFO really uses this in their drafts and in their best of 5s.
Yep. Driver, the player we saw in game 1, pulling out the Scion, more of that tank identity.
Shyvana.
And yeah, wrestling aside, more willing to cook. He is the spice. You know, he's the guy who's got the saucy picks, is willing to try out new things. Of course, he's playing Cassante this game, so sometimes the sauce is vanilla, but hey.
Oh, I've seen this before with specifically lethal tempo jacks, but with Grasp, he has Counter-Strike, so he can really be very, very obnoxious here.
Look to be a nuisance. Now just starts to retreat. Trying to slow this down just a bit. Gets away from what could be a pretty frustrating level 1 against the Cassante, obviously a much lower cooldown.
Oh, is Rust going to miss XP? Oh, he still missed it! Oh, I think he got 2 out of the 3, maybe even only one. Even with the flash.
He missed confirmation from production. Wasn't able to get in range. You can see a fast level 2 coming in for Doran, and that is brutal. It might look a little bit strange if you're not used to seeing something like that, but the experience is so important in that matchup. Willing to flash just to get that last little bit extra, and now he is disastrously far behind. The only good news is it's a Wukong in the jungle who just wants to farm for 6. It's not an early diver. There is no massive threat on your life just yet, but for Rest, this is a miserable start to the laning phase.
It's really because, as mentioned, I think we have seen Cassante, after all his changes, actually be a pretty formidable laner, particularly early on, able to outtrade a lot of champions, Jax included. And Owner making the read that since Junja was slightly delayed on his play and has Prio in the bot lane, is going to look for a steal here. Will get spotted, but I don't know if he cares.
Owner going over the wall.
Ooh, nice little eater from Junja. Still picks up a lot of the small ones, but the big one did go to Owner. But I can only imagine that they want to try and go for this red buff as well. T1, it's Kalista, Renata. They would love to scrap.
Junja maybe hoping for a steal. Still has access to the smite, but T1 looks like hoping for a Junja as he is forced to flash away from the handshake.
He has smite, but I don't think he's going to get the opportunity. Oh, over the wall!
Can he steal it? Oh! A nice little heist and a little bit of hope for Junja. That was a rough start, and now level 3 is there for Doggo and Kaiwing, and that's big. You can see Guma getting chunked out. Bubble going to connect on the one. Owner on the way in. Heal already used from Doggo. But to get the barrier, they get the heal in exchange for just a heal of their own. So Junja's flash given up, a little bit difficult, but for the bot lane 2v2 at least, a nice trade of sums.
CFO not going to give anything to T1 for free. Top lane matchup, a bit rough, thanks to Doran's early shenanigans, but really nicely done there by Junja to find himself the smite over the wall. Big deal, because otherwise, I think he really starts falling far behind. It also accelerates Owner's carry.
Bubble, nice look from the side of Doggo. Carry forced to flash out. Doggo and Kaiwing playing with the expectations of T1 there. Had expected a recall to set the trap in the bush as Junja walks into Faker. Hongq now looking for the setup, trying to find a bit more damage. Flash forward, Faker flashing out at first blood!
There's Junja again! Gets his own buff. Sees his Crux taken, doesn't really care.
Just seems unfazed.
Makes his way over to the top side of the map, and just as Faker, I think, has a suspicion, places down the ward, not only does he get the kill, but he also gets the flash. So that means at level 6, there is a huge opportunity here for Devi to make yet another play on this rise.
And it's pretty plain and simple. Faker caught right as he goes to place the ward. What a nice little timing.
So
coming
crisp.
in from Junja.
From Junja.
Doggo, dash over the wall, face first into Doran. Doran running it down, he goes.
The hidden Lucian is the deadliest. No one sees it coming. The Lucian gank? Are you kidding me?
In respect to CFO, they are cooking. We didn't see it in the pick in the form of the Cassante, but the angles that they are looking for, the quick flash over the wall. Credit to them, getting back into lane, getting the kill. Of course, they don't get to spend the gold yet, but this is a damn strong start from the side of CFO.
Mid jungle up, bot lane, gonna be feeling good. I haven't even mentioned it, but Doggo actually going for Electrocute, which kind of insane when it comes to the to the keystone.
Well, and you mentioned, right, that it's all about who pulls ahead in the early game. Doggo clearly very committed to pulling ahead in the early game.
That's kind of insane. Usually you see, if you want to really play for short aggressive trades, you see PTA.
Sure.
And if you want to really only play for calling, although that style hasn't been popular recently, you go for first strike.
Bit of vision, but maybe not enough.
You have a suspicion that, and Owner is also, he's level 5 Wukong, so.
Carrier finds the handshake. But again, credit to the side of CFO. Junja and now Doggo as well, finding those early kills.
The cleanse
is forced just in the 2v2. Well played by Keria.
And Owner is chem zoned up, so he can actually afford to do this. Obviously, just dinged 5, but thanks to his continued play and the buff that he got, and the fact that Owner wasted a lot of time trying to get it, Junja actually pulling ahead pretty nicely here in experience, so that is going to give them another window where he will have his ultimate. 5 will be able to make impact, and Faker...
See HoNQ trading so aggressively. Faker zooming out to safety, though. Power the phase rush. Keeps him standing. HoNQ doing very well in the trades. Good discipline from Faker. Just instantly walks out. Keeping an eye on the purple experience bars at the bottom of your screen. Guma just slightly behind Doggo overall. Doggo about to pick up these 3 creeps, so a quick level 6 could be the difference in this 2v2.
And thanks to Doggo's gank, we also see Doran no longer ahead in XP. So even though Rest did use his flash level 1, didn't really mean anything, right? He wasn't punished for it. And with Doran dying, he's able to fully catch up. Slightly behind in gold, but not really going to be the end of the world.
Push back from Rest, ulti back. Doran just going to retreat. Crucially doesn't take tower aggro.
Yeah, would have been in real trouble if the wave was in a slightly different position. I think could have actually ended up going down because he doesn't have flash, his lane opponent does. And now Junja has his flash, or his ultimate rather, available. The experience lead we talked about, but I think they spotted just on the edge there with the sweeper, the ward, which means that T1's no. So obviously Faker not going to fall for that. Still nice early game here from CFO for what feels like the second game in a row. But it was the objective fight where we really started to see...
Faker caught out, Q flash from Junja, instant bubble! 8 minutes in, they've already claimed the Feat of Warfare. Grubs are spawning, and they're in a great position to take it now. Guma and Keria trying to push back, trying to get something on the bottom side of the map, and it looks like they'll just accept the trade. They'll accept the cross map, take first Drake of the game in exchange for these grubs.
Doggo's just living his best life. He's just walking from lane to lane. It's like,
getting kills.
You want this kill? Take it. You want another? Drake now being started here by T1. Looks like the trade is going to be Drake for T1. But a kill is going to CFO, and those grubs are also on the way. As Doran, again, kind of mosquitoing around. But looks like for now we'll be able to stall. Faker obviously has Realm Warp available. We'll see if they actually want to commit to this, if the wave is cleared. Doran standing guard. Loves his objectives, as we all know.
Very true. Seeing if maybe he can sneak a kill if they get over eager. Owner level 6 here on the bottom side. Quick heal coming out. Faker on the way in. Good tidal wave to start, but Doggo doesn't really have any mana. Nice ulti coming in from Guma to reset the tower aggro. Doggo living for an extra second. Decent damage, and Owner now forced to flash away, but they got what they came for. HoNQ here trying to extend the fight.
Junja.
Hoping to find the punish. Excellent handshake. Catches him in stealth. Perfect from Keria. Caught off onto the side. Wants a bit more damage. Junja. Again, they're keeping the play going. The extra movement speed coming in from Kaiwing. They don't have the tidal wave, but they might not need it. HoNQ on the chase. Keria ready with the handshake to try and disengage. Faker looks like he will just be sacrificed here. Bubble to follow. Junja going to be donated the kill. HoNQ taking it in the end with the pullback. And an excellent turn from the side of CFO. T1, the initial dive started well, but they used too many resources.
Took them so long to actually get the kill because they haven't been able to build any substantial lead. Look at Guma as well. Doggo sitting on Essence Reaver. Guma was, when that play started, just sitting on steel caps. So there just wasn't that much damage available realistically, which means that response from CFO, great yet again. Doggo just pulling further ahead. As we take a look here, they're able to stall for such a long amount of time. Kaiwing just hit 6, so the wave comes in. And even though they get the aggro reset, you can see the amount of damage that Guma takes. Absolutely disgusting. He doesn't get to join because they have already ramped up. And then Owner trying to kind of get him out, but I think they've pretty quickly realized. And I want you to look, Faker's flash timing while this is happening. If he has his flash here, I think he flashes over the wall, he probably is fine. But instead, flash isn't up in the moment that Junja finds the Q flash. Obviously nothing that Faker can do, and CFO running the early game, are really getting the full value, skirmishing around. And as we said, if this Lucian gets ahead, the game becomes so much harder, because contesting mid-wave when Doggo has any form of backup is hard. I say that as he's laning 1v2, he does still need help. Although, does he?
Some form of backup has appeared as Doggo is still really hurting. And I think, again, I want to call our minds back to the mid lane matchup, because I think HoNQ getting a lot of support, but doing well with the resources he's been given, and for the second game in a row, finding these leads over Faker early on. Now, Ryze is a champ who scales fantastically into later stages of the game, but HongQ in a good position to make the difference, and it's insane to me how consistent Junja is the player we have to watch.
It's wild, right? Has really stepped up, as we see here. The gold at 14, even in game number 1, wasn't going the way of Faker, but he also didn't fall that substantially behind. I think this was mostly the kills that were found, right? But he wasn't dying on repeat. He already has died as many times as he did in the entirety of that previous game. And unfortunately, I think for Faker, we're really seeing what we saw in the LCK domestically as well. After 2 years where his spring split domestically was really top level, only eclipsed by Chovy, the struggles that he found outside of specifically the playoffs seem to continue, and CFO making excellent use of that, continuously finding these plays on him.
But even if he doesn't have the gold leads in the early game, we saw what he could do mid to late on the Annie. Rise, set up with the Realm Warp, still a champion who scales fantastically as the Realm Warp now comes in. Owner looking to find his target. HongQ locked up for a moment and trying to make it out of safety. Owner a quick retreat though. So Ulti traded for Ulti. Faker's as well, so 2-for-1 trade in favor of CFO.
Yeah, the moment they see Junja, like, we don't want that heat, that's too much. Doran hasn't backed yet.
On the way.
Rest has, but if there's anyone here in top lane, he's dead, by the way. But they did see Junja, so I think Doran feeling a little safe. That's the only lead there for T1 right now. And some of the matchups, I think, to be expected, particularly, again, the jungle matchup. And Junja, with the way he's been playing, Owner pre-6 doesn't get to do that much, and we need to start seeing for T1 some of these skirmishes, because otherwise I think CFO, the only thing they have been able to do is stack the Drakes, and in about 40 seconds they should be starting that.
And can this team replicate some of the same team fights that we saw in the previous match where they were attacking from multiple angles? It's harder on the Renata. This time you do have the Kalista to keep you safe, but it's not the same level of engaged threat that Aniko brings through. Doggo and Kaiwing continuing to trade in the mid lane. Doggo happy to have a 1,000 gold lead. Not even a full completed item from Guma, as Keria is taking an immense amount of damage. Heal just for the movement speed to try to get out of the culling.
This is what we're talking about. Once you get ahead on this Lucian,
big
with the electrocute. The funniest part is that there was obviously a large time where Nami took electrocute back when that interaction still worked, so you could proc it. Free spells and Lucian. Oh my god, HongQ.
Forced to flash out, flash for flash trade, and again, this is something that we've seen this tournament though so far, is just chipping away at these cooldowns before a major fight. Drake going to be picked up by Junja. HongQ sticking around in mid lane, knowing that that ulti was used in the previous fight. It's just 5 seconds away. But Owner already getting chunked out, and CFO running the Rift right now. 2,000 gold in the lead at 14 minutes.
Drake taken as well. And unlike in the previous game, the team fight, I think, for T1, not a given. The last time around, they were very firmly in control, but that mid lane turret falling early as...
Owner caught out for a moment. HongQ! The burst damage is there, but Faker now wants to take down Kaiwing, but he might be the one who's in trouble. Flash forward, gets a little bit extra movement speed, but the phase rush isn't there, and HongQ grabs another T1. Try to get something back, but it just doesn't work.
Flashing for that kill, just trying to desperately get anything. Meanwhile, Junja is just wrecking a turret. It's breaking the vault.
And credit to CFO again. Top lane changed, but top lane isn't where the action is happening. Although, as I say that, Keria getting things kicked off. Q3 ready to go for Rest. It doesn't look like he's going to have an easy way out of this. Was hoping to find the ulti, and he will at least be able to take Doran over the wall. Nice healing coming in. Omnivamp on the ulti, but he gets away from the Pathmaker. That's the crucial skill. Rest back and can't cancel it early. Q3 taking some time. Doran in trouble, but manages to get the shutdown. HongQ on the way. Doggo chasing as well. That's the culling. Guma in trouble. Knockdown there. Doggo! The electrocute Brock finishing it. He's John Wick. He's just shooting them down. And he's the dog. It shouldn't be allowed, Mao.
It can't be both. Have to pick sides, Dracos. His Owner tries to get anything on the cross map, but CFO running the Rift in his game number 2, and in game number 1 we saw a glimpse of this early on, but then once the fight started, T1 was able to find back the pace, as it's really just Doran right now who is able to consistently find a decent impact, as we see the 6-man roster here of CFO obviously having kind of a breakup performance at first stand as well.
Yeah.
Funnily enough, the only one to make it back as far as representatives go here to MSI.
And so far making good on that as they pull ahead in this game 2. T1, you highlighted it so well, right? It was the angles of attack, how well they fought, how well they leveraged their composition in the previous game. That
Look at that heart. That's adorable.
You gotta respect.
Love that. Good for you, doggo.
Now
It's a great
you're
picture.
so wholesome. CFO set up on Herald, and unfortunately, T1 are just disastrously far behind. So now we look at scaling. We look at what does it look like as we go later into the game, and the answer is you have a Jax, you have a Ryze and a Wukong. They're powerful tools, but CFO aren't going to give you an inch. Coling coming through, clean combo again. Junja grabs the kill. And again, they're just making these side lane picks look so effortless.
Our top lane's going to fall as well. Might even be an inner here at 17 minutes. And if you think that there's not enough damage yet on CFO in about 2 minutes, Infernal Drake is spawning as
Ulti across the top. Hoping to find the jungle. Doggo doing decent damage, but has the cleanse, and it goes Hawk Q! Multiple members locked up. It's only the clone owner managing to make it out. Guma has an extra lease on life, but it's not enough to bail out.
Doran? I don't think he can do enough by himself. He's arriving, but the room's already on fire! Almost 6k gold lead here.
And the thing
for
about
CFO, and it's just straight up, right? Junja running the map, and the bot lane, Doggo and Kaiwing making such good use with these roams, with this map play, and T1 just continuously getting caught off guard.
And credit to Kaiwing, 0, 1, and 8. This is the guy that we look at, engaged champions only. Maybe a Renata in there as well, but really showing up on this Nami, making it work. Supportive role for sure, but overall, dominant performance thus far. I mean, just look at the bottom of the screen, 1.7, 1.1, 2.6, massive leads for 3 of the members of the side of CFO, and not really balanced out by what Doran has been able to do in isolation.
Well, also Doran, realistically in this game, the expectations, okay guys, I'll be fine early game. Obviously, actually was able to make an impact.
Yeah.
And then once I had 2 items, I'm a menace in the side lane. And then he gets there, or he will get there soon. He looks at the rest of the map, and it's Dire as owner. Maybe looking, but that's a Cassante.
And you can see that T1 know that this is their avenue of attack, playing through Doran. But it's so hard when the enemy top laner is playing Cassante, when he can just dodge so much of the CC, but they're determined to try again. Recall going in from Faker, Q3 ready to go. Quick flash out from Rest, manages to find the initial knockback. Pull back on the Wukong clone, but it doesn't matter, it's still the escape. Junja on the way in, Realm Warp, they need to get the hell out. Ballbreaker manages to catch him. Oh! In the midst of it, it's Junja, Hawk Q to follow! Absolute destruction for CFO!
It's a stomp, Dracos, in game number 2. T1, so often they make a play, and you look at this, they can't keep getting away with this. Guess what? They didn't!
And it's the only time where ulting the clone is optimal. He's not in threat anymore.
As right there, Junja with the flash Q, gets the Ryze CC, the Realm Warp does not take T1 to safety, and as reinforcements arrives.
I heard a nice, respectable nice is Doggo's still just going.
Carry a flash.
Double TP and T1 are trying to fight their way through this deficit, and it's not working out. Doggo already on the way out. Blastcone on the way in. Kaiwing supporting for the backside with a bit more damage. Baker untouched, but it does not matter because it's Doran set to fall. Easy pickup for Doggo. Kaiwing still chasing. Q over the wall from Junja. Ballbreaker to kick things off. The bubble hits! Kaiwing! Giving the kill over to Hong Q. Baker running, CFO unrelenting in their pressure as the double kill comes through the twofold hex. Rest chasing, owner falling, CFO running the rift.
That's going to be the inner falling. Nothing that T1 can do. You can see the desperation, some of these flashes, some of these hard-forced plays. They're just not working out. The only solace for T1 is that they got a dragon and a grub. That's it. No drakes, or sorry, no turrets rather. I don't think Otacon is going to be on the menu either.
Carry a cheeky ult. Not going to do too much here. Otacon will fall as well. So now massive advantage in terms of flowers overall on top of all of the gold, 10,000. I mean, we could just list it off. CFO 100% in the driver's seat, and T1, I respect the instincts to try to fight your way out, but every time they've tried, it's just gotten worse. They have only dug themselves deeper.
And as T1, if you fall behind early with a comp like this, not that much you can do.
Shout out to the stats team who pulled this up for us. Faker has never died more than 8 times in an international games. 8 deaths was the G2 at MSI 2024 last year in Chengdu. On the cusp of breaking that record. Hongq and CFO potentially the team to do it. And it starts to reset our perspectives on what we saw in game 1 because it was CFO in control for that brief moment. It was T1 who fumbled a bit. They fought their way out. But CFO was such a commanding lead. Setting a new pace, setting a new tone for this series.
It's the continued attention from Junja in the early game. Making his impact in bot, getting his own buff, immediately setting Hongq up for success, because the Aurora is the type of pick where if you don't at least get a good starter, you can't fall behind, or you really very quickly just don't do that much, right? Your damage doesn't feel as impactful. Even if you get on top of the backline, it doesn't mean really anything as, T1's got to try something. Looks like we're going for another play onto Rest, but they don't want to risk it because look at the lack of vision control. There is nothing here for T1. They have no idea.
Observers beautifully highlighting what T1 see, and the answer is nothing.
You don't know.
They defend their own blue buff, and that's about it. They now will see Doggo at the very least. Uncertainty, they can assume there's more members of CFO there to cover, but walking into the brush, face checking into these brushes could be death. Carry at least with the Celestial opposition feels comfortable as Doran steps up top side.
Dracos, it's a Blade of the Ruined King into free completed items.
Do you need to say anything else? I think we'll just let that breathe for a moment.
Maybe you have a
It's a wallet diff feed. No. This is an insurmountable lead. T1 would need a miracle in this game to come back. And time is running short.
We'll see if T1 magic is as powerful as GAN magic. I don't think that it is in this one, Dracos.
All I'll say is as long as the Krug Lord is in the game, you never know.
He's a 200 gold lead. His team is 11K.
And it's the only lead they have now. It's the only lead they have.
I'm a glass half full kind of guy. I don't see it.
No, yeah. At this point, that glass is a shot glass.
All right.
There's not a lot
Owners on a deep flank. They don't have a TP ward. I do think they need to get Doran and Faker there as well. And CFO Saware as well. They're not going to fall for it.
Doggo stepping up. Guma in trouble. Carrier not quite in range. Going to be forced to go over the wall. Uses the heal. Ready with the bailout. But again, chipping away at those cooldowns before the next major objective. It's barrier and heal taken out of the equation. All flashes up except for Hongq on the side of CFO. Similar state for T1. Better team fighting was the key to success for T1 in game 1. Now, the wallet diff should be insurmountable. But if there's any team that can out-execute...
I think that's the problem is that's not enough, because outside of Rest, every single member on CFO is so fed that I can just see them carry the fight.
You know what? I think you're right. I think I want to give them a bit of credit just in case it happens.
I'm happy to grasp at straws with you.
We are grasping at the tiniest straws. There is...
We're talking... Okay, so obviously it starts with a Nash
those really
steal.
bad paper straws that immediately get soggy. Those are the straws we're grasping at.
No, I just...
There should be no
I want to
way.
drink my tea. Don't give me a soggy straw. You need to steal Baron, all right? Start with that. So CFO, under no circumstance, and I don't think they will. I think they're going to just deny vision, maybe start Baron, immediately peel off. You just want to fight here. As long as you don't give an opportunity for Owner to somehow get a crazy steal here.
He's waiting.
There's just no shot, right? For T1 to hold on. As soon as Baron goes down, you're done.
CFO.
Just turn on to the Wukong CFO.
Willing to flip it, it would seem. How will they keep Owner from getting into the pit? Doggo, quick calling to chunk out Carrier. Massive chunks. The TP now goes in. It's Doran in the backside of the pit. They're starting to retreat. Doran with the stun. Will back out.
Love to see it. Look for the turn.
He down, taking their time. Discipline, the name of the game here. Faker finds a quick block up. Owner immediately goes in, but it's into Age coming over with the tidal wave as Hongq goes golden. He's ready now to fire back. T1, one last desperate gambit, and Faker's the only man standing as Doran 2 will fall. CFO on the victory march to tie the series.
And the gambit, unsuccessful. CFO, they're not going to flip that Baron. Might take it now. Get the shove out, maybe get a top lane inhibitor for your troubles. Don't have to look for the end. There's no need. Get this objective, get your free Baron, turn it into a soul point, start knocking down these other inhibitors, and despite an attempt from Faker, the flash the turn, the stopwatch is there, and we see the immediate ult from Kaiwing as well to keep his team safe.
And the hits keep coming for T1 as our stats team is a little ruthless. This is the worst T1 gold deficit at 20 at an international. Minus 9K at 20 minutes. And the previous record was 2024 MSI versus BLG at minus 7.6.
Do they get this dragon? That'd be something.
T1.
They need to get out as well. That's the bigger
Getting
issue.
out is the hard part. Junja ready to go over the wall. They see objective bounty has been claimed, and now they're chasing.
Running.
T1 well grouped. Realm Warp not quite available, but they will be able to walk away, getting something back. A brief glimmer of hope.
All right, 2.5 minutes on the Rebel Baron power play for CFO. It's getting these inhibitors, truly denying T1 access, and looking at the item finishes, we are now at 4 items for Doggo to 2 for Guma. Faker still doesn't have any utility, just has a little bit of beefiness of the 2 tanky items, but they need damage. They need to be able to actually kill someone as Hongkyu.
Big damage. T1 walk forward, immediate Q3 to pull back. Coming in from rest. Hongkyu off to the side. Quick use. The Seekers to keep Doran standing, but it looks like he'll fall as well. Doggo completely untouched. The base wide open. T1 pulling back. CFO, they've got the wallet to 15K in their favor. T1, there's no way they can hold this. Confidence, an incredible pace of game from CFO in game 2. One final stand for T1. Handshake connects. CFO gonna need just a few more seconds. The Nexus in their sights. CFO in a dominant game 2, tie the series.
And after game number 1, if you go and you come from Fiji, tell us, guys, CFO won a game. We wouldn't be surprised. It was a back and forth. There were a couple of key decisions. But if you would have told me that this is one of the most one-sided losses that T1 has ever seen, couldn't have seen that one coming, Dracos.
I didn't, but maybe the analyst desk did. Let's hear what they have to say.
Well, I didn't either, but given the way CFO played in game 1, I'm actually not that surprised to see them bring it in game 2 here, especially, guys, when you consider the way the game started, because things started collapsing very early on in the early game.
But it also initially looked pretty rough, right? Like, Rest having to flash in just to try to get XP.
Yeah, it looked bad.
That looked really rough. They were getting shoved in on the bot side. And that bot side invade is really where it starts for me, right?
Yeah.
Because I feel like if Jinja doesn't actually get that smite off in that invade, it matters so much, but here he is. He ends up having to flash out, and then he manages to get the smite onto the red buff, which actually ends up being huge because they end up wasting so much time on that invade. Doggo and Kaiwing then take over that bot wave. Junja is able to get this mid lane gank off, and then as the lane swaps later on, they end up cleaning up this kill on the top side too.
Yeah, Lucian and Nami coming through. This was really clean. I mean, the electrocute proc was one thing, but also, yeah, on top of the W, so he gets the 3-hit proc. And it felt really good. I like the composition from CFO, just had the range difference. I was a little concerned. It's always a skill check whenever you have to deal with a Kalista Renata, but they passed that check.
Absolutely, and fantastic performance from Lucian Nami as a whole. When you look at the bot lane, we were talking about how Junja usually is the one leading the pace in the early game and the one controlling the enemy team. I feel like this move especially maybe is something that helped the team.
T1 was like, red alert, we must escape. Junja did not let that happen. The cancellation with his flash Q to stop it from happening, and here comes Hongkyu to just get the job done. I love this play. They already had a lead before this point. CFO just solidified it.
Yeah, that was the backbreaker, actually, right? Because if they get out, maybe they can regroup, reset. Junja says, absolutely not.
Was that driver in the back? He's dancing for his... that was good.
I want to focus on, obviously, Hongkyu absolutely popped off on his Aurora. I want to focus on Doggo, actually.
All right.
Let's do it.
Because previously, he did go to MSI with PSG Talon, right? But he was selected, he'd been playing on BYG, and he was a substitute. He going into this, CFO did some YouTube content, they were interviewing their players, and he actually said, you know, this MSI is super important to me because it's an MSI I earned like for myself. right? And so to show up on this Lucian pick, supported by Kaiwing's Nami, something I know he's been practicing.
Yeah.
Not an engaged support.
True.
Looked pretty good.
Little risk, but it worked.
Looked pretty good, especially in the composition that T1 was playing, because we saw Honor trying to go in, we saw the rest of the composition from T1 trying to go in. You always had that Nami wave ready to bounce back and just push them back.
Yeah, I enjoyed it because I was always a little concerned to see if the Renata ulti was going to be a major factor, but I felt like Kaiwing always countered it, just so like stopping any level of engage with the Nami ulti too. But that point about Dago feeling like he really earned getting to that stage is a big one, just knowing that like technically when he got in for Unified at that time, he put his name on the map, worked in the LPL, all these things, but he always knew he really wanted to get here on his own work, his own volition. Now CFO, anyone that was a doubter based on the first stand results, immediately proven wrong. That was a ridiculous lead that they were able to hold on to.
Well, and look at Dago. I just highlighted his damage because he did 28.4k damage, right? And you see this is his personal, you know, gold difference. That was the gold difference over time. Kind of insane. Both the Aurora and the Lucian popped off.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny too, because before he went into pro play, you know, hearing that Honkyu's name was Chihuahua.
Yeah.
And by the way, belated happy birthday, Chihuahua. You turned 18 just yesterday. So it was the Chihuahua Doggo combo that really reigned terror that game.
Turned 18 yesterday, met Faker for the first time earlier today, and something that we highlighted on social media was the fact that when Faker won Worlds for the first time, he was 6 years old.
That's insane.
It's not only meet your heroes, stomp your heroes on lane and in game here. Amazing statement game from Honkyu.
Yeah, this is
it's adorable.
I can
It's
already
absolutely
hear
adorable.
the K-popified song in my head. I have just that entire trend.
All right, talking about the next game, we have a series right now between these two teams, which is not something that I really expected. Honestly, CFO bringing in the vibes that they had at first stand. What do we want to look on the side of either team for game 3?
For me, it just has to be a little bit more of a challenge on just the draft. I think the draft from T1, I always wondered, I was like, okay, if they're going to lock in Kalista Renata instantly, that's just them kind of saying we can win on our own volition. Doesn't really matter what we're dealing with. That's obviously not true. So finding a draft that makes a lot more sense so you don't immediately have to deal with the range advantage from T1. And also, I do think if you're going to, like, the whole level 1 thing or level 2 thing around red buff, if you're going to do that and you have a ward over the wall, then pull it out. You don't have smite, then you really don't need to put yourself in that position, because that was a really solid play that T1 had early on.
Yeah, it actually did give up that bot lane prio, right?
Yeah.
And allowed the duo of Lucian Nami to get back in the game, so that was really important. I would just shore up these small early game things, right? Because we saw this in game 1 and game 2. I know T1 can do it. They're known for their monstrous early games, so let's see it.
And CFO don't want to make it easy for them because they're bringing back Driver
there he
here
is.
for game 3 as T1 has selected blue side. So let's see the approach they come up with here at MSI after the break.
Get summer ready at Verizon. All new and existing customers get iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. Yep, iPhone 16 Pro on us. Only with Verizon.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around.
Recall going in from Faker, Q3 ready to go. Quick flash out from Rest, manages to find the initial backpack. Pull back on the Wukong clone, but it doesn't matter, it's still the escape. Junja on the way in, Realmorph, they need to get the hell out. Ballbreaker manages to catch them all! In the midst of it, it's Junja home, Q to follow! Absolute destruction for CFO! An incredible game from CFO. But as we've seen across this entire stage thus far, the expected favorites might drop a game, but no one has been able to transition it to that second win yet. Will CFO be the first to do it?
A Vancouver classic there, adjusting expectations. That said, not just in this tournament, right, have we, I think, seen a game that one-sided, but more importantly, even in all the free ones we've had at the main stage thus far, I do feel like the one game was a lot harder fought. There was a lot more back and forth. There was a lot more battling. This was just a complete and utter stomp. Felt like outside of top in every single lane, leads were found very early, and they were compounded upon to the point where CFO just really rolled over T1, and we'll see if they're able to repeat it. This is always, as we I think often talk about, in situations like this is really where you get to see it. How can they take that momentum in this series and keep it going?
It's a very good question. right? We heard from, I think, Ramah for the first G2 win, hey, we're just taking it easy, it's casual. It didn't look casual after that first game, and I imagine it's the same for CFO. How do you stay a little bit lighthearted? How do you keep that pressure off you as you get closer to contesting T1, as you are on the cusp of match point? But T1, of course, just as close. It's just the best of 3 now that stands in front of us. And this team, they're a scary team to make angry. A scary team when if they immediately lock in after. This is a team with a lethal early game if they have the right tools.
It's important to note that even domestically, T1 dropped a bunch of best of 3s to teams that they were heavily favored against. But this is a best of 5. This is MSI, and even though MSI hasn't been T1's tournament for a very long time, they still were generally able to get very high finishes. Not quite going the full distance, but yeah. As we get into this draw for game number 3, can't wait to see what CFO will bring after that dynamite in game number 2.
Now on the red side for the first time this series, T1, of course, as the losers get side selection. First time on blue. See how this changes their approach, as a lot of the utility mid laners still removed from the pool. So 6 effective mid lane bans as we are in Fearless. Of course, Driver here back in as well, so potentially a shift to a tankier top side, and I'm expecting not the use of a counter pick for top lane.
Could see a Gragas face-off here, both Doran and Driver. Don't like that champion quite a lot, though we did see the Jax taking out one of the most popular counter picks. As T1, I think, are fishing for a B1 Azir. Nothing interesting, nothing out of the ordinary, and if CFO don't ban that away, it does seem like it should be a no-brainer. Probably followed up by the Ahri, which has been the most popular counter pick we've seen afterwards, as fans going crazy. Dracos, understandably, team needs to support after a rough game like that.
Definitely do. See if it is the Azir as you predicted to come through here. I think big for the side of CFO and their hopes of going further in this series is that really only the Leona and the Renata of the effective Kai Wing champion pool have taken off the board. The surprise win with that Nami.
Yeah.
Giving them a few more options as we go deeper into Fearless.
Alistair still available. Nautilus still available.
The Doran faces are cursed, but the Krug Lord sign is absolutely fantastic.
They're so good. And it was a big talking point come into today, but game number 1 he was great. Obviously had a couple of moments, but at large, solid. In game number 1 he was, or game number 2 rather, he's the only one of T1 that we couldn't really criticize. As CFO, no shocker, make the same read, and I think targeting Faker in the draft, given how game number 2 played out and the colossal amount of gold that CFO was able to generate by just taking down over and over again, does make sense to me. T1 really like to give him an early prior pick. Instead, it's going to be the Gwen here for Doran.
Once again, a chance for Doran to shine. That was the champion he died to Krugs on. And again, immediately after he died, he did come in and 1v1 an enemy AD carry, womp stomp a fight, and storm off into the night. His Driver now debating Gragas, a huge comfort pick for him.
Mentioned it already. See the smile.
And it feels like there's more tension in this Game 3 draft. Remember, the previous matchup was an instant slam from T1. Kalista, Renata, full confidence. This time, you see CFO taking their time with responses on red side. When a high-stakes champion, if you fumble, if you make a mistake, she can absolutely take over. As it's
I don't know about that.
Blind Trundle.
You have been...
he's earned it.
You've been... Well, no one... If Canyon doesn't earn Blind Trundle, no one earns Blind Trundle.
No one earns Blind Trundle.
Because I think that Junja, thus far for me, has been the
100%
absolute
the best
standout
performing player in this series thus far.
If that was an Ornn on the enemy team, I think it makes sense.
Sure.
But blinding a Trundle like that, I don't think you can get away with as owner.
This might not be as special for you. You get to cast this champion sometimes. But this, for me, ooh, the Zed.
We are obviously going to assume, despite the historical significance of the
Zed,
T1 and Zed and Faker and Zed, that this is going to go towards owner.
If it is mid, will we do the thing in the game?
Oh, we will. We won't, because we get blind Galio, and the blind Trundle kind of made me question. The blind Galio feels like, to me, another admission from T1. They just want to ensure that they get Faker on something that he is comfortable with. But they really need an engaged support to go with this, right? They need someone that sets up. They need someone that can go in. Nautilus, for me, would be the prime one. Oh, come on, dude. Okay!
Okay! We're cooking with gasoline, baby. There are exciting picks all around.
Oh my god.
So we have the Zed Gwen topside. Absolutely no CC, but immense dive potential. But there's not really a great dive target. And Drain Tanks seems to be the name of the game on the side of CFO. Swain, the Gragas, the Trundle. There's a lot of sustain in this game.
That's a bunch of beefcakes for CFO towards the top side of the map. That said, eventually Doran, as Gwen, is going to have a decent time cutting through them, but that is really going to take a long time. T1 was not able to find it, but for me, the most important is that it's Owner on a carry. And though Owner has been the carry on T1 for the large part of the summer split, was mostly him in more facilitative plays, setting up for the rest of his team, finding on things like Zinzao so much control in the fights. This is just a straight up carry. He needs to be the one that goes in, finds the backline, and kills the high value targets. And thus far, as highlighted, he doesn't really have a target yet. Really, the best one is probably Trundle. I do have to say, though, with Swain, it is a champion where if you start falling behind, it will feel very reminiscent of what happened in T1 in game number 1. We've seen this pick pulled out, I think, a decent amount, as not just in the Galio, but into the Ahri as well for a little amount of time. But you do need to be able to actually drain tank for it to have consistent value.
Yeah, a champion that can look incredible in the right circumstances, but you're right, if it falls behind, the Gwen and the Zed can make quick work of the pick. Interestingly, the Jhin, the MF both banned away. Varus has already been hit. So the options for Guma to sit safely in the backline while the rest of his team dives forward are getting more and more limited. Now, Kai'Sa is still available, a champion who isn't the best laner, but can follow up on the Galio, can follow up on the Gwen chasing in. Although, again, they don't have CC to set up the Plasma.
Kai'Sa's a big risk if you do take that, because there is a lot of lane bullies still available. That's one of the ones that I was going to go for. I like this a lot more. Doggo picking up the Caitlyn.
Senna.
Ooh, what is it going to be
yeah,
for Guma here?
Okay. Okay. Thinking about it. I agree, audience. We know what we want, Guma. Do it. Come on.
Oh, come on.
Come on. Not that. Nope, not that. Yeah.
We're already off the wall. Might as well commit.
Come on, come on, come on.
This, though, it's a known quantity.
Okay, it's fine. It's safe. It's stable. We all wanted the Aphelios. Give us the 200 years, but we'll take the 200 stacks instead if he can last that long. And potentially controversial duo from a lore standpoint, but might work.
Carrier.
Okay. Oh, God. Chronicler, we're gonna have to bring it up at some point, but you know how I feel about this pick.
I know you don't like it.
It is Carrier, though.
Is it? So there's a couple options, right? We can go towards Lux, we can go towards Morgana, we can go towards Karma. Karma, to me, the most versatile. Oh,
okay.
We counter hooks with hooks. Is it the crank for Kaiwing?
The crank.
The crank, Dracos.
We're gonna have a conversation about American slang after this.
Oh, it's Brom.
That's Brom. Okay.
Brom's good. Brom's good.
You gotta cool the draft off a little bit. Brom locked in. Certainly good with the amount of melee champions. Certainly good to stop the dive, right? An excellent counter dive option, but Engage now going to be a bit more reliant on Driver on this Gragas. This is by far the spiciest draft we have seen all of MSI 2025 so far. And you had the sign and they didn't do it, so I'm sorry. You made a good sign, it's just wasn't enough. In this game, look, I know there's stakes, but it's upper bracket. This is just gonna be awesome.
I can't wait to see how these two comps are going to play out as well. So, strengths for T1. Obviously, the pick potential with the Thresh always going to be a big talking point. Still have the side lane impact. And we have Doran on one of his most consistent picks. And one of the few picks that can actually chew through the members on CFO. Obviously, in a theoretical world, eventually Senna does, but it takes so long. And on the flip side, for CFO, it's mid-game, mid-game, mid-game. Turn that early bot lane oppressive matchup with the Caitlyn into some skirmishing with particularly that Swain to try and not give T1 an opportunity to play the game.
Chronicler, we're getting ready for game. T1 fans ready, they're excited. But of course, this is gonna be thrilling. The thing is, I'm a Thresh hater. I have been for many years, but if anyone on the face of this planet can change my mind, it is that man on your screen now with the Mata skin as well.
Spell book for both supports here. No big surprises otherwise. To see Junja going for PTA, which he's, as we can see there, obviously going to be great in the short trades.
And this is why junglers like blind trundle, is there's a lot of dopamine. It can be difficult without a tank on the enemy team, but
auto chomp auto.
Auto chomp auto.
It feels great. He's playing into an 80 matchup as well. The big thing is obviously though that the ability to actually lock down the Z is minimal. And there really isn't that many ways to deny owner backline access once we get deeper into the game, right? There isn't, outside of driver, really a lot of immediate CC, and in his case I think he would also still often have to rely on the flash to really catch the Z off guard. But what a draft setup here, as Junja has been so consistent. Are they going to target Faker again? The invade will definitely come through. This is a Braum. The level 1 is always going to be a menace as owner. And this time on the receiving end of one.
Creative level 1. Junja obviously really fast, single camp clear on this Trundle. Maybe just wants to try to outpace owner. Zed, of course, in isolation though. Very easy for him to clear as we get the picture in picture.
Well, yeah. On the map, they are aware that owner is there. Not only that, they have also warded his own camp. So they will have a perfect timer of where the Zed is going to be at any point. And the cool thing is, even if you don't counter, what is going to happen is these two dudes are going to get as many pot shots on Carrier and on Guma. They're going to try and set up for a dive. Because the map is split vertically towards the top side for T1, bot side for CFO. And mid lane is not looking any better, Dracos.
No, it is not looking hot at all. Maybe once the
Faker.
phase rush is there, it gets a bit easier, and obviously support for ganks. Good CC in that lane.
They need to hit 2
for owner, but Junja on the way. Close, you can see bottom of your screen. Actually, they're pretty far away.
Ooh, sums are available, but heal was already used by Carrier.
Experience.
And yeah, if they were lower, maybe, but I think the dive would be a gamble. You do really need to stack up the Braum passive. Can do quickly with the auto resets on the Trundle.
Junja.
Still level 1.
No one here to cover. Carrier and Guma have to survive this. This would be disastrous. Junja starting to walk forward, lays down a little bit of damage initially. Nice flash backwards as Guma's been taken out the dive. Flawless thus far. Kaiwing about to fall. Carrier tries to trade back. It will be a 2-for-1 in the favor of CFO. But no one's here to grab this CS. It's an absolute disaster for T1.
And this was face up. They saw the Caitlyn. We're like, we can get away with the Senna. As it turns out, very much not the case. As the double comes through for Doggo, and we saw how he played with a lead in game number 1. And to add insult to injury, Doran is just trying his best. The bot lane is rotating up. They might look for a counter dive, but reinforcements are on the way for Driver.
A little bit lower. Already burned his W. Should be a quick fall. Level up there. Owner. The Living Shadow comes out, but he's not able to get the auto attack. Not able to get the contempt for the weak, and there's a Braum here just waiting for him. 1 stack.
Slows him down.
Got the Kebab ready to go there as Doran starts to run. Forces the flash as well.
Big deal. Gets the flash, but I think T1 should just be happy that they didn't give over another kill to this Caitlyn. Maybe looking for a cancel here.
How much are they willing to take? Built over Peacemaker, forcing him back. Nice advantage for tempo as Driver's already reset TP bot lane.
It's a disaster here in the early game for T1. CFO are just reading them like a book, running around the map. Junja again, 2 assists before the first full clear is done.
And also the fact that in that previous tower dive, both kills go to Doggo, it's so crucial because look at that serrated Dirk in inventory. So much damage in the short trades. Guma's not going to be in a comfortable position to stack at all in this lane.
I don't think he's going to be in a comfortable position to live in this lane. I think stacks are it's like 5 steps down the line.
A terrifying prospect.
There is a good amount of vision here. They see Junja
on the way.
Guma doesn't.
Good lantern.
Ooh, okay, does have the clan still, so it would have been fine even if the passive does get procced.
Faker wandering down to place a little bit of vision. Owner is here on the bottom side, but Driver, again, there's no CC for Doran. So as long as Driver doesn't step too far forward here, he's in a decent spot. The cannon wave taking up a bit, but it's not quite a full freeze. Doggo does get rooted, and Owner just continues to wait in the darkness.
No flash.
Driver stepping up.
Doran doesn't hit damage.
Cast just hit level 6 though, and they just have to back off.
Now the opportunity cost is low for Owner.
Heal forward, they know that Owner's not here, so CFO want to get aggressive, but a good flay from Carrier denies the play.
Doesn't spend too much time there. I think wisely backs off, will be able to get towards the top side of the map. Clear his cams, but when the Z is in the head, when it comes to either gold or CS, to the Trundle, you know the early game not been going the way that you've been looking for. We do see T1 trying to at least fight back a little bit here towards the top side of the map, but this wave state remains rough, and it means that Doggo can take so many pot shots, and again, it's a serrated Dirk, as you highlighted. And Driver, he's chilling. He's Gragas on weak side. He doesn't need to care.
And while Doggo's still wildly far ahead in terms of CS, range advantage for Carrier at least means they're able to walk up a bit in this lane. But it will just be Junja starting the objective, spotted on vision though, importantly. So T1 know they have a window of opportunity if they want to get anything done. Faker already has pressure in mid lane, but really just needs to back at this point as Doran and Driver trading blows. Cask burned there. Doran, just a quick response, so not a lot can happen.
Owner close to 6, but not there yet. With 6, could maybe be an angle. That trade's actually not going too poorly here.
Doggo with 2 kills, worth a bit of money if they can find it.
Honky already sitting on a Giant's belt. And Owner, he's like, oh, is there a Raptor camp for me, please? Not yet. Spawning soon, though, so we'll be able to pick that one up. Should be able to get him at least close to level 6. Honky gonna take a look here. I don't think, even if Owner hits 6, I don't think he is threatening. Nope, XP not going to be enough. Looking like the red buff is next on the menu. He's able to steal this away.
Should be able to do so in time, but doesn't have smite. Neither does Junja as he's going to start to path up. Good vision placed previously by Owner means he'll know that it's coming.
Pace of the game not nearly as crazy as previously. We'll see if Fake wants to look for a no play.
Ping's coming down. Faker ready with ultimate. Guma and Carrier stepping forward. In that brief period of time before the waves crash in mid lane, they know, hey, maybe there's an angle with this Galio to get something done. Junja.
Just want to try and get the crash in, right? Guma desperately needs the back, but with Junja showing, I don't know how much they can really do. And Kaiwing just making sure that his wave state remains awkward.
Doran going all in, knows he has the ult advantage. Bit of damage mitigated by the Gragas W, but a quick dash back. Doran just trying to take control of that lane. Kaiwing making sure the backs don't come easy, willing to give up a bit of life just to stop these recalls. And Swain
cancels
from a different lane from a mile away, just making tempo so hard for T1.
Swain from the lane canceling the back there, keeping T1 behind on tempo. As Junja starting the objective here, I don't think there's anything that T1 can do. Their lanes are pushed in. Owner is just trying to farm up a storm. But as far as T1 blueprints go, it doesn't often look like this. Owner on a carry, not really from a individual player perspective, but just with T1, again, the fact that this core man unit of Owner, Faker, Guma, Carrier playing together effectively since 2021. Like then we have a different top laner, obviously. Say's coming in through Doran now as a tribe.
Yeah, the casks, the rest of the Gragas has been good. The casks.
CSing, no notes.
Yep. Which is what matters.
Surviving the ganks, great. As long as there's no fight, obviously the cask cooldown isn't really going to matter. And with Catalyst, Driver is also not friend whatsoever. But this core, it also means that these players obviously very fine-tuned to one another, and hasn't been often that they've been able to play a style like this. We'll see, because they have to, because I think CFO thus far, they're obviously feeling great. Doggo very far ahead. Now, I have been burned by Doggo a little bit in some of the games that we saw.
Yes.
And in the previous game, always dashes in were obviously very, very good. Oh, the cancel.
Decent damage onto Guma. Lantern about to expire. Control ward laid down. Flash out from Guma. Nice bit of tech there, just putting that control ward down to make it impossible. You can zoom in, but it's still so hard to click.
Great. It's a really good play there from Doggo, and Kaiwing get both sums from Guma. Sitting on 17 souls, by the way. Not having a very fun time. Owner, the vision control is obviously there for CFO, as Carrier is just watching his turret get obliterated by this. Caitlyn, there's not really anything he can do. Just has to sit there and eat it.
And I think the good news for T1 is normally when you play Thresh, you really need to snowball, but because the enemy team is all about kind of this death ball, the Lantern alone is a lot. It can do a lot of work in those exchanges. Honkyu, good trade with the Vision of Empire.
Results, TP. That's Kaiwing coming in on the Brom. It's a
creative use.
Owner and Kaiwing flexing penguin versus angry bee.
True. I mean, Kaiwing does have the power of kebab on his side.
That is my favorite Brom skin.
It's great. It's fantastic.
This does buy Guma a little bit of time.
Observers have a
alone.
different opinion as we randomly pan down to Superfan Gragas.
It's good.
It's in the running. CFO skin game on point. It's Doggo and Kaiwing. Pretty comfortable to just sit here. Faker, of course, itemizing early MR means wave clear okay, but it's all base damages.
Low misses.
Thorn ulting.
And Driver just living his best life. Sidestepping, not being threatened, and it's again, look at the vision that's there. Owner can look for these plays, but CFO is very keenly aware of where this player is at any given point in time. The TP, it's just Faker, and he can't really do too much to Hongq in the 1v1. And CFO, it's not quite the explosiveness that we got in the previous game, and this gold lead on Doggo, good as it is gonna matter less as we get deeper into the game, because I do want to draw your attention to the Zed that is sitting on an item. And that is going to become an increasingly big problem unless we see both Kaiwing and Driver do their best bodyguard impression.
Junja contesting here a bit in mid lane. And I think it's important to remember that CFO have been, hold that thought as Driver. Taking some risk there, but we'll be able to walk away. Extra sustain for the Cattles, making it good, but Doran! Driver just barely fast enough on the flash out to survive.
Has an item. That's a kill. And T1 maybe want to turn this into more. Doesn't find Red of the ult.
Relatively low. Getting lower and lower. Now going in onto Junja. The Zed going over the wall. Junja trying to heal up as much as he can. Death Mark there. Galio on the way in, but Junja might just be in trouble. He's getting chased down now by 2 members in the meantime. Gumayushi has to hold on because Hongq is in the midst of 3, keeping the fight going, and it's Faker who's now in trouble trying to run away as the Galio. So far, the single kill. Keria taken down. Faker forced to flash out. Hongq on the chase.
They're caught. Swain, ultimate time's out though. Health bars are low.
Hongq's pretty damn powerful. Healthy as well. Nice sidestep from Doran on multiple abilities. Wants to turn things back with his ultimate. Owner going in. Contempt for the weak, doing some damage. Not actually able to get the passive off, and it's all Doran, really. And this isn't where I expect it to be in the game 3, but it really is just Doran again. Last game it was Jax. This time around it's the Gwen making the difference in that fight to keep things close. But still, CFO pulling ahead.
There's the top side for T1. That's trying to do the heavy lifting here as we take another look. Keria doesn't find the hook, but even if he finds Kaiwing, it's not going to mean too much. But Owner doesn't find the damage onto Junja. Obviously, there's so much healing, and then the flash over the wall. Doran doesn't have his dash, so he doesn't actually get to kill him. And then meanwhile, while that's happening, Hongq obviously takes absolutely 0 damage. Guma can't threaten him, 3 levels down. So Hongq gets to live his best Swain life and just stand amongst multiple people, cycling cooldowns. And then this is, the fact that T1 was able to get anything out of that, I think, kind of insane. I was caught off guard, so was CFO, but the lead for them, still grown. 2 Drakes, 1.7k gold.
Doggo continuing to step up hard for Keria without any other slows to hit a piece of CC. And I think it's important to remember how domestically dominant CFO have been in 2025, and even the games they were able to find on the first stand stage. We didn't know how this would transition into MSI. We didn't know if this was just a blip on the radar, as so often when you look at PCS, when you look at the former LMS region, super top heavy. And while they did have some good games, it didn't always transition. But right now in this game 3, it's CFO in control after a win. T1 have tools, but their composition, it's hard to play. It's difficult to execute.
I do think the same can be said for CFO though, because the laning phase, obviously, they played out extremely nicely, but some of the team fights can be looking rough. Right there, Doran was basically, I don't know, like 10, 15 AP away from first killing Driver, and then Owner was also quite close to taking down Junja. If that type of attention is paid towards Doggo, it's going to be how well can the rest of the team facilitate and disengage. As Owner does his W, so he's fine. But I want you to look at the itemization, right? Hongq going for Rylai's first, obviously, to both endlessly maintain his ultimate, but also to just provide more value for the team, provide that CC. Driver obviously has incredible disengage. Gragas' entire kit can both set up or knock enemies away. And then Brom, kind of self-explanatory. It's the champion's whole identity, but there are going to be item breakpoints where I think CFO are really going to struggle. Champions like Swain also going to fall off in relative value once Owner, Doran, or Guma get to enough items or stacks respectively.
Currently CFO in full control of the objectives on the map. One more Drake will be sole point for them. And if they can hold on to this control before those power points come through for T1, it's
For
Chemtech
Gragas and Swain.
and Trundle. Yep, yep.
Yep.
Again, not always the ideal role, but this is about the best composition you could hope for in a Chemtech Soul game.
It'll be hard to take down, and we do see pace of the game a lot slower for CFO, understandable, because I think they're going to be having their eyes fully towards that dragon. And for T1, they just want to hold on, get Doran to a second item, maybe for Owner as well. Gumayushi obviously sitting at
29
not even,
stacks.
not even 30 stacks right now. So it's going to take such a long time for him to really be relevant in this game. The gold lead has remained stable though, and that's something that I think T1 is going to hold on to. But for CFO, as long as you deny Owner access to the backline, that fight should look disgusting as Hongq. No
Ulting,
mana.
but he's out of mana. Doran making the fast play, hiding in the brush, waiting to collapse. Hongq now in trouble with the extra healing coming through. Might buy him an extra second. Doran trying to get fancy, but he misses! Hongq! The laughter from the audience. Doran, a massive misstep.
And that too is Doran as he goes in on the play, hits a few more snips.
Uma in trouble, but he will be able to walk away. The tower falling as well. And you're right. If you don't love Doran at his worst, you shouldn't love him at his best either. But this is not the game where he can afford to make a fumble like that. He is the one strong point.
Cannot. So right here, really nice little sidestep there from Hongq. And then right here, the snip that is about to come through would have been enough to take him down.
And you're just losing to movement.
Yep.
He only casts one spell.
He didn't have mana. As we hear the crowd go crazy, understandably the gold lead now getting bigger. That is Doran. No flash, by the way, available for this upcoming fight. And unless they're able to like take out Doggo immediately or somehow find a way to do it.
He's going again.
Is this a replay?
Another ulti.
Round two.
He managed to connect this time. Owner is here. Hongq doesn't have ulti.
Oh, he is dead.
The entire team collapsing. Hongq wants to try and clear the way, but Owner's on the way, and he should just fall here. Grass back is good. Senna ulti from across the map is a little bit of extra damage, but now it's the Herald being driven in bottom lane. They managed to find the kill. Hongq down, but Faker needs to back away. The counterpunch from CFO is good, but a nice pick for T1.
Well, yeah, they get the kill, but at what cost? You're losing soul point.
Faker
will be fine, but the bot lane turret most certainly won't be, as the outer has already fallen. Inner imminent here as well. 3 grubs for CFO as Doran.
Driver on the way up, knows that ulti isn't available, taking his sweet time. Body slams are hitting. Cooldown's going to be incredibly low. Doran dashes over the wall, the quick flash to follow. Body slam and the kill. That cask connecting.
The gold lead keeps getting bigger. The Chemtech soul point is available. Stacks nowhere to be found. And Driver on the Gragas is belly flopping his way to further reducing the only lead in terms of gold that T1 was still clinging on to, Dracos.
Gold lead continues to grow. Soul in 4 minutes on the cards. Otacon in 1. And we know, you talked about some of the weaknesses of the comp, but so many of them are mitigated if CFO have setup. And because they're getting prio on their side lanes, they will have setup. Those Caitlyn traps are going to be a nightmare. No one is tanky enough to eat that empowered headshot.
So we see the setup. Thus far, I don't expect CFO to really take any big risks, as he doesn't even have a second item yet, by the way. That's going to be a lot worse when it does come through. There's Fresh. Great argumentation for Fresh haters, I gotta say. Thus far, not able to really make a big impact in this game.
And look, I'll give you the
caveats. I got one
caveats.
right besides me.
I am. But if you get a lead, this champion can be incredibly powerful. If you fall behind, you are on Lantern duty, which in some games can be enough. And again, similar to what CFO wants, set up first. If Thresh has set up first, it's easy to play these fights. You can deny the engage. The Flay can be such a powerful tool, especially against a champion like the Gragas, but it's just so hard.
And because of the laning leads, because of the leads for CFO, look at this. We keep going back to this, but the amount of vision that they have because of the prio means that T1 just doesn't get to create the volatility that we saw in that game number 1. As Lantern duty is doing that at least.
Precaria the person making some of the massive plays that turned the game back in their favor, now stuck on Lantern duty. It does just make the game more difficult.
It's T1 obviously not going to back down from a fight. It's,
okay. Ace in the hole still a little bit away, and of course there's a cleanse and an ulti. Carry also with the heal.
He really wants stacks Dracos. That's my read on that one.
I mean, he needs stacks.
Still only on 40.
Bit of range, bit of damage, but not too much yet.
So for CFO, the things to avoid are obviously over-investing in the Otacon. Can be a big turning point, no matter the game state.
Faker.
Keep your carry safe. Doggo must be protected at all costs. Although this early in the game, even the damage from Swain, still a really big deal, especially if he can finish Leandris before this dragon fight starts in 2 minutes. Same for Junja. As this Trundle gets later, obviously his damage is going to fall off, but level 12, sitting on the Triforce as well. They have to be respected.
Driver and Doran poking, prodding, fishing for an angle. Ulti's the big cooldowns we have to look out for. Flash up for Doran, crucially. Driver does not have his. Cleanse, heal on the side of Keria. Heal, exhaust for Kaiwing.
Towards a breaking point. Either T1 finally going to get
Doggo.
a T5 wins. Doggo!
The hook lands! They bait the trap! It's well executed, but Doggo's still standing and he does so much work. Extra damage coming in. He now needs to retreat. He needs to get the hell out because it's double TPs. T1 smell blood in the water. T1 see an angle. They're desperate to take it. A solid retreat from the side of CFO. Doggo. Oh, overconfident, over-eager. Keria. Well played.
I think they're going to have to pull. They need to get something out of this, right? T1 are going to try and turn this into maybe an Otacon fake out. Looking for a turn is my guess. Faker has his ultimate available. CFO, they're ready.
Doggo's not here. He's most of the gold lead when he's not in the area. It's so damn close. Driver already caught by the hook. Box going down. Faker on the way, and they manage to catch the Gragas. Driver now set to fall, but Hongq still standing. A hook connecting on the Swain. They can't kill him. Keep going forward, but they can't finish the job. Hongq standing. He needs to retreat, but he needs to keep the ult going, so he's going to flash forward. Hongq full committing. He gives his life. Doggo is here, just in time. The final moments of Hongq's life given to get the 80 carry into the fight, and now they have to be careful, Owner. You need to make this deal happen.
He has vision, he has vision!
Going over the wall. Just a bit of poke. Owner knows if he overcommits, he won't be able to steal the objective. 50-50, the coin flip, and CFO bet on themselves. Lantern laid down. Owner does not want to take the risk. It's Otacon to CFO.
Carry out. Takes the hit. Otacon goes to CFO. But the resets will come through for the Dragon. As we take a look, obviously this starts with the most fat member on CFO not being in the fight, but this early on the base damages are still a big deal. And you can see T1 wanting to try and push as hard as they can. They don't have the damage to kill this Swain. Hongq realizes this, goes back in, and eventually they will take him down, but the cost is massive because Doggo arrives, quickly picks up 2 free kills. Another double kill for the man. And now T1, so much use there. And this fight, they can't afford to not take.
And credit to T1, they did manage to find a solid fight, but ultimately CFO were simply too far ahead and managed to buy just enough time for Doggo to get there. Now, have to walk into the brush here. You can see Faker taking big chunks of damage. Doggo ready to lay down just another trap. Keria was good with the hooks previously. In that chaotic melee, Thresh can do a lot of work, but this time CFO not looking to give them that edge. Gumayushi caught out, cleanse used, but as is Kaiwing's ultimate.
Not a bad trade for T1. If Guma can stay safe, does have his flash available, but T1 still no access on the river.
Celestial opposition popped though by a Vision of Empire from Hongq. That's going to mean Keria is much squishier. Doran poking, prodding, looking over the wall. Soul on the line. For T1, it's just the first Drake, but for CFO, could be the backbreaker. Owner ready.
Doran's 2 levels down.
No flash for the Zed though. Trap connects. Doggo can't quite get into range. Faker off to the side. Faker with the flank. Is it going enough? Ulti's now coming out instantly into the back line. Looking for a bit of follow-up. Owner still standing for a repo, but he gets hit by the trap! And down he goes! The double kill! Domination! In game 3 from CFO! It's Doggo's time to shine! The Penta is there! Doggo! In the face of the reigning world champions! Stands tall!
It's CFO, look at that fight! And say, is that all you got? All they got is the Gragas. Nothing else. Soul to CFO. Penta to Doggo. A T1 on the verge of something that none of us were expecting coming into the day.
And in this priceless moment, you could see T1 fishing for the angle. But the trap, I think, unnoticed. Watch Owner goes in, locked up, steps onto the trap in a moment he thought he would succeed, exhausted as well, and there's nothing there for T1.
They just go two-hand. Carrier goes in, but there's no follow-up. Doggo is so ready for this, even without the flash. It doesn't matter that his sums aren't available. Even the ultimate from Faker just gets cancelled leisurely by a pillar from Junja. I'm sorry about giving you a tough time on the blind trundle.
Got the blind trundle card. Owner going to steal, at the very least, the blue buff. CFO, again, on track for a dominant win. Doggo, now fearless. Third ever pentakill, finds it against T1 on an international stage in an even series. Are you kidding me? How could he not be?
T1 is overgrouping, right? That's why Doran is still level 14. They need to respond. Might be goaded into another fight, but obviously CFO happy to take that.
T1, again, feel like they have to contest. 10K, they managed to find the hook. Carry a cutout before the fight even starts. Owner has to be the difference maker. They need a steal. Faker moving in, taunt multiple, but again, Doggo is untouched. The back line untouched, and the front line is too damn tanky. Another ulti.
They
Owner
can't cut
flashing.
for the beefcakes. There's too many.
And T1, they keep trying, they keep hoping that they can outplay, that they can out-execute, but CFO are ready every single time. Unfazed by the pace of game that T1 are looking to play. Happy now to take the Baron.
And it was the expectation that it was Kaiwing that was going to be struggling when it comes to the support champion pool. But instead, this fresh, dead in the water. First the Nami, now the Braum. Kaiwing standing guard, keeping his 10-0 and free 80 carry safe from everything that T1 is trying to throw at them.
And game one felt so much about what Junja could do in the early game. And again, he had a fantastic early game. But Doggo now in 2 consecutive games back-to-back with Kaiwing at his side has been that lethal threat. T1 looking out of sorts. Chance to rally in another game, perhaps one more fight to rally in this one. Serpent's Fang there to reduce some of the shielding, but no healing reduction on this team. Making it that much harder as Guma has to be careful about walking forward. Driver throws down the Bomba, finds the connection to the wall, but not quite the right angle to knock him back as the siege begins. This is exactly where you did not want to be as T1, facing down a Baron-empowered Caitlyn with this kind of front line. Owner praying for an angle into the back line. A single moment where CFO forget or make a misstep. We saw them in game one, but it's starting to feel more and more impossible.
Really does. 6K gold lead. The hooks not quite finding the mark. Guma still not getting close to the stack, but maybe 80. That's where we can start seeing have a little bit of an impact in the fight. A third item, but
Doran splitting.
It's
wants
something.
to get something back.
Got the bounty.
Forces the response.
Will make his way out.
Yeah, broken open now. Doran finds a way to escape. One inhibitor down, bot lane likely to fall as well.
And it goes back to what we were talking about in game number 2. As long as CFO don't give an objective flip to T1, T1 is just going to be confined to their base. CFO run the map as carrier. That's the flash!
Forced out.
They might look for the end here, Dracos.
Doggo still standing. He's the one that matters, but don't get me wrong. Hongq powerful as well. Doggo isolated for a moment. Faker tries to find the angle, but they backstep perfectly. Hongq ready to deny any potential engage. Lockup is already there on the Owner. He's not able to get anything done. Ready to go in. Finds Doggo. Finds the death mark. Shield across the top. Doggo still standing. The death mark. Not enough. And in the back line of the base, it's Hongq continuing to run rampant. Doran doing everything he can. A few snips, but not nearly enough to cut down CFO. Domination again in back-to-back games as CFO move on to match points.
And 2 games in a row now, CFO is just straight up better. Every lane doing great. The team fight's impeccable. The objective control unmatched by T1.
T1 on the cusp of being sent to the lower bracket. Let's send things over to the analyst desk to break down that thrilling game.
breaking down that stomp. What was this? Honestly, we talked about this today. The fact that CFO first is the only team coming back after first stand. They had a statement tournament back then. Turns out it was not just a one-time thing, guys. What was this?
This was them showing up and not making those mistakes that they got punished for, right? Because this is a team where they're unequivocally the best LCP team, right?
Yeah.
And you look at their gameplay domestically and you're like, they get in their own way a lot.
Yeah.
Today, they've been so clean at times, except for game one was a little back and forth, but they came in, Honkyu with the Swain pick.
Oh my.
He played it once into Galio against Gam in split one, came out with it again here today, absolutely owned on this.
The LCP fans, the analysts, the boys, Vestian, like Blue Panda, like all those guys, Molecule, they are the ones that are always singing the praise of these guys. Like, watch our region. They are so good. And then being able to see how well Honkyu just is able to pilot this pick. By the way, Swain in this draft, Z tier.
Yeah,
like,
right?
Just going up against, like, and Braum as well, going up against Galio, and then being able to, like, just kite back against all of these picks. I think it was really tough for T1, especially if you lose that first fight. It's really hard to be able to take a sustained fight against them. So I really enjoyed the draft and the gameplay on top of it.
It all started from bot lane with a very early double kill for Dogo, and he kept on steamrolling on them, leading to a pentakill at 24 minutes in-game. Statement series from him so far, but this Caitlyn game, spot on.
Yeah, absolutely. And I want to reiterate, again, because of this beefy front line, because no one can deal with this Swain, he ends up absolutely popping off. And I want to revisit something he said going into this series, right? Where he said, this is my MSI. I really feel like I earned the right to be here.
Yeah.
Unlike when he was subbing in on PSG Talon. What a statement game from him.
Just a statement. And just on top of that, I mean, I keep going back to it, but you're playing Galio, Gwen, double AP, so they're just going to stack up on magic resist like tier 2 or tier 3. Merc tread boots are going to make it really difficult. You're trying to split or play on sides on Gwen. Well, guess what? Like the Galio's, I mean, the Gragas is not going to allow you to. Like, I felt like all these aspects, the only thing that had the opening was the Zed pick, because there's not a lot of CC, but as long as the Gragas played well in this situation, or as long as like Doggo was on point, he was not going to be a target, and that wasn't the case. Like, I felt like they looked so good in terms of just their raw gameplay.
What do we think of T1's draft here? Because I know Dracos was talking about the fact that Thresh is not a champion that we want to see. I appreciate the shout out from Keria to his coach playing the Samsung white skin for Mata.
Nice, yeah.
That was it. Otherwise, the champion completely useless.
Yeah, he had a really, really rough time in this game. I see the idea with, again, the Galio for Faker, an iconic pick, was really stymied by this Swain response, right? But you can see the vision. You have Gwen, you have this Zed. When they get rolling, they can absolutely make picks and destroy on side lanes. In particular, the Gwen is something that I think Doran has looked absolutely stellar on, especially in the playoffs qualifying here. But it's this 3-4-5 coming out of CFO that I think is really good. And also the way they built on, for example, bringing back in Driver. Okay, he's the Gragas guy.
True.
Guess what he's playing? Gragas.
And even just the 1-2-3, like just simply from the Gragas Trundle and then the Swain on 3, dealing with like what Gwen, Galio, Gwen, Galio, and Zed has to deal. I think it's really smart, and I'm interested in what the rest of this draft is going to look like. Now, you're on series point.
Yeah.
For CFO. No one would have imagined that, other than like the select few that was always going to be a fan of CFO as a team.
What are we looking at here for the potential last game of CFO, or for a comeback on the side of T1? Because first, I don't know which top laner is CFO gonna bring here. Are they gonna swap again? What is the plan? We do not know yet. But do they have enough resources? Do they have enough weapons to strike again in draft? Because so far they've been really creative and answering to each and every one of T1's idea in draft perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing for me is that they kept Kaiwing on stuff that he's comfortable on, but also then he came out with the Nami, right? Looked super practiced on it, looked great. For T1, again, I want to see them get rolling early because I feel like in this game specifically, they had, CFO had a really good idea of what they wanted to do. They did the invade, they did the 3 camp into gank to really try to get this Caitlyn ahead. It ended up being a 2-for-1, but both those kills went to Doggo, set him up in a great position.
Yeah, even just, you pretty much mentioned it, like the bot dive really sucked for T1. Not being able to defend it was awful. And then of course, ever since the failed 50-50, looking for like the Gwen dive top lane onto Honku just to see if he can get the kill. That didn't work out well, and he started to just really fall behind from that point. As long as those elements work, then they really can put this to game 5.
And we're running it again. The rest is subbed back in. They really want to make it complicated here for T1. So obviously they have a plan. They came in ready. They have the support from the crowd as well. Let's see if CFO can close out this series right after the break.
Yeah, you're looking for something amazing. That's why I put in the work. That's why I grind on the daily. I'm running wild and I know that no one can tame me. Hall of Fame on my mind, they cannot contain me. I know that I can't stop now. There ain't no way I'm giving up. Won't back down. I've come too far and I know I'm gonna act out until I'm standing on the top. They hear me now. They hear me now. Let them know. Nothing can hold me back. Hold me back. You can try, but you can't. Hold me back. Nothing can hold me back. Hold me back. You can try, but you can't. Hold me back. Nothing can hold me back. I'll give it all I got to succeed. Ain't no way of stopping what I'm destined to be. I'm here for greatness. I was made for more. I got my focus sure. Heart is ready, mind is right. Take flight, watch me soar. I won't stop now. There ain't no way I'll ever quit. My life loud. They try to hold me back, but I won't lie down. This is something they can't deny. The truth's out. I got that fire now. Let them know. Nothing can hold me back. Hold me back. Try, but you can't. Hold me back. Nothing can hold me back. Hold me back. You can try, but you can't. Hold me back. Nothing can hold me back.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around. I'ma look at you from the top, howling like a hound. Let me take it off, push it up to another height. This is what I do. I'm a dog, not afraid to fight in the dark at night.
No flash for the Zed though. Trap connects. Doggo can't quite get into range. Faker off to the side. Faker with the flank. Is it going enough? Ulti's now coming out instantly into the back line. Looking for a bit of follow-up. Owner still standing for a rebound, but he gets hit by the trap! And down he goes! The double kill! Domination! In game 3 from CFO! It's Doggo's time to shine! The Penta is there! Doggo! In the face of the reigning world champions! Stands tall! And welcome back to the caster desk ahead of match point for CFO. We are headed to one of two things: silver scrapes or the biggest upset in League of Legends since DRX's 2022 Worlds run. Unless, of course, you really believe in top esports, but I think that's maybe a bridge too far at this point in League of Legends. This is not the day we were expecting.
That's a painful stray. But we did also, you know, give through a bunch to KT as well. I'm not even going to talk, you know, there's been a lot of memes about the 1-3 curse. We're not doing it because CFO, with the level of play that they're showing it today, I think it's warranted to just really highlight everything coming together. I think we can even see the fact that they have a 6-man roster that actually is working, that they're very heavily leaning in towards, and that very clearly they're still able to get massive value out of the fact that Driver comes in, plays his Gragas, and just vibes for the whole game.
I think the fact that, to them, even after a win with Rest, they felt comfortable swapping back to Driver is a testament to this. Because a lot of teams, when you find a win against a team that is expected to win, the expected favorite, you just keep going. And now they're swim swapping like it's nothing. And after that last game, playing a lot of stylish picks, finding a way to make a composition, which we talked about, had some weaknesses, had some clear holes, work, level of confidence must be sky high as we head into this game.
And there's so much coming together. There's Junja's early game. Yep. There is both Driver and Rest offering their champion pools. There's Honkyu being the better in the 1v1 matchup in really every single game. Obviously, partially aided by Junja, but also by his own accord, the impact he's able to have in these fights. And then the bot lane has been perhaps the most one-sided of the day. Doggo in particular, not a stranger to breakout performances, but to do it against Gumayushi and Keria is insane. And for T1, it's also important to note that they are the representatives of the LCK, but they were not the favorite coming into Hanwha Life. Peaked very hard, and I'm not gonna lie, when I saw that, I'm like, oh, we're back here. We've been here countless times. Yeah. There's T1,
it's a
the
script
ebb and
we've
flow.
seen a few times.
We get to internationals, they get it together. But what we're witnessing here is a lot of the reason why T1 was third and why they weren't a favorite whatsoever. It is Keria not showing up on the day. It's Faker really struggling in lane, and if he doesn't have an impact, T1 looks a lot worse. And as we go here in this final draft with match point for CFO, we'll see if T1 can bring us to the game 5. And I'm not gonna lie, I would love a game 5, Dracos. Come on!
Game 5. As would all the T1 fans in the house as we get in. Match point for CFO. T1 once again on the blue side, CFO on red. And you highlighted it beautifully. T1, a team that always, when it counts, seem to find their form. Always in the right moments, they peak. Well, sadly for them, they're out of moments. This is the right moment.
This is the moment
where you have to deliver that incredible performance for another shot, for a single game to decide if you'll stay in the upper bracket or go down to lower. One best of 5 away from elimination. TF band, Yorick band as well. Champion shared by both Rest and Driver, hence the double bans here. Talia, the Xayah band again.
Like that, definitely one of Gumayushi's strongest picks. Also, Keria's Rakan, notorious for very similar reasons. And it's also been the drafts for CFO, and I don't like pointing towards draft too much, right? Because I feel like it takes away from the gameplay. For CFO, the gameplay has been there, as this is a very obvious B1 Rumble angle with that ban of the Ornn Galio already taken away, so we'll see if CFO recognize and want to ban it. But T1, They're going to have to rally here, or CFO are going to get the 3-1 upset. And even in game one, you can argue that CFO, for a lot of the decision-making, looked better. It was the skirmishing of T1 that got them back in, that got them that win. If CFO had played that a little bit more respectful, could have just been looking at a sweep, as it's going to be the comfort for Faker taken away instead.
Rumble up. Varus still on the table. Banned in other games. Locket here has been used in some regions as a top lane counter pick. Rest known to bring the spice, although I think for now that might be a bridge too far. Certainly not a pick you want to give away. We're looking at a T1 draft where Guma has a lot of potential powerful picks, both the Varus and the Jhin, very much in his wheelhouse.
For Rest, a couple of considerations here. Mbessa, insanely strong when you can get to your spikes. Saw that even earlier today. Although didn't lead to a win for Mern. We still saw the impact in the fights, as there is still a good amount of junglers available here. Junja going to be picking up the Skarner here. As Owner will have an opportunity to try and look for a counter pick, but not that much is still available here. Faker's pick, I think, also certain to come through, but what are they going to go towards? Like Orianna is a consideration. If you can find a good AD jungler, can also just go for comfort for Guma. Pick up that Varus, but into an Mbessa that is already a little spooky Dracos.
CFO prioritizing some comfortable options here, but giving away a cornucopia of powerhouse meta picks. Casting some doubt onto the start of this draft phase. Now the Poppy to follow, a good tool for disengages. Potential flex as well.
Yeah, I think that this is looking to be a flex. With the form that Keria has been in today, I've seen him pull off some absolutely heist level gameplay with this Poppy, but today's been very, very muted. Kairing really getting the better of him together with Doggo. So I'm guessing this is going to go towards Owner. As the Jhin, I would love this here, because even if T1 end up clawing their way to a game number 5, this is a pick that they would have loved to have. One of Guma's other big comfort picks. And with the Mbessa, you have a lot of backline threat. Going to take away a possible setup there. Doggo on the Jhin, going to be able to play off the rest of his teammates very nicely.
Definitely will be. Of course, Skarner as well. Some pretty solid engage options for CFO. And some good follow-up with the Jhin. A little bit more CC might be needed from the side of T1, but a lot of magic damage, a lot of range, and some excellent disengage tools. I really like what they've got here. It's not the spiciest draft, but it's just so powerful.
There are still so many engage supports left. And obviously a lot of them do not like playing into Poppy. That is important to note. But Nautilus is still available. Alistair is still available. Rakan is still available. All options here. Rel, I hadn't even finished the sentence, or it's already banned away. As we do expect Owner to go towards an AD top laner, or AD jungler here rather.
Yep.
Again, if it is not the Poppy, but you can see, I think CFO kind of hedging their bets, which does make sense.
T1 continuing to put pressure on Kaiwing's champion pool. Again, pretty universally agreed upon weak point, but we've gone so late in the draft and so few of the engage options have been taken that
it's a good ban.
Still picks like the Alistair up and available. Obviously can really struggle into the Poppy.
And we're kind of getting towards picks like Neferi, like Viego, that haven't been quite as successful. Clearly the read from CFO is that this Poppy is going towards Keria.
Want to take away some of the picks that can threaten Doggo on the back line, it would seem as well. Things like the Nocturne, things like the Lee Sin. Plenty of great moments from Owner domestically on that pick. Both those picks really, as the Alistair's taken off. Okay, so what is left?
Could be a Bard angle as well if you want to go towards that. Both as a pick away, but also into some of the immobile characters on the enemy team.
I think it would be good into, of course, yeah, the Varus and the Rumble. Oh, the tension is high, man. We're both so serious.
Know.
It's only draft, and we're so stressed out. Okay. Maokai. Bard. Bard. Okay.
No.
Okay, all right. The timer.
No, I know. I'm with you. I kind of like the Bard. I do think the Nautilus struggles a lot more into the Poppy, but you can obviously go for the, you get Poppy out of the way, you can buffer the Q. find your way into the fight, but I still don't think that it's the most fun matchup.
And again, it feels like they're hedging their bets there because they're afraid to pick Bard and get counterpicked in support and see that Poppy move into jungle. So they're just blind picking something reliable. It might not be the best in some matches, but it certainly won't be the worst. The Bard definitely a pick that can be exploited in the laning phase. So now Faker Sylas.
Blind Sylas to come through here.
I mean, it was just last year, right, where we saw this guy go Super Saiyan on this pick, finding incredible angles.
Game 4 and 5 in the Worlds. Obviously, Faker having an incredible performance, but even though he was struggling in spring, I think today he actually just has been invisible. And even in the series where T1 was struggling throughout spring, still was able to often make an impact.
Well, in game 1, it was Annie. He was the utility pick, right? Setting others up for success. And Sylas isn't necessarily that pick, but now we have the J4 to punish immobile champions. So what is the option for Hongq?
If he really wants to throw down, can go towards the Akali.
Skill matchup. One of the OGs. How confident is he feeling? He's gotten the better of Faker in every lane thus far.
Maybe Ari as well, looking to take it away. Oh.
Double AP topside. Limited lockdown. Poppy does not interrupt the blink with the steadfast presence. This is a bold bet. But instead it's the Casio. I think almost universally considered one of the hardest champions to play in the game, League of Legends. Your actions have to be perfect. Every click has to be flawless. Hongq really betting on himself, and it is a solid matchup. Sylas, a single misstep, the miasma comes down, and it feels impossible to play this.
You get run down. It's a short-range comp as well from T1. The Casio feels like a smash hit, and after a couple of great drafts, I think CFO are looking at this, feeling great. Only thing I do think you have to be worried about is towards that top side, some early game volatility. The 2v2, the 3v3, once those ultimates are available, the flag and drag into Sylas getting on top of someone, the Rumble combined with Jarvan, combined with Poppy, that can be a problem. But with how CFO have been playing, T1, they got to get through the laning phase first.
And Hongq's first Casio ever. Again, betting on himself. The confidence there, already pulled out to Swain, has already shown us so much, but you highlighted the Jarvan. The potential for Owner in this early game to take over off a few early ganks and punish those immobile carries. T1 have clear avenues of attack, a much stronger composition overall. Can CFO weather the storm, make the upset happen? T1 bring us to silver scrapes.
I can only hope so, Dracos. This game number 4 is afoot. Can't wait to see if CFO can close it out here, or is T1 going to bring us to game number 5?
An incredible series thus far. CFO showing us so much more than we ever expected. Now I need to see T1 dig deep, rally in this moment. An incredibly veteran lineup. Not a team to crumble under the pressure.
Team that has very few finishes below 3rd place in their time as a core 4-man unit together. Obviously did miss out on first stand as Humble Life was the representatives. Keria found by the Snake.
One Fang Star from Hongq burning through a little bit of that mana. Level 2 is where Faker has to be really careful.
Tension is palpable here. Audience,
I mean, good job on it.
Going crazy. Love to hear it.
We got fan chant leaders for CFO and T1. Love to hear it.
And as per usual, T1, really anywhere they play, playing with home advantage. But the CFO fans,
and the thing is,
I'm just gonna let it get away with it.
We talked about it being T1's house. Just feels like every arena is, but CFO gaining a ton of fans in this series already.
Oh, the chains.
Not connecting is gonna be big. Hook just a little bit out of range. The lollipop doesn't quite mean it can connect, and every single lane feels tense, Chronicler. We've seen what happens in these early games.
Yeah, the leads for CFO, when they found them, have just been pushed so insanely far. And you can see Double and Kaiwing going to be getting themselves the earlier level 2, playing with Prio. This time, though, there isn't a dive waiting for them. Will be okay. They also have Owner towards their side of the map. This Jarvan gonna have to find a decent amount of early impact. Owner, thus far, not able to showcase both the skirmishing power as well as his ganking prowess that T1 heavily relied upon in particularly early to mid part of spring. For CFO, they're chilling, right? Even if
Faker
gets on top of you, HongQ.
Sidestep, good flash out. Faker in trouble, ticking, but he won't fall yet. Owner, EQ flash, keeping it going. Faker standing on the edge, hoping to be HongQ back, and it's first blood for T1.
And I haven't finished my sentence, or Owner makes his presence known. Even with HongQ flashing the chains, Faker, with just the tiniest bit of health, walks it up, and Owner flashes Cassiopeia. That's easy pickings for a Jarvan.
Should be, and this is exactly what you need from a Jarvan. The timing. Oh, HongQ.
Just
saw it, thought he could outplay. Overconfident or didn't see.
I think it's just as Faker was going to go in for a trade, he sees Owner shows up. She's like, my guess he's playing for the kill, knowing that actually getting out is going to be
top side now.
Trying to make a sideline impact. Rest.
Stunned there. Doran starting to burn Rest down. Rest living for an extra second. Flash out. T1. Monstrous in the first few minutes of this game. Faker conceding a bit in lane to make his presence felt on the map.
He's going to be missing out on a decent amount of CS for this, but that's a kill going over to Doran. Courtesy of Faker.
Interrupt there. Carrier taking a decent amount of damage. Hammer Shock firing back. Arrow does connect. Good trade from Guma. HongQ trying to zone Faker off. Junja moving through, but Owner already in the midst of CFO's jungle, taking away the Raptors.
Ooh, he uses his cooldowns. Should be fine though.
Punish.
Hard for him to actually get the hook.
Carrier not ready this time around. Ignite already ticking. Damage coming through. Carrier forced to flash out. CFO trying to make the fast play. Had the opportunity for a recall, but instead opting to stick around.
And Guma not running the lethal tempo.
Connecting. Damage there, cooldowns there, forcing flash and barrier.
What a win there for the bot lane of CFO. Again, this time in the 2v2, Kaiwing almost leisurely throws out the hook, finds Guma.
Arrow. Doggo has to be careful though. He has cleanse, he doesn't have barrier. HongQ solid trade, but Faker manages to sidestep all the poison, so the extra damage not coming in. And HongQ just continues to trade aggressively. Owner on the way forward. Rinse and repeat on this gank. Sidestep from HongQ has to be good, and he just doesn't have the movement speed. Owner moving up. They don't quite finish it, though. Can't afford to go into the tower. And HongQ firing back. Gets the kill. Faker goes in and makes it a 1-for-1. But T1 again, over-eager. They're keeping the pace in their favor. They're keeping the gold in their favor, but a small fumble.
I think they have to, though, because you do have to make sure that Faker gets the catch-up in this lane, right? So trading the 1-for-1, I think, in this instance is worth it. Allows Faker to shove in this lane. We'll see Kaiwing catch it. Looks like a full rotation actually coming through as, again, HongQ, kind of the same. The ward not quite timed out. Does stall there with the side steps. And even with the flag and direct, there's not enough damage for Owner. That second turret shot in particular, I think, catching him off guard. But then Faker with the flash W level up as well. He actually was shockingly close to going down there as well. As now 100% kill participation. Faker trying to make his way back into form after a rough first 3 games.
T1 not a team afraid to play on slim margins. The CFO set up control around this dragon. Doran level 6, lane assignments. Keeping the bot lane of CFO on the bottom side as Doran alone here will have to do what he can to defend under tower. Rest a bit behind in terms of overall XP because of the previous play, and Carry in a good position to force a dive. Guma no 6 though.
Rest does have his ultimate available, so he can actually buffer that. Get a good amount of invulnerability to CC, and Guma,
the Observer's teasing us.
I don't think he's going to hit 6. I don't know without 6 if they can do this. They need a third
potential
member.
Hex flash over the wall.
They need someone else. Or their reinforcements.
Hex flash in, wall, trying to make sure that he can't get out. A quick burn down, and down goes Rest, instantaneous dive. CFO now forced to respond to Faker on the way. Waiting over the wall, waiting for them to pull the triggers. Junja's going to find Faker. Faker forced to trade, has a Skarner ultimate of his own. Alties might just get traded out, but Kaiwing now here to follow. Faker caught out, has an ult, steals away the Impale, manages to catch 3, but there's no follow-up there, and down goes Faker.
It's a 1-for-1 trade across the board. Topside going the way of T1. Even though Doran survives, Faker ends up going down, and while that's going on, HongQ, 22 CS lead, by the way, just slamming mid lane waves into the turret. this game. Very chaotic here, Dracos, as Owner gets found yet again eating some chicken. And he'll just, I guess, get rep buff instead. Has to abandon ship because we do see the pings come down.
And his defense is good chicken. I can
It
understand.
is, yeah.
But this is T1 with a 1K gold lead. T1 matching, fighting fire with fire for it feels like the first time in the series. Owner has been on the back foot the vast majority of these early games. Jarvan demanding that aggressive play. And Owner certainly delivering as Rest.
No flash.
The one who's really suffering here. Level 6 for Guma. Rest has to be careful about walking up at all. X-Flash, as well as the heal for Carry, a little bit extra movement speed.
Jinja, I think, going to be looking to steal at least one grub. Owner finds one. Does T1 actually want to possibly flip the game? Carry doesn't have his ultimate yet, so turning this into a numbers advantage, not going to be easy. There's also Jin, right? Always have to be careful. He can join fights a lot faster than you might initially think due to the range and ultimate. Doran does FTP. Oh. CFO, are you going to contest this?
1K, they just want 2 grubs. They'll be happy to get it and walk away. CFO ready to force the fight.
Got it.
Junja taking one back. Now they're set to grab 2 grubs. T1 willing to risk the flip. Arrow. Okay. We all know the play we're thinking of. It's a baby version of that play, but you can hear the call in your head. You can hear the swear words from Cadril himself.
It's a little reminder.
It's a little reminder
of what once happened. As Guma finds the steal on a small.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
It's fine.
Tiny. It's a little thing.
It's a purple objective in the pit. We'll take it. But the most important thing, as fun as that was, is that CFO does deny the triple, right? Junja with a great 50-50 smite wins it, denies them the opportunity to actually get full value from those grubs, and simultaneously CFO did pick up the dragon, next one up in about 2 minutes.
It's going to be Hextech though, so a lot of the damage, a lot of the burst souls not on the board. Certainly would have favored T1, but weren't able to grab that first Drake. See what the soul spawn is going to be.
The early game, yeah, very volatile. Slowing down a little bit here. I imagine T1 just wants to keep the pace up. CFO have made very clear that if they get to decide what happens on the map, they are more than a match for T1. Now running away with 2 consecutive early games. This third one, T1 at least have a little bit of grip.
And we have seen in a close game where T1 have so many playmakers, as they do in this game 4. They're able to attack from a lot of angles, and CFO weren't able to weather that storm in game 1. See if T1 can replicate that success here. Still a big lead for Honkyu in the bottom lane. Cassio, a champion that can build all these scaling options. Will just be a massive threat later, but again, it's the execution where so many Cassio players fall short. You're spacing every Q. Everything has to be perfect.
That's Carrier on a flank angle here. Does get spotted.
On the retreat, gonna go through the wall. Carrier finds the knockback into the wall. Junja, instantaneous flash out.
Carry also healing, or rather, there was the spell book. Obviously, the teleport has the heal now available for the upcoming fight.
Yep.
And important is that Junja doesn't have flash, both offensively, because it means that he can't go for a big flash impale play, but also that Carrier now has the opportunity to much easier knock him out, right? That's one of the things we're always going to talk about when any objective is started. When there's a Poppy in the game, it's so easy to just turn any situation into a numbers advantage, start the objective, they have forced to walk in, healed them out. It's top side, Doran in this matchup with the early kill, actually doing very well in the 1v1, and neither top laner outside of that has really seen a lot of attention.
And Doran, again, the strongest point on the map for T1 in terms at least of an individual gold. It was Faker who used what little advantage he had from that early kill to set Doran up for success. And now Rest put incredibly far behind, 20 CS down. This game very unplayable for the Ambessa at this stage. Just has to catch waves, and T1, well, Doran can't just TP face in front of the Ambessa.
Look at the owner's ult.
We'll get first move.
Can they get the top laners into this fight as well? There's Doran, deep TP.
Flash ult available for Honkyu. The Cassio, the potential to turn. Initial hook, lockdown onto Carrier, trying to start the fight, but Owner immediately starts as well. Ulti over the wall from Doran. It's Doran showing up in the clutch in the moment, finding the angle, as finally the curtain call comes out, but the curtains have already closed on CFO in this fight.
And it's the arrival of Rumble. The CFO's backline gets toasted. So many of the early fights over the last couple of games going their way. This one not the case. Attempted collapse onto Keria. T1, the response this time ready. And that's going to be the Drake, not end of the world. CFO in this game are always going to be feeling comfortable once you hit the items on both rest and on Q. But the mid game is where we saw both domestically a lot of their troubles arise, and also going back to game number 1, Dracos.
Definitely true. We take a look back at this replay. The combo here from T1 is phenomenal. Equalizer across the top. Doran perfectly overheating. It is exactly what T1 want from a team fight.
Happily giving his life to ensure that the fight is won. Guma unthreatened in that one. It's the value of the Jarvan combined with the timely route of Doran. Rest there a little bit disjointed with the rest of his team. I don't think it would have mattered with that engage, but maybe they could have traded more evenly, looked for a refight. It's another Chemtech, and for Silas, for Ambessa, and for Cassio, obviously going to be feeling pretty good.
Definitely will. Nice cancel on the recall.
Oh, nice.
Coming in from Doggo. So a bit of a tempo lead. Is Carry going to take that much longer to reset? Seems like Lock at first will be the call to try and mitigate any upfront burst damage. Honku and Faker continue to trade blows, but with Faker getting out of that early lane phase, a bit more caution from Honku. Not entirely sure where Owner could be lurking. And Owner, we talk about kind of the brawlers, the skirmishers, the Xin you mentioned earlier.
Yep.
Champions with a ton of that individual agency, the potential to outfight. And Jarvan a lot more of a linear champion, but still having an incredible amount of impact in this game. 7 out of 8 kills he's participated in and really has been the driving force outside of that one gank topside from Faker for getting T1 this big lead.
I love Jarvan's design. There's still so much skill expressed, you know, when you will, the flash, flag and drag combos that you can pull off. Obviously, you know, all champions, so we don't see him until we're like in game 4, maybe game 5.
Yeah. He's not a game 1.
He's not a game 1 champion. No, unfortunately not.
It's 2025. I'll take my reworked Pantheon, thank you.
It's fun. I don't mind it, but, you know, the classics hit for a reason.
It's very true.
It's the gold late.
He also, I think, has the Fnatic skin, which is kind of funny.
That's very cute. Good for you, Owner. Not when we see that often.
At least one person in the audience with a Fnatic jersey, so there's their shout out.
It's Junja. Maybe an angle on Doran.
Ready to go. Immediate ulti. The combo now coming through, trying to burn through Owner before he can get the ulti down. He just barely manages to get it off, but it's not where he needs it. CFO, quick shutdown, finding an angle now. Faker, who might be in trouble. Ulti going across, but Owner is here to respond, and they're looking to turn it back. A good ulti coming in from Honku, but he gets cut down where he stands.
The T1 going to be happy with that trade. Unless Keria also goes down, because yes, Doran dies. Oh, Keria.
Let's repeat. Nice dash out to a minion. Ulti, but only hits a creep. Trying to zone them away from the tower. Junja's tanking. And Faker, in the meantime, breaks down that top lane. Tier 1, it's almost 4,000 gold in the lead for T1.
Guma?
Doggo ulting, but Guma's just going to walk it in the E, the sidestep. Q connecting as well.
And Guma, not wanting to use the summoners, but with the barrier and flash, could have fully committed there. As we take another look at this fight. First, it looks like Faker is in trouble, but they do know they have a numbers advantage here. Finds the ult, and he hits the stun onto Honku, which is the only reason why he actually ends up surviving. If Honku doesn't get hit by that, Faker trades 1 for 1. Owner ends up killing Kaiwing, but I think CFO going to feel a lot better about the trade. But now the game rapidly snowballing away from them, because even though they did kill Doran, the first turret bot going the way of T1. Mid lane turret immediately being taken by Guma as well.
And it might end up feeling like it's just too little too late. 1.5k gold lead for Owner. 1,000 for Guma. Faker with an advantage of his own despite going down so much CS earlier on. T1, this is a team that, again, when you give them an inch, they will take a mile. And we saw in previous games how that can bite them, how that can turn against them. But this is the kind of game where the gold favors them, the map control favors them, relatively even in objectives. This is where this team is at their scariest.
40 seconds on the Dragon. 80 carries have their flashes available. I think CFO want to play for the absorption. Take the initial blow, re-engage, counter-engage with the Skarner, set up with that Jhin. For T1, obviously, go in all the way, all the time. Just try and find a target, blow them up before a response is available. Utilize the power of the Poppy to create a numbers advantage, and then combine that Jarvan ult with the Rumble. They need to be careful about the backline though. Guma, even though he has sums available, if Rest gets on top of him, might still be in some serious trouble. And he is the most fed member.
Oh, Mega Blast Cone.
On
vision there.
One is Guma. Should be okay here.
Nice use of the banner coming in from Owner, giving them that bit of extra vision. This carry is on the hunt. T1 exercising control.
Slow and steady.
Restraint. They know they have mid prio easy with this Varus.
He's big.
He's very big.
Level up, although not that much. Second item done. Swifties with feats as well. Drake is started. TP already coming in. Doran needs the base first. Will TP now.
Ulti from Honkyu. Big to watch. The ulti from Carrier, arguably even more important. T1 immediately go in, knowing they have the man advantage for a brief moment in time. They're going to get the dragon, and now they're going to fall. But Honkyu over the wall. It's a perfect ulti, but I don't think he has the damage quite yet. Trying to burn through Guma, but the exhaust is perfectly placed, and T1 obliterates CFO.
But CFO, they're a little early with Rest. He arrives in time, but T1 still get the numbers advantage thanks to the ult from Carrier. Now Doggo, not long for this world.
Rest trying to get something back, hoping to find these shutdowns. Carrier takes him out of range of his own tower. Doran living.
Doran donates his life, but T1 still gonna be happy. That's a 6-point, or actually with the turret, upwards of 7K lead.
It's a lot of money.
It's a lot of money, Dracos, and it's looking good for a game 5 as Honkyu finds a beautiful ult. But they're a member down. The exhaust comes through. Carrier and Doran ensure that no one else can follow up when it comes to the damage. And Guma just not threatened enough. And I am feeling good about as some silver scrapes.
Seems like Vancouver is as well. We do seem very close to scraping silver. At this point, if you're CFO, you don't want to let it get to a game 5, but your options to come back in this game are so limited. The death ball of T1 is lethal, and you talk about their strategy is absorb and fire back, but you just can't absorb.
No, you're getting
that
knocked
much
out.
Damage
On the first blow, unfortunately. And
it's like if you're in a fight and you get a black eye and you're like, you should see the other guy. It's like, we can't see the other guy. The other guy is fine, bro.
Yeah, it's not looking too hot here for CFO. And with how insanely powerful multiple members are, this is the real issue, is that even if you somehow get on top of Guma, if you don't attend to Doran, he will toast you. Same for Faker, still sitting on 2 items, and now with a level lead despite everything that happened in the previous game, Dracos.
T1 have a clear blueprint to push this lead forward. 2 Drakes now.
Just start Herald, right? You have the Poppy, you have vision control, you have Faker pushing in the side with TP available.
Otacon, name of the game here. Rest really can't afford to walk in. The objectives are getting shredded. Honkyu trying to make good into the side lane, ready to backstep a Faker, tries to turn and he manages to get it. Faker still stepping up, goes through. Honkyu and a turn it back, Faker!
Just got gapped. Maybe he can back and then make his
Doggo's
way
now free
over.
firing. Ulti into the midst of the entire team. They're now trying to turn. Rest into the midst of it. It's an entire flip. And who's going to come into the end? Are you kidding me? The objective bounty claim T1. It is the GOAT who throws it away, who goes in when he does not need to.
Guma looking for an extra kill, will not find it. And Faker, as you highlight, doesn't need to go in there. All he needs to do is make sure that the Casio can't join the fight. That he's a level up, thinks he can make it work, but mid-chains gets ulted, and then Honkyu reads him like a book. Turns it around, and here Carrier not able to actually get Ginger the flash from the Skarner to ensure the play works out. The Jin laying down supportive fire, and the Smite of Skarner being the difference maker there.
And the choice for Owner was let his AD carry die or be in range to flip the objective. He chose to save Guma, but at the cost of losing this Otacon that's still a 5K gold lead. T1 still far ahead, but so many flowers in the favor of CFO mean that gold lead isn't quite as big as it looks. And it's the kind of misstep they can't afford to make again. The Casio is only continuing to get stronger and stronger.
Same for Skarner, same for Mbessa. Rest only an item away. I think that free item breakpoint, particularly if you're able to get like something like a death stance, basically impossible to take you down in fights, especially if they can get their hands on maybe a Chemtech Dragon. On cue, that play towards the top side might end up being the turning point, might end up being what allows CFO to not let this go to a game 5. This Dragon about to be up. Guma doesn't have Barry, but does have his flash available. Summoners mostly available across the board. Not quite there yet for Junja. And same, I think, for Honkyu, but his should be available if they can stall for just a little bit.
CFO making sure they keep vision in the area. 14 seconds to that crucial objective. T1 approaching soul point, armor penetration there for Guma.
A lot of damage here on the poke.
CFO desperately trying to find a way back in, hoping for another good fight.
And Junja doesn't have flash, so carry out. Should be easier for him. T1 though, they can play this slow. Just keep poking and prodding away. Rest's gonna try and look for backline access on the flank.
Guma with 3 items relative to the opposition, one of the strongest players in the team. Junja taking a big chunk. Lock up there. They're gonna try to delete the jungle instantly. Honkyu's ulti doesn't connect on anybody. But in the meantime, it's Mbessa in the backside, trying to delete Guma. Guma in trouble. Guma down. But T1 holding on to hope, holding on to the fight. They have the man advantage. It's a 2 for 1 thus far. Doggo alive. Honkyu alive. The damage is there. Damage traded back onto Kaiwing. In goes Carry. Doran to follow. Honkyu trying to burn as quickly as he can. The root not gonna connect. T1 better in the exchange. Faker. Full confidence. Curtains called. Doggo has to back away. Owner
still going.
Ready. Flag. Drag. Doggo back under the tower. Doran going golden. Honkyu trying to turn it to Miasma, stopping Doran from getting out. The Hex Flash going. Carry out for 3, 2 down. Faker once more.
Tries to go.
In. Backstep. Turning forward.
The Miasma!
Tanking. Carry moving in. He has a big shield. And down he goes.
Oh no, that's worth though. The Dragon is up. We'll have to see if T1 can still make a play towards it. It looks like they're definitely going to get this turret if Faker and Carrick can get out. The contest should be possible, but look at the fog. No TP available, so I think they made it out.
They're chasing, but they didn't get the objective.
What a
They're still holding on. I mean, it's incredible. And also a little bit messy.
Yeah, they could have just backed off and done Dragon, I know. Because we take a look here, the block onto Junja, there's no vision, he just gets blown up immediately, but the split of the fight here where Owner is trying to deal with 2 people, which can't really do, and they did get it in top of Kuma's, yeah, why not, it's T1. Star Baron.
Kaiwing did grab the shutdown kill onto Guma though, which means much less gold into the back pocket of Rest.
It's 25 minutes, we cannot do Baron. As T1 have learned, CFO though, they still get the TP, so that is a win for T1. Does mean that Honkyu won't have that summoner available. T1 instead look like they want to turn it into a movement towards the Dragon here. Do note that Owner is just clearing his top side, wanting to get to a 3rd item, unheard of generally for a jungler. Is the poke from Guma going to again be something that T1 will rely on? Soften up these members, but CFO, 3 items done. Honkyu sitting
as the Seekers as well.
As the Seekers. So even if Owner finds a note, that might not be enough.
T1 denying as much as they can, taking as much space as they can. Scuttlecrab down does give CFO relative comfort to step up. Doran taking the Mega Blast Cone. A little bit of poke going over the wall. 8K. Doggo gets to open the fight with the curtain call. Carry fishing and he manages to find the ult. CFO hesitating for a moment. Junja wants to flip it. Ready to risk the 50-50. Carrier trying to zone him away. 3K, good diligence coming in. And they're going in for it. They manage to find the ulti bio. Faker is taking his corner ulti of his own, and it's Rest off on the side lane. Honkyu living for a moment, but Owner wants to make the difference. Casio goes golden. Rest in the back line. Mbessa. Junja. They can making it happen. T1 taken down in the pit.
T1 gets obliterated with CFO. They get the Dragon. But at a cost that surely is too much. The CFO make their way, the Flying Oysters on their way to the Baron.
And you thought it'd be simple. You thought with the Mbessa gone, it'd be a flip. T1 have the discipline not to flip it, to keep Junja at arm's length. It's a flash in. The risk, Owner secures. It feels like everything you could want for T1, but it's the fight where they find a way to crawl their way back in.
Faker with the ult. It's the miasma plus the ultimate from Hongq. He baits in Owner, keeps out or stuns Doran, and miasma's Faker. So while one part of T1 is trying to get on top of this backline and is unable to, Rest gets on top of the Varus, and as we highlighted, once he does, there is no way out.
The potential for CFO reignited is the goal now within touching distance. The last time Asia Pacific, the LCP, the LMS, the many names they've had historically, ever won a best of 5 against Korea. Taipei Assassins, Azubu Frost, 2012 World Finals Toys. We know the Oriana skin, you know the Nunu, you know the roster.
This is 13 years.
Unprecedented. CFO, they're not there yet, but they are on match point, and it is T1.
Do the math on how old Hongq was back then. It's insane!
I thought he was 5. I did the math. Kai Wing caught out, though. Guma looking for a quick punish. T1, a nice pick. Whatever story we want to tell, it's not done yet.
Certainly isn't Dracos. These fights have been back and forth, and it really feels like it comes down to how much can Hongq do, and can they keep Doggo safe? Rest has also been able to get onto the T1 backline very consistently. But with Poppy, you're never going to really feel safe at any point. Any fight can be turned around very quickly. If you overstep, if, say, Hongq, Doggo or Rest gets knocked away and T1 gets to still pull the trigger on a fight, which, let's be real, with Jarvan, you're not really getting away. If they want to force a fight, they can. But the gold lead, basically negligible at this point, and I'd argue that with Skarner, Mbessa, and Cassio, you're not feeling too bad about going into the later stage of the game.
Definitely aren't. But again, the pressure of execution. It's clear what T1 want to do. So many good proactive engage options. But they have to consider Guma in the back line. For a long time, the strongest relative member on the team, although Doggo has been catching up.
Pitch of Night now done for Guma.
That's big. Pope taking it away, though.
No objective on the map for a little bit of Rebel Baron power play, fairly minor. Denying it, though, is a big deal, and it mostly just means that CFO stick around in the game. Now, we do have the Chemtech Soul possibly there for T1. But if it was a Hextech, if it's an Infernal, even a Mountain, I think the value would be without question. Now, I'm not too sure if the Impale.
Initial start, Hongq off to the side. Keep your eyes on him. Equalizer cross trying to zone Hongq off. It's a good initial start. Owner in trouble though. And the knockback from Keria is big. Rest of the entire T1 lineup, and he lives for an extra moment. The curtains are called. And T1 are retreating. Backing away, Diligent, body blocking for the low health teammates.
Oh, double TP used for CFO. Single TP for Faker. Hongq actually TPing back into the fight after Keria knocked him out. And in the end, it's a lot of summoners being exchanged, but no one going down, and really this just felt like a precursor to the Drake fight that might decide the game.
Kai Wing, though, crucially no flash. Flash is up for everyone on the side of T1, so many resources, and it's going to come down to the slimmest of margins. Alt cooldowns, flashes, who has Zhonya's, who doesn't. Pot picked up by the side of Rest. 500 gold, it won't build towards another item, but he needs that immediate injection of stats. That's the state the game is in. He knows any fight could be the final fight of this game. And for CFO, very well could be the final fight of this series if they can come out on top.
T1 do have the luxury of trying to play for maybe a mid push, something else. There isn't a Baron on the map, obviously, but this is only the second Drake if CFO do get it, so I wouldn't be surprised to see T1 play fully for the fight, not necessarily to actually get this objective. Faker sitting on an Impale right now, but is spotted by Rest. Rest, by the way, was looking for that flank. If he can get on top of Guma again.
2.7, getting lower. Objective taken. T1 know that they don't have to overcommit for it. It's Faker on the side. Faker finding Rest. It's a big start to the fight. Junja realizes this is not the angle they can go for. Pick to start, but Doran wants more. T1 hungry for the chase.
Burn.
Rapid retreat from CFO, but T1 still chasing.
There's no turret. Faker's going to keep on chasing.
Big massive. This might just be. Flash forward. Ulti Doggo flashing out. Faker looking for the angle, stealing away the Nautilus ulti. Will lock up Doggo, but they don't quite have the follow-up. It's going to be Kai Wing to drop. They will take him down. Good kills to the side of T1. They don't get the Drake. But they put the gold back in their favor.
They can't push though, with Honkyu still alive. Same for the Jin.
But again, it's the slimmest of margins. The flash now gone for Doggo in the next fight. Yes, he has cleanse, but it's not going to do anything against the Flag and Drag. It's not going to do anything against the ultimate of the Jarvan.
It's Faker that finds the pick. 45 seconds on the Baron.
Junja looking for Faker. Goes golden, but Honkyu lays down the miasma, and Faker's got nowhere left to go. Tries to turn it back. Stealing one ulti. Stunned up. T1! Are they going to keep going? It's cost them so many times. Is this the right fight? They have to be asking themselves, but they don't even hesitate. They go in. They find their man. T1 keep going. They will not relent.
Just be careful. Rest is on his way. Level 17, Mbessa. A threat indeed. Faker goes down, but the timers are favorable for T1. 10 seconds on Nash. Bases are going to come in. I know this Team Dracos, they are going to gun straight for that objective. But CFO still have an opportunity. Obviously easy for Junja to make his way into this pit. There's Giga Cones, he's Skarner. Carriot not going to be given a base.
Guma throwing down a bit of poke. Rest tries to retake control of the mid lane. CFO ahead on tempo. Faker respawning in 6 will be first on the map. Neither mid laner having access to TP, although Faker's a little bit closer.
No def cap for Faker, absolutely huge. A spike for any AP character that at this point in the game feels like a necessity, not going to be available for him. I don't know how much gold he's sitting on, but not having that available can be the difference in this fight.
T1 need to wait for Zanya's. Such an important cooldown.
Could play it slow as well, but
no flash for Owner, no flash for Keria, although hard to tell with the exhaust heal. Might have it available in a few seconds after he does drop it mid-fight. Junja not having flash makes it pretty easy to knock him out of the pit. You highlighted it before. A vulnerable target for the Poppy. Ultimate as Junja starts going on to Guma. Smite, the ulti completely whiffs. And T1 see that as their sign to kick the fight off. Guma Yushi's ultimate managing to land, but it's Rest into the backside. Guma immediately, the exhaust coming in from Keria. It's clutch, but the rest of the fight falling apart for the side of T1. Doran has to make the difference. Doran has to burn them down, but it's Keria! He finds the angle to send them packing! Honkyu still going. An ulti, knocked back into the wall. The Cassio still going. Doran trying to burn him, trying to take him out. It's Guma to follow. Going golden. An extra moment, but Honkyu drops T1. Willing to trade blood for silver, giving everything they have to go to game 5. Rest running.
So this is flash. T1 know that they can't really do the objective and good conscious about their jungler. So they want an exit kill. Not going to be given one though. As Rest needs to be respected. The mobility. Absolutely crazy. That does mean though there's no flash on Honkyu as we take a look. Junja, the hero of his region. So many consecutive first place finishes, doesn't find Guma. And then Keria steps in front to ensure that Rest doesn't get on top of the Varus immediately. And Doran in the back line, together with Owner, already doing great work. But with the arrival of Keria and that ultimate taken away, the biggest damage dealer that at that point is still available for CFO. T1, they want to bring us to a game 5. That wasn't enough though, because as big as it was, as good as getting that flash is, still need to do more.
Definitely do. Take a chance. Whether you're here in the stadium or at home, take a breath. T1 still in a comfortable position. The onslaught of poke, something that CFO have to contend with. Every single fight has been bloody. Summoner spells, maybe the most important resource in this game.
Gold lead is basically negligible at this point in the game, doesn't really matter. Faker, still no def cap by the way.
Island. Junja coming through the wall. Threatening posturing. Guma popping the Yomus.
As soon as that Edge of Night is down.
Doran on the side, Honkyu, the crucial member.
T1 not looking like they are in a position to make a play. He's got to have def cap.
He has TP, but there's one good ward behind. Potentially an angle to flank near the Wolves.
I think T1 are going to play for the fight again. Oh, that's a deep flank.
Ulti across the team. Honkyu waiting over the wall. 2K willing to flip it, and they manage to get the chem deck. Drake 3-3 across the board, but T1 now wants the fight. Rest off to the side. Baker trying to find the lockup. Doggo for now completely untouched. Ulti stolen away, but he manages to sidestep Rest. Still going, doing everything that he possibly can, but it's already down for Junja. Baker finding the kill, going in onto Doggo. He gets another.
They need this to be the final fight. They need to execute CFO here. They need to take it to game 5. Hongq falls, desperate to turn it back, but look at his damage on the way in. The interrupt on the flag and drag. Hongq gets an extra second. Carrier knocked up. Hongq still just raining down damage. Only 18. The flag and drag coming up. He goes down. Guma out of nowhere finishes the kill. We are going to game number 5, Dracos. The CFO, despite their most valiant efforts, can't actually take down T1 in the 4th game. They're gonna have side selection.
It's time for Silver Scrapes.
T1, hold on. In the face of defeat, they bring us to Silver Scrapes. 1 game left. And what else is there to say? 4th Silver Scrapes at this MSI. Let's send it over to the desk to talk about the looming game 5.
What an amazing game! What an amazing game!
It's
so
happening!
It is happening. I've mostly been hosting 5-game series. I'm really, really happy about this. What a game! Because even if T1 takes this one, CFO kept on fighting. They didn't stop. The recovery after the early game that they had was absolutely phenomenal, especially for Rest, for his Ambessa. But let's roll back a bit here because it all started from Owner trying to set up his solo laners here.
Yeah, and I think that this is what we wanted to see from T1, right? We'll get into some of the later team fights, CFO clawing back, but really what started and kicked this off were these early plays, right? Hongq going in on the Casio, thinking he's able to get the better of Faker. Guess who's there? Owner, and Owner has his back, and that gets Faker ahead. He goes topside, he gets Doran ahead, he pays it forward, and that's where, this is exactly what I did want to see from T1.
And we will get there because it was a long back and forth game. That final fight to me was interesting because Silas comes in and joins the fight late. So, of course, Dragon goes over to CFO with the secure, but just watch Hongq joining in and Carrier says, get the hell out of there. So then no carry there. That's a 4v5, and it's just straight up T1 finishing the fight.
Yeah, and this felt like the most one-sided fight that they were able to get, because previously, all the fights leading up to this, of which there were many, they went really, really back and forth where a few carries, a few players on each team would get eliminated. This was kind of the final game-clinching fight after, again, honestly, I thought T1 had this game absolutely wrapped up by mid-game.
Yeah, the game is just getting incredibly chaotic. If just one of those moments where if CFO, knowing that Silas is still on the top side of the map, were able to have stronger positioning, like Casio just wasn't in position. And usually in the last Dragon fights, Nautilus is in position to try and like cancel out anything that Poppy is trying to do. So that was just one of those moments where CFO just didn't have the right play or positioning there. And that just sucks for them because they were really clawing it back.
They were really clawing it back, but that's the thing, like with a game like this, they have to take every chance they can. They have to take every fight they can. And for this Dragon, they had to commit, but rolling back to the beginning of the game, Emily, you were talking about this. Hongq committing a bit too much. He doesn't know Owners here.
Yeah, and I mean, Hongq absolutely showed up in this game, right? Like, he later had some insane plays, thought he could go in. Then again, Faker paying it forward to Doran.
Yeah, and even, honestly, he saw Owner. Like, the ward expired, but it expired when he saw the J4. He just thought he could take the 1v2, or he was just so focused on that single play, and Faker ran away with it. So the early game goes in T1's favor, and you're like, okay, it's starting to build now.
Absolutely, and especially when you look at the composition that T1 had, putting Doran ahead in the early game with this Rumble, you know that it's going to be useful in fights because we had a lot of good opportunities for Doran to have amazing equalizers and actually grabbing every fight that T1 could get. And for me, in the early to mid game, that's exactly what set the pace. Really nice TP from Doran, really nice equalizers, but you always had CFO fighting back.
Hongq getting the Zhonyas here so he's able to survive. Him and Doggo just basically gliding on the outskirts of the fight. So that was the moment. You're like, okay, final fight for T1. They take this fight, they end the game. It was not that case at all. The DPS from Cassio and Jin were just that big. And he didn't even go for the Mosquito build, the Yomus and all that.
Yeah,
he went, not at all. When Collector's IE was building towards LDR, he was a really strong Jin at that point in the game.
Looking at the game and looking at the one that Guma Yoshi had, I feel like DRX just woke up in the middle of the night with those steals with Varus. What a monster performance from him.
We even saw the like patented Guma steal on an objective, right?
Oh, true.
With the Varus.
Throwback to World's Finals.
Yeah. I mean, the game did get kind of difficult for him in some of these fights when Rest was able to get through onto the backline, but I thought he played really, really well. And again, we talked about two of the players that really helped T1 get here and really, really stepped up. It was Guma and it was Doran.
100%. And it's actually just hilarious because you're right. A lot of those fights that we didn't see in these replays, Doran was just cooking them.
Yep.
You're
literally cooking them.
Literally cooking them. Just like 1v4, burning them alive. And you're like, okay, this seems like Rumble is, balanced. And then you see Mbessa on the other side of the fights. You're like, okay, Mbessa is destroying Guma and he is not dying.
These are champions that we're not going to see again here being in Fearless Draft, despite the fact that the goal difference over time really goes into T1's favor. There you go. You have to really appreciate the fact that they kept on fighting. It was a close game.
There it is.
They kept it close. There it is. This Varus damage that we were talking about. We're going to head into game 5 in a few minutes. That is not something that I thought I would have said at the beginning of the day, but the Oysters kept crawling back and fighting here in this series. Can they take down the current world champion? Or is it going to be T1 finally being able to close out this series? We'll be right back after this. Vancouver, turn out Silver Scribes!
3-3 across the board, but T1 now wants the fight. Rest off to the side. Faker trying to find the lockup. Doggo for now completely untouched. Ulti stolen away, but he manages to sidestep Rest. Still going, doing everything that he possibly can, but it's already down for Junja. Faker finding the kill, going in onto Doggo. He gets another 3 down.
And we are back here in Vancouver ahead of Game 5 between CFO and T1. What an amazing series it's been so far.
Are you not entertained? This has been such an amazing series. I would have not have expected it to be even anywhere
what was your
close to
prediction
this.
at the beginning of the day? Because we have to own up to our predictions.
It may have been 3-0 T1.
I was 3-1 T1.
I was 3-0 T1. I couldn't have been more wrong, but honestly, CFO coming back with the energy that they brought at first stand. Not only they bring the upset, but they bring them with style.
Yeah, and the big thing for me is that last game, right?
Yeah.
It looked all in T1's favor until CFO really started clawing back in these team fights. We were like, okay, how is Hongyu going to look on this Casio? There's some things about this composition that's a little bit more difficult to execute in some of these fights. And they did so well, and it made it an insanely close game.
Yeah, and there are some aspects with what CFO's been throwing at them that is unpredictable. Like throughout the series, we saw the Swain. I really enjoyed that one, Swain, Trundle, and the Galio. That has been something they've been kind of dealing with. Another aspect has just been the top laner swap.
Yep.
This time around, they're sticking with Rest.
We have one of the only teams in the world who can play around a 6-man roster as beautifully as they do. With the recovery that Rest got with Mbessa, he's gonna stay here. So Emily, are we hyped about Rest on the top lane against Doran, against the Krog Lord?
Yeah, I mean, Rest has some kind of like weirder picks, I guess, to driver. Like, I don't think you can necessarily think of them as just tanks and just carries, because that's a little bit too simple. But he sometimes has some interesting things up his sleeve. And what I'm looking to see if this is potentially a Jace angle, which I think is the other big pick, in addition to something like the Cassante that we haven't yet seen from him. So I'm wondering if they're going to go with that.
Yeah, it's interesting because even in the last game where we put the Ornn on the side of
the
driver,
Ornn ban?
it was still banned because they don't know what to expect. They're still going to be a little bit afraid of it. And if you take a step back and look at the wider series, there's just not a lot that T1 really expected here. I don't know if they expected it to go as far as it did. And so these team fights have been crazy and they need to be locked in for this one.
And then for T1, I really loved what I saw early in that last game. That's exactly what I wanted to see, right? Like, get Faker going, get him into side lanes. That was great. Keep it up. And don't throw in team fights.
Don't throw in team fights. Don't throw in team fights.
Okay, so we got our predictions and how bad we are. I'm not flipping just yet, but I need to hear from Vancouver.
Oh, yeah.
Do we have any CFO believers?
Do we have any T1 stands? Are they closing out this series?
That's a louder T1 sentiment there.
A lot of support to the world champion. What are we looking at though on the side of CFO? We have a few seconds left here. We've talked about Junjia. He's making this team complete here. All the sides of the map are shining.
I still haven't seen his Lee Sin. I want to be able to see him play something like that gets on the map actively, defends his lane. That's a pick that I'm looking for.
It is Fearless Draft. We might as well. Faker meditating on stage, but what is a world champion to some flying oysters? Let's find out right now. Casters, over to you.
Thank you so much, Lore. The energy in here, electric. The pressure on both these lineups. Elimination may not be at stake, but God, it feels like it.
It really does.
And a reminder that it's okay to breathe. There will still be an early game. There will still be time
breathing
before the Nexus falls.
Full gas!
You may use your full seat, not just the edge of it, for this brief moment in time.
No, we're not even a draft yet. And I'm going to 100 as fast as I can, Dracos.
I feel you. That's how it feels, and that must be how it feels to the players on stage. The pressure on them to reset, to take a breath as we enter picks and bans, powered by Omen and HyperX. CFO back to the blue side. Talia once again hitting the bench. T1 don't want to see it. It's Game 5 Fearless, so there's not a lot left in a lot of different positions. It's time to start cooking. Rest on stage. See what T1 have up their sleeves. Red side means someone is getting counterpick, and each and every T1 player can be pretty lethal with that option.
As we get to Game 5, So many of the mainstays no longer available. Few of them going to remain banned. After seeing the impact that Owner had on the Jarvan, I think the Lee ban, very obvious. Whereas, despite what the scoreline may tell you, everyone that watched that game knew that Honky was a raid boss. Those bans, toward him, keep them coming. As it was mostly Faker's impact outside of the lane, able to very quickly make his impact known on the rest of the map.
And again, just a new generation of mid laner. He was 6.
Unreal.
When Faker went to Worlds. Made that run. With SKT back in the day. T1 debating what the final ban is going to be. Renekton, TF, Lee Sin, a lot of safe blind picks taken away.
Big top laner still open. Ornn. Gnar, Camille. So we could be looking towards. But in a game 5 like this, we'll see. In theory, the ability to get a lot of value out of being on red side is there.
Jace, makes me nervous is what Jace does.
Yeah.
Jace, a champion who can take over games. Jace, a champion who can fall apart, most certainly. Rest known for bringing that spice. Oh.
We are looking. We knew it wasn't going to be blind GP. It's going to be the Ornn. Guaranteed engage. Despite the fact that, shockingly, this deep into this series there are still Rakan, Alistar, Rel, all on the table. But this guarantees that you will have the opportunity to try and make some big engage plays, and this series has been all about the team fights.
Certainly has. And this is a tendency we've seen from CFO before. Domestically, when their back was against the wall, they defaulted to scaling. They put their faith in that late game team fighting. And in game 1, they did almost weather the storm. They did have that better early game. But now with Jace locked in, potentially the Sejuani combo alongside of it, this is going to be tough.
A lot of comfort here. Jace for Doran. Theoretically, could be flexed. We have seen some LCK teams do it. And my guess would be maybe an AD carry or support pickup here on free. But first, what is CFO going to go towards? Great pick. The pick away. I like it a lot. Ensuring there's no Poppy in the game anymore. You pick away one of Guma's best champions.
And a champion they banned most other games. And finally, Kaiwing had the Nautilus previously, now has that reliable engage source. Keria, this is where we need to see those counter picks.
And into Rakan, we've seen things like Maokai. Poppy, obviously, after that last game, pretty sure CFO will be happy they're off the table. As this is another old, reliable for the GOAT as he picks up the Orianna here. Ball delivery system, obviously, in the form of the Sejuani. And then, I guess, maybe some additional bans to try and ensure that Faker has a decent matchup. Because what he did on Sylas in that game 1, despite the skill shots not always landing, the pressure that he provided was undeniable. And even though, in some cases, like in the top lane play, might have been better if he played it a bit more slow. T1 wouldn't have had the early game if it wasn't for him immediately ganking Doran. What was it, level 4? After he got an early lead.
Making that play happen, and that is what you want, again, when the pressure is on you to perform, when you are the expected favorite in the series, or at least we're coming into the day.
Yeah.
Now a lot feels uncertain.
That's a great point, Dracos.
But Orianna, you said old, reliable. I mean, it would be hard to think of a player in the world currently playing who probably has more games on this pick than Faker does.
Goes for a lot of champions as the Lulu taking away yet another, even though the champion has seen repeated round of nerfs. This is, I think, the type of situation where you will always just be able to get good value. The fact that Braum is gone, you're going to be very happy about a CFO. Does mean that it makes it a lot harder to actually block the Ornn ultimate. It's the Ahri taken away here.
Trying to limit early game playmakers and comfort. Q 3 games on the pick.
Still have Kindred available. Could be an angle. Can go towards more tankiness. We saw the Mundo come out from Junja as well. What is that mid jungle going to be? AD carry, I think most likely here, and then carry up, probably cooking up something for the R5. That is the Jinx. Already a lot of support available for this pick, and a pick that, as Guma knows very well as well, Xayah really struggles with the range advantage. Is a big deal.
Powerful scaling. Orianna, the Jinx. Is it something that CFO want to match, or do they want to play for an earlier stage of the game? A lot of hovers. A lot of hovers. Okay, Tristana locked in. Maybe a Lilia to follow. Gives them the magic damage that their composition needs. Decent into the tanky junglers. But they need a magic damage jungler at this point. Likely the mid lane Tristana. I mean, likely, yeah, it's the mid lane Tristana.
Is it Nidalee?
Elveth?
Could be looking towards that as well.
Sejuani will be unkillable if they take this risk, but they will have a powerful early game.
Happy to make consideration.
Zyra.
He brings back the Zyra. Saw him pull it out in the mid-season playoffs as well. Gonna go back as the carrier Kench comes through, colloquially and domestically known as the Engage Kench, which, given how today's series has played out, should come as no surprise. So to summarize, top lane prio definitely there for T1. Rest just looking to absorb the blow. Mid jungle, the setup isn't great, but if you can start getting ahead early, this clear speed of the Zyra obviously really tough to deal with. And then bot lane, the laning matchup is favored, but no one should be dying in that 2v2.
Most likely not. But we've seen a lot of lanes, a lot of situations we didn't expect to be explosive, turn into bloodbaths, turn into fist fights early. We've got double 80 carry scaling on one side, the Orianna and the Jinx on the other. Both sides with some solid engage options. CFO certainly favored there, but in the straight front to back, Tom Kench and a control mage, and kind of the OG scaling hyper carry alongside Sivir. It's a lot to deal with.
As we go into game number 5, a lot of the games blown up early, but I think this one might go the distance, Dracos. And all I ask is for a competitive game with a fair share of blowouts in this series, but come on, for game 5, we gotta bring the fire!
That we do. Winner of the series, moving on to face BLG, loser, face Marvy Starkoi. Chance next to me, but I think they need more. Should we help?
Let's help!
T1 fans, I hear you, but CFO, I hear some chants here and there. I need to hear you together. If you believe in CFO, if you believe in the upset, let me hear you now, Vancouver!
The T1 fans, one last time!
Nothing's happened and it's already a sick game, dude. Oh.
All right, no action, first 15 minutes, let's go.
All right, we're looking at Junja's early clear. You mentioned it before. If an AP jungler gets any kind of early advantage, exponential scaling on that clear speed. On the opposite side for Owner, much more playmaking, yes, most certainly, but historically, the AP options were what were good into the tank junglers. But we saw with the Jarvan, Owner needed to make those early plays happen, and he did. Really started snowballing T1 in this game as Hongq determined to play aggressive. Rocket jump level 1.
Gonna deny a minion from Faker. PTA procced. Hongq gonna be decently happy with that. Getting a good amount of Doran's Blade value. So Rest also going for the Unsealed Spellbook. Really further leaning into what we kind of expected, which is try and interact as little as possible with the Jace. And he goes again with the E.
Level 2. Satchel Charge laid down some damage onto Faker, keeping the push going. Owner for now focused on his own clear.
Oh, and look at Junja. That rep buff dying while he was already basically at his Raptors, showing his knowledge of the Zyra clear.
Good news for T1 is it looks like they spotted the movement from Zyra. They had vision in that brush, so seeing that Junja is about a camp ahead right now, and that is just the difference in these champions, their relative clear speed. That much more opportunity to either reset or get an early gank off. Kaiwing on the bottom side of the map. Person with the most setup.
Hongq early base into TP. into dropping a ward where Owner got him a bunch of times in the last game. This is game 5. You don't want to give up any free early advantages. Junja, there's the full clear. Owner, he's still on his red. One of the big reasons why we see the Zyra sub 3-minute clear.
On cue. 2, 3 autos, waiting for the 4th to get the reset. Faker chunked out. Does still have his TP, but on cue. Trying to keep him here, trying to jail him here. Junja on the way. Plant, just a bit of damage. This is where it gets hard. Honkyu ready to rocket jump over the wall if he has to.
I don't think he can back there.
Faker losing so much. Because he had the TP, the health trade might not have mattered, but because they pushed this wave in, CFO able to grab that first plate, only further establish that gold advantage for Honkyu. And if he gets this wave in, likely to get the free reset as well.
Textbook place to come through. As a rest.
Dash out, but on the edge of death there.
He's healing up. Yeah, I think, especially against Ornn with the W available, I don't know if you want to run the risk. It looks like that's not the case. But again, these early game, it's textbook. You load into the draft, Tristana as prio, try and harass as much as possible. You have so much tempo as Zyra into Sejuani. And even though they don't get Faker, they're not able to get his flash, which I think also would have been a really big win. They're able to get a plate, an early experience lead. CS still somewhat even, or relatively even, I say. So it's dead even here between Honkyu and Faker.
They balance it out. Kaiwing needs to be a little bit careful here. Base damage from Tahm Kench, very powerful.
Engage Kench.
Engage Kench is expected. Also, as a side note, we do have 4 unsealed spell books, a first in an international game. So that's both supports, rest, and owner. So
good luck calling smite fights,
don't. So yeah, there's going to be up to 3 smites at any given point in this game. So yeah, we'll just keep our eyes on the kill feed, shall we, to see who actually gets it. Is once again another very positive topside trade. Kaiwing not able to body block that.
Oh, and it's looking like early game link in the accepting mid. His owner might be caught here.
Voucher charge, good damage down on the owner, but they don't really have great follow-up at this point. Instead, they're going to turn back onto Faker. Junja grasping roots. Does manage to get him. A little bit of damage on the Faker. They don't quite want to commit for anything else, but Faker doing what he can to weather the storm here as Kaiwing and Doggo.
This is what we're talking about. It's just a range advantage. Just, you know, Honkyu is looking, but Faker actually getting a good amount of free poke there. Shields down now. Rocket jump is available, but he can't do it with the turret the way it is.
Ready to wrap around in the mid lane. Meanwhile, on the top side, Rest! Taken down by Doran. In game 5, when you need him most, there he is. A matchup he had to win, almost 800 gold already in his favor.
Parker Lord arrives exactly when he means to. The head-to-head was already going well, but as Ornn, you're expected to take a bit of a beating, but we've upgraded from a bit to kind of a knockout punch here early on. Doran finding the solo kill. We'll see CFO answer, knowing that a lot of attention was paid 41 towards the top side of the map. They're all on recalls as well, but they do this pretty slowly. Owner's there.
Junja looking for the root, looking for the knockup. Owner taking a decent amount of damage, but I don't really think they have enough to finish the kill before anyone else arrives. Keria does have access to the Abyssal Voyage, moving in.
It's going to reset.
Oh, devastating for the side of CFO. Just able to grab that aggro.
On the way.
Now here comes Keria, but Honkyu's on the way here too.
He has smites!
Keria in the midst of the team. Keria with a smite ready to go. And then the end of the day, it's a different support. It's Kaiwing. Supports across the board. Kaiwing escaping. Google watches. He can't finish it.
And the dragon goes to Kaiwing. The one smite I don't think we noticed. Guma flashes but doesn't get the final auto as Doran.
Doran Resto going toe-to-toe. Nice flash to get away. Respecting the all-in potential of an Ornn with level 6. He's also taken Ignite from the Summoner Spellbook. Boy, I hate this room, but it's so hype.
And if you were worried that the tension would be there in game number 5, I'm not so worried anymore. Yeah, it's there. It's good.
T1 with a gold lead. It's almost entirely Doran. It's on him to push this lead forward and either break that tower or give his lead to someone else. Support another lane. See if he wants to just keep the pressure on Rest.
One of the
Gage, nice combo. Pull back onto Faker, good initial dive. Keria coming in, but he's only level 5. They can't quite finish the kill on the Orion. Kaiwing needs a way out. Gleaming Quill gives him a bit of help. Trying to get behind the minions.
Ooh, Keria has his Devour there. I think Kaiwing dies, but not going to be the case.
Really low though. I don't know if he can afford to stick around. Doesn't have ulti, neither does Faker.
I do think, looking at the compositions again with how a lot of these early fights play out, T1 with both Jinx and Jace actually have so much effective range. Can be hard on the Zyra to really get the most value, right? There are drafts where if your opponents are mostly short range, forced to jump into you. There's so much you can do, but this time around, Junja is going to be relying on Rest and Kaiwing setting him up. Kaiwing, especially after that early play, you got to be feeling good about, but Rest definitely struggling in the lane. I don't think that's going to change anytime soon. His owner starts up the grubs here early on.
The other big thing is this Jace is a constant pressure point, which means setup is that much harder. We know the dream situation for the Zyra, that you have to fight into her.
Owner's like, not again. Doesn't even have smite. Doesn't matter.
To get it, Junja now on the way. Hongq on the way. Keria, only level 5, can't save the day, but they're looking for a little bit more. Hongq goes right in and is going to try to take down Owner. It's a solid ult to kick things off. Owner going to fall, goes over the wall. Satchel Trojan just barely lives. And they managed to get all the grubs. Excuse me, no, the last one taken away. I thought the Jinx got it, but
it was close, but not quite. It's Rest not able to join. Obviously also still sitting on the Ignite, but even with TP, wouldn't have mattered. Doran is keeping him locked in lane.
The gold close. T1 slightly ahead. Scruggs spots them with the sweeper. Kaiwing goes in, doesn't find his target, and now they're forced to back away. Hongq. Faker! Push back. Flash is out of safety. Faker now on the chase. Flash of his own. One more auto will seal the deal. One more auto, and he gets it! Redemption for the first few games. Faker finds his form in Game 5. The laning phase will not belong to Hongq again.
That's the reps on Orianna right there, paying off. As that is now the second solo kill found for T1. The CFO games, both of them could not be more one-sided. Master classes in snowballing the game.
And even in the midst of the explosive action mid lane, it's still just Doran on the bottom side of the map, slowly but surely extending this gold lead. Rest, there's just nothing he can do.
And for Junja, there is so much he needs to do, right? Like, he can't help the tank. Needs to try and play towards his top side that's getting pushed in as, Rest.
Rest in trouble, drops the Ignite early.
Because of his W. That's going to be enough. No wave right now. Junja looking for top. A punish would be huge here.
Keria level 6.
Oh, no ult for Kaiwing.
Can try to take Guma out. Junja locked up, goes for the root. Good sidestep. Means everything's fine, and that hurts for CFO.
There's not too much of a cross map, but that is going to be yet another chicken camp being picked up by Owner here. And Junja, because
Rocket
he's
to cancel
the tempo.
T1 know they're in the lead. They know they've got these winning lanes, and they just want to keep pushing.
As Owner. Oh, saw the ward coming.
Owner ready to go. Sees the TP coming in, though. Kaiwing on the way. Now ticking over to level 6.
Faker doesn't have flash, so there is a lot more playmaking potential here for CFO. They need to answer towards this top side, though, because of the play that they found to cancel. T1 just keeps on pushing. So Junja needs to deal with bot side because they're getting pushed in. Because Guma has range advantage. Kaiwing and Dogo can't do too much. And then obviously Rest is going to struggle, but you can kind of let that one go at least for now. But then the fact that Hongq with the early leads just now got solo killed by Faker means that that lead is gone as well. And that's why the
another back
Zyra isn't even ahead.
And you're starting to see the cracks in the armor. CFO.
Guma?
So many explosive early games as Guma. Calls out Junja, good initial route, ulti to follow, so much damage now into the Jinx. Junja can't quite follow it up at a big chunk. Keria immediately sprinting up to the top side, knowing he needs to be there to defend his AD carry. Ghost burned. Flash now up for Guma.
I don't think he can. Reinforcements are on the way though, and
Junja has to be careful.
Might be trying to play it a little greedy here as Keria.
Ulti, flash over the wall coming in from Junja, sees the Tom Kench, but in comes the Rakan just in time. Guma playing on the edge, however. Devour there to keep Owner standing. Doggo wants to finish that kill, but they can't get anything. And the wave now deleted. They're likely to tank this. Knockout coming in from the Tom Kench. Doggo still going forward. Ulti coming from Jinx. Doggo finds the first kill. Hongq ready to go over the wall. Feathers fly. Doggo wants to stay safe.
Keria still stuck. There's no TPs available. No one can help him.
Faker uncontested mid lane. Missile dive coming out. Doggo has to be careful though. Keria does a lot of damage. The Q healing as well, going to be clutch, but a few plates to the side of CFO. Unfortunately, Faker's still pushing in the mid lane.
And what they will deny, a lot of resources from Guma, still feels like a trade as opposed to just a win for CFO. I think they're still going to be happy about it.
Battle Kench.
Unless Hongq should be fine here. Keria.
Use the rocket jump. Ulti forced. Keria putting down a lot of pressure there. Rest doing what he can in this bot side
It's
matchup.
scary, man. Giant catfish walking towards you.
I mean, if you hit the Q, you're going to hit the W. Tough situation.
A lot of minions going by the wayside here for CFO, but I think those kills and the fact that Guma doesn't just get to run away with this matchup, put some resources into Doggo, definitely a good call there from the LCP representatives.
Certainly helps out. Again, range is the big issue. How do you get in range? Some defensive tools of your own. It's not like T1 have the greatest engage options, but if Jinx can keep you at arm's length, it might not matter as Kaiwing spots Carrier. Carrier pretty damn tanky, and Faker hungry for blood on that top side. Didn't hesitate to go on in the last game, won't hesitate to do it again here.
Ulting for tempo is Rest!
Rest looking for the angle, but it's just not enough. Down he goes. The feat of warfare, the rocket. Not gonna connect. T1 starting to run away with it. CFO.
Carrier has exhaust available.
Looking for the return play, well highlighted. Lock it too. I don't think there's a dive angle here, but CFO are desperate to find something. Junja's damage is okay, but
he does have the Leandries. I feel like they're pressed into this. On the other end of the map, Owner's taking Dragon. Doran is just pushing. They gotta try.
CFO, they need this to work. Taking their time. Junja, good lockup. Ulti going down. Carrier standing next to Faker. Faker not gonna get caught though.
They can't.
They get nothing.
They lose the first turret. Reinforcements arrive. And CFO see T1 take a great trade now.
Stone Cold unfazed. CFO still pushing. Carrier ready to go. Doggo walking forward, and Carrier's there. He sees the play coming. Doggo goes up, comes right back down. Feathers pulled back. They can't quite finish Carrier. Doggo exhausted, and down he goes. Carrier still standing. His Doran is there right in time. It's a TP in, but it's too damn late. HonkQ wants something back, but Owner will not let him have it. T1, an incredible fight, and it's starting to feel like there's nothing left in Game 5 for CFO.
And as the arena erupts, the pressure is relentless. Topside turret falls. Mid lane falls. The dive, a failure, and CFO. They got so insanely close. I understand why they go for this play. Again, they're losing on all the other sides of the map. It's a Hail Mary, but T1 is ready. Even though Doggo's timing is good, the exhaust means that Carrier just stays alive. Doran shows up, and then HonkQ feels priced in. Maybe he can get a kill. The fact that he doesn't even get the Kench, even if it wouldn't have made the play better, it's insult to injury, and Junja can only watch as his teammates are taken down one by one by T1.
Fans erupt, even as Faker is stone cold. And you gotta give credit to Carrier. The Poppy game, so many incredible moments. It's hard to replicate that on Tom Kench, but he was exactly where he needed to be. The exhaust,
it's the engage Kench, man.
Perfectly timed to keep Faker standing.
Oh, CFO though, they're not gonna give up.
Certainly aren't. Lock up there, ulti going in onto Faker. Faker likely to get taken down.
That's
will live. Big shutdown, but in the meantime, the rest of the map falling apart. Rest in trouble as Owner goes 1v1 versus the Ornn. And Doran still just keeps pushing these waves forward. Rest using the unsealed heal. Trying to do what he can, but there's two towers being assaulted. CFO, they're finding 1 or 2 kills back, but look at the difference in gold. 5,000 in the favor of T1. They can play team deathmatch all they want, but T1 are playing the entire map.
And yes, we see the bounty. It's going to be picked up here by HonkQ, most likely with the E. Although, he might be paying, because Junja's looking to get ahead of the play, looking to get ahead of the punish. Maybe just trying to execute, but I don't know if that's going to happen with the Jays. Same for HonkQ, but he's stuck, Dracos!
That he is. Junja also caught out!
Not
he gets
like
taken down.
It gets the execute.
The execute crucial. They're trying to donate the kill. They give it to Faker. And that is not what you want to see. You do not want to see 3 members of T1 standing in front of you while you have a blinking red health bar waiting for the appropriate carry to come get the gold. It feels like the writing is on the wall.
And in theory, right, if Rest can get to level 13, 14, start giving out these ornaments. If Doggo can be set up by the rest of his team, you have double AD carry as well. Your mid to late game team fights are absolutely disgustingly strong. But T1, they're just not going to let you get, and let's be real, it's not like their team fight is bad.
He out from Rest, CC there, Kaiwing trying to make the difference. Ulti going in, the Forge got called, but Junja already exhausted once again. The carries just cannot get their damage down. CFO still stepping forward, uncertain if they can keep this fight going. T1 happy to take the tower and retreat.
CFO holding on to the remnants of their base, knowing it's taken just, it's 17 minutes in. It's a 6K gold lead.
And you wished for a close game 5.
Yeah, that's my bad.
And you're not going to get it, it would appear.
Well, hey, never say never.
Never say never.
I'm a glass half full kind of guy.
Glass half full.
Sure. We do need some
things.
shenanigans. Yeah, something needs to happen.
Some oopsies.
I'm looking at maybe another Dragon Steel.
It's possible.
Maybe an Otacon.
Definitely possible.
Baron? Yeah.
You've listed lots of places where people throw games.
Exactly.
What I will say is...
Diving too deep on the Nexus, that's a classic.
I think when you think about T1, we said it before, they're a team that always peaks at the right time. And usually I think about it as series. But right now I'm thinking about it as games, because in game 5 they've been clutch. They found Junja. Nice McHale's coming through from Kaiwing to keep him standing, so T1 not able to find that pick.
No reset.
But they do get some major cooldowns. Faker just waiting in the brush. Ward over the wall too. Ball there. Owner still stepping forward. Carrier ready to back him up if he needs to. Shockwave only connecting onto Rest, not the ideal target. But Faker just, and the rest of T1 just don't want to let them back into their own jungle. Trying to keep the pressure on, but it's Honq. Not afraid to step forward.
Shielding. Carrier was still in the area as well. Still at Locket, still at Heal, still at Devour. This is the problem, is that when you get ahead with a composition with both Orianna and Kench, T1 can't just have someone be a little bit too far forward. There is so much shielding, so much safety that's available here.
It's also incredibly difficult because the exhausts that are coming in from having double Summoner Spellbook just make it so easy. If anyone does even manage to pop off, is CFO.
Should be able to get the bounty. It's about the exit here, Dracos.
T1 playing for the kills. 2.3K. Where's the objective going to go? 1600 Dragon getting lower. Ornn called. Owner trying to retreat. Honq into the back line. The rest of CFO a little bit split. Faker about to fall, but Faker remains standing. Crucially, carried in the midst of the team. Feathers ready to go. T1 continue to advance anyway. Unconcerned. Doggo pulls the Feathers back.
On a flank. He's behind them.
Owner ready to go. Shockwave connecting on a Junja, getting down whatever damage he can. Owner playing with his food, keeping him slow to Shock Blast. Massive damage. The ulti! He slides, he glides, he finds the angle, and carry is not done.
Buddy, calm down. He's in the base.
He's looking to break it open. Not what I expected to see at 20 minutes, the Tom Kench solo push, but here we are, T1. When they find the lead, they are a terrifying team.
Oh, and
CFO are being reminded of that very quickly.
They're not going to be in a position to try and contest this. Otacon picks off one of the list, or possibilities on our list. Just not going to happen. Honq close to a second item, but still so far away. Doggo has his, but he, again, is always going to be reliant. Xayah, when you're playing into Orianna, when you're playing into Jinx, his character just has very, very limited effective range. As Aguma now sitting on his IE. Faker's just going Death Gap second.
He's locked in. He knows they have the damage advantage. If he gets a good ulti off, it does not matter if he dies. They will wipe the fight. Doran.
Opportunity?
He's 5,000 gold ahead individually.
We haven't talked about him in a bit.
He could just give money to any one of his teams and they'd all be an item ahead of their opposition.
That's an absolutely insane. And more importantly,
the ornaments don't balance this out. They're like 1,000 gold worth of stats apiece.
Whoa, he's also level 12. There's no ornaments. There's nothing there.
I don't know where he goes to farm. He's another support.
Oh. And Doran on the Jace.
Oh.
Poignancy of the moment. Not lost, I think, on any T1 fan. Opportunity now ready. Started with his early solo kill. Bolstered by help from Owner. CFO just desperately holding on. Only a game and a half ago, it seemed like they were on the verge of doing something that had not been done in 13 years.
Now it's feeling very far away as T1, again, sometimes they misstep. When it matters, they always seem to show up. And you can see Death Cap completed for Faker, double items for Guma. Just bits and pieces for Honq. Doggo at least has 2 items of his own, but again, the range. I don't even know how they walk up into this team. Even without the Tom Kench, these fights would be hard as Doggo loses so much of his HP.
There's the
The
turn.
CFO determined to try and find the fight, looking for the lock-up on the carry. It's Torn who's been exhausted. Torn in the midst of the team. They're trying to burn through this Jason, get that shutdown as quick as they can, but the shot claim is good. The reset is there. Guma's damn well getting excited even as the feathers fly. The knockback from Honky was decent. They're trying to hold on, but T1, they want to end it quick.
They just don't have the money. They don't have the stats. They don't have the items. Donor is just standing there leisurely tanking the turn, and Doggo trying to hold on.
There's nowhere for him to go. His base is falling to pieces. The fountain, the last bastion of safety in this game 5. T1 only 23 minutes in.
No. No, 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 not like this, Dracos. 3 seconds,
on.
I don't think they can actually end. Junja on his way.
Doggo dead.
Maybe a TP angle, but the people of TP not alive just yet.
And at this stage of the game, 10,000 gold for T1. It would take a miracle for CFO to find a way back in. T1 will give them the respect to play it safe, to play it smart. But the map is just getting smaller and smaller.
They don't get to play the game, right? It's why we always talk about when you get to this point, you just don't have the items to take anyone down unless they massively overstep. And T1, they've been playing pretty deliberate as I say that. Faker will be found here by Rest. Has his own
chase.
now.
3 members of T1 waiting over the wall, and it was a trap. Baited beautifully all along, T1. The wave on bot side might be the final. Double 80 carries, Kaiwing. Carrier, unafraid, unthreatened.
The magic was so close here in Vancouver. But it looks like reality has set in, Draco says. The Nexus is about to fall!
T1 sending a reminder, you might take 1 game. You might take 2, but you are not taking the series. The world champs reigning will move on in the upper bracket.
And to me, what summarizes this series is right, the faces of Junja and Honkyu. Do they look devastated that they lost? Yes, but also smiles because they know that series was something special. T1, as a reminder, blew through the LCK, road to MSI. We're unmatched. Obviously, we were denied the match 2. Genji, that rematch, who knows how it might have gone. But both Home Alive and KT fell swiftly. CFO, not so much.
Definitely not a valiant effort, but T1 better on the day, rallied, found their form when it mattered most. Doran in that final game, 1-man wrecking crew. We knew the matchup would be hard, but he made it impossible. Very casual thumbs up.
Dry smile on Doran's face. And for T1, obviously, it's kind of the opposite. Coming in as the heavy favorites, most predictions would be 3-0, a cautious 3-1. If you wanted to hedge, but despite all the twists and turns, we find ourselves with a bracket I think many a pick'em was expecting.
Certainly were. And for T1, it's personal against BLG. BLG and MSI have often been the boogeyman for this lineup. And here we are. It feels inevitable.
What? Every single series is a banger, by the way. Unreal.
It's insane. It's completely nuts. We take a look at the post-game breakdown powered by AWS. It's a story of dominance. It's a story of Faker. Again, how is this the same player who went on like a wacky Silas journey? How is this the same player we saw in game 2? And this is just a reminder that he's not a player you can break. He will always find a way to come back.
What a back and forth. What a series.
What do we even say? Like, what? It's just incredible. Ultimately, CFO. I think all of the LEC and LTA reps are looking a little scared. Yeah. Junja, terrifying player. Doggo as well. A lot of players stood up today.
Every single player on that team had their moment today.
Certainly did. I think the same is true for T1, right? Again, Carrier in those last 2 games especially. Incredible stuff. But that's enough from us. We're going to join Shox and G-Sun with Faker and Gumayushi on stage for the Verizon post-game interview.
Faker and Gumayushi
Yushi and T1 who reigned supreme, but it was a battle very hard fought. Congratulations to you both. But I do have to ask as a first question, Faker, tell me about that game 5 and what do you think the key to victory was? Because CFO had a really good showing here today.
우선 승리 축하드립니다. 오늘 CFO도 굉장히 좋은 저력을 보여줬는데요. 5세트 승리에 있어서 어떤 점이 가장 주요했다고 생각하시나요?
일단 미드에서의 플레이가 좀 중요하다고 생각했고 초반에 조금 안 좋았는데 중반 이후에 좀 저희가 준비했던 대로 잘 된 것 같습니다.
I think the mid lane play was crucial. Although it didn't really go well in the early game, we were able to kind of come back and make better plays later on. So I think it was the key.
Okay, Gumayushi, you were quite unexpected in getting here in terms of T1. Not that many fans were hoping to, or expecting to see you here. Did you have to get used to the stage, you think? And how good do you think you can play here at MSI?
사실은 많은 분들의 예상을 깨고 이번에 MSI 진출에 성공하셨잖아요. 지금 무대 적응은 완벽히 잘 되신 것 같으신지, 그리고 이번 MSI 자신감은 어느 정도인가요?
일단 첫 경기라서 무대 적응은 좀 차차 해나가야 될 것 같고 자신감은 좀 하면서 찾아갈 것 같습니다.
We just had our first match, so I think it's gonna take a little more time to get used to the new stage and everything, and confidence will also build up later.
It definitely will. Now, Faker, you were up versus Honkyu, who was 6 years old when you won your very first World Championship. And I know that you're also one of his idols. Is there anything you want to say about his performance today?
오늘 생각했던 것보다 조금 상대 선수가 홍큐 선수가 굉장히 잘했다고 생각했고 그래서 좀 어려운 경기였는데 오늘 이렇게 승리할 수 있어서 기쁩니다.
I mean, Honkyu played even better than I expected, so it was actually a rough kind of a series for me, but in the end, we had a really good game together.
Okay, you definitely did. You put on a beautiful show. When you're here in Canada, that means you can play in NA solo queue to practice, and I know you have some experience with it, Faker. How would you feel NA solo queue is currently to make sure that you get good practice in?
또 북미를 오신 만큼, 캐나다에 오신 만큼 북미 서버 솔랭을 하시면서 연습을 하실 것 같은데 이미 몇 차례 해보신 경험이 있지만 연습에 얼마나 도움이 되는지 한번 알려주시면 좋을 것 같습니다.
저는 항상 솔로 랭크는 도움이 된다고 생각하고 비록 좀 핑이 높기는 해도 그래도 되게 재밌게 하고 있고 또 NA 그 플레이어들이 굉장히 채팅이 많더라고요. 그래서 보는 재미가 있습니다.
Well, any kind of solo queue game is a good practice. Well, although the ping is a little higher, but still, it's helping a lot. And also, one thing that's really fun about the NA solo queue is that they chat a lot, and I'm having a lot of fun reading all the chats and having interactions.
He sees all of it. Amazing. The wolves are a little dangerous, though. Gumayushi, even here in Canada, there are so many fans of yourself, of T1, of course. Is there anything you'd like to say to everyone here and the people at home, of course, supporting T1?
여기 캐나다 현장에도 정말 구마유시 팬분들 그리고 T1 팬분들이 많고 열렬한 응원을 보내주고 계십니다. 현장에 계신 분들 그리고 온라인에서 또 시청하면서 응원해주시는 모든 분들을 위해서 한마디 부탁드립니다.
일단은 좀 아시아 쪽 시간으로는 되게 이른 시간이라고 알고 있는데 이른 시간에 일어나서 저희 응원해 주시는 모든 팬분들에게 너무 감사드리고 또 현지에 찾아주신 분들이랑 또 현지 팬분들 모두에게 너무 감사드리고 MSI 꼭 열심히 해서 좋은 성적 있도록 하겠습니다.
First off, for the fans in Asia time zone, I heard they have to wake up so early in the morning to watch us perform, but I'm very grateful that so many fans are tuning in live to support us. And also for all the fans out here, thank you so much for coming down to support us. I will make sure to do my best in order to make the best outcome here in MSI Vancouver.
And there's just one more question I need to ask, and I'll ask you both. Up next is BLG, a really exciting matchup for us as fans, and they have nightmares of what happened at the World Championship. So for you both, what would you like to say to BLG? Faker first, perhaps.
이제 다음 경기는 BLG를 상대하실 예정인데요. 아직 BLG가 작년 월즈에서의 그런 악몽을 떨치지 못했을 수도 있을 것 같은데요. 마지막으로 BLG 상대에게 한마디 할 수 있다면 뭐라고 하시고 싶으신가요?
PLG와 또 만나게 될 줄 몰랐는데 이렇게 또 만나게 돼서 너무 재밌을 것 같고 오늘만큼 힘든 경기는 내일은 안 나올 거라고 생각하고 있습니다.
Well, I was actually not expecting a rematch to happen this fast. But, I hope we can have a good game together. And I believe it's not going to be as tough as today.
Well, Gumayushi, would you like to add anything or is that enough?
뭔가 더 덧붙이실 말씀 있으실까요?
작년 월즈의 악몽이 떠오르게 해드리겠습니다.
You guys are gonna relive the nightmare of last Worlds finals.
Whoa! Well, we will see T1 against BLG in their next matchup. One more time for T1, Faker, and Gumayushi.
Wow, thank you so much, Sharks. Thank you so much, Jason. Some strong words coming on the side of T1. I have to say, coming from these two, I'm not used to hearing stuff like this in interview, especially they had a difficult series, but they have a statement to make against BLG in the next round.
Yeah, it's funny. They're like mixing in a little like respect to CFO. It's like not even going to be as tough as today. I love hearing that.
Talking about this incredible series, I feel like none of our predictions were right.
True.
What surprised you guys the most? We had 5 games. There's a lot to say, but what is the takeaway from this series on both sides?
I mean, I think T1 did wake up a lot more in the early game in their final 2 games, right? But they looked a little sluggish in some of those early games against CFO. And CFO really came out swinging. I think even with some difficult to execute compositions, their team fighting looked phenomenal. And Hongkyu is like on the precipice of being a breakout star.
Yeah.
I thought he had obviously rough final game, but I thought he had an insane series.
I think the biggest surprise for me was also just the drafting. I thought that from T1 side, they were a little like more brazen. And I wonder if it's like a little bit of disrespect. They thought that they were going to be able to execute like the Kalista comp or the Zed comp a little bit more easier. So that's a lesson that they can have. But man, you're right. Hongkyu was a star today. And he showed up in a way that I wouldn't have expected watching a little bit and like reviewing a lot of the games that I saw from the PCS. No, he was very good. The LCP, that is.
Yeah, absolutely. LCP proving once again that what happened at First 10 was not just a one-time thing. We can expect a lot from this CFO lineup. And I gotta say, MKOI is gonna be next for them. I love my boys, but man, I'm not confident after that.
I cannot wait for that. I mean, there's so much.
It's gonna be a banger. Are you kidding me? Both teams are just gonna be bashing their heads into each other.
Yes, and even just the final game, we were like, okay, they went away from driver. They're going towards like the carry player, and then swapping to the Ornn. I felt like that's something that people will look at a little bit more closely.
Yeah.
So you're right. That series that we're going to be seeing, CFO, they might make that lower bracket run, but MKOI looked great today.
I was about to say, they looked amazing today against BLG, especially on the first series that they had as a roster on the international stage. Emily, what did you think of MKOI actually?
I thought they potentially should have won. I thought they looked really, really good.
Yeah.
And the only thing that kind of stopped them was a little bit of hesitation around some of the team fights. But I thought in terms of especially their support jungle that we talked about, Elyoya and Alvaro, they are like the 2 biggest players you need to pay attention to on that team. And then of course, I always love watching a JoJo Azir game.
Yeah.
My boy. He's great on his ear. He showed up today. That was great.
That's one thing I didn't expect from that squad. I didn't expect at all for MKOI to be hesitating as much as they did. That was actually a critique I would have for them in domestic play. They were just full send it, even with leads, throwing their leads away. You're like, oh, come on, guys, like reel it in a little bit more. This time around, they like made some uncanny mistakes, so I don't think that's going to happen in the lower bracket room.
Absolutely. Bring back that confidence, MKOI. The matchup that I'm going to be looking forward to, though, is going to be Rest Driver versus whatever Mirvin is going to throw at them on the top lane. But that's the story for another day. Coming back to the T1 series, we have to give the Oppo player of the series to Doran. Kroglord crushing it and clutching it in the end.
Yeah, and I thought even in some of their losses, he had some good performances. This is the Gwen. I thought his Aatrox in the first game was such a difference maker. And then obviously we kind of need to talk about the Rumble.
Yeah. We have to.
Literally cooking everyone. Yeah. And then in the final game on the Jace, he just hit all. There was a point where like the entirety of the gold lead was just him, and it was like 2K.
It was over 5K. It was over 5,000 gold. And what I love about T1, is when they zero in on someone's lead, they're like, okay, we're bullying the enemy top laner this game. And it felt like they were constantly moving in towards Doran's lane and expanding on that lead. So yes, he was masterful in that one.
I'm also just so happy that we got to see him show up and have such a stellar performance, especially in Game 5, right? Because again, he did have a rough domestic split, in my opinion.
We're
but
out.
really ended up showing up in playoffs. And I think we saw kind of a continuation of that here, and also him being more comfortable with this T1 team and really being able to fit into their play style.
Beating the demons that he has on the international stage, one game at a time. We will see T1 again against BLG in the next round. But coming about what happened earlier today, MKOI lost their series to BLG, and Shox caught up with Jojo Pyun to get his thoughts on the Verizon post-game interview. Let's check it out.
I'm here with Jojo after a devastating loss, I'm going to say, versus BLG, especially in that last game. I'm just going to ask you first, guy, what ultimately went wrong at the end of that game, which brought you so close to a Game 5?
I think we had full control of the game. I think we were very hesitant when Seoul came up about fighting on mid, but I think we just didn't pull the trigger when we had really good fight angles. I think we didn't cover the flanks well. We had really good flank options, and we could have fought, and that this is our strength. So I just think I don't know the word. We weren't decisive, so we dropped a lot of the spots, and then, we just didn't make the right choices that we usually know, because I think usually we'd always take the right fight there. It was a pretty one fight from the position we were in, so I think we just weren't sharp there.
I kind of look at that as, I know, of course, it sucks because you really wanted to win that series. But on the other hand, if you know that you can usually fall back on that, this is really kind of a cutthroat situation. You're about to go to Game 5. You know that BLG is just absolutely cracked at team fights, right? So is that something that now that it happened, you can be sure, okay, that's not going to happen again? And how do you feel about your form overall?
Yeah, I mean, hopefully it doesn't happen again. I think everybody knows what went wrong there. I think everybody knows that we had full control of the game. We're so strong. Whenever we fight that, if we play it well, we can't lose, right? So I think this has been a thing we're talking about this whole year. We improved on it a lot, and I mean, showed up in the most important moment again. That we didn't pull that trigger when it was good to pull the trigger. So I think my form individually has been pretty good this tournament. I think I'm up there with the top mids. I think Knight played really well today too. So I just keep focusing on what I could improve on, because even at the end of the game, when I still could have saved the game, and then I got Nico blocked me and all that, so I made a game-losing mistake too. So I'll just focus on what I could have done better.
Okay, we'll look forward to the next game. Thank you.
Thank you.
A lot to learn from this series, obviously. Are we still hopeful in the lower bracket? I know we just talked about it, but...
I mean, I think KOI is a team that they themselves have said how hard they worked, right, and how focused they are. I also thought Jojo easily identified what he thought they went wrong, which
they did.
I fully agree with, but they will be facing a really hungry CFO in the lower bracket, and BLG will go on to have our nice Worlds Finals rematch. Or our T1 will go on to have World's Final rematch against BLG. But I see Raz squinting at the bracket over here.
Well, you know what? Tomorrow we have a very special day. A double special day, actually. Because it is going to be the 4th of July. It is going to be NA versus EU. And NA is finally about to find out what is a kilometer. Because that is the system that we use in Canada, Raz.
Yes, it is. We love kilometers out here. So I cannot wait for Fly versus Chi 2.
We're going to smoke you guys.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Look, you don't even have the advantage of talking about what is a kilometer and all this stuff, because you're in Canada. It works out both ways. So, yes, I cannot wait for the G2 fans waking up in the morning to a devastating loss.
I'm excited for the fight. I'm excited that we get a best of 5 that early, and especially with Fearless Draft M.
You two are crazy. I'm looking forward to AL Gen G.
Oh, get out of here. This is a steep fall, I want you to know.
You're going to throw me over the edge?
I have the strength.
I'll bounce like a
cat. This is why you have
I have 9 lives like a cat.
On one side and 2 delusional clowns on the other. It's going to be a great day.
AL versus Gen G, guys. Come on. That is the matchup to watch. I think it's going to be really cool to see these 2 top seeds go up against each other.
We have a banger day ahead of us tomorrow. So that's all for us here. For now, we'll be back noon in Vancouver, 3 p.m. Eastern US and 9 p.m. Central European time. It's NA versus EU, baby. FlyQuest versus J3 Esports. Have a good night, good day, good afternoon, wherever you are in the world, and we'll see you tomorrow.
#FlyWin.
#G2 win.
The re-engage comes in from Alvaro, and Jojo goes into the back line, but it's Elf going to be able to grab the first kill. Bin overheats, and in comes the Galio ultimate over the top as Beishuan trying to reach the back line. Knight on the side here with On, getting pretty low on HP. The bullet time comes out there from Elk. He's going to grab one kill, and he's going to grab a second. Now it's a triple kill there for Elk. He's looking for more. It's a quadra. BLG coming up clutch in that fight. Oh, it's Alvaro, though, going for the engage. He's going to preempt it, and they're looking for Knight. He goes into stasis. They're trying to peel for him, but Knight is in a lot of trouble. Jojo goes in, and Beishuan goes down. He goes zooming in the back line, and it's Knight down. It's Elk sure to follow. It's MKOI crushing the fight, crushing the game. They roar back to life in game number 2. Where it is very difficult as the Elites to really find those team fights. And look at that Q flash over the wall. He finds Supa, and Supa's gonna get knocked down by Knight, and now Knight is running over this fight. He's looking for Elyoya. He wants more. Knight and Beishuan, they team up and knock down the AD carry of MKOI. BLG going for the throat. Can Jojo get back there to his team? Elyoya getting put incredibly low, gets hit by the scatter. He's taking some damage now from the Ashe as Bin steps forward. The first Nexus tower is already down. Finally, Jojo's back, but is it too little? Is it too late? BLG with their eyes on the Nexus. They're just focusing it down. Knight will finish it off. Elk and Knight make it happen. Knock down the Nexus, take the series, and crush the hopes of Europe.
Kaiwing on the ward, Kaiwing wants to go extra tanky, but not tanky enough. Kaiwing lives for an extra moment. Now the fight's gonna kick off. Pantheon comes down from the sky, but he's caught between Faker and Owner, and they make it look effortless. The Aegis Assault can't block an assault from both sides, and in goes Carrier! CFO had all the tools, all the advantages, and in a blink of an eye, they just disappear.
Recall going in from Faker, Q3 ready to go. Quick flash out from Rest, manages to find the initial backpack. Pull back on the Wukong clone, but it doesn't matter, it's still the escape. Junja on the way in, Realm Warp, they need to get the hell out. Ballbreaker manages to catch them all! In the midst of it, it's Junja HoQ to follow! Absolute destruction for CFO! Faker off to the side. Faker with the flank. Is it going enough? Ulti's now coming out instantly into the back line, looking for a bit of follow-up. Owner still standing for repo, but he gets hit by the trap, and down he goes! The double kill! Domination! In game 3 from CFO! It's Doggo's time to shine! The Penta is there! Doggo! In the face of the reigning world champions! 3-3 across the board, but T1 now wants the fight. Rest off to the side. Baker trying to find the lockup. Doggo for now completely untouched. Ulti stolen away, but he manages to sidestep Rest. Still going, doing everything that he possibly can, but it's already down for Junja. Baker finding the kill, going in onto Doggo. He gets another. T1, hold on. They bring us to Silver Scrapes. Carrier ready to go. Doggo walking forward, and Carrier's there. He sees the play coming. Doggo goes up, comes right back down. Feathers pulled back. They can't quite finish Carrier. Doggo exhausted, and down he goes. Carrier still standing. His Doran is there right in time. It's a TP in, but it's too damn late. HoQ wants something back, but Owner will not let him have it. T1, an incredible fight, and it's starting to feel like there's nothing left in game 5 for CFO.